Good Tuesday morning, everybody, and is it ever? John and Lance along with Dell for 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5. And man, oh man, oh man, oh. That thing played out almost exactly as we had talked about. And listen, I'm on the bookie side, right? They took a beating yesterday.
You had to,
The Texans were everybody and their mother bet the Texans yesterday and the under, and the books took a huge hit yesterday.
The under was, to me, the under was like a lock. I thought the Steelers under 18.5 points. That was a really easy game to handicap.
Yep.
I felt like.
It played out exactly as
the only thing you couldn't handicap was the Texans' offense, and we kind of figured that out too. Like they were worse than it. Well, actually, they weren't worse. CJ was terrible, but the offense actually was good.
Yeah. They had over 140 yards and one guy receiving, had 112 yards rushing by Woody Marks.
Nick Caley had a great game. The offensive line punished the Steelers. Woody Marks and Nick Chubb ran as hard as they've run all year long. They were terrific. The offense actually did their job and were physical. The defense, that's the most dominating performance I've seen from a Houston defense in my lifetime. That includes House of Pain. That includes the Bulls on Parade. That includes really anybody. Even that first-year defense. They had a bunch of turnovers in that Steeler game that they won in Pittsburgh that one year that you were on the sideline. I mean, I don't. They had a good defense, but not this. And I asked Daniel Jeremiah, because Daniel Jeremiah and I, when I did the Move the Sticks podcast with him, he was talking about, he's a color commentator for he's a draft analyst, but he's color commentator for the Chargers. And after the regular season game, he goes, and I was on with him that week right after they had played. He goes, Houston flies around and just is an absolutely violent team. He goes, it's unbelievable watching them. That was actually before the game. When he was watching them on tape, he said that. So I texted him yesterday, and I say, when were you with the Ravens? And he said, I was with them from 2003 to 2006. He said, really good defense. Haloti Ngata, Ed Reed. He listed Terrell Suggs. Ray. He listed them. He goes, better talent across the board than Houston, but this defense is better. He goes, this defense is better than those Ravens defenses when I was, and he said, and those were considered great defenses. He said, this defense is the best defense that I've seen in probably 2 decades.
Yeah, this is incredible. And I can't even believe that the Patriots have come out as a 3-point favorite in this game. I mean, that is, to me, I thought
your quarterback play was really a problem yesterday.
Well, yeah.
I think that's the only thing keeping this from being a pick'em game.
That's what I thought. I think it's a pick'em. It bothers me that the Patriots are a 3-point favorite because apparently Vegas wants you to bet on the Texans. They're asking you, please bet on the Texans.
Well,
and
I think Texans will be a public team right now because
I know, and they're asking you to bet.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, they're asking you to please take the Texans, which is a problem for me.
Well, the game's still got to be played.
Yeah, he's really, really mobile as opposed to Aaron Rodgers, but that's the difference in a 6-point swing they've
just been more consistent than the Texans.
Yeah, but they've been consistent. This is very Aggie-like this season that they're having. They've been consistent against bad football teams.
Actually, there are some similarities. Actually, I don't know if Drake May is Marcel Reed, but he wasn't great last weekend.
No,
he wasn't great, and he hasn't seen this.
No, he's not seen anything like this.
He hasn't
anything
seen this.
like this.
I mean, to me, this is a pick'em game.
Yeah,
I don't know who wins. You're going up into a loud environment. Aaron Rodgers, Pittsburgh was pretty much tailor-made for you. Pittsburgh, to me, was the best matchup you could possibly have.
Yep.
They didn't have a quarterback who could attack you down the field, although they did have some throws that DK Metcalf missed. Like, they had a couple opportunities, but they couldn't sustain a drive. This was exactly like we thought.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh can't sustain drives. How are they going to score? The one wild card right now is C.J. Stroud. That game yesterday was really poor from CJ. The lack of confidence on his face, in his feet, everything about him was panicky, scared, was dropping snaps. I mean, it was missing wide open throws, making terrible decisions with the football. It was the least poised I've seen CJ in a long time, and the Texans won in spite of CJ Stroud. That was really a terrible effort by CJ. He made a couple throws. The throw to CJ to Christian Kirk in the first half where he layered it in was great. He had a couple of good throws.
And he had another one in the second half that was
he could have cost you against a better team. He could have cost you the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
His mistakes could have cost you the game. So, the way you ran the everything about the Texans right now, other than the quarterback play, is potential for Super Bowl. Now, I'll tell you another thing that you're not factoring in right now on that point spread is I doubt Nico Collins plays. Because the only guy who ever makes it back the next week from a concussion is Arch Manning, because the Longhorns apparently wanted to rush him back. But Arch Manning's the only guy I've seen come back. I don't see anybody in the NFL come back next week from a concussion.
Now, you also don't see, because you made a point of this, is when Tank got his concussion on the front and when he went forward as opposed to the backward one.
You don't see
Here's
that very
another
often.
one where you got a forward hitting the front of his forehead.
Immediately grabbed his head. And I'm like, don't grab your head.
No, do anything but that.
They're going to check in the tent, and then they said he couldn't even get into the tent.
Yeah, he looked like he was wobbly.
And this is his second of the season?
Second of the season.
I mean, you're talking about Super Bowl aspirations. He may not be back until the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I don't want to, CJ missed 3 weeks, which is one of the reasons we'll get to. He probably just refuses to run now when his stuff's wide open. But we'll get to, we'll talk about that later. But that's actually a fair point, Dale, because if it's his second concussion, first of all, throw the Guardian cap on. Number two, man, that really does hurt your chance. Like, you do have to factor him into.
He wasn't the only one that CJ was put in harm's way last night.
CJ threw hospital balls at guys.
It was awful.
Who was it? Jalen Noel got a tattoo.
Yes.
Woody Marks got a tattoo. Like, he was giving out tattoos to players. Just, here you go, let me lob this into you and let the Steelers tee off on you.
And and let me throw this one high over the middle.
Now,
see how this works out.
Now, I don't think that CJ really put, I wouldn't say he put
Nico
in harm's way. It's just, it's just the way it went. But
yeah, I mean, he had a guy on his back, and he.
But I'm the a-hole for asking a question about the quarterback play.
Well, listen, CJ will play better next week. CJ
almost can't play worse.
He can't. Almost can't.
I mean, he couldn't catch a snap.
He threw for 250.
Yeah, but couldn't catch a snap. Like, he made mistakes. He had 3 turnovers.
Yeah,
and that's a bad defense, by the way. Like,
yeah, that's not
the open guys are a product of what the Steelers have done all year. They've let guys get open, and CJ, because of I don't know what happened last night, he just wasn't good. The Patriots tortured Justin Herbert.
Yeah, they really did.
Well, they don't have any tackles, though. We got Trent Brown. Yeah.
I forgot about
right.
Trent Brown.
Our protection, we really don't talk about it a lot anymore. I mean, CJ was under some pressure, but it was no different than any NFL quarterback takes.
No.
You just step up in the pocket, you climb the pocket, and you get rid of the ball. He drops his eyes, and the feet just start freaking out now. Like, it was so concerning, but that defense, but the story is the defense, the more they started hitting and the more success, like every time they would get the Steelers off the field and prevent them from a third down conversion or hold up after CJ had turned the ball over in his own territory, it like gave them fuel. They started hitting harder. They started flying around more.
Yeah.
It was this unit, just the swarm thing, they buy into it so much that this is special work ethic. We don't count the ethic. And that's the and. Relentless mindset. SWA for and, not
I think
ethic.
It might be.
Yep.
Swarm. He might be right.
The A is not for
No,
and.
I already saw it. Apparently, you didn't see J.J. Watt's hype video from the Houston
I
Texans,
heard it and saw it.
where he showed you what swarm stood for.
Special work attributes.
Relentless.
And the A was
No.
and. Not you usually don't see the and get the A, but that's
You
fine.
don't usually
They had to
use-
make something.
No.
It had to spell swarm, but I mean honestly, every time the Texans bucked up defensively, whether it's a third down or holding the holding the Steelers to a field goal attempt after it was, looked like they were going to go in and get a score. All it did was give the defense fuel.
Mm-mm.
And then on the kickoff, and like every time the Texans scored and they kicked it off, it's like the special teams wanted to out-hit the defense. I was excited every time we kicked off. I was like, I can't wait to see who's going to hit somebody. I was excited every time Aaron Rodgers threw underneath. And there's another one that went exactly as we thought. He was pressured, he threw underneath, and it was just a bunch of flying missiles, just heat-seeking missiles diving in and blasting people. Oh, it was beautiful.
It was an incredible. Did CJ kind of put a damper on the emotion about the excitement of how they played?
Well, yeah, but I'm a little concerned, obviously, about Nico Collins moving forward. But because this is a Monday game and you come back on a Saturday and play.
You're playing Sunday.
Was it?
Sunday.
Oh yeah, you got
Sunday
the Sunday game.
Sunday
But it's still one fewer day to prepare.
Yeah.
So and really even less than that when you consider it was a night game and you got to travel overnight, you get in late. Like I don't see Nico Collins playing. CJ is going to have to play. He could have played average football yesterday, and without defensive touchdowns, the Texans, probably win 24-23-6.
Yeah.
It just if he was a game, like Davis Mills probably would have run that one into a 23-6 game. And when Davis Mills, just average game.
Did you at any point think?
No, never thought he would be replaced.
No, never thought. Did you at any point think you want him to be replaced?
Oh yeah, yesterday.
Yeah,
yeah, because all that was required was taking a snap and handing off,
and he
throwing
couldn't do
open men. Like I want you. You're just basically playing 7-on-7. Like just hand the ball off, take the snap, hand the ball off, get rid of it on time. Just don't turn it over. Like, I'm not a proponent of changing quarterbacks in the middle of a game. Yesterday, I just thought, I know D'Amico won't do it, and it would be embarrassing for CJ, and you got contracts with David Mulgeta that you have to deal with, I don't even want to have that conversation today. But yesterday was the first time I thought, man, I'd rather just see Mills come in and just hand off and just be regular. Just be a normal, non-freaked out person.
Right.
Yesterday I really did think that. And look, CJ's our guy. Yeah. He's got to play well. I want CJ to step up next week without Nico Collins, because I don't think Nico's playing. If Nico doesn't play, CJ's got to play at least, I would say, above average. I don't even know if he has to play good.
But how about not throwing that ball? How about not stepping up and fumbling? How about catching the snap?
Yeah.
I mean, those things. I'm not asking for a lot. I'm really not. And I really don't think – I think this is another – I don't know what the number was. What 39 on this one again? Or in that neighborhood? 41?
I haven't seen.
I think 41. I think 41.
Higher,
yeah, I think it's 41.
I think it's lower than that,
think it's going to be another low-scoring game because this offense, I don't care. Listen, it was a little scary how they were running the ball on the Texans early on, and then they just buckled down and said, "No, you ain't doing this no more." And then it was just open season. The problem with the Patriots is Drake May. You're one less defender because you've got to have a shadow on him.
And he's not the fastest guy. He's just an effective scrambler.
No, but anything is better than Rodgers.
He also, that long run he had last week in the game was because they were in man coverage. Yeah. Defenders got their backs turned. Texans mix up their coverages. Like, they'll play plenty of zone too. So he won't. Like, I'm not really worried about Drake May being this running quarterback, but he doesn't make as many mistakes.
Well, he's a lot more mobile, and the biggest asset for the Texans last night was Aaron Rodgers' immobility.
Yeah.
And I think you'll see the Patriots make the Texans earn the right to rush a passer. They will get into power formations and run the football.
Yeah,
Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to be under center. He doesn't want to be in formations that lend to – it's funny because Arthur Smith did all that in Tennessee, but with Aaron Rodgers, he needs to be in shotgun and spread formations. The Patriots will force the Texans to stop the run consistently and then get after the passer.
Yeah. And it was a little scary how they ran the ball.
I don't know why they didn't – well, I know why Aaron Rodgers, but be under center and run duo, run power. Instead, it was some zone stuff with the Texans ate up as the game went on.
All right, 713-780-3776. You guys got thoughts on last night's game? Bring it. What do you guys think? I don't want to make this all about CJ, but if that's what your main thought is this morning, then you're more than welcome to get in here. Hey, if you are anywhere in Texas thinking about buying or refinancing a home, you need to call Kent Jones, and even refinancing as well. You might be in a huge mortgage and you're like, this is just killing us, this interest rate. Well, you call Kent, and when that interest rate goes down, he gives you a buzz, and you guys can go forward in refinancing your home and saving thousands of dollars. Saving thousands of dollars is what Kent Jones does best. All right? You're looking for the best way to finance a home. You're looking for the best way to buy your first home. Even if it's your 80th home that you're buying, Kent Jones will do it better. He knows everybody in the business, knows all the hacks, knows how to save you money. You don't. He knows what the best, when you're doing it for 30 years, you know the best of everything in that industry, and that's what Kent Jones does. Normally, a broker, it costs you money, not in the mortgage game. He saves thousands and thousands of dollars. You're looking for the best way to get that mortgage, you have to call Kent Jones. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, let's go. We got callers in here. We got one line open. Anybody wants to get in, but we'll fly through the calls. This is your show. You got to get in. Let us know what you think. How about that defense? 713-780-3776. The number. Gary was first up. Wants to talk about CJ. Hey, Gary.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I liken the Texans team to the Trent Dilfer Baltimore team. Please reflect. Go way back. Trent Dilfer wasn't asked to do much. And in inclement weathers, I mean, they're going to be playing in the cold several straight weeks. If you got a great running game, because that's what everybody talks about every year, every week, run the ball in the playoffs, play good defense, and if my quarterback can get me 250 yards, throw for 21 of 21 of 32 or something like that, 250, one touchdown. The fumble went Lance when he stepped up, the first one, when he stepped up into the box and the guy hit him. The second one, it was just a fluke play. But let me just say, no, he didn't play good. But the formula for everybody, that's what everybody says time and time again, run the ball, which they did. The receiver that got 140-something yards, that means CJ did hit somebody in effective moments of the game. One touchdown, one interception. I can go for two touchdowns, 250 yards, a 100-yard rusher, and a defender. And then he won't be 0-4 like Justin Herbert. And Justin Herbert hadn't had
You
tackles
can't
since he
gaslight
been
us
in
on
there.
this, Gary. You can't gaslight us. It was a bad game. It was a bad game. And you take care of the football when you step up and take sack. All the NFL players, former NFL players, were talking about it on the set. They were saying, dude, you can't, because Ryan Clark is represented by David Mulgeta, also CJ's agent. So you'll notice he'll deflect and defend CJ a lot, pretty frequently. And yesterday, Marcus Spears was like, dude, you just take the sack. Just tuck the ball in. You have to take care of the football. Mm-hmm. It's not fluky when you don't take care of the football. And then, the throw that he missed on Nico Collins wide open before the half, that's got to be 3 points.
The interception, forget the fumbles. And he was trying to make plays that he shouldn't have tried to make.
You mean when his feet, where he freaked out and just threw it sideways?
That
was a great interception. It was a great interception. Yeah. I couldn't believe he came up with it. But, Gary, you can't – I get it. You want to back the black quarterback, down the white quarterback. We know how you do, but you can't gaslight us on this one. We want CJ to play well, but that's just it. That wasn't it.
And
man.
This is the wrong show. No one here is a big fan of Justin Herbert anyway.
No.
Everyone watched the game. He played poorly.
Yeah.
And in your formula of running the football, touchdown, big part of that is not turning the ball over from the quarterback position.
That's all. If you're going to do that, no turnovers is not only essential. It is an absolute must. If you're going to park the bus, as they say it, I love that I learned that term last year, parking the bus in soccer. You're going to park the bus, which is run, punt, defend, and play. That's a really old school way of playing football. But if you're going to do that, try to get a lead early and then defend the lead.
Can't turn it over.
You can't turn it over. Yeah. You can't. So let's not try to, let CJ just take the bullets today because he played poorly. And then it's out of the way, and then you hit reset, and he gets another chance next week to, because if he plays poorly again next week, then it really won't. Then 2026 won't even matter. The regular season won't matter because we had this with Bagwell. At some point, we ended up having this with Bagwell and Biggio, and they were great in the regular season. CJ's not great in the regular season. Bagwell and Biggio, there came a point where we were like, yeah. Same thing with James Harden. Yeah. And James was elite, but I want to see it in the postseason. At some point, when you don't perform to your standards in the postseason, fans start to say, all right, you can do whatever in the regular season. I need you to step up and be big in the postseason. So I'm hoping he has if he plays well next week, the Texans are going to win that game. If he plays well.
Yep.
If he plays like he did yesterday, it's not, they're going to have a hard time getting a 10.
I agree.
Because you're not going to run on the Patriots like you did yesterday. I don't think.
AP, what you want to talk about, AP?
Yeah, I saw a lot of things this week showing the old Oilers game with the Renfro catch that his feet were in, and the refs called him out. And I just was thinking about that game all week, and I was just hoping, and I'm just excited that we went into Pittsburgh and finally exercised those demons. We went in there and we dominated, and we got the win, and it felt good for a Houston football team to finally go in there and get a playoff win. And then my other comment was, after we got the scoop and score, man, it felt so good for the offense to just go out there and just literally run the ball down their throat. I was watching it with my son, and it was about maybe 9 minutes left, something like that. And you see all the comebacks this weekend, the lead changes, and for our offense and that run game to go in there. And he was like, is this game over? I said, well, if they can run this ball all the way and run this clock out, I said, it'll be over. And that's exactly what they did. And Woody came back in and scored a touchdown. And that was a big thing to me because they just sucked the life out of the Steelers right there. You just seen them on the sideline, and they just ran all that clock out. And it was a hell of a win. And that's what I had.
Yep, hell of a win. I don't know. I mean, I wasn't here for it, but I watched it. Those Steelers Oilers games were just bloodbaths, and they were wonderful to watch and everything else. This Steelers team is a shell of what they. Yeah. I mean, it's. I don't know. I don't know that there's gratification. Oh, got to win in Pittsburgh. I mean, this isn't even close.
We got to see if
close to what that
Tomlin
was.
hangs on to his job.
Yeah,
because they could hit reset on the quarterback and head coach. Because Aaron Rodgers is going to retire.
Yeah, I don't know. He was saying before the game that they wanted to run it back together.
Yeah, but on the broadcast they said, and everything he said leading up is that this would probably be it, right?
No,
that's what I thought. That's what Troy and Buck were saying.
No, we'll see. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see. Why would you come back to this? You have no chance. All you did was just get the break speed off you. He can't make throws down the field like he used to. You're not good enough with the Steelers. No. You're not good. That's not going to change anytime soon.
No. Did you see this NFL memes? C.J. Stroud helping the Texans win football games. You didn't see it?
No.
It's a kid in a vest, a yellow vest, one of those,
Oh, like a
yeah, and crossing guard.
Yeah.
The subway's coming in, and when it's stopping, he's helping stop it, and then he helps open the doors, and then when the doors are closing,
they do it by themselves.
They do it, but all this they do by themselves, but he's helping it along.
Look, he's
pushing it. That's CJ helping the Texans win.
Such a unfortunate state of affairs that they go kick their Steelers' ass, and the quarterback is the one who's like, "Oh, you're not even a win with, you're a win in spite of."
Yeah, that was how yesterday.
That's how it looks. That's how it was.
That's what everyone said. Like that's not. We're not even saying it. This isn't an outrageous take. Christian Gonzalez is in concussion protocol now,
but he's got an extra day.
He's got an extra day. I would also say though, most of those guys, like I said, don't make it back the next day. The next week. If he's out, your cornerback one is out and your wide receiver one is out. That still benefits. That's still advantage Patriots.
So I would look. There's 5 steps to the concussion protocol, and you have to pass every single one without fail. And Nico only has the 5 days. He would have to practice on Thursday.
Oh,
the day he can show up is actually Sunday.
What do you mean the day he can show up?
The day that he can play would be the day that they play, which is, that's the earliest.
Oh, that's the earliest.
Yes, the first day he would actually be allowed to play.
It's such a low percentage.
Yeah, so he has to pass every single step. Christian Gonzalez has 1 extra day. If he doesn't pass a step, he's got the next day that he can make it up.
But the image of him having to be carted back to the locker room with the towel over his head, even optically.
Right.
Well, he's not a quarterback, so the quarterbacks are certainly protected more. But second concussion in a year.
Yeah. And his second one.
And he hit his head earlier in the game too, and I was worried then. He came back in, and then we had his head going really hard into the ground.
Yep. All right, 728. We got your calls, 713-780-3776.
Let's go. Hey, well, the CJ stuff, I know we're going to get a lot of calls, but how about, we lead every once in a while with how good the defense was.
Well, the defense was so good. Not only did they break the will of the Steelers' offense, that scoop and score broke the will of the Steelers' defense.
Yeah.
Because they scored.
The city. Once it got to two scores, did you ever have any fear that they would lose?
Once Rankins picked it up and ran it in, I could have seen if he didn't pick it up and run it in, maybe they forced a field goal and there's still a chance. But once he ran it in and then the Packers had the punt, the Steelers defense was done.
Yeah, they were done. They had no chance after that.
All right, why don't you talk a little Tucker? How about a place to watch it?
Taquerias around us. They on next Sunday they breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They're open, but they've got in their locations in a lot of the bar areas. They have partitioned off and turned them into sports bars, and they've created special menus, special food menus, special drink menus, and they made sure that they put enough TVs stacked up so you could watch multiple games. Obviously, you don't have to do that when you're watching your playoff football, either college or pro national championship game, or the playoffs. Now that we're at one game apiece, you got basketball where you're watching your games there. It's a great place to go watch games with you and your boys to pull up. Sometimes if you think, man, we can't get a seat at this place or that place, why don't you pull up at a Taquerias around us? I think you're going to be very pleasantly surprised. You have authentic Mexican food that you can order, very, very reasonable prices, great drinks, a lot of fun. Breakfast, lunch, or dinner, make it an authentic Mexican meal at Taquerias around us.
Time to talk about GimmeTheVin.com. That's John Clay Wolf. That's GimmeTheVin.com. That's a guy who he started a business here and in Dallas, and he decided to be the biggest car buyer in America. That's what he decided. How about that? I mean, you want to talk about a success story. And he loves the Houston market, and this is where it all began for him. And he wants you, if you want to sell your car, he's got a special affinity towards the Houston market. He's going to give you the most for his vehicle. Now, he does that everywhere. It's because that's what he does. But he pays more. And you know what? Even if you can get, and sometimes this happens, where you can get a better offer somewhere else, you get a better offer. But know what that offer is. Know what you're looking for. Because John Clay Wolf establishes the market every single time. Literally takes a couple minutes to find out. You just go to the website, GimmeTheVin.com. You put in your license plate or your VIN number, and you take a picture of your car, and you show it to them, and they go, oh, okay, this is what it's worth. That's how simple it is. And you have to do that if you're selling your car. Otherwise, if you go to the dealership or CarMax or wherever you're selling your car, they're going to go, oh, here, we'll give you this for it. And it's way less than market value. So you're looking for the best way to sell that vehicle. There's one place that you have to go every single time. GiveMeTheVin.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
I really hate that we come out of this game and CJ's a meme. I hate that. But, I mean, watching what it just the whole time was just, what are you doing? What are you doing?
We're just,
what are you doing?
I got really irritated that we had, and I get it from a listener standpoint. I really do. They qualified for the playoffs, or, you had playoffs coming, and we were talking about CJ a couple weeks ago. I asked a question like, is he, my question was a leading question. I said, is he the worst quarterback in the AFC South moving forward? But
you said there's a chance.
Or there's a chance. Yeah, I didn't say he's the
happen.
worst. Yeah, I didn't even say that. I just said, is he the worst? And my point was that Daniel Jones was better than expected. Trevor Lawrence, because it was on the heels of a Trevor Lawrence conversation. Like, man, Trevor's playing great. And then Cam Ward played better. Now, I would obviously put CJ ahead of Cam Ward until I see a lot more. But we were that was just a little throwaway spot right there. And but I don't know about you. I mean, if this were a barbershop, if this were guys sitting in a backyard, we would be having this conversation. I don't know why a sports talk show can't even after a win. It doesn't make us negative or this, that, or the other. It's like it's just guys kicking around topics. Y'all don't have to get so damn sensitive. Serious, for real. Don't get so sensitive that we're having this discussion.
I think we're the majority after that game.
Well, I saw social media what the response was. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, this is a conversation. The lead is the defense.
Yeah.
The lead is D'Amico literally has got to be thinking to himself, I wanted this. I never thought I would get this. Like, I never knew. Because he has, I would say, Lassiter, Petrie, Azeez Al-Shaair, obviously Will Anderson. And I'll go ahead and say To'o also is kind of a low-key big hitter.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a big – and he wasn't like that at Alabama. And so one of the things that you'll find in the NFL is certain guys have things inside them that will come out on the right, like Bullock will – like Stingley. Stingley will come hit you now.
Yeah.
These guys – but Petrie's wired like a dog.
And Lassiter's
wired like a dog. Will Anderson is. Al-Shaair. Those guys are wired totally differently.
Yep.
But the rest of the guys on the team are buying in. And I'm telling you right now, your boy – Tommy Togiai, whatever. Holy crap, is he playing great football? I mean, the whole year he's been so much better than I ever expected.
Yep. I love him. Rankins is playing great too.
He is.
I mean, he's the scoop and score notwithstanding.
Yeah, Daquan Jones made a good play. The whole D line has played.
Barnett's made plays. Barnett made a bunch of plays last week against the Colts. This is just fun. This is it's so much fun as opposed to having an offensive team where you're just going, all right, defense, just try to hold them. This is when the defense comes on the field, you're excited. I can't wait to see how they smother people.
It's true.
It is.
It's true. I get excited for the defense.
I mean, that is just great. All right, we got a full board, so let's go.
God,
Who's first up?
I hope we punt. I hope we punt here. So we can hurry up and see the defense. I hope we go 3 and out.
Hurry up, CJ. Fumble the ball. So
he can fumble on the first play. You can see him immediately.
Carrie is first up. Hey, Carrie.
Hey, guys. Long-time listener. Appreciate your show. Just for context, my NFL memories go back to basically 1978 with the Oilers and Earl Campbell and all those lovely Blue days. This is probably the most excited I've been as a Houston NFL football fan in my lifetime. I'm really enjoying our defensive effort this year. And just wondering, how would you compare or contrast or rank our current defense with the 85 Bears? And second, this whole mess about C.J. Stroud, I'm happy with C.J. Stroud. I like him personally. I don't know him, but he seems like a good guy. My problem I'm having is I'm worried about the performance we're getting versus what it's going to cost us to keep him. I'm worried about the agent he has and wanting $50-60 million a year, and how is that going to impact us re-signing and keeping our defensive side of the ball at such a high level. Through the years of watching pro sports, I've enjoyed when the offense is performing well at a high level. But
that, as you know, that doesn't always win a championship. I feel like we actually have a real shot to go all the way this year. And I would like to see us do whatever it takes to keep the defensive side of the ball at the level it is. If that means we don't have CJ, I don't know if we need a $50 or $60 million quarterback with the defense that we've got. We probably can get by with a $20, $25 million quarterback. I just need a quarterback who doesn't make mistakes, doesn't turn the ball over. I don't care if he only gives me 200 yards a game, 1 touchdown pass, and that's fine. If I've got this defense, that's enough. I'll hang up and listen.
All right.
Yeah, but even finding game managers was hard.
Do you remember it was years ago now where it was about Lamar Jackson and the question of like recycling your quarterback every 4 or 5 years?
Yeah, Bucky Brooks brought it up one time.
So we played the sound from Ian Rappaport talking about champagne problems the Texans are going to have because they got to pay all these guys. Of course, he's got games to change people's minds, but if we get performances where you are clearly looking at the defense protecting CJ Stroud and the offense from themselves, is that something to consider where we just start getting into the path of, hey, any journeyman out there for 25 to 30 million, we can pay you for a couple years, and then when you get too expensive, we'll move on to keep the defense together? How does that play out in today's NFL? I don't even know if you can do that.
I think you can find more dogs, though, defensively, right? If you find the right quarterback. Here's the question. Is CJ the right quarterback? That's all. To me, if he is the right quarterback, you pay him. If he's not the right quarterback, then you don't.
Well, you have to stack. Like, he's not a guy that elevates others around him. He's a quarterback who needs others to elevate him, which is kind of normal in the league, to be honest with you. That's not a shot at CJ. That's just where we are. There's a very few elite quarterbacks, but average quarterbacks get paid like elite quarterbacks all the time. Trevor Lawrence is a great example of that. If you are going to, you've already made a lot of draft picks. Like you're not going to really keep adding to wide receiver. You can add running back. You can add offensive line. You're running out of spots that you're going to address in some ways. Like you can make the offensive line better. And so I would say, what are you going to do? Like, how would you survive without CJ Stroud? Well, you have to become a great running team. What do you need to do for that? Get better guards, maybe a better center. Titus Howard needs to be a tackle. Trent Brown out. You get some ass-kicking guards. You tried with Kenyon Green. You missed, but you gave it a shot. You probably have to get better across the board. Guard, center, guard if you want to become ass-kickers. Dallas Cowboy level, Zach Martin, real ass-kickers up the middle, what the Colts have been able to do in different years. So that requires finding, great – and there's some really good guards in this draft. This kid from Oregon I like a lot. Kid from Penn State I like a lot. These are guys who are big difference makers in the run game. You can try to find a special back, too, to pair with Woody Marks. But after that, like, do you know how hard it is just to find game managers? It's so concerning. Like, now – I would say you'd be better.
We've seen, though, 3 failures with Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
We saw Trevor Lawrence, who had been a failure. We saw Danny Dimes. We saw
Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold. Baker Mayfield.
Now, Baker really came back down to earth the second half of the year.
But he had himself. Yeah. Right.
I mean, the one that's not really good enough, but Sam Darnold is exactly what you'd like.
Exactly.
But how do you get
Zach Wilson is that guy?
But everyone you mentioned are burnouts.
Yeah.
They're guys who failed previously.
Right. And you know what? That's where you'll find some guys. So the 85 Bears averaged 12.4 points per game. The Texans 17.4. The Bears allowed 258 yards a game, 277 for the Texans. They had 54 takeaways, the Bears did. The Texans had 29. 64 sacks for the Bears, 47 for the Texans. Listen, just the feel. I mean, this feels a lot like. I think it's more like the 2000 Ravens than it is the 85 Bears. I think are in a class. By themselves.
The offenses weren't as explosive back then, but the difference is their front seven. Their front seven they were like Hall of Famers or Pro Bowlers across the board.
Right.
And you don't understand. They didn't have a Henry To'oTo'o and a Sheldon Rankins.
Wait.
They were Pro Bowls across the board.
The Bears,
Richard Dent, Steve McMichael,
Wilbur Marshall,
Perry, Refrigerator Perry, Dan Hampton, Wilbur Marshall, Mike Singletary and the other linebacker. It was
Richard Dent.
oh, no, not
that's
the
a
other
defensive
linebacker.
end.
The other line. Otis Wilson.
Otis Wilson.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Did the Bears have a defense that was either comparable in the same season or right on their tail like the Texans and the Seahawks?
Yes, they had the 84.
The same
Bears
season,
defense.
I know, but the same season where you're pointing. And some people think the '86 Bears might have been better. Just didn't win a Super Bowl. But did the Bears in that run have like what the Texans have, where the Seahawks
Probably would have been like
comparable?
Based on the teams who are good back then, probably like Steelers, I would think. Wait a minute. What year was that? No, the Oilers sucked back then.
Yeah, New England ended up winning it in the AFC that year.
They went on the road. Didn't they beat the Dolphins on the road or something like that?
I don't know. I don't remember, like, historically, there's no one who comes to mind, so they obviously didn't.
The Eagles were pretty damn good at that time.
Yeah, but they were better. They were better after Buddy Ryan.
Yeah, when Buddy
that was
got there.
after.
Yeah, right.
Buddy, so they didn't get good until they got Reggie and Jerome Brown, and they got, and that, Buddy Ryan was on that. He was the coordinator for the defense for the Bears.
Yep.
Basically, the Bears' big advantage is they started running a 46 defense where they were a bear front where everyone was covered, so you couldn't, like, you were going man on man. He did something that no one else was doing. So he implemented a defense that no one else had seen offensively. It put a lot of strain and stress on the offensive line. And then you had a bunch of Pro Bowlers in the front seven. And this wasn't nickel packages. No one played on sub packages. You played a 4-3. And I'm telling you, I'm not sure that any of those players didn't make a Pro Bowl. I mean, Otis Wilson may or may not have. Wilbur Marshall was an All-Pro. Mike Singletary was a Hall of Famer.
Hampton.
Dan Hampton, McMichael, Richard Dent. These guys were all Pro Bowlers. So the comparison, I don't want to say there's no comparison. It's just a different level of football.
Well, and it was a different style, too. They'd bring the house. The Texans don't bring the house.
No.
They don't.
There's a lot more passing now. There's a lot more controlled passing. Back then, it was a lot more vertical.
But the Texans really don't have to. The Texans when you get pressure with 4,
you said
it's
54
almost impossible.
takeaways.
54.
And you know how many were probably fumbles and strip sacks?
Yeah, no, it was 34 interceptions and 20 fumbles. It's crazy.
I'm just going over some of the numbers for this season. Like, we forgot about the Broncos because they just been
they're good.
68 sacks, 19 more than the next team.
Oh my gosh, do they really?
Yeah, 19 more. And of course, what we saw what the Texans did last night to the Steelers. The Seahawks are really great defensively.
Yeah,
the
really
Broncos
good.
will get after you. Man.
No. All right, we got a full board. Guys, I swear, Travis, David, Keith, we're gonna get you guys in here. We promise. 713-780-3. Y'all get in the next segment. 713-780-3776. 832. Here's the number for Bluebonnet Glass. Bluebonnet Glass is relatively new in our area. They've been doing it for 75 years, though. Okay, Bluebonnet Glass has been in the Brenham area. It's called Bluebonnet. That you just lay into Bluebonnets and take pictures or something. I think that's why it's called that. Whatever the case may be, this is a company that prides itself that they're going to do what they say they're going to do. So if you're a contractor, you're in construction, you're building homes, you're building you're building business offices, you're building apartment buildings, whatever you are building, even just a house. You can't get your glass on time. You got to get your glass on time. You got to get that shower in there on time. The mirrors. You got to get you want a railing that's glass. Whatever it is that you need that's glass, okay? Be it business or residential. Be it one single window. You broke a window, got a broken window, call Bluebonnet Glass. They said, we'll come out. We'll do it. 10% off for first responders, okay? If you're building a home, you're a first responder, they want to take care of you. They want to give back to the community. Bluebonnet Glass has been doing it forever. There's a reason when you stay in business for 75 years because you do it right. Any kind of customized glass that you need, you got it. 832-508-0911, 832-508-0911, or bluebonnetglass.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right. Said you guys get in. We're going to do it. Let's go. 713-780-3776. David has been waiting the longest. Let's get him in here. Hey, David.
Hello, gentlemen. I just wanted to congratulate Mike Tomlin on his success, young man, and hold your head up high. All right, you guys had the most magnificent, mediocre season. You did a great job out there today, so you just hold your head up. And, gentlemen, D'Amico, you are the one.
Jeez.
So let's keep it going. And we got another game, and you don't. So take your towels, ship them to Deshaun, and let's move on to New England. Another win's coming. Great deed, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Making us feel better.
Yeah.
Thank you, young man.
I do feel that better about that, except when he went to mediocre season. I mean, Mike Tomlin's trying to feel good about his life right now.
It's true.
Lynn, he was playing a role. Lynn, it is so dumb that has turned into such a thing.
Did you see her on the set of the news of the Jacksonville News?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun.
She gave her bona fides. Says she, hey,
She didn't back down.
I'm not real news. I interviewed presidents. What are you talking about?
I know. I interviewed Tiger Woods.
Out of here.
Obama.
She said she didn't even remember Tiger Woods' name at first. She goes,
Yeah.
"Oh, my boy. Oh yeah, Tiger Woods. Yeah, I interviewed. I talked to him too."
What it is it's a media thing where it's a real media thing. You're not supposed to cheer in press boxes. You're not supposed to. It's you get a limited time with this. It's a media thing. I don't expect the general public to like. It's going to sound. It's kind of like baseball players probably think when they have unwritten rules and we comment on them. They're like, "You dumbasses don't know anything about what we do." But we're still going to comment on. We're still going to say we all think they're stupid. We all think unwritten rules in baseball, like, oh, here's one where you're not supposed to walk across a mound, an opposing team's mound. You can't do that. Oh my gosh, what unwritten rules being broken now? Well, that's how the general population thinks about. Oh, you can't compliment a coach during a media session.
Well, I've seen a lot of people on her side.
I have too.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Now, I will say, if it was just some old white guy named Rich, who was 63, ain't nobody.
Well, the old white guy's not doing it.
Old white guy out named Rich, who's been around 30 years at the Jacksonville Free. Well, he wouldn't be Jacksonville Free Press because it's a black-owned
That's right.
paper. And she's also the editor. Like, she does a lot.
She runs that thing.
But if it were just some old white guy named Rich with 3 grandkids and some guy who likes to wear those Nike shoes. What are the Nike shoes for old white guys?
I don't know.
Or
not the
bow
Air
tie.
Max. Is it Air Max?
No,
Maybe
not
he's
the
in a
Air
bow
Max.
tie.
Look, the thing.
No one would have been like, you guys leave Rich alone. I'm glad that Rich said these nice things about the coach.
Rich would
everyone would have all said, God, this is embarrassing.
Rich is the curmudgeon who would never do that. So that's why we don't have a real
well,
example
if
of
he's
that.
been around.
Or he's a really nice guy.
Well, we just don't know a Rich who would do
But
that.
it didn't require all this fussiness. Everyone fussing like,
Right,
it's not really accepted in media circles, but who cares? No one's in the media. And she was a nice person. She was basically Brenda
Yes.
here at the station.
And Brenda took us out
Brenda's
to lunch yesterday. Brenda's great.
Brenda's super nice.
Brenda
I
took
love
me to
Brenda.
True Lux. Brenda's awesome.
She better not
Brenda's
have.
the best
Wait,
in
Brenda
when
didn't
she
take you to
brings-
True Lux.
Yes,
did
she did. Took me and Jeremy to True Lux.
Hold on, John.
Oh,
What are you talking about?
well, we had a client meeting and went to True Lux.
Who did you go see?
Don't worry
Who
about
was your
that.
client?
Don't worry about
see?
it.
Oh, he don't want you to.
Don't
have a
worry
client,
about it because
right?
he doesn't want me
You don't
to.
want
How
Don't
did
worry.
you get to go to True Lux?
Because Brenda said, "Hey, we're gonna talk to our one of
Brenda
our
came and
clients."
talked to me like 3 times. How come I never got a
Because
call?
you're-
You want me to bring you back something, Lance?
Why would she do that?
No, she ain't
'Cause
bringing
she
you
knows
nothing
I'm
back
right
from-
here.
She ain't bringing you nothing back.
We get trade.
Look,
This is
True
pissing
Lux
me
is
off.
great.
I don't want to. Let's get
Brenda's
to a break.
great.
Get Keith in here on ESPN.
I love her.
97.5.
I hate you.
And
Clearly, can't even eat without
what's
you getting
going
upset.
on, Keith?
Hey guys, love the show. Successful hate watch complete as a Ravens fan. The Steelers get rocked. Still want to give a shout out to Casario. Getting Christian Kirk, who did basically nothing all season, for a 7th-round pick. He looked great last night. As a Ravens fan, you love to see it. I think the Patriots are in trouble. The Texans defense is unbelievable. And I'm on the side where you can't pay C.J. Stroud. Spend that money on the offensive line. You still don't know about Mixon. Build the defense. That's where you guys are strong. So stay strong. Don't give a quarterback $65 million for 3 turnovers. I think there's value out there in the market. As you guys mentioned with Sam Darnold and some other guys. I still think Jameis Winston and Mac Jones have some juice in the tank.
Stop.
Don't hate
Jameis
CJ.
Winston. Stop it.
Stop.
Jameis Winston.
No.
Hang up now.
See, he was a third stringer over there.
Carson Wentz. Why didn't you bring him up again?
No, not Carson Wentz. Now, Mac Jones is interesting. Mac played really well for the San Francisco 49ers in a very structured offense. Mac Jones is actually the guy that – and Mac was the guy that I was like, but this 49er – the 49er run kind of –
Yeah.
It kind of rehabbed his image to me. Yeah, he just ran the structure of the offense. They didn't ask him to do too much. But honestly, if you got that level of play on a consistent basis and your run game was a plus run game with this defense,
I guess you have to ask, how many years of this defense playing at this level do you expect? Because sometimes defense, even with great players, can be volatile. You expect all-time.
Well, Petrie's young and Bullock.
I'm
Danielle Hunter's in
acknowledging.
his 30s.
I'm acknowledging
Danielle
that.
Hunter is, but
even defenses with established young
That's right.
stars.
It's usually a 3-year window.
It's a volatile thing. They're not always going to be the best defense in the last 15 years. Stuff like that. Things
once you give your quarterback
differ.
50 or 60 million, that's a wrap. Because you ain't paying
the Ravens had a nice long run now on defense.
But they weren't always.
No, but they had a nice long run.
I know, but
they did.
I'm not talking about.
This organization is probably setting itself up as an organization like the Ravens.
You got to
that is going
draft
to be a
great.
good defense.
This is not an argument about how good whether they'll be good or not. The reason they have a shot to make Super Bowl because they may be all-time good.
Yeah.
So that stuff can fluctuate.
Yeah, like you're talking about. Maybe you're not number 1 defense. Maybe you're the number 5 defense.
Yeah, will that be good enough with Mac Jones as your quarterback?
Well, in the NFL, if you're a top 5 defense, you got a shot. You got a shot. And if you establish yourself as a defensive organization that guys want to come and play, they see what the Texans do. I'll bet you there's a lot of defensive players that are watching this team right now going, holy crap, that looks like fun. That looks like fun. As opposed to a defense that gets beat up, like the Jets defenders. You don't think everybody on the Jets is looking at this going, wow, but would that be a fun place to play? Travis is here. What's up, Travis?
Good morning, guys. I'll make a comment on Carey's, what he said. Man, if we gave Stroud the protection instead of trading out of the first round to pick a wide receiver, we'd be giving him more time. I think that's what needs to be addressed instead of quit trading out of the first round.
Wait. Just to be clear, wait. Just to be clear here, you think it was the offensive line's fault that CJ played like that?
I really do, man.
Wow.
We got a second-round guy protecting him, man.
Yeah, that's fine. What's wrong with a second-round player?
What's wrong? Yeah, second-round players are pretty damn good.
Second-round player?
You got a first-rounder. You got in Titus. You got. I mean, they have worked so hard on.
They're so
the
much
offensive
better.
line, after running the ball down their throats and actually protecting CJ pretty damn good. CJ was standing there.
He just had to climb the pocket. That's all he had to do. Climb the pocket and
Dude,
take the ball.
Man, the offensive line has taken a lot of blows over the last couple of years. I ain't giving them no problem with what they did last night.
Is Stroud getting the same time to throw the ball that Dak Prescott gets to throw the ball? I'm thinking he's getting 3 or 4 seconds. When
I don't know. Dak's got to
Prescott's
score
getting 5
30
and
a
6.
game. CJ has to score about 17.
If I'm shooting Travis and Bale, I wouldn't use last night. I would use the accumulation of things that have happened to CJ
sure.
that might have
That's
affected
fine.
what you got last night, but not last night. But you could say CJ is a different guy because of what he's had to deal with in his first
But
3
this year
seasons.
has been much better.
Well, but once
We
that
saw
happens,
what he could do his rookie year.
but why do we
we
keep
saw what he
talking?
could do
That
his
was
rookie
38 games ago. You know what? Like that. Why do we keep going to a rookie year? Do you know how many quarterbacks have been spooked by a heavy pass rush and they never get it? Like they drop their eyes and they never get it back. Like they lose their poise. That can be a real PTSD problem for quarterbacks in the NFL that get hit a lot. David Carr got ruined after his first year.
Yeah.
Now, David's not as talented as CJ Stroud, but you have to acknowledge the fact that at some point we cannot keep going back to 2023 and say when he was a rookie, most players get better as they get older. They get better as they get older. I would tell you now, CJ had nowhere near as much talent as he has right now. There was his Nico Collins was a rookie Nico Collins, or maybe a second-year Nico Collins.
Yeah.
I can't remember. This Nico is an all-pro. He had a Christian Kirk this year. He has a Jaden Higgins. Xavier Hutchinson's not bad. Dalton Schultz. You have Woody's playing well. He had Damian Pierce back then. Like
last year when he had Joe Mixon, he didn't play.
He didn't have great tackles back then. CJ had way less as a rookie and played better. So your question that you like at some point, sometimes guys start to see ghosts.
Well,
Tank Dell played well.
Yeah, he had Tank Dell as well. All right, 802 ESPN.
That was not. I'm not putting that on the offensive line.
The offensive line was just fine. And if CJ has got the PTSD, then I understand that if he does, but that's a problem. That's a real problem going forward. What's a real winner is Underdog.
Yeah, Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is we're playing a ton of football now, playoff football. Well, not a ton. You have these big games, but I gave you guys some opportunities on I evaluated the game for you, and I gave you some opportunities on higher or lower with Underdog Fantasy. I hope you took advantage of it because I gave you some winners. That's what you do. And Underdog Fantasy makes it so easy with all these playoff games going on, college and pro. But with everything going on, you've got a chance to make real money by simply picking higher or lower on stats that are offered for all of these different players. And I mean stats like, touchdown runs, passing completions, reception yards, longest rush. Sometimes they have them in the first half and sometimes game, but you've got so many to choose from. Just kind of figure out how you think the game's going to go, analyze the game, use your sports knowledge, and then go higher or lower based on your analysis of the game. You can do as few as 2 players. You can go up to like 8 players. You can win as high as 5,000 times your original play. And I've had people screenshot me huge wins, and I've been very, very excited for them. But you can't play and make real money completely legally here in the state of Texas unless you download the app and use promo code Lance. When you do that, when you make your first deposit and you play your first $5 entry, you're going to get $75 in bonus entries to use. And they have profit boosts and basically gimme picks for quarterbacks during the playoffs. So many ways to win. I can't even you have to go and see. They basically try to give you money through Underdog Fantasy. It's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. 713-780-3776. We got a couple of calls here. We continue to take your calls, what you guys think about what happened last night. Texans win it, going away, 30-6, and it was a little questionable. Some people were questioning. I don't think every under-over I saw was 38, 39. One guy said it was 36.5. And
you think Kaimi missed on purpose?
Kaimi missed it on purpose, so the NFL needs to investigate that. But that was a weird kick.
There was also a play where, was it Stafford who had some type of rushing prop, and he took a knee with an extra yard attached? Like, instead of dropping down, he backed up a couple steps. You know, the approach for someone who isn't a conspiracy theorist would be like, well, he wanted to take as much time off the clock as possible. Right. Other people are like, why did he take 2 yards as opposed to just a 1?
He doesn't know how many yards he had or how many yards people bet on DraftKings.
Yeah, well,
he doesn't have any
idea. Does Kaimi know?
No, Kaimi.
He wouldn't know either, would he?
I'm just worried about Kaimi now.
Just being investigated?
What was that?
He missing. I don't know. He made the 50-plus yarder.
I know. And we've never seen him do that.
Yeah,
that looked like,
that was ugly.
And Joe Buck said, usually a kick like this, Pat McAfee would be paying $200,000 right now.
If you watch Game Day, you get the reference.
Right.
Yeah. Do you remember the score of the game when the fourth quarter started?
The score of the game, was it 7-6?
It was 7-6.
7-6. Ended up
30-6.
Yeah. Wow. Let's get Anthony in here. Hey, Anthony.
Hey, guys. That defense is real, but man, I am extremely worried about C.J. Stroud and them paying him. I mean, I hope they don't be like Dallas and pay him $60 million and then be stuck, even though I think Dak Prescott is a far superior quarterback than he is. I mean, I compare C.J. Stroud to Mac Jones. I mean, what's the difference between them two besides, maybe C.J. Stroud has a better arm, but he's not as accurate. I mean, Mac Jones gets skittish when he don't have protection, so me personally, I will go sign Mac Jones to a 7-year, $30 million contract and then just write it off. Because C.J. Stroud, if he goes to the team, he's not going to get $30 million, and he's not going to be able to bully offensive coordinators every year to get out. That's just my opinion. I mean, he started with dirt balls. He did it to Tank Dell, gave him a concussion, but then he gave it to our best receiver, Nico Collins. Like, bro, stop throwing the ball to the ground and knocking receivers out. I mean, let the defenders do their job. Like, you're knocking our own receivers out with these trash passes. Stop crying on the sideline, too, every time you fumble and throw an interception. Obviously, I don't like C.J. Stroud.
Apparently. We appreciate you.
Would you rather have Mac Jones at $28 million or C.J. Stroud at $52 million?
Mac Jones.
I would, too. It's just a matter of, would I want Mac at 50-something? No. I don't. But
okay.
I would have never said that with Mac Jones after Jacksonville, but man, the San Francisco thing kind of has me thinking, well, Sam Darnold got rehabilitated. Maybe Mac has, so many of these quarterbacks are so much better after 3 to 5 years. They're so much better once they played a little while. Yeah. We're seeing it with a lot of quarterbacks. Everyone's ready to give up on Caleb Williams. That was all
why
stupid.
Are you ready to give up on CJ?
No, that's a fair thing. Because here's the one thing. I'm not ready to give up on him. I don't want to pay him $56 million.
So do you, okay.
But poise is a non-starter for me. So you must have poise.
We're done with 3 years, right? You got a year, and then you got the year that you're going to get. You get 5.
He's open for extension now. You make him play it out?
He's open for extension now. That's exactly my question. Do you do it now when actually he's cost himself some money?
That's a fair question. But would David Mulligetta, knowing what the market's going to be in 2 years, because the prices are only going to go up at quarterback. Right. David Mulligetta, if I'm David Mulligetta.
You're also risking that the dude continues to play poorly.
See, if I'm David Mulligetta, I'll say, nah, we'll play it out. That's fine.
You want to risk him playing himself out of a big contract.
Yeah,
because
if I'm David Mulligetta,
he's trending towards that.
If you don't have any belief in C.J. Stroud, sure. But I think David Mulligetta thinks he's a really good quarterback. And I think David Mulgeta. If I'm David Mulgeta, I'll say we'll play the 5 years because once we hit the market, even if CJ's average, he's going to get $40 million.
Yeah.
And if he plays above average, we're going to get $58 to $60 million. So that's fine. We'll wait.
Yep.
I think up until last,
I'm not giving you a discount.
Up until last night, CJ's struggles were attributed, at least the narrative was attributed to the team. Oh, the offensive line, Nick Caley. What happened last night? Now it won't matter.
They ran it great. Nick was in his bag.
The Texans will have to make their decision. I think that shifted. Like, oof. They ran the football. He's dropping snaps. He threw that awful pick. I mean, we have watched him over the course of now 3 seasons, and of course the offensive line has been a problem at points. But we've pointed out that he has been a problem sometimes too. I think nationally, the people rushing to say, "Oh, it's the infrastructure of the Texans to blame for CJ's problems." I don't know if after last night that's going to still remain.
Yeah,
because you can't blame the rest of the team for what happened.
It'll be interesting to see ESPN or Orlovsky because they'll have a decision. They'll have a discussion about this.
Sure.
You know where that blame is going to go, and it may. You know what? It may originate in that offensive line because they're the ones that have given him PTSD. But the fact of the matter is, they're not to blame for last night. They're just not to blame, and whether or not, the question remains: is CJ good enough? Is CJ good enough to? Because that was a question. Is CJ ready? Last week, is CJ ready? This week, is CJ good enough to take this team where it wants to go?
And the bar
is a legitimate question.
And the bar isn't that high. He doesn't have to clear big bar because of what this defense is, which may make it even more disappointing if he can't even reach it.
Right. 713-780-3776. Let's catch up on our breaks right now. 713-780-3776. You guys, you got thoughts on this? You're more than welcome to get in. Are we too hard on CJ after that? Let's celebrate the win. It was a great win. One of the greatest defensive performances, if not the greatest defensive performance in Texans history. So are we focusing too much on that, or is it rightfully so because this is a championship caliber
I think that's what it is.
It's
if this was a team that had just made the playoffs, and great win over the Seas, but we know what they're capable of.
Yeah, this team is capable of great things. And whether or not CJ can take them there is another question. I know Robin can take you. Whatever powder coating you need, Robin is here for you. The barbecue cook-off is coming up. How is your pit? Is it old and rusty and looking terrible? Well, you don't want to bring that out to the barbecue cook-off or in your own backyard. How's your pit? I mean, if it's looking rusty and terrible, no. And make it look great. How about make it look the colors of your team, whether red, white, and blue, or orange and blue, or red, or whatever your team colors are. The patio furniture, same thing. How about any kind of metal that you have? I don't know what you have in your backyard that's metal. They'll take it away, and they'll bring it back absolutely free at Houston Powder Coaters. You're looking for the best way to powder coat whatever it is that you need powder coating, boat parts, car parts, anything metal. Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. Houston Powder Coaters has been doing it. 5-star reviews. Go look it up yourself. Go check out the Google reviews because they're awesome. You're looking for the best way to get that powder coating, whatever it is you need. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Ooh.
What? Did you find out it's going to rain?
So, 23 degrees on Sunday. Gusts up to 40 miles an hour.
What?
Ugh.
No way.
Ugh.
High 23. High 23. Winds northwest at 20 to 30. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles an hour.
Are we getting snow? 'Cause
it does not say anything
okay,
about snow.
But cold and windy.
Cold and windy.
I mean, Jake Andrews better start snapping in spirals because to cut through the wind, apparently.
Good Lord.
Or just take
the one
snaps under
wasn't
center.
CJ's fault. The other two were right in his hand.
Yeah, he didn't look the ball in. But see, and this is a concern because I love the way Woody Marks and Nick Chubb ran, but the advantage goes to Ramondre Stevenson and Travion Henderson. If it turns into a running game, even with our great defense, one of the ways the defense is great is when they force you to have to throw, and then they rally. They get a rush and rally, and take the ball away on the back end. Running a ball is your way. I don't know why teams get away from it. I really don't. Teams, for some reason, feel like they have to get away from. I'm throwing on first down, and I'm not afraid to run the ball. Like I'm throwing quick game on first down, and then I am committed to running the ball against Texans because you're not going to beat the Texans just dropping back to pass a lot. You may have some success here and there, but you have to run the ball. Tampa Bay showed you have to run the ball. New England can run it a little bit, and they got a thunder and lightning. The thunder is obviously Ramondre Stevenson, and then Travion is a big play product, so you really have to be careful on swing passes, screens, or cutback lanes. So that's an advantage. Running game's an advantage, obviously, for New England. Houston had their best run game of the year yesterday. Their offensive line looked really good.
Really good.
But it's do you have Mike Vrabel? He hasn't been with the Titans for 2 years. Does Mike Vrabel? I don't know. The Texans have changed so drastically since Mike Vrabel's head coach. I don't think there's enough familiarity with him and with the Texans now. Is there from his time with the Titans?
No, and it's a totally different team.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. I'm not as scared of this game as I'm.
No, I'm not either. I don't know. Maybe the wind is in the Texans' favor.
Maybe so they won't throw the ball.
That's an even lower scoring game typically.
Yeah.
I'm looking at
we rely on a lot of field goals.
That's true. I'm looking at the weather, and of course we had this battle yesterday where Lance had a different weather site than John did. I'm looking at it, and I don't see 40-mile-an-hour winds for Sunday in Foxborough.
John's got a busted weather.
This is the
app.
Weather Channel. This is the Weather Channel.
But you wouldn't listen to my Weather Channel when it came
23 degrees.
Well, how come Weather Channel's not good enough to tell you it's going to rain?
It's good in New England. It ain't good here.
It's literally the radar told John it's going to rain. It's not raining.
So, yeah, I'm looking at
my discount app told me.
I'm looking at 8 miles per hour on Sunday.
What are you doing? Who's tricking you?
I'm telling you.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at 8 miles per hour.
Weather Channel?
Sunday, 18,
I'm on weather.com, which is the Weather Channel.
23 degrees, partly cloudy, windy, high 23 Fahrenheit.
Hold on. Are you looking at a screenshot or are you looking at the Weather Channel?
I'm looking at a screenshot.
Oh.
Why don't you look it up?
I'm on weather.com, which is the Weather Channel. 34 degrees as the high, low of 18, but game time, when the game starts, you're going to be in the 30s with the wind around 8 miles per hour.
Well, this one says high 23.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, this is Weather Channel right here. How old is that? You're looking at a screenshot. I'm giving you stop with your screenshot somebody sent you. I'm giving you the app in real time.
I'm giving you the Sunday.
People trick you all the time. They trick you all the time. Don't let somebody trick you with this.
They're not tricking me. It's a screenshot of the Weather Channel.
He's wind at 5 to 10 miles an hour.
Yeah, this is 40-mile-an-hour gusts.
This is a current. Somebody might have something old that they're tricking you with.
Sunday. All right, I'm done with you.
John, what's wrong with you?
You have a computer right there. Go to weather.com. That's the Weather Channel.
I'm getting Michael in here. Michael, what's going on?
40 miles an hour. 40 miles an hour?
Go ahead.
Hey, John, I thought it was 75 miles per hour. What website did you look at?
Yeah, right. Me too. I saw 40. Okay, that's all. Go. What do you want to talk about, Michael?
Hey, man, Aaron Rodgers, last night, you just saw Father Time put his hand on Aaron Rodgers' shoulder and say, it's time to go to bed, sir. And C.J. Stroud, last night, that game, he just took a pay cut, man. That was terrible. So that first flea flicker, apparently I looked into this, but all the players hate that Steelers field. And if it wouldn't have been for I think Woody Marks stubbed his, he slipped basically and tossed it back high. And, and CJ should have just, whatever. Whatever. That one's fine. The second fumble, absurd. And that interception was the worst interception he's probably ever thrown. And it's just amazing. The Steelers didn't get any points off of any of those turnovers. Amazing. So, CJ, you took a pay cut, dude. Sorry, Molgetta. But I'll say, man, the defense is fired up, man. I just think Drake May, you see all these highlights of him on NFL Network, and he's throwing 65-yard bombs against the Titans and the Jets and, all these trash teams. So I think we got a shot, man. Unfortunately, it's a road game, and Vrabel's a good coach, so he'll have his guys ready to play. But good win. I thought DK Metcalf was going to eat our lunch, but he didn't, So our pass rush was amazing. So
he had opportunities.
Go Texans.
He had opportunities. The CJ is, I don't know, man. This whole CJ is taking a pay cut. No, he's not. First of all, it was one game. If CJ plays well the next game, we stop talking about it. And do you know how bad a quarterback has to play to not get paid? They have to really play bad, because especially when they're the second pick of a draft, because nobody wants to start over at quarterback. The leverage is all on the agent side. So I wouldn't get too excited about, now you get CJ at a discount. You're not. You don't get baseball players at discounts. You're not going to get Stroud at a discount.
No, you're not getting discounts. Is there any chance, Wednesday, D'Amico says, I think we're going to go with Davis Mills this week?
No.
No. There's no chance.
There's no chance. There's a better chance of it being 40-mile-per-hour gusts.
Now, you know what's funny?
I think so.
In the
I think
90s,
so too, because I saw it right here.
I know you did.
In the 90s, you might have seen a backup come into that game, and it wouldn't have been a big deal.
Yeah.
Warren Moon got relieved before by now it did create some quarterback controversy from time to time, but used to, if a quarterback wasn't playing well, they'd go to the reliever. And every once in a while, a backup would come into games. And then the next week, the starter's back in, and it's not that big a deal. Yesterday, if yesterday were the 90s, CJ would have been taken out, Mills would have finished the game, and then CJ would have been right back in the next. But they never do that anymore.
It's Rob Reinhardt, a weather guy now. No, he's not. He's not.
Rob
I
Reinhardt.
got that sent to me
He's
by
the
buddy.
guy.
Said, Here
Who's
it
Rob
is.
Reinhardt?
Here's
He's the
what
guy
the weather
who
looks
told
like.
John that Dan Hurley was being suspended for
Rob
the year.
Reinhardt. What kind of deep pull is that?
Someone who listens to the show.
Well,
Is Rob Reinhardt a weather guy? I know. I've been waiting for Dan Hurley's suspension. It's never materialized. Man, he said that about a referee?
all right, let's get underrated mess in here. Hey, underrated mess.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's going on?
I just wanted to no, man, it's a historic defense that we have right now. I think the country is definitely on notice. CJ just needs to be Trent Dilfer. That's all I'm asking from him.
I want better.
He tried to
than
do
Dilfer.
way too much. I think he felt like he wanted to make a play, and it wasn't happening clearly. But just last night, the way the defense was feasting, Drake May is going to see something he hasn't seen all year. We have a shot. It's time to break all the narratives, all the cycles, all the road wins, going into New England, all that good stuff. So just be Trent Dilfer. That's it.
How about Brad Johnson?
Yeah, Brad Johnson was better.
Brad Johnson. Let's not say Dilfer.
Well,
do you know how many? Do you know how much the Ravens scored, John?
Early in the season, in that 2000 season, the Ravens didn't score a touchdown for 5 straight games, and they went 2-3 in those games.
That's hard to get to.
They didn't score, and then they went undefeated the rest of the way. And a lot of it was just that defense was just so dominant. This team has won 10 in a row now. 10 in a row.
Trent
now.
Dilfer had 12 interceptions, 12 touchdowns, and 11 interceptions, a 59% completion percentage, and was 7-1.
Yeah,
that's why quarterback wins sometimes are absolutely stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, 12-11. Holy crap. We don't want that. We don't want him to be Trent Dilfer. How about 22-6? Because that was Brad Johnson in 2002. Let's do that one.
Yeah, we got to the 2000 Ravens. Like, here's why I don't want that. They won a Super Bowl. Here's how many points they scored in those games.
I don't care as long as they win. I don't care how many points they scored. Win.
Did they beat the Giants in the Super Bowl, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they scored 21, 24, 16, and
Kerry
34.
Collins,
Actually,
Giants.
They scored more than I thought. The passing. Okay, so your quarterback was 9 of 15 for 118, 5 of 17. In that 24-10 win, Dilfer is 5 of 17 with no touchdowns and was sacked 3 times for 85 yards, 9 of 18 for 172 in the AFC Championship game. And then, of course, where's my interception numbers? And then in the Super Bowl, Trent Dilfer, 12 of 26 for 133 yards.
He had one long touchdown to Brandon Stokely.
I don't want – we're not going to say play like Trent Dilfer.
No, we don't want that.
Trent Dilfer was so bad.
No.
So bad. Play like Brad Johnson.
Yeah, Brad Johnson was much better. Brad Johnson was much better. All right. Even McMahon played like Jim McMahon in 85. It wasn't great. It was just good enough. It was good enough. 713-780-3776 is the number you want to get in here. I want to talk right now about Ownwell. Property taxes are here. It's that time of the year, and you got to do something about it. Don't wait until the last minute. Go to ownwell.com now. Sign up in just 3 minutes. See how much Ownwell can save for you. I fought the government before. I won some. I lost. You don't want to lose, because here's the deal. When you lose or you don't do anything about your property taxes, if you don't ever fight them, it compounds. The government is charging you more than they should on taxes, and then the next year you think it's going down? No, it's going to go up again, and it's going to go up again. So the problem just compounds itself. Here's the deal. Join 140,000 Houston property owners who use Ownwell. Ownwell has lowered property taxes for more than 500,000 Texans. On average, over $1,100, okay? 60,000 property owners switched to using Ownwell last year. Be one of those. If you're trying to do it yourself like I did, don't do it. Stop overpaying on property taxes. Get your free savings estimate right now at ownwell.com. That's ownwell.com to see how much you can save. Ownwell.com.
My man Sean over at Greenlight Offer. Woo! They're going to make you a great deal. Make you a great deal. Give you a great price for your home. They don't want you to have to fool with it. If you're somebody who don't want to fool with it, man, I don't want to fool with it. They want to give you money for your cash for your house. They're closing in many cases is 7 to 10 days. And, this is really great. If you're somebody who wants to maximize what you make on your home and you're going to put, $45,000 into your home, you got to get new floors and redo your bathrooms and your kitchen counters and all that stuff, go ahead. That's fine. Greenlight Offer's not for you. But if you're saying, I don't feel like putting thousands in, I just want my money, I don't want to do showings, none of that. Greenlight Offer is great for people who have divorce and they need to split assets quickly. Greenlight Offer. If you are transferring, you're being transferred for work, Greenlight Offer can get you cash for your home quickly. If you have a house that's in disrepair, they'll do it. A rent home that is, renters are in it and you just want to get rid of the house and get money. Maybe you've inherited a home that you need sold. That needs a lot of work. Greenlightoffer.com. Let them make you an offer today. Greenlightoffer.com.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
So we got calls in here, and we're going to get to them. I just want to get to this because we haven't touched on it yet. But during the game, there was an allegation made that somehow Jesus was to blame for the offensive struggles because of CJ. Jesus is watching over the offense.
On our text string. It was not made nationally.
This is legitimately doing a show for like 4 people.
It was an allegation that Jesus is overseeing the offense.
People need to
and
hear
because
this.
of Aziz Al-Shair,
one of the leaders on
Allah
defense,
is overseeing the defense. So now I just want to debunk that. I want to make sure.
Debunked?
Yes, we're debunking that theory.
Because of one man's assertion?
This is Will Anderson Jr. in the postgame. Listen to what he had to say.
Okay, good.
D'Amico Ryan's just said that's the best defensive performance in franchise history. How does it feel to have your coach say that? Because there have been a lot of defenses here over the years.
Yes, but first I just got to give all glory to God, man, and everything he's been doing for this team. But man.
Okay, So there you have it. Okay, Allah is not taking credit for this defense. Okay,
I don't know that God is either, or Jesus is either.
But they're giving the glory of this defense. He even said he's helped us. He said
God
it right
us,
there.
yeah.
Will Anderson said that.
CJ earlier in the week or last week said he didn't really believe that.
Well, no way.
Well, but how could he believe it the way he played?
Well, now,
oh boy,
I think the question is God just a defensive guy?
No.
And Jesus is the offensive guy.
Well, the cap is
CJ sometime will thank Jesus, and God has got
he forgets about God.
I mean, Will Anderson just said God's got the defense. So I don't know.
I just wish this is sacrilegious.
It's not sacrilegious. I just want to make
Blasphemy.
sure that everybody knows that Allah's not taking the credit for all this.
No one said Buddha? He was, except for one guy.
What about Buddha? Aziz Al-Shair said he was.
Aziz
and maybe that's why they're so good.
Every game.
Maybe every deity is on. Maybe it's God, Allah, Buddha. Maybe everyone
Buddha?
is on the Texans defense.
Where was Buddha when the offense needed him last night?
Stop. That's the deepest cut in history. We didn't even. That's something from. That's so old. I can't even. I know exactly what that is, and that's only for me and you. And strawberry and cream.
No, a lot of people have asked that before. Where was Buddha?
They don't know your reference though, unless that wasn't intentionally a reference.
The offense needed help, some celestial help, and they got.
You know what? Okay, 2 defensive touchdowns.
Yeah.
How about people who had the under were sweating bullets the last 2.5 minutes of the game?
Right.
They're like, how could I lose this? It's possible for me to lose this under.
Yeah. No. It's 7-6 in the fourth quarter, and you got a chance to lose it.
You know who did lose? I was reading those the prices for like the Texans, and there was one 13-18 paid plus 600, and the people who were sitting there on 18 were a winner until Aaron Rodgers gave no effort. And the pick six. The pick six took it to the next pay structure.
God, that's terrible.
Which is even higher.
Yeah, but
which is 1,000.
But a lot less people have it because it's a lot harder.
Yeah.
To win by 24. All right, who's up? It is Adam. Adam, what do you say, Adam? What do you think about CJ?
Hey, guys, y'all are just bashing my boy CJ. And he just had a bad game, man. Don't forget what he's done for this the last 3 years. He's taken us to the promised land as far as the playoffs. Not much success, but he's taken us there. Granted, he's human. Nobody's perfect. He just had a bad game, guys. That's it.
Uh-huh.
If y'all don't want to pay the man, then trade him for somebody equal or greater value.
Well, I don't. Okay, you can stay on if you want. Do you think he has played like a good quarterback the last 2 years? I know we all know they went to the playoffs, but the defense has been arguably the best defense over the last 2 years. So do you think, if we're going to have this CJ conversation, the defense obviously deserves all the credit right now for this team. They're incredible. They deserve the shine today. And CJ did have a really bad game, and that's right. And you're right. You're right. I'm hoping CJ has a much better game
it was
next
just
week.
A bad game.
It was a really bad game, but I do think that there is a question about why hasn't he played at that same level his rookie season for 2 straight years?
Maybe it's the tools, or injuries, something like that. But, yeah, there's a whole bunch of excuses, but it's just all in one game. Y'all just bashing him for just granted, you're saying 2 years, but y'all just basing it off one game last night.
Well, no.
I understand,
No. CJ has really – listen, this team could be – if they had – I mean, we're – okay, honestly, Adam, where do you fit CJ in the NFL as far as quarterbacks go?
Like, he has a way better arm than most of these quarterbacks. I prefer his arm.
How do you play?
Really? Okay. I mean, let's talk about performance, though. CJ is about a middle of the pack. He's really played himself down to about a middle of the pack. There are a lot of quarterbacks in the NFL you would rather have than CJ right now, Adam. And here's the deal, is they just need him not to be bad. That's all they need with this defense, is for him not to be bad. And so last night was a little disturbing. If CJ plays like that on Sunday, Texans don't win. They're not going to win this Sunday if he plays like that. All we're saying is he's got to be better.
I don't count the Colts game. The Chargers game had a good first quarter and then really struggled after that. Raiders game was a bad game. Arizona was okay. It was pretty good. 3 touchdowns. He was pretty good. Chiefs, he didn't play that well, but he made some plays.
Yeah.
And that's all I want. Just made some plays. He made some plays. The first Colts game, no touchdowns, 1 interception, 20-16. The Bronco game, he was hurt. The 49er game, he was good. The Seattle game, he was bad. The Ravens game, he was good. The Tennessee game, he was good. He was good in the second half, right?
Fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter only?
They were up 6-0 going in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, he was actually really bad the first half against Tennessee. Now that's week 4. Against Jacksonville, he was bad before that. Against Tampa Bay, he was not good.
The Rams game, he wasn't good.
He wasn't very good. Not trying to bet like he wasn't good, but if CJ plays better football, I think the Texans do have a chance at a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Getting there. I really do.
If he plays good football, the Texans can get to the Super Bowl.
We're cheering for him. We're talking about yesterday's game, and it wasn't great. The season hasn't been great, but I'm hopeful that next week is a new week. He'll be better. I do wonder if the cold weather bothered his hands at all. Like, I think he just took his eye off the snap. I think that's all it was. But is any of that? Does he have small hands? Like, he kind of didn't take care of it great.
No.
I don't think he has real strong hands, though.
Flappy is here. Flappy? Hey, Flappy.
Hey, guys. I'm going to go. How y'all doing today, man? It's been a long time. I'm going to go old school and say shout out to the Glory Boys. But, also,
yeah, that's true.
Also want to correct Steph, man. It's 2026. The first quarter, it wasn't 7-6. It was 6-7. All right. My thing is, I love this brand of football we're playing. It reminds me of Tecmo Bowl. I know a couple of y'all are my age. I'm in my 40s.
Yeah.
And Tecmo Bowl, the key is if they put up an A as the defense, you push up an A. And they just dismantle the line, and the quarterback has no chance and they'll throw an interception if they don't get sacked. That's what it looked like last night. It was amazing. It was the best brand of football defense I've seen with the Texans, and I'm confident even if C.J. Stroud does have a couple of light-skinned moments, I think we have the defense to back him up. He just needs to tighten up, man. Just run the ball. What happened to his speed? How come he's not scrambling anymore? That's what I'm concerned about. Is he confident?
Yeah, you have a lot. You have a lot for us to cover.
Right.
First of all, Del, I think you need to.
I do.
John and I cannot address this. We don't know. It's not the culture that we're from. Can you discuss?
I can appropriate though.
I would ask that you not.
I would ask that Del handle
the
this.
fact
Actually,
you
John.
use the word appropriate would
He
mean
said
you
he
stay
has
out of
some
it.
light skin moments. Can you give us an idea of what he's talking about there, Del?
I don't really attribute light skin moments to play on the field. You know, there are moments in life where I can go, oh, of course a light skinned guy did that, but not on the field because Jalen Petre's light skinned, and look how he plays. So I would not attribute what we saw.
Did he mean at quarterback? Because Pat Mahomes is too. Well, Pat's a Super Bowl winner.
Yeah, so that's why I wouldn't use what he said and attribute it to actual play on the field.
I have heard. Yeah, okay.
Like Steph, the light skin of all light skins, and look what he's about. Yeah, I wouldn't. Like I said, I wouldn't use it.
But what did he mean by light skin moment, Del? I'm
a little confused. Well, I can guess, but then we go into two Americas, and I don't really want to involve you two. Some things are left best with you guys out of it. Sometimes I don't want to invite you into that.
You don't even want us to know?
No, because then John won't have a filter, and you will start to say things on the air.
Yeah, you're going to say somebody had a light skin moment. We're going to both get fired.
Yeah, I don't want. In fact, I hate that Flappy even said it. Because now John will have that in his head at some point.
Yeah, don't say it, John. We're telling you right now. I'm actually going to text Wendy after the show.
With my weather thing here, I had a light skin moment.
See, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, see, you can't do that.
Stop.
You can't do that.
Like CJ, if he struggles in New England, John's going to say it. I don't know. Let's forget about all of this. Flappy, I appreciate it. I know what you're saying, but it's the wrong people to say it to.
Now, wrong person. So, as far as the running thing, I brought that up too, and I had one black guy say, he's a pocket passer. Interesting that you guys always want C.J. Stroud to run, but you don't want Joe Burrow to run. Like, no, I want every quarterback to run when the pocket breaks down and you have an opportunity to move the sticks.
Not even CJ anymore.
And slide?
He's just Coleridge. He plays like he's Coleridge.
Yeah, no, every quarterback when the pocket breaks down, I want to run. Now,
sorry.
I do think that CJ's concussion may have an impact on him not running. I really do. I had forgotten about it until someone mentioned it. I was like, oh, yeah.
He scrambled. And, it was a scramble. And
no one's asking him to be a running quarterback. It's just, if the opportunity is there to scramble and hurt a team with your legs and move the sticks, do it.
Better than that pick.
He's not a good. He doesn't slide well though.
No. He should have run though a couple of times instead of trying to pass and get.
Oh yeah, it was there.
It was ugly. All right, 713-780-3776, ESPN 97.5. Let's talk a little underdog.
Let's talk about underdog fantasy because downloading the underdog fantasy app is obviously super easy. You download the app. What are you going to do with it? Well, here's what I want you to do with it. For one, you can pick teams to win now. That's something new that they have there. But obviously, picking those statistics are going to be a major, major factor in whether or not you win, picking higher or lower. I've told you that the more players you use, the higher your payout gets. Let me throw a little wrinkle in here. They have something called a flex option. And what the flex option allows you to do is miss a game or miss a player, miss one of your picks. So let's say you have 4 players picked on high or low for the statistics in these playoff games. You have 4 of them, and you really like them. Or maybe you don't. Maybe you think, I like 3 of them. I'm not sure on the other one, but I want to make it 4. And then you say, at the end, you have a chance to play it straight and go for the higher payout. Or maybe give yourself a little leeway where you can miss one. Play flex. Just play flex. Your payout will be lower, but you can miss one and still get paid. So it gives you opportunities like that to kind of money manage. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas. You get your money in a snap if that's what you want. You can make up to 5,000 times your original play. Download the app. Use promo code Lance on your first deposit. Once you make a $5 play, you are going to have $75 worth of bonus entries added to your account. They have things like profit boosts and automatic winners for quarterbacks during playoffs. Like, they find ways to give you a better chance to win at Underdog Fantasy. Take them up on it. Download the app, Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3777.
I'm playing sad music because the treatment of our quarterback.
Do what?
I'm playing this sad music because of the treatment of our quarterback. This should be an upbeat Tuesday morning because of what the Texans did, winning their first ever road playoff game. Yeah. I know the Steelers aren't great, but still, something they've never done. Historic defensive performance, and all we're getting is, man, if CJ played a little better, what can we be?
I hate that it's this. Let's get to the defense. I mean, because once it comes up, we're talking about it, and we look like we're the ones who are bringing – that's for a conversation for a different. Well, it's okay to talk about him because he was a factor yesterday, but that was a dominant performance. The Texans ended Aaron Rodgers' career. He went out on a pick six.
That's his last pass.
His last pass is probably going to be a pick six.
I would think he would retire, but I imagine he would want to avoid that being his last pass.
Yeah, but he can't avoid it next postseason.
You think he'll throw another one?
No, I think that. Well, he's gonna. They're not good enough. Hey, what are you doing, Aaron? You're not winning any.
I mean, if you look at the counting numbers for him, we know he didn't play great all year, but the counting numbers suggest he could be effective someplace, just not Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that he ain't winning nothing there.
He may just not want to go out like that, though.
I have a feeling this isn't Nico Collins.
It might be Mito.
It's probably Mito. It's probably Mito. Hey, Mito, what's up?
Hey.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Shout out to Jesus, big man upstairs. So Nico's running, or I think earlier on in the game, he ran down the middle and got dinged up. And I was like, all right, cool. He got dinged up and he got out the game. And then the OC called another play down the middle, and I was like, oh, man, come on, OC. You got to do better than that, man. You got to throw in Noel or Hutchinson to run that play, man. Goodness gracious.
Well, yeah, I mean, Nico makes his money over the middle. He really does.
And CJ ain't throwing outside the numbers. Not
I
often.
mean, he's really become one of the best receivers in the league by going over the middle. That's what he does. And you ain't changing that. You ain't changing that. I know, he's light-skinned. Kaylee's light-skinned.
No, see, this is what I'm
No.
Oh, Flappy,
no.
look what you've done.
That's on you. That's probably a plant from another station.
Just to get John out the paint.
Yeah, like you want to. Do you want to get rid of John? This is
Hey,
easy.
this is what you do.
And we'll scoop up all his advertisers. This is easy.
Now he's just calling anyone light-skinned, even a clearly white man.
That's light-skinned?
That's not what it means.
I don't know.
I got a text.
You don't know that's what Flappy meant?
I got a
know what he
text from a
meant.
light-skinned man and his wife who are both listening. And she's like, you do not bring this up in mixed. Dell's right. You do not bring this up in mixed company.
This is what I'm saying, Flappy. Like, the Two America thing is real. Flappy, you and I can have that conversation.
And me.
No, not you.
And
You're both.
I'll listen intently, and I'll just nod my head in agreement.
Don't say a word. Stop rubbing your forearm. We got new interns here. Cut it out.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez.
What does that mean?
Just
Gotta
cut the
break 'em
crap.
in?
No, they don't know.
They don't know about you.
You honestly have to cut the crap.
Give them a week before you start doing stuff like this. Jeez.
You begging for.
Let's get Eric.
I'm going to text Wendy immediately after the show.
in
Say,
here.
hey, I just want to let you know what's possible in your husband's world right now.
What's
I
up,
need
Eric?
to alert you to something.
Don't you snitch.
Hey guys, does this game erase the Renfro touchdown pass in 1980 against the Steelers? And also, a lot of people are attacking Fox 26, Caroline Collins, on social media because she's a big Steelers fan. And if Drake May beats Stroud next Sunday, will Drake give him the big brother talk? Because Stroud is playing like cheeks right now.
Yeah. Does he get the pat on the head?
No.
I think that's a thing.
That's a one and done.
Yeah, that's not happening to anyone else.
No one would be that disrespectful.
Yes. Only our guy.
but CJ was literally just trying to. CJ was coming off a rookie year. Remember, CJ was considered one of the top 6 to 7 quarterbacks in the league.
Oh, we know why he felt he could do it.
He was just yeah.
Hey, don't hold on to the ball that long, little bro.
It hasn't aged well, but at the time we was laughed
It was
about
disrespectful at the time, but we let it go because CJ was.
And ever since then, actually, it's ever since then that he's had this karma. Some are saying that Kevin Durant, the Rockets' karma is squarely on Kevin Durant after he beat Phoenix, and I don't want to. I feel good about beating that organization. They've played like crap ever since then.
Yeah, they have.
I mean, that the basketball gods are killing Kevin Durant right now.
Well, maybe.
But I think they're really after Jabari for some reason.
Have you heard them? And this is a serious question. You've watched a lot of Texans.
Yeah.
Does when you see D'Amico, does D'Amico talk about the faith of the team?
No.
He just did this last week.
The what?
Faith of the team.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Yeah, he has. Does CJ do it?
Yep.
Will Anderson? Yeah. How often have you seen KD mention it? Has he ever said, first of all, shout out to Jesus for getting me 31, including 10 in the fourth?
No.
Never heard it once. In the post-game presser, have you heard when they say, Coach, defensively, you guys struggled in the first half, but obviously we're much better in the second. What were some of the adjustments you made? Well, first of all, I've got to say, number one, we became more aggressive, but number two, that was thanks to Jesus. He allowed us the aggression.
Well, Aziz might have a differing opinion.
Well, he doesn't play for the Rockets.
Oh, yeah.
So my question
you're
is,
talking about
yeah, I'm talking about Kevin Durant and
Right.
Nico and not Nico, Ime Udoka. I said Nico. I meant Ime Udoka.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Have you heard them shout out? The Rockets are.
I
mean, the Texans are. Have you heard the Rockets shout out God or Jesus once?
No.
This season.
Well,
not Amen, not Jabari.
They're not
nobody.
Amen of all people, not shouting out Jesus.
Amen. Amen, amen.
And the Bible's full of moments where God is angry. So he's not against anger. The Rockets are angry. He's not against it.
At times he could be a vengeful God, just like Ahmed Thompson.
That's true.
Oh, my gosh. This is getting terrible now.
What?
C.J. Stroud helping the Texans beat the Steelers, and it's a guy they're moving a piece of furniture, and he's got one finger. I mean, it's just.
Like CJ was, and that's not even appropriate because CJ was a detriment. It'd be like a guy.
He was holding it down.
Yeah, keeping you from picking it up.
Oh, my gosh. I don't want our quarterback to be a meme.
Play better. All you got to do is play better.
This is terrible. HRP is wonderful. We love HRP. HRP.net. 281-880-6525. I've been telling you about HRP for a while. It's about time y'all acted. It's about time y'all went to the website or gave a call, and one of their guys or multiple guys will come out, take a look at your business, okay? Look at the numbers, look at what you're spending on stuff, and tell you how they can make your business better. If you haven't done something like this, having an outside source evaluate the way that you're doing things, maybe you should just do that anyway. Maybe you should just do that and see how are you going about your business. Maybe you're not as, what is the deal? Why is our bottom line not better when we're selling our widget, whatever widget it is? Well, maybe you're just not doing it right. Maybe you could do it more efficiently, technologically better. Maybe you could use less people. Maybe you can move those people into other positions where they can help you more as opposed to doing something that they're not great at. You're not great at payroll. You're just not. HRP is. HRP is great at HR. HRP is great at taxes. You're not great at these things. You're great at what you do. Let HRP take care of the stuff that they're great at. You're looking for the best way to make your business better. Let them just look at your business. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
We really do have to get you over food.
I know.
I mean, I do love that we put that on one of our listeners and we don't do it. Will, you're going to have to go.
Will, where are you? Gilbert's going to call in.
Yeah.
All right, 903 ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. We got callers. Up next is Freddie. Uncle Freddie wanted, I will say this, Uncle Freddie wanted Davis Mills to be put in mid-game. I will say that. It didn't happen for Uncle Freddie, but the Texans were able to still win anyway, huh, Uncle Freddie?
Yep, that was a fun game last night. Defense looked really good. But I have a little story for you. There was a guy I know. He had a Astros flag waving from his tree, and on November 2nd, after the Denver Broncos lost about midnight, he changed it because he was too embarrassed to do it during the day because they were 3-5 and the offense was sucking. And then he even thought about going straight to the Rockets because that's when the Rockets were fake good. Now the Rockets have gone. But since the flag change, the Texans have won 10 in a row. There's a weekly update at the flag. Texas Swarm, H is up. Go Texans. Let's kick some Patriots' ass.
That's it.
Uncle Freddie has a TikTok where he stands there and he goes, "Hello, Houston. Ever since I changed the flag," and he gives, well, I have to look at it. And I told him, don't keep doing your flag updates. There's no reason to change anything.
No, don't change anything.
Don't change anything. Don't do anything different.
Don't change
do
your
exactly
underwear.
what you're doing. And you know who else has got to eat this week?
Gilbert's
got to eat.
Gilbert's got to eat.
Will brought him a steak and broccoli this time because they didn't have corn on the cob.
Will. Okay. Will, we going to get there or what? We got to get Gilbert some food this week. Okay? Got to get it. There's nothing we got to have it. Okay? And otherwise, this is on you, Will. Or is there anybody else out there that can help Gilbert out? Because
besides
Will
us.
has really done his part. I will say that.
I'll say Will, and Will gets literally paged by Gilbert too. Hey, where's Will? Like, he's probably at
I don't know.
in a meeting somewhere. I think Will's like high up at his company. Maybe owns his own business. He's usually very busy, and he's taken time out at least 4 different times, at least that I know of, to get Gilbert fed. And every single time the Texans or Astros, because he's done it for the Astros too, they win. All you got to do, we'll tell you where Sharpview Rehab Center is. All you got to do is just bring Gilbert a steak. It's pretty specific. Steak, he'd prefer corn on the cob, a Dr. Pepper. Make sure you have the salt and pepper packets too. He prefers that.
But they don't have. Didn't he say yesterday that they didn't?
They went
have
broccoli.
Corn on the cob.
They went broccoli, and that worried me because Gilbert doesn't like to get things he didn't ask for.
Sure.
But he said it was okay. He said he ate it.
Is it simply feeding Gilbert, or is it Will's act? Because can Will give a steak to CJ?
Wow.
Will CJ eat his chili steak?
Probably not.
Probably not.
But this is why I'm asking. Can it be Will gives our quarterback a meal? Maybe not Chili's, but maybe it's Will bringing a meal elevates what happens. So if CJ wanted something from Trulux, now it's more expensive for Will. But if Will delivered Trulux to CJ, would we get rookie year CJ?
Ooh.
It's worth
Will?
a shot. I don't know.
I want to see Will walking up to
We're
the
gonna turn him
facility
into
with a steak, going, "Hey, this is for CJ.
Well,
is
you
CJ
have to.
here?"
We have to get in contact with CJ
Trulux
first.
has good steaks. We're just going to basically turn Will into a Grubhub driver who wins games for his city, though.
Well, he does.
Yeah. I'm not disparaging it at all. I'm just saying I feel bad that a guy who is, literally running a business potentially has to take time out of his day to drive Gilbert some steak from Chili's. But at the same time, I also like to advance in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need Will to be the deliverer of the food. If he's running a business, send one of your minions.
I'm looking at Mike Renfro's touchdown. Somebody said it's it expunges the 1970. No, not really. Dan Pastorini said he's happy for us. Long overdue. Congratulations to the Houston Texans. Dan Pastorini's on your side. Dan Pastorini. But that was clearly a touchdown by Renfro. That's just so sad that happened. Corey's been waiting. He wants to get in here. Hey, Corey.
Hey, guys. Corey from Virginia calling again. Called multiple times this season.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about the weather in New England because that's something I track here on the East Coast, and also the game last night. So we have a guy similar to what Houston has down there with spacey weather over here on the East Coast that I follow. And I was reading over his newsletter, and he's showing about 33, 37 as high temperatures over that weekend. So, and I'll call back again later this week with a much more up-to-date weather forecast.
I mean,
also, that game last night, I look at that C.J. Stroud performance. I'm not going to hang up too much on it, but I equate that to very similar pilot training. You know, you get a series of training events that goes decent, then you have a clunker, and then you start performing well again while moving off from that clunker. And you just don't want that clunker to happen on the day you go in for your simulator evaluation. So in this case, this was a good game for CJ to have his clunker when the defense is dominating the Steelers. Hopefully from the rest of the playoffs, you know, he can just, there's only one way, is up.
Yep.
And then
no, hey, listen,
finally,
they were able to survive it.
But what else?
Oh, right, Corey. They were able to survive it. There's no question. Corey, thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
Something wrong,
and
Lance?
he's got to play better.
And thanks for the weather update.
Well, he's got to play better, right?
I don't know if he's got to.
Yes, he's not going to play worse than that.
He's not playing more.
I mean, he will catch snaps. I will say that. But his actual play after the snap, I don't know if he's going to play better.
Yeah,
I think he will catch. Well,
why? You know, he actually made some good throws at times, but he also made some just panicky.
And he missed some throws.
He threw a couple of hospital balls that got his guy. And I'm not even – the Nico Collins one to me is not on him. I think Nico Collins had his arms wrapped up from behind, and that was just fluky. I don't put that on CJ. The Jalen Noel was a floater. The other one, you literally threw to Woody Marks with a guy coming downhill getting ready to tag him. Those aren't great. It's part of football. Those aren't great. The panicky stuff, didn't love it. Not taking care of the ball with two hands when you're climbing the pocket, not great. Not running. You know, there were things that not catching the snaps, but he made some throws that were actually pretty good.
Yeah, he made a couple throws.
I mean, he's not incompetent. This guy's not incompetent. CJ has talent as a passer. He missed the Nico Collins pass in the first half that he missed. That's not like CJ. Those basic throws, he's pretty much going to hit those basic throws. Even on the touchdown throw where he forced Christian Kirk to turn around, to spin around. Really bad. And my wife said, does that really, I said, it's not very good placement. She goes, does that really bother you as a touchdown? I said, no, it's a touchdown. I said, but I want you to watch this. He makes him break rhythm like that could have cost you a touchdown.
If there's better coverage.
Yeah,
you're stopping his momentum.
Tighter coverage, he doesn't. And then you got the Texans at the 2-yard line. You want to see what the Texans do
maybe
for the
last
two?
night. They were able to run the football.
Yeah,
so
they were
night.
gashing them last night. That's true.
Yeah. Well,
and they even got a Cade Stover first down, a quarterback sneak that they gained like 4 yards on.
They didn't turn it over on downs down there, going for it on fourth down and didn't make it. They just threw the interception instead.
Yes, that did happen.
Yeah.
So out of 12, it was 12 quarterbacks who played, right, over the weekend?
Yeah.
CJ ranks 11th ahead of Herbert?
Yeah.
CJ's performance was worse than Herbert's?
No, 11th.
I mean, better than Herbert's?
Is he the only one he outperformed?
Yeah, Herbert has real issues there, though.
That go beyond Herbert.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
exactly.
the supporting cast for the Texans played well enough for CJ not to be as bad as he was. So maybe that downgrades CJ even further. He will play better, but he's also facing a better defense.
Yes. Yes, he absolutely will be on Sunday. And he will play better. He will play better.
Yeah, he will.
Playoff wins as a starter. C.J. Stroud 3, Dak Prescott 2.
I don't like this whole let's hold us to the standard of the Cowboys. Aren't we beyond?
Yeah.
Sure, you want to make.
Well, I just want to make. No, Dak got drafted when C.J. was in 9th grade.
Understood. Like Carson Beck was playing quarterback at Georgia when Malachi Tony was like 12. I understand that's a thing for this Texans Cowboy back and forth, but we're beyond the Cowboy crap. Mm-hmm. You want to make fun of the Cowboys? Cool. I don't care to hold the Texans to the Cowboy standard because that standard sucks. We're better than that. What is CJ compared to insert good quarterback with good football team? That's where we're going.
Right.
Cowboy. We've been making fun of the Cowboys for 20 years.
Heck, the Cowboys. They ain't even.
They're not even something we need to consider.
No, and yet they get the most nationally televised games.
America's team. I don't know if you've heard.
I heard. Let's get Will in here before break. Hey, Will.
Hey, guys. So last Thursday, I took my girlfriend to go see Gilbert, and he was making his way to the chair, and he was kind of sagging. I had to pull his pants up for him. But we gave him a steak. We gave him his French fries, Dr. Pepper, and broccoli, because Chili's does not have corn on the cob anymore. And he ate it, and so now the superstition is we have to make Gilbert eat his vegetables.
Oh, wow.
Because when Gilbert eats his vegetables, the Texans blow out their playoff opponent.
So
we're going to go tomorrow. Go ahead.
No, that's great.
Going tomorrow, Will?
He got a little handsy with my wife,
Yeah,
so
well,
I don't know how it went
I
with
want to
you.
know how he reacted to your girlfriend.
He was very cordial.
Yeah, he
was
doesn't know her.
Gentlemanly.
Yeah,
It
he
wasn't-
doesn't know her. He
it was
doesn't know
not
her,
like
so
a
he
Jennifer
probably
Lena situation.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. My wife, he tried to go in for a second hug, like, come here, let me get a better hug. And I was like, oh. And then that hug got, and my wife had to back up and go, yeah, that's enough, Gilbert. Like, he was really, it was to the point I was like, hey.
Hey, Gilbert.
What?
Getting a little
Hey.
handsy here.
Disrespectful.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Will, thank you for your service. We appreciate you.
We do appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, Will's doing it for the city. Is anybody else doing what
He's a
Will's
hero.
doing for this city? I mean, I know the team. Yeah, that's great. But is Will doing his part? Yes. And then some, going above and beyond. There goes our hero. There goes our hero. 713-780-3776. That is not the number that you need to put in. Well, you should put that number in your phone, too. So you can just go boom and call the show whenever we have giveaways or you got something that you want to say. 281-488-6238 is another number, and that's Aqueduct Plumbing. And Aqueduct Plumbing is another number that you need to have in your phone. 281-488-6238. Because when it is necessary for you to have a plumber, when you have to have a plumber, you don't need a plumber until you have to have one. Until you have to have one.
Yeah.
And then when you have to have one, boy, you want one there in a hurry. And that's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Now, you can also be preemptive, proactive, and repipe. And if you repipe right now, and especially before the cold weather comes, your pipes crack. And you got real problems, okay? Real problems. Well, if you repipe, not only are you going to get those new pipes that are going to be great for you, but you're also going to get a free water heater.
Yeah, they just want to. I mean, Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company just want to make things as easy for you as possible when it comes to getting you the service you need. They want to make it affordable, and most importantly, they just want to make your life easier. And having a brand new water heater. That's great. How awesome would that be? If your water heater's 10, 11, 12 years old and you don't typically need another one, it'd be great to get one and have them install it for free because they do the repiping that will literally take care of your home moving forward. You're not going to have those issues. So aqueductplumbingcompany.com for all of your needs, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
It's not time to what did we miss, but so far, I think we buried the lead on today's sports stories. Brooks Koepka going back to the PGA Tour. What about this? I mean, how huge is this? Koepka, the man, you don't you constantly talk about the thong he wore, the bathing? Oh, Lance does.
That's true.
He's
been caught in a thong twice.
Yeah. I mean, let the man just breathe the way he wants to breathe. Okay. Yeah. He is got to pay. He's going to have to give a charity $5 million, and he quite possibly could miss out because he's on suspension for 5 years. He could possibly miss out on $50 to $80 million, $85 million worth of money that he could win. But he wants to go back. He wants to play at the highest level. And there's also a chance that John Rahm, Cam Smith, and Bryson DeChambeau could possibly go back to the PGA Tour. Huge news. Del, I mean, you buried this lead. I'm surprised you didn't come out with this immediately this morning and say, why talk Texans when we got Koepka?
Excuse me. What's the name of this show? Who's the first voice?
You're the producer
Who's the
of
first
the show.
voice people hear when both of you guys are in studio or just on
John
the show?
and Lance along with Del.
But who's the first voice that people hear?
Me. Mine?
So you had complete control to lead off with Koepka.
Yeah,
if you
but
wanted to.
I need guidance and leadership and my producer.
You needed me to tell you to talk about golf?
Golf, yeah.
Well, since when?
Yeah.
That's not usually a thing.
Yep.
Yeah, you needed me to tell you on today of all days.
Yep.
Okay, sure. Blame me if you'd like. I just think you didn't care about it, really, and no one else did. I think that's how this played out.
Well, I think it's the biggest story.
What Koepka's going to have to make good with people? Is that what he's going to have to do?
He's got to. Well, he can play. He's going to play on the tour, but he's not eligible for the big $100 million that they disperse to the players at the end of the year, and it could mean a lot of money. Could mean.
Oh, so I got to worry about his wallet.
50 to 85 million. It could cost
Sucks
him.
for Brooks Koepka.
Yeah, that's right.
Too bad.
But you know what? He wants to go back to the greatest tour.
Look, I think what you missed was the figure that Cal McNair cut at the end of the game as he was standing there being proud of his team, him and Hannah together as they flashed the owners. That's what we should be talking about. Look how dignified. I think you guys need to leave Cal alone.
What about the way CJ left the field?
When he was taunting Steelers fans?
Steeler fans.
Look,
what were some of the comments about that?
Not great. Now, some people said, I love it. That's right, King. Do your thing. And I was like, whatever. And then other people.
Do your thing?
Was one.
Uh-huh.
But there are people who love that he was trolling them. You know, they're just, once you get a win, we're different. We get a little too deep into this maybe sometimes. There's some fans who just want the win, and then they hit reset, and that's it. And that's great. There are other people who weren't even Texans fans or Steelers fans who had some strong comments about CJ trolling after maybe not his finest.
It wasn't his finest hour. No, it wasn't his finest hour.
But I like that he
you
was.
know what? He won.
I like he was having fun. Like, I don't want him in the locker room sad.
You play to win
the
game. Did he direct 2 touchdown drives? Yes.
I mean,
and a field goal drive?
He was there.
Yes. He was there.
It's a lot of running
He was
on that
more
one.
than there. He played a huge role.
He did play a huge role in keeping it a close game for the first 3 quarters.
He had a big third down throw to.
He did keep it close.
He had a big third down throw
he played
to.
a huge role. You're right, John.
Christian Kirk. He had a couple of Christian Kirk.
Look, the problem is we shouldn't.
One to Hutchinson, Xavier Hutchinson.
Yes, but 3 years in, should we be looking for picking at? Hey, look what he did there, and look what he did there. Is that what we should be doing?
Yeah, that's right. Well, when we're sitting here, hey, they won 30-6, and CJ couldn't have played crappier.
Yeah, because of how great everyone else was.
Yeah, that's right.
So I get. Look, I'm sure the Pittsburgh Steelers fans weren't very nice, so he can do whatever he wants. But I would understand people going, "Hey, you were the least important part of how they won this game. In fact, you were more of a detriment. Relax out there." But he can do what he wants.
The defense did not need him to do a thing. Not a thing.
If we think about it, if the Texans punted on every first play,
they win.
They still win the game.
14-6.
Yes. Yes.
And actually, it would have been easier, CJ not giving up he gave up the ball on his own 20-some yard line with one of the dumbest strip sacks ever. I mean, goodness gracious. And the fumbled snaps and the
if they left him in Houston, they win that game 14-6 or 14-3 maybe.
Yeah, because three of their points
came off
on
his
the
fumble.
Turnover.
If he missed the flight, they win 14-3.
Ooh, Davis Millsman.
No, I understand, but if the Texans went out there with no quarterback and just had Tommy Townsend punt on the first play of every drive, they win that game 14-3.
If they just punt on first down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, my goodness. I don't know about
But he'll play better. Don't worry, everyone.
Yep.
He'll play better. He will.
He will.
I'm actually serious. He'll play better.
He has to. Jake wants to talk about CJ. What do you say, Jake?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Long-time listener. So when CJ got drafted, I was real excited, right? And then we started playing his first season. I felt like we had our guy. Last night, I couldn't stop telling my wife, quit giving CJ the ball. Now I know he made his great throws and all that stuff, but Woody Marks and Nick Chubb were just running it down. And I remember they were running 6 straight times, and then they gave the ball to CJ for 3 or 4 plays, and it was a false start, incomplete pass, maybe a sack fumble. I can't remember the last one. But I'm saying that because you were talking about his contract earlier on, and my thought was, now back in school days, we used to play a game called Kiss, Marry, Kill. So instead of those, do like, love, dump, right? And my categories would be DJ, the defense, and then a D'Amico, Nick Cayley combo. Thanks, guys. I'll hang up and listen.
Who did you say? CJ, Nick Cayley, and who?
It's
the defense.
Yeah.
Well, you marry the defense.
Marry the defense.
You kiss.
Kiss isn't how the game's played, but whatever.
No, you kiss who? Casario or Cayley and D'Amico Ryans?
Or CJ. I'm not killing D'Amico.
No, so CJ is who you.
Well, that's not a very fair fight in this one. If you just had Cayley, if you had to choose one, Cayley or
you kill Cayley.
Yeah,
but you can't kill D'Amico, can you?
No, you can't. That's not. If you
so
had,
you got to kill CJ.
If you had to choose between CJ and Cayley, you're choosing CJ all day.
Okay.
You're good.
Well,
it's
if
easier
you had to choose between D'Amico and CJ.
Miko.
You're choosing D'Amico.
Yeah, you can find another. You can find a game manager. It's hard to find a culture builder. It's not easy. It's not easy. He built. D'Amico found guys in his image and guys who he knew had what it took. And D'Amico is. I don't think CJ's special. I think D'Amico and some of the stuff he does is special. I don't know. His game management stuff is not always great. Taking the timeouts early, Troy Aikman called him out a couple times. He took 2 timeouts earlier than you typically want to on those drives. So the game management stuff I don't love, but in terms of building, you rebuilt the image of the Texans.
Yeah.
That's really important. So no, I think you can find another quarterback. You can find other head coaches too, but he's the one who built this out. Him and Nick, they built out what you see right now.
Let me ask you a different one. The Hannah Cal combo or CJ? They said, now we like to give a certain part of that couple credit, but they changed the fortunes as well by making the hires they made. Whatever advice they took, they went out and got the right people, right?
Yeah.
So would you rather have a?
I don't want to be disrespectful to CJ. It's a lot. If they sold their team to somebody else, you could end up doing the same thing you're doing now.
Or you could have an awful ownership group.
You
never
could,
know.
You could, but they were considered an awful ownership group
until
one point.
Hannah apparently took more control.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it usually doesn't ebb and flow with ownership groups. You either are good or you're not good usually, but no, I'd rather have CJ.
Okay.
The CJ question's really I just hate that this always turns into CJ stuff.
No. Well, he made it turn. It would have been if he'd have just not
average.
Just hold on to the ball.
Even with the bad pick, if you're catching snaps, not fumbling, you know what? Okay, the pick is terrible, but you did enough to win the game.
21 of 32 for 250.
That's
okay.
One pick, one
surface
TD
was
is
good.
fine. That's fine.
good enough.
It's the 3 turnovers.
It's the 3.
So,
but even if you throw the pick in, okay, you made it. That shouldn't have happened. But the drop in the snaps, the fumble in the football.
Who is the man of the match? In soccer, we have man of the match.
Will Anderson.
So who's man of the match?
Hunter?
Give me your top 5 players from yesterday's game.
Christian Kirk.
Christian Kirk is in no particular order. Will Anderson, Christian Kirk,
Daniil Hunter.
I think Jalen Petrie.
And
I think Petrie was great. And Woody Marks or somebody on the offensive line.
Maybe
I would say
group.
I would say the offensive line is one of my 5.
Yeah.
Even though somebody else blamed them for CJ's
Men of the match.
The O-line.
Christian Kirk, Woody Marks, Will Anderson Jr.,
the
Jalen
O-line.
Petrie.
And you give one to Sheldon Rankins.
Well, I'm saying the O-line. Don't you have to put the O-line in there?
I said the O-line as a
somebody
group.
on the O-line,
As
but
a
you
group.
can't
But
have the
how
whole
would we
O-line.
know? Well, how would we know who they are? But they function
Now,
as,
I'm looking at a
they
stat
function as a unit.
that CJ was pressured 48% of the time last night. And 148 yards of his came under pressure, which was the second most in his career.
He did make the big throws down the field. And then the Christian Kirk one,
we said he had some nice throws.
On the crosser where Patrick Queen got picked up, I guess you can call that pressure. Kirk on the drag route that went for big yardage on that clinching drive, I guess you'd call it. So that one goes under the pressure category.
We just don't want the turnovers.
That's simple. Yeah.
That's pretty much easy. And when the pocket breaks down, void the pocket, slide onto the next play. Don't panic and do one of those crazy throws. That's all.
Yep. Yeah, and you're right. It's going to be a better defense that he's facing on Sunday. That's for sure. All right.
Yeah, probably with no Nico Collins, but we'll find out. But I thought Chubb was also really good. I thought Marks and Chubb. I thought we had a Woody and a Chubb that were absolutely right down. I mean, they were hitting
Proud
gaps.
of yourself?
No, I'm being serious. They were hitting gaps.
We had
a great deal of acceleration.
Repeat the sentence.
Repeatedly.
Repeat that sentence to start. We had a what?
I said we had Woody and Chubb.
Nope. You didn't say we had a. We didn't. You didn't say that.
What did I say?
Say it the
I
way
can't
you
remember.
said it.
I think I said Woody and Chubb.
No, you said we had a.
We had. Did I say a Woody and Chubb? I meant we had Woody and Chubb.
No, you didn't.
Repeatedly assaulting the gaps.
Assaulting's aggressive.
Over and over. That's what happened. They were aggressive.
Do I have to remind you?
They were aggressive along the interior. I just said they were aggressive along the interior. Were they not?
They were running outside and they were banging inside.
What kind of sentence is this?
They were.
The 2 running backs were aggressive along the interior. You've never said that before.
Yes, I have. Read my draft. I write 5,500 draft profiles. I have to
about running backs.
Change. Yes. I usually say assaulting the pockets.
Your editor doesn't let you get away with
I
that.
say hammering the gaps. I've said that before.
With running backs?
Yeah. They'll hammer it in there.
When Woody
you don't hammer it in the hole.
Bang it inside.
Hammer it in the hole, bang it inside. That's all. That's an obvious football reference.
When Woody Marks, when you wrote up Woody Marks.
You're just being sensitive.
I'm going to find out what you wrote about Woody Marks.
I didn't say that.
I bet you didn't.
Well,
but I said it about, but he played like it yesterday.
He wasn't banging inside.
Yeah.
How old are you two guys?
Bang it, Woody. Bang it in there.
This is why you get no true. This is why you get no true luck. Brenda can't take you anywhere.
No, she can't. You can't. We can't be in public. John Daspit can though.
Yeah, he can be in public. He's in public a lot.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, he is a private. He's a personal injury lawyer who. You know, the thing with John Daspit that I love is that with John Daspit, he basically just says, "Look, I understand that people are going to be screwed by the lawyers out there. The insurance companies are going to try to screw them over. What's even worse than that, that's a given that they're going to try to get the best settlement for their client, which is less for you. What really sucks is that there's personal injury lawyers out there who are willing to take less so that they can move on to the next case because they're going to get a percentage from your, whatever you get from the insurance company, and they're willing to take less because they move on to the next one. It's a numbers game for them. John Daspit says, why would you do that? A person who's injured, they get one shot to make it right with bills and your paychecks, making sure your income is coming in the way it's supposed to. If you're not able to work, making sure that your pain and suffering is properly compensated and you're taken care of, your family's taken care of. You get one shot. And if you've got a personal injury lawyer who's screwing around for you and they're in cahoots with the insurance company, my gosh, I mean, that is horrible. And that happens to a lot of people. Just get with John Daspit, call, and his lawyers and his law firm will really work hard for you. It's just a phone call away at 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to their website and take a look at all the law that they work with and how they can help you at daspitlaw.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Welcome back. ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. Just a couple of segments left, and we send it over to Mopey and Mapes, and then a little Rich Eisen, and then Joe and Jeremy.
Jeremy and Joe.
Today.
The official name, Jeremy and Joe.
The official name is Jeremy and Joe?
Correct.
Why is Joe get second billing here?
I imagine because Jeremy was the host of that in that time slot beforehand. And Jeremy and Joe rolls
Joe
better.
and Jeremy kind of roll off the...
I like Jeremy and Joe better.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that a lot? You're going to get a lot of Bears talk there today?
He has his own podcast for Bears stuff. He doesn't have to bring that to the station.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. We don't need that.
He does a Cubs post-game stuff. He has his own ventures going on.
We don't need that crap on our
Watch
station.
it. You almost said a word.
I know. I almost did.
That's true. He has a spot for that all on his own.
Good for him. Yeah. No, keep talking your Chicago crap, and that's fine. Just don't do it here. We don't need that here.
He knows.
We don't need that in our lives, Joe. I see watching the games, seeing Jeremy right behind Coach Sampson at the games. I said, that's my friend Jeremy right there.
Friend, huh?
Yeah, that's my boy.
Would he reciprocate that feeling?
I don't know that he feels the same way.
Don't you both have to agree to be friends?
But you know what? I mean,
it's like when you say we're friends and I say no. We're not friends.
Right. That's
what maybe Jeremy would say the same thing.
Probably a lot like that.
Yeah, I know, John. I wouldn't say we're friends.
Right.
My friend Jeremy and I.
Lance isn't. Lance,
he's aggressive.
Killed him over one take Altuve, that he had about Cam Smith. All right.
Well, it was more about Cam Smith.
Yeah.
It was about, in a roundabout way.
Well, if
Cam
Jeremy
Smith,
doesn't think that he's going to be any good, then why would we even have him?
Dumb.
And I was right for a while.
And then
the second half of the season, got Cam. We didn't talk about Cam.
Speaking of which, we talked about this last night.
Oh, did you see? Did we mention the players getting arbitration? Yeah, we mentioned it.
Yes. Yeah. Why in the F, if you can put Jose Altuve in left field, why is Paredes not taking 1,000 fly balls right now to play left field?
I don't know. It's almost a done deal that I watched Randy McElroy was with McElroy was with Jeff Blum on the Sports Sunday, and even Blummer kind of almost in a throwaway said, if they figure out what they're going to do with both Paredes and Christian Walker, it's almost like a given that, and the national media, baseball media has talked about, it's almost like a given that Paredes is going to be traded.
I mean, Paredes or Walker.
Well, because Walker doesn't have trade value.
Walker you can trade him.
And Paredes
but
is
why
great.
In the world, if you can put Jose Altuve out there, can't you teach a guy who is more athletic, a better glove, everything about a better arm? Why can't you teach him to catch fly balls?
Well, maybe he doesn't track the ball well. I don't know.
Well, but have we tried? I mean, we're just like, we got 2 first basemen, you can play second.
And Blummer also said, and just like we were right the whole time last year, all that Jose Altuve and left field stuff's going away. Second base.
Yeah, he's at second base.
It was dumb. It was dumb last year. It was, and the Astros tried it anyway, and that's fine. Mm-hmm. And now they realize we were right. There's no reason to play Jose Altuve in left field.
No.
That was ridiculous. So he's back at second base. But, yeah, I mean, if Paredes could play left, it'd be great to have his bat in the lineup since he's a dead pull hitter. In this park, it's highly advantageous.
Got him in left, Jake in center, Cam in right.
Plays third base whenever Carlos is out. If Jeremy Pena gets injured, Carlos slides to short.
Yeah.
And because you don't have.
What do you mean whenever he gets injured? What the? Injury on him?
I said if Carlos gets injured or if Jeremy gets injured, you have. It's easy. It's an easy combination between those 3.
How about just a day off? We could do that instead of injured.
Well, I mean, day off is obvious. I'm saying for long term, it's obviously even better.
Yeah.
If that were to happen.
We need Paredes on the team. Paredes was a big part early on.
You can find a first baseman. I would much rather have Paredes, but so would everyone else, and that's why you're more likely to move
keep him and let him play left field? Now, apparently, you can put anybody out there. That's what I heard. I heard that last year from the team. We can put anybody out there. We'll put Jose Altuve, the little fella, out there. Okay, with that big tall wall. He looked even smaller out
Tall
there.
Wall?
The tall wall.
Oh, I thought you said Paul Wall.
I didn't, not with Paul Wall.
You're going to try to have Paul
Wall
Wall
at
left.
grill. Okay.
You're going to have Paul Wall on left.
By the way, on that Will Anderson hit, on Will Anderson's sack strip, Sheldon Rankins, Aaron Rodgers did get hit in the head, by the way.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I was surprised they didn't. They didn't even mention it on the broadcast.
Yeah. I mean, it was a shame. I mean, I hate to see it, but nobody died in the making of Sheldon Rankin's touchdown. But there was a bit of a slap to the head.
What jarred the helmet?
Yeah, a little bit. No, a little bit, and that's all. All right, is there anything we missed though? We talked Brooks Koepka. Thank God.
I'm glad we got to that. Did we miss anything else that people would care about?
We got a little Rockets action tonight.
Great. The Rockets are playing. Great.
Yeah. Tonight,
Are they
Chicago.
playing a bad team? Cool. Great for us to watch the Rockets
Lose another game. To
blow
a
a game in the fourth quarter of a bad football team
How
or
about
basketball team.
5 straight home games. Okay,
That's good.
Deservedly so. Got to get out of the play-in. Got to get out
That'd
of the
be
play-in.
nice.
That would be great. Okay, because that's where the Rockets are right now in the play-in, and as the 7th overall seed in the West. But they've got like 3 or 4 games behind a lot of teams, and for some reason they still are trying to catch up, and they're doing it every other night. So here we go. We got Chicago tonight. Will Jabari be – the numbers that Jabari is putting up in their losses are abysmal. Abysmal.
He's tour date Jabari when they lose games.
He really is. 213, 317.
Yeah. He's Jalen Green-like somehow, some way.
He is kind of sneaky valuable in that way that when he plays well, they're a totally different team.
Yeah. But in all of the losses, his numbers are bad.
He was really bad a couple games ago in the fourth quarter. Man, they have got to figure out the fourth quarter. Golly, this fourth quarter stuff, it goes all the way back to the beginning of the season with Oklahoma City. When they lose, they typically really struggle in the fourth.
Mm-hmm. And, well, maybe, you know what? They're a bit of an older team. Of course, they were a young team. Here's Jabari in the losses this season. 4 of 13, 6 of 21. 213, 213, 616. It's a tour date. 518, 720, 314, 39, 26. I mean, it's bad. He's got to play. If he plays better, the Rockets win. That it comes down to Jabari. Of course, you can't just put it on Kevin Durant every single night and Alpy every single night. They got to have some help.
And I'm interested with the Alpy thing because he came back earlier, didn't look right. Did they run him back out there because they weren't playing well?
Probably.
Probably not a great decision. I'm sure he wanted to play, but he didn't look like himself.
And when you're taking 13, 21, 13, 16, 18 shots,
you got to make more shots.
You're not a piece. You are you're a valuable piece.
Whether the defense is being bent by Kevin Durant and Alpy to give you open shots, and maybe that's what they want, but you got to knock more down.
Well, all it means is everybody is doubling off of you.
Yeah, and they want you to shoot the basketball, so you got to knock down.
Yeah.
At this point in his career, particularly with the way they run offense, he's a spacer, and even if the defense is saying, "Hey, we'll live with Jabari shooting," you got to make shots. What else are you're out there for your defense? You're probably more versatile than being a 3-and-D guy, but that's what you're set up to be right now. You got to knock down.
There's a lot of talk about him getting traded.
People are regretting the fact that the Suns, they didn't give him up instead of Dillon Brooks. Because the Suns wanted Jabari, and the Rockets said no. And people are like, well, we wish we would have said yes.
That would be interesting. I mean, you know what? I don't know. He's getting looks, though, here. I don't know what kind of looks he would get there. But Dillon Brooks was a valuable piece, by the way, defensively as well. Dillon Brooks was a valuable piece.
He made himself a knockdown shooter here. Somehow, some way. He went from
how about that?
The black hole in Memphis to a knockdown shooter here his final year.
Yep. All right. 713-780. Oh, no. We got News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN. But first, we're talking a little Sam Jack.
Yeah, sanjack.edu. Be fearless. Start your new career thanks to Sanjack. How do you get started? Well, if you're in a career you don't like, or maybe you just never have gotten off the ground with a career, San Jacinto Junior College is going to step in and help you. They got 200-plus degrees and certificates that allow you to learn something new, to get started in a different field. Why not take advantage of it? Because you have 6 locations where you can learn in person. Maybe you're an in-person type of person. Maybe you are someone who needs to learn remotely because you're trying to work your job as well that you have now that you're trying to get out of. So you can work remotely. Or maybe you are just a young high school student or someone just out of high school and you say, I have plans to go to a 4-year college. I don't want to take on that college debt. Go to Sanjack, way more affordable. Get your credits for a couple years. They transfer in. You save money. Sandjack.edu. Be fearless. Take advantage of it today. Go to the website, get signed up, or have the counselors answer questions for you at sandjack.edu.
All right. Did you guys happen to see how much do you think the cheapest parking pass is at Hard Rock Stadium for Monday night's game? The cheapest parking ticket.
Sorry,
I saw tickets going for $4,000.
I got 22,000 right here for midfield, lower bowl.
Well, you're probably going with the highest ticket that's in the whole thing.
Sorry, I can't answer that question. My heart is too full because I'm looking at a picture from Mark Richt standing with a young Malachi Tony in 2016. These are the things that warm my heart.
Was it Carson Beck?
Yes, we talked about Carson Beck playing college football when Malachi was 12. But look at this picture. This is Mark Richt doing community outreach when he was the coach of the Canes, meeting a young Malachi Tony back in 2016. These are the things you should be focusing on instead of let's figure out how Fernando Mendoza plays football.
Well, we're going to figure that out. Jake Spavital is going to join us Thursday. He coached Mendoza.
I can tell you right now, he's a one-read quarterback. There you go. Let's move on. You take away that one read.
He's the most accurate quarterback
on that first read. If you take away that first read, he starts to scramble and panic.
Oh, my God.
I can tell you right now. And
scramble and panic? You mean run for first downs?
No, scramble and panic against good defense.
Okay.
I watched him against Ohio State. Take away that first read, he's done for.
How much is the cheapest parking pass?
I'm going to say $150.
$747.
What? No way.
$747.
That's for anyone coming
This
from up
is
north.
stupid. Y'all are such.
That's for anyone coming from up north.
Miami.
Cheapest ticket I'm seeing right here. I don't know if this is StubHub or it's one of the ticket sites.
I'm gonna go to Game Time. You do stuff
go
for
to Game
Game
Time. It might be cheaper there. $3,300 is the cheapest ticket I'm seeing.
That's right.
For the game.
Is this considered?
That's in the highest.
Is this considered the? Is this considered the? What's the game? Is there a name? Is it one of the bowl games?
What do you mean?
No, it's an orange. Is it the Orange Bowl?
Is it considered
No,
the
it's
Orange
not
Bowl?
a bowl
Bowl's
game.
already been played.
It's just the
It's
national title game.
championship.
Is that all it's called? It's
Yeah.
not one of the bowls.
No.
Nope, it's separate.
Okay.
No.
College football national championship. Right now, parking on this is $4.19 on Game Time. You can get one for $4.19.
Oh, you got to go to Game Time.
Actually, I take it back. You can get one for $3.81 now.
Oh.
And then on for the
What's
game,
the ticket?
the parking ticket.
Yeah.
For the game, for the game itself, like the lowest seat is $31.99 right
Yeah,
now.
I got 30.
And that is, I mean, we are bleeding up there.
Yeah. Yep.
Bleeding. The one that they say is the best value is $4,232.
Wow. I got an amazing deal. $9,390.
Let me do one ticket.
Amazing deal.
If I wanted one ticket,
$9,000. Amazing deal.
That's right. Keep those northern invaders out of your city by pricing them out.
This is
Keep
the
those
worst.
Hoosiers out.
You know what? Because Miami's playing at home, so they don't have to travel.
You damn right.
They can spend more on tickets
You
and cost
damn
Indiana
right.
people more
You
money.
damn right. You know, historically, teams from Indiana going down to Miami for big games don't fare well. It's usually Notre Dame because Indiana's been terrible. Let's make that happen again.
You want Indiana to be
the team from Indiana that we were used to coming down there and getting their ass kicked is Notre Dame. In fact, it already happened this year. Let's double up.
How many Indiana schools go down there to play big games?
One, and they get beat all the time. Let's double up.
This is the first time this has ever happened.
No,
for
Notre
Indiana.
Dame. Yeah, and let's follow your little brother in Indiana anyway. Just do what little brother does and get his ass kicked when he goes down there.
The U.S. is granting way more visas to OnlyFans creators under the talent provisions typically used for celebrities. There's a thing called O1B visas, where if you are an individual with an extraordinary ability in the arts or extraordinary achievement in motion picture or television industry, you get a visa that will last long. Do you think OnlyFans have extraordinary abilities?
Well,
well,
depends on the video.
There are probably some who do.
Well, I'm sure there are a lot of people that do because they pay them tens of
Now,
thousands of dollars.
extraordinary. There's a lot of people who can do a lot of things that they do, but there are probably some who have some extraordinary abilities.
Yeah.
Is it worth a visa? I don't know about all that. I don't know if it's worth a visa.
Well, don't you want her to stay? Except she could do that anywhere. What she's doing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
remote.
she don't have to be in the U.S. to be doing that
It's
stuff.
remote.
I don't know why you
I think other countries you can do that stuff in other
I don't know
countries.
why you think all the extraordinary talent is segmented to women. I'm sure there are some dudes doing extraordinary things on OnlyFans.
Are
too.
there?
I'm sure they are. I'm sure. I don't know why you just assume the women are the only ones doing extraordinary things.
I know it's the only ones I'm interested
Understood.
in.
I understand.
I don't care if all of the men are deported. I don't give a rat's ass. Tell you the truth. We are done. Mopey and Mapes are next right here on ESPN 97.5. Glad you could join us. We will watch the Rockets and talk about that and more tomorrow right here. Don't you go anywhere.
I'm Nicole Murray with Your Money Now. General Motors CEO Mary Barra said the Trump administration's push to loosen fuel economy rules has affected the automaker's business even more than its fast-changing trade policies. Barra added the administration's regulatory shifts, such as killing a $7,500 electric vehicle tax credit prompted GM to rapidly adapt its product plans. U.S. banks and financial institutions are pushing back against President Trump's proposed cap on credit card interest rates, citing new data that showed it would result in millions of American households and small businesses losing access to credit. Trump recently called for a one-year cap on credit card interest rates at 10% starting January 20th. Mortgage rates have fallen below 6% for the first time in years after President Trump ordered the purchase of $200 billion worth of mortgage bonds. Zillow reports the average rate for a 30-year mortgage fell to 5.87%. Stocks are moderately lower. That's your money now.
So, Sean, I go to you early because I'm trying to figure out how to approach it. Do we use segment 1 for superlatives? Because what happened this morning, of course, I was part of it. It was one of the major discussions. It's probably one of the reasons why players, coaches, teams in general are like, you guys in radio, media, TV just flat out suck. Because the Texans internally are going to think to themselves, we did something that's never been done. We won a road playoff game in dominating fashion. Now I can get into some of the context, 7-6 going to the fourth quarter, but when you win a game 30-6, you feel great. Your season continues. You punish the Steelers. Azeez Al-Shaair feels so good about himself. He mimics Mike Tomlin as he's walking back into the locker room. We know Mike Tomlin did the beating of the chest and then blow a kiss when they beat the Ravens. Azeez is on camera doing that as he's going back to the locker room. So that defense puts on a legendary performance. It's a performance that the entire football world took notice of. That's the lead as far as this game. What the Texans defense did, you have guys on the team talking about how they're the best defense and all the things that come from winning a playoff game. You feel great. You showed out. And yet, the maybe in some ways, overbearing topic of conversation is the play of the quarterback. So, I ask you, Sean, someone who texted a group chat and said, I'm ready to do this because they just fumbled a flea flicker. We have a group chat for our CFB Dynasty, and Sean had a game against another member of the Dynasty, and he said, you know what, I'm ready to play now. The Texans just fumbled a flea flicker. That was some of the attitude. And, in a lot of group chats, I imagine it was like, CJ this, CJ that, what are we doing? He sucks, Davis Mills, just across the city. And I was in a group chat, multiple that took part in that type of a conversation. And yet, the defense was a pack of whatever terminology you want to use, wolves, dogs, sharks. I saw a lot of them being compared to animals on the timeline because of what they did to torture the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers all night long. So, superlatives, Sean's got to answer the phone. Although we have interns who may be able to do that now.
Can they answer the phone?
Yeah, at least the one this morning was able to. We'll see. Sean, superlatives, or we get into what drives talk shows, the quarterback. How do we start?
I think superlatives.
I would like to give credit first.
Because ultimately, C.J. Stroud, it didn't matter.
Yes.
It did not. It didn't matter.
His play kept the game closer than it should have been.
Yeah.
But in the end, the Texans defense was able to overcome both quarterbacks to win that game going away. The Texans defense was so good, they not only broke the will of the Steelers offense, they broke the will of the Steelers defense. Because once Sheldon Rankins picks up that ball and runs into the end zone, the game's over. Everyone knows the game is over at that point. And then the Steelers have to punt back to the Texans with about, 7-8 minutes ago. Maybe it was more, maybe it was 9. I forgot how it was. But then the Steelers defense was done at that point. The Texans had good success running the football. But once it was 17-6 and they had to punt the ball back to the Texans, the Steelers defense knew, all right, we're not winning this football game. And they broke down. The Texans were able to kill clock. And then, of course, Woody Marks ran it in for a touchdown. That's how good they were. They broke 2 units. Maybe the special teams unit was broken too. We just didn't get a chance to see them. At least the kicking part of the special teams unit. That's how dominant that performance was. From everything from the sacks to the pressure to coverage.
Was there a single time where you thought that the Pittsburgh offense might go on like a sustained drive of there were a couple chunk plays where
I don't think it would have been sustained, but if DK Metcalf catches that pass that he dropped, who knows how far he runs after that. But no, not at any point.
There's no point.
They started great. Yeah. They had a great run, and then they did the quick to, I don't know if it was a screen or just quick game to DK Metcalf, who I think they gained first downs in their first 2 plays.
Yeah.
10-yard plus chunks, and then after that it was we didn't see a lot of that going forward.
I was gonna amend that to from the second quarter on, once the game kind of gets flowing, it's as long as they don't give them short fields, and even then, the short field
they got a short field,
yeah,
and it didn't matter.
Yeah, but it's like there's really like this is purely just academic on the
Yeah.
defensive side of the ball, especially because Rodgers, I guess it was good because it kept him in the game, but he basically had like a 3-yard bubble around him where he's like, if anyone comes within 3 yards of me, I'm just throwing it out of bounds or throwing it at someone's feet. Like I'm not getting tackled in this game. This seemed to be his personal game plan was do not tackle me, do not touch me. Actually,
And as far as the Steelers' game plan, it certainly played into what the Texans wanted to do because a lot of spread formations, four guys out or sometimes 5 guys out in a pattern, and because Rodgers doesn't like playing from under center, you can't really get to your power run game even if you had one because early in the game, part of those early chunks was a run from under center right at the Texans, and was it Warren? Was running back at the time. Nice yardage. Maybe his longest run of the night came on the first drive of the game. Gainwell had one later. But because of the way Rodgers wants to play, he wants to be in shotgun. He doesn't want to be under center. He certainly doesn't want to turn his back to the defense. It mitigates maybe the one way you could actually attack the Texans by running it right at them. Because if you're a team who plays the Texans and are fearful of what they do, what do? You want to make them earn the right to rush the passer. You want to continue to run the football right at them and see if you can gain 4 or 5 yards and keep yourselves in an advantageous situation. Instead, because Rodgers is always in the gun, make the Texans ate up any of those zone runs from out of shotgun, and then it was like 3rd and 10, 3rd and 11 the entire game. And what does that mean? It means Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson can hunt, and then if it's not them, you'll throw a Derek Barnett out there who'll get after you. So, and the OC is Arthur Smith of all people. Do we remember what Arthur Smith was like as the OC for the Titans? Of course, he had Derrick Henry, but he turned Ryan Tannehill into a guy who could make an AFC title game. You know why? They're under center, they ran the ball, and they threw in breakers to A.J. Brown. That's the way if you're going to get after the Texans, you beat them. So, and that'll lead into a conversation about what the Patriots will want to do. They'll certainly run from under center, but that's a different time. As far as today is concerned, thank you, Steelers. You did everything the Texans would want you to do. You turned it into a game where you had to throw the football on long down distances, and allowed the Texans to get after you in the best way they know how. Rushing 4, not doing many exotic things, maybe trying to isolate when they load like 3 guys on one side because they want to isolate. They got a certain part of the line, offensive line, and they got what they wanted. I don't even think the Steelers did a lot of chipping either, which was weird.
No, I mean, if they did, they weren't effective. Like like Gainwell, I think was supposed to chip Anderson on the strip sack. That was the Rankins touchdown, but just didn't come in contact with them. Yeah, I mean, the Steelers. This was the the pregame first blush of what the Steelers do on offense that's going to challenge the Texans in any meaningful way. It's like they'll throw a couple deep shots trying to maybe get PI. That's basically it.
Maybe DK runs by a guy, and he was open early. But the Texans pass rush, there was one play, it's probably middle of the second quarter, third quarter, where he ran just a straight go. It might have been on Lassiter. I think it was single high safety. So Rodgers was going to throw the ball away from the safety, but because of the pass rush, he never gets a throw off. And then the one time he did get the ball downfield, Kamari Lassiter may grab Calvin Austin, but they didn't make the call. So there it is. That's another break in the Texans' way in a game where they created all their own breaks. So, yeah, deep shots, get the ball to your hand quick on to the running backs. Didn't do a lot of that.
Yeah, throwing it short to Calvin Austin, who gets tackled into the Earth's crust by Petrie.
It's not 3rd and 4. It's 3rd and 11, and your O-line's not going to hold up. So you get the ball out quick. It doesn't matter. They're just rallying tackle and punish you.
At one point, Troy Aikman was like, well, the thing about the screen game is you need to have some sort of vertical threat so they're not just running at you have
the Texans played with no fear.
Yeah, you have to
even more
make
than
it
normal. Yeah, they weren't afraid of you because, and rightfully so. I don't think anyone on that side of the field believed they could get a pass off to someone vertically because of what that pass rush was doing to the Steelers' offensive line. So 30-6 the final in a game that entered the fourth quarter 7-6. It was very as far as the explosion of offense or defense actually. kind of in the way the Titans game went, the first one where it's 6-0, you're not producing very much, and then something happens that breaks the will of the other team. In this case, it happened in the playoffs, and the Texans defense, which a lot of people had pointed to as the reason they could possibly make a Super Bowl, did nothing to dissuade people from thinking that. The only thing that might have is what the quarterback did, and we'll get to that when we come back. So, superlatives.
Good job, Houston Texans defense.
Christian Kirk.
Oh, yeah. Salute.
Best game as a Texan. Salute to him. Salute to the offensive line for what they did. Not only just protecting CJ, even though, he's found a way to run himself into trouble, but what they did as far as running the football. Woody Marks, Nick Chubb, that combo had a great night as well.
Really, really everyone played well except for one guy.
What is it like? Is it at 45 or 46 active guys every day?
Yeah, I think it's
every
46.
game.
I think I'll just say the emergency quarterback, Graham
Yeah.
Mertz. I think he performed well.
He did his job, I imagine. Outside of Kaimi missing that extra point, the final kick, the final touchdown, I would probably say 45 out of the 46 guys played well. And the only guy who didn't was the most important player on the field, except it didn't matter.
Tommy Townsend did shank a punt.
Okay. So, but he's is he the holder on extra points?
Yeah, so he gained some positive.
I mean, on field goals. So he was part
of legacy points.
He was a part of a 51-yard field goal, I think. So Tommy Townsend, shanked the punt, but still,
it's also like one shank punt
against the Steelers offense, whatever.
And two fumbles lost, and
so I'm gonna go if we're correct, where it's 46 active guys, I'm gonna go 45 of them positives.
Yeah,
only one negative, and he happened to be the quarterback. So we'll do that when we come back. Eric, if you want to join us, I saw you on the phone on hold. You can do that. 713-780-3776. Of course, calls have come in all morning. If you want to continue to talk about the game, we welcome that. It was historic. First road win, dominant defensive performance, and yet, do we feel better about their chances of winning a Super Bowl or worse? We'll talk about that when we come back.
This is the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
I'm currently having issues with my chair, so we'll see how that goes this segment. But let's get to someone who can cause issues on the show. We sometimes adeptly dance around them. Sometimes he catches me in things where I know I shouldn't answer it seriously. We'll see if he gets me this time. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys, great game last night. Is the O-line better for the Steelers or for the Patriots? And right now, do you equate Aaron Rodgers and Drake May being the same QB in their careers right now? I mean, would you rather play an old Aaron Rodgers or a young Drake May? Drake May, excuse me. And, Caroline Collins is hurting right now from Fox 26 because she's a big Steelers fan. People are giving it to her online. So what do y'all think about that? And when is C.J. Stroud going to stop playing like Chiefs? I'll hang up and listen.
So I don't know Caroline Collins. I guess she might have been at the game. Don't know that she's a Steelers fan. So be it. As far as the online comments on her, I think what the Texans are going to face against the Patriots. Now, Will Campbell didn't have a great game against the Chargers. In fact, the Chargers got after Drake May. But how the Patriots want to play is the way you'd have to attack the Texans. They want to run the football right at you, power running game. They got Ramondre Stevenson. Then, of course, Travion Henderson, if he can hit a gap, he can take it 60, 70 yards for a touchdown. So as far as game plans are concerned, Josh McDaniels, just on how we watch the Patriots play all year, will have a better game plan against the Texans. They will try to do things to get Drake May in situations where it is manageable, 3rd and 4, being 2nd and 5, things like that, by running the football right at the Texans and trying to eliminate how effective those pass rushers can be. As far as the offensive lines are concerned, going by what the Steelers put out on the field last night, I just go off rip with the Patriots, except the Chargers kind of handled that Patriots O-line. It'll be about how the Patriots go about trying to run offense. And I think that benefits them against the Texans more than anything else. I don't think you'll see Drake May consistently battling 3rd and 11s in shotgun, waiting for Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter to come after him. That's a recipe to lose, maybe not 30-6, but 21-10, like that. I think the Patriots will have a better game plan against the Texans. What else did he ask about? CJ playing like cheeks. CJ played poorly. In fact, let's hear from CJ on one of the reasons his performance wasn't great. He had to answer questions about his inability to catch snaps. Here's CJ Stroud.
We had some problems with the snaps. Me catching them, got to find a way just to catch them and then take care of the ball. We knew on tape that they did a good job of, punching at the ball or trying to, get you to, while you're throwing, get your throwing arm. So, I try to work on that throughout the week. But they made plays, and I think these games, the playoffs games, from my experience, they're going to make plays, we're going to make plays. It's all about, moving forward and, trying your best to, flush it and keep going. So, I thought, when every time we had to bounce back, we made more plays. So, I'm proud of our guys for having a little bit of resilience in those moments. And, to finish the game like that was really dope.
A dominant fourth quarter, but I don't know how you work on just catching the football. It feels like it should be second nature. Maybe he just took it to he assumed, and rightfully so, you're a quarterback, you catch snaps all the time. Maybe there was a lack of focus there. But his ball security when he actually did catch a snap was a big of a problem as anything else. There's some plays you just have to eat and operate like you know who your defense is. Sometimes with who you have on the other side playing defense and who they're playing on the other side offensively, take the sack. Sometimes kicking it back to the opponent and letting your defense wreak havoc is the best way a drive can end. And he has to do a better job understanding what this team is. Their defense first, second, third, and fourth. Play to that. be better at ball security and understand that your defense on a night like last night isn't going to give up more than 10 points as long as you don't hand the Steelers great field position. And even on instances when you did, they still held them to field goals. We're talking about a team that if the quarterback doesn't show up, and I mean no quarterback, not just Davis Mills in his place,
Wildcat.
They won that game 14-3. If they just decide Nick Chubb and Woody Marks, you're going to be our quarterbacks for the day, and if you guys don't fumble, we're going to find a way to score points defensively. Now, of course, there's some context. And, of course, the Steelers would play differently if the quarterback wasn't playing. I understand. But
it's the whole thing of, like, if the quarterback just spiked it every play.
If Tommy Townsend punted it on every first down.
Yeah. No, you just take knees. Run a little
to
clock.
run some clock, yes.
Rest the defense
okay, I
a little
got you.
bit.
Yeah. If
you just take knees and punt it every time, they would win.
If you telegraph to the Steelers who are running the ball on every play, and you make sure Chubb and Woody Marks don't fumble, you got to throw Dari in there since you run the football all the time.
Yeah, and Woody Marks would have to go to the tent.
Yeah, because that's what happens. If you do that, you've got a great shot to win because that's how dominant they were last night. Instead, your quarterback's mistakes on your side of the field and then the Steelers' red zone on an early second half drive allowed the Steelers to stay in it. So
yeah, the Steelers' second field goal drive was 8 plays for 4 yards.
It was after the CJ fumble, right?
Yeah. Their only other their first drive was 30. Their second drive was 58 yards, and then it's 5-0 for 23, 6, 2, 19, 5, 21 end of game. It's like they didn't move the ball at all.
No, and it was still up in the air until the Sheldon Rankins scoop and score because
and it was up in the air in the sense that when the Texans offense was on the field,
were they going to make a critical mistake to put the Steelers in a spot?
Was on the field, it was not up in the air.
No, at 10-6, once they kicked that field goal, hell, at 7-6, I said as long as the Texans don't screw up offensively, they're going to win this game. But at 10-6, the Steelers have the ball, and then Will Anderson comes around the corner and strips Rodgers on a 3rd and long, I think, and then of course Rankins runs it in. Game over. Will's broken, and at that point, you're hoping that the offense doesn't do anything once they get the ball back to give the Steelers any life. So I asked a question before we went to break. You win a game 30-6. You have one of the more dominant performances, well, certainly in your history, and maybe just all time when you throw in the 2 defensive touchdowns, the lack of points scored by the Steelers, and just their inability to move the football. Do we think this team is more likely to win a Super Bowl now that we've seen what the quarterback did, or less likely? We assume he's going to play better. It's hard to be as bad as he was as far as dropping snaps, fumbling the football, throwing picks.
I saw like 2 different stats where basically this is the worst game of CJ Stroud's career when it comes to turning the ball over.
Yeah.
Which is like really the big no-no. It's just don't turn over the ball, and this offense or this defense will do enough to keep you in the game, if not outright win it.
So he had 3 turnovers, but also
he had
4 fumbles,
yes.
2 lost. He fumbled it twice on one play because he dropped the snap and then he fumbled.
Yes.
That he lost, I think. Of course, the flea flicker fumble.
Yes.
And the pick, which made it 3 turnovers. And even the ball, like, okay, one snap wasn't his fault. He wasn't looking. But even the ones he recovered, short-circuited drives.
Yes.
Right? They never recovered from one of those botched snaps and went on to score points, right? Or did they? I don't remember if they got over the hump one time and actually went on to score points.
Yeah.
So beyond the fumbles,
they short-circuited the play.
Yeah.
Like it seems like CJ Stroud was just constantly under like oh my God, what's happening? It's almost like he got jumped it like he just jumped into the play like as it was happening and like trying to catch his bearings instead of being like in control the way a quarterback normally is. It's like the second he had to move in the pocket, he was just like, oh my God. Like, it's like if I had to play quarterback, where I'm just like looking around, trying not to get murdered, and can't hold on to the football.
Even on the plays he made, there felt like a nervous energy.
Yeah, there's just so much. Yeah, it was that's the perfect way. Like, there's just a nervous energy to his
Unsettling
play.
to watch him and his
Yeah.
feet and trying to maintain some composure in the pocket. He looked.
Even the throws, he was missing a couple throws.
He missed high.
The Collins one on the sideline before halftime.
Yeah, it was just a thing where he looked like a guy playing with the lack of composure, like a young quarterback. And he is a young quarterback in a sense. He's only in year 3, but we expected some growth there, and it looked like a guy almost making his first start in the playoffs in some ways. Thankfully, he's got a as they say, a Super Bowl caliber defense.
That's why I'm kind of like, not like completely like whatever, doesn't matter, but I am like, there's no way that it's like worse than this.
Yeah, I agree. My only issue is the Steelers defense isn't even good.
Yeah, that is a problem.
So what happens when you have a more buttoned up team like the Patriots? They're not super talented, but they're a better defense.
Yeah.
And also they probably are going to have a better plan on offense. So even if it's like a 13-10 game, can CJ avoid different mistakes? I don't think he's just going to drop snaps in his next game. But can he avoid taking a drive-killing sack?
Mm-hmm. Throwing that interception in the red zone was like especially
like those are normal things that can happen in a playoff game. The dropping of snaps is nuts. I don't expect it to happen again. But the other things that he did, the nervousness, the missing throws, the pick, those are things you can see duplicating or replicating in another playoff scenario. Lazy J, I see you. Chris, I think that's Merritt. Hold on. We'll get to all of you when we come back. Lazy J apparently wants to change subjects altogether. So we'll get to that. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. We're talking Texans, of course. But as I always say, if you take it someplace else with the call, we can do that. Before we go to break, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. Monument Chevrolet. I met the guys again. It was Adam, Chris, and Jeff. I met them at a lunch, and we talked about the car buying business and what time they're on and what's going on over there. And we're gonna talk about car of the week. But I did want to let you know that Jeff has put himself out there. If you want to talk to someone specifically at Monument Chevrolet, the name that you want to talk to is Jeff. He's one of their he's a decision maker, I'll say. You don't need the official title, but he's a decision maker, and he can get you right if you've got an issue. So mention the name Jeff, and you got an in at Monument Chevrolet. But let's talk about the cars. If you go to monumentchevrolet.com, you see all the vehicles and all the deals. And one of the things they let us know about at that lunch is you're going to see deals at different places, but the deals at Monument Chevrolet are consistent. They're not going to be changed once you get out on the lot. They're in Pasadena off of Bellwood 8 and 225. One of the things they pride themselves on is there's no fakeness. They're not false. You see a deal, you're not going to get it on the lot, and they're going to go, actually, it's this. That's not part of what they're about. They understand. Car buying, you got a lot of options, and sometimes the people you deal with can be a little less upfront than you like. They're not about that. They've been in business a long time because of that. They make sure once you step foot on the lot, it's going to be honesty, an upfront approach, and they're going to get you into a great car at a deal that you're going to like. So check them out. All they have to offer on the website, monumentchevrolet.com, whether it's new, pre-owned, they have a wide variety for you. And then head on out there, Pasadena, off of Bellwood 8 and 225. That's Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
It's the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
All right, let's get to these calls. Let's start with Chris, and then we'll get to Lazy J. What's up, Chris?
Yeah, hey, good morning, Bill. Couple of things. I wanted to say I felt like at times CJ was definitely trying to play hero ball last night. Felt like he was trying to make a name for himself, trying to get that money on that contract, and not playing into what the game was giving him, but trying to make something out of nothing. And I think you guys have been already saying that this morning, but I just want to throw that hero ball term in there. And as far as Nico Collins being out, I kind of felt like at times, and it's normal for most quarterbacks, they want to force that ball into their best friend's hands, which happens to also be the best wide receiver on the Texans team. So I feel like at times, he's trying to force the ball into Nico to keep him happy. That's his buddy, But after Nico went out, I mean, the offense was, he was still able to get some good passes off, and he was spreading the wealth out. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that, Bill.
Okay, so just trying to make sure I heard. Appreciate the call, Chris. It was a little muffled, but as far as CJ and how he played, I don't really think this was about setting a path towards a giant deal. I think this is what we've seen from him kind of all year long, beyond, of course, the ridiculousness of him not being able to catch snaps. He has not played or looked confident as a quarterback all year. Maybe it's about the PTSD of getting hit as many times as he's gotten hit, the multiple concussions he suffered over the first 3 years of his career. But whether it be the nervous feet or missing throws, that's the thing that's happened all year. I'm not sure that has anything to do with a contract situation. I know he's extension eligible this offseason. He's been inconsistent. There have been moments, even in the game, as you pointed out, after Nico Collins got hurt. We didn't even talk about that yet. Nico Collins suffered a concussion, and the way that he had to be carted back to the locker room with a towel over his head and a short week, I don't imagine we'll see him on Sunday. And when you think about it,
Get a friendly doctor in there.
Well, yeah, a Texas Longhorn doctor.
Yeah.
The NFL seems to take it more seriously than college. We've talked about this.
A doctor wearing a cowboy hat, I think will clear him.
Maybe he's not even a doctor at all. Just someone says you're good to go. Go play.
I'm called Doc.
Yeah.
Call me Doc.
My nickname is Doc. But Nico Collins probably out against the Patriots. Considering it's his second concussion of the season, we talk about a Super Bowl run. We may not see him unless the Texans make a Super Bowl. If it goes the way it looked on the field, where he couldn't even walk back to the locker room. So CJ made throws, which is some of the things that are confounding, because he did get the ball to Christian Kirk, made some nice throws, threw a ball in a big time spot under pressure in that third quarter as the Steelers were trying to stop the drive that eventually put it away. Look, Sheldon Rankins play put it away, but the Texans put together a drive to bleed clock and then score a touchdown with Woody Marks that officially put the game away. He hit Christian Kirk on a little drag route with the blitz in his face. It was a nice pickup by one of the running backs. I don't remember if it was Chubb or Marks, and he hit him in stride, and Christian Kirk ran up the Steelers sideline for a big first down. So there are moments when you go, oh, playing under pressure, making plays, that was great. And then there are other moments when he has the nervous feet, runs himself into trouble, and you throw in the lack of ball security last night in the pocket. It was all in all a performance that got the entire football watching public and Twitter talking about CJ Stroud being a guy, not only he is not even a guy you win with or win because of, he is a guy you win in spite of. At least he was last night, which is not a reputation he had going in, but the playoffs tell, as the great Pat Riley once said, and they told on CJ last night. That can all change next Sunday or this upcoming Sunday, but at the moment, he looks like an anchor on what could be a big-time season for the Texans. One game can change that, but right now, that was ugly.
Yeah, which is weird because it's like not his first playoff game.
No, it's
not his first road playoff
it's his
game.
5th playoff game.
Yeah, it's like just.
And he played his worst game.
Yeah, yeah. It was like Darnold-esque. I was thinking that. I was thinking, like, if Seattle or Houston had like a good quarterback, like not even the top of the league, but just like, like a dependable, set your watch to him type quarterback.
Like Sam Darnold's numbers this year would call him a good quarterback, but you're talking about a belief in Sam Darnold.
Yeah, it's just
he hasn't proven.
Yeah, every time they play a like big game for 2 years now, it's like he has the C.J. Stroud game. Like he has the like, oh my God, this guy can't move the ball. Actually, C.J. Stroud can move the ball.
I might take it back. Sam Darnold wound up throwing 14 picks this year. He was fine, but he was worse than he was last year.
Yeah, and Stroud's fine. Like Stroud was fine. And when they lose, I mean, we talked about it with the Nick Haley, where like when the Texans lose in the playoffs, it's gonna look ugly on offense. Like there's not a way where they lose 38-35.
Yeah, no chance.
And it's not the offense's fault in the playoffs. So when C.J. Stroud or when Sam Darnold, or when their teams lose, chances are it'll be because, they cost them the season. They just cost their team the season.
Yeah, we look across the playoffs, and the Texans very impressive. The world is lit on fire by what that defense did, but we know because of what happened in their final game that the Seahawks wound up being the best teams points-wise in the NFL. And then you go into DVOA, which is a more in-depth way to analyze a unit. They were the best defense in DVOA-wise as well. They just don't have these 2 elite pass rushers that get people excited. And for whatever reason, the way the Seahawks play defense doesn't excite everyone the way the Texans play defense.
I think because they're more of a, like, they scheme it up.
Yeah, as opposed to just hunt, like Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter.
The Texans are it's almost like a college defense where you're just like, oh, yeah, they just have way better players on defense than we do.
Like what the Ruben Bain-Messidor thing at Miami.
Yeah,
where we're just going to rush the pass and get after you. We're going to be very simple, but our pass rushers allow us to be that.
Yeah, and then it's like, what if they also had the best secondary in college football?
Yes, throw in, you have an elite all-pro, and then you have another guy who's coming up strong on his tail as far as another. Like, you have 2 elite pass rushers, maybe the best pass rushers in the game. It's funny, the Broncos, outpaced everyone by 19 sacks. 68 of them, but we're still looking at the Texans as the best pass rushing unit in football. And then you have 2 elite corners as well, and a safety playing at an all-pro level, or nickel, whatever you want to call Jalen Petrie.
Mm-hmm. And then your safety returned a pick six.
Yeah, and you have a ball hawk at the other safety spot. At all the glamour positions, the Texans have stars.
Yeah, and again, they're like the self-evident, like, no, you just kind of watch them, and you're like, there's several points.
Yeah, like Mike McDonald is getting a lot of credit for how the Steelers play defense.
Yeah.
Now, of course, D'Amico Ryans, because of his defensive background, people are going to mention that. But Matt Burke, even though maybe some of that is starting to build because he's now the official play caller.
They showed him a couple times on ESPN.
But still, Frank Ross gets more airtime than Matt Burke.
Well,
I was thinking about that that's what I'm saying. On the Sheldon Rankins, we're getting into our bag. On the Sheldon Rankins fumble return, I was like, you know what? Why is Frank Ross always in the picture? He was like trying to hug D'Amico. D'Amico was barely paying attention to him.
Crystal ball mode. Don't hug me.
Yeah, Kevin Beer, the Miami assistant who actually is one of the more underrated Miami players in the past. Crystal ball's like, D'Amico didn't give that to Frank Ross. He just didn't really acknowledge him. But Frank Ross always gets airtime. Always has a camera on him. I don't know why that is. He just gets a good edit. Someone loves to put the camera on Frank Ross. Meanwhile, Matt Burke. But they don't have to put the camera on him. I know what you're saying. Maybe Frank Ross is mugging it up and getting on camera.
Stop running onto the field.
But even on plays, on plays where he's like maybe 8 to 10 yards away from D'Amico on the sideline, the camera will find Frank Ross.
Yeah, he's emotive. I will say that.
Yeah, they love the emotion. Matt Burke may be a little more calm.
Yeah.
But even still, his unit is playing well. But he is not given the defensive genius tag that McDonald is getting because you have Daniil Hunter, future Hall of Famer, and Will Anderson, future DPOY at some point.
And it's always hard when you're the DC for a defensive-minded coach.
That's true.
Because, it's unlike the offensive side of the thing, where the offense, it's like, oh, let's get a piece of the Kyle Shanahan system. So let's hire Bobby Slowick. You know, like, let's get a piece of the McVay stuff. So let's hire someone off his offensive staff. You don't really get the flip side on that for defense, where it's like, hey, we need a little piece of the Chiefs defense with Spagnuolo. Let's hire their linebackers coach or something. Like, that really just does not happen.
Certainly to a lesser frequency than it does.
Yeah,
on
I
offense.
mean, D'Amico Ryan's. I guess he was the DC for a year in San Francisco. Also, Texans legend, so that helps.
Certainly helped, and it's worked out to a great degree. Let's get to Lazy J before we go to break. He wants to talk about a topic that takes us away from the Texans. Okay, you want to talk soccer? What's up?
Woo, soccer matters. Longest wait time.
Yeah, poor you.
Sports history.
Yeah.
Goodness
everyone
gracious.
feels bad for you.
Man, hey, your intern, black girl, man, you sound pretty good, man. What's up?
What? What did you just say?
I say your black intern, she sound pretty good. What's up?
What do you mean, what's up? What are you talking about?
Hey, I ain't had a black girl since '05. Tell me what's up.
But
anyways, man.
Wow. Never. I don't even. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's not true. Once you go black, you never go back. That's a damn
Go
lie.
on.
Anyways, yeah. I went to call in yesterday. I want to get your thoughts on Xabi Alonso quitting over the weekend, Super Cup. I'm kind of glad he's gone. I don't know, man. He was doing some things. They weren't listening. I don't think they really liked him. To me, he seemed to a little bit racist, but maybe that's just me, my thoughts. But I don't really think he liked Vinny. He didn't like Rodrigo. He didn't like Hendricks. He didn't like Mape. He said Mape had too much. He had the LeBron, I guess, too much factor in the locker room. I just want to get your thoughts on that, man. Who you think's up, the next head coach for us, and yeah, just what's your thoughts on that game, man? I think they had it. I think Mape, I think if he wasn't really hurt, I think he would have came in a little bit earlier in that game. It's crazy how they took off Vinny like that. I think Vinny was having the game of his life. I mean, he hasn't scored in a long time, but man, he was just so fast on the pitch yesterday. I mean, on Sunday, I was surprised they took him off, man. And do you think that maybe because there was a lot of players playing out of like Chouamindi, they got him as a center back, like playing defense? Like, what are we doing? Like, Valverde in the wrong spot? It's like,
all right, thank you. That's enough. Put him on hold. His inability to read the room is astounding.
Listing every player.
Yeah, you're gonna call in on a very you're narrowcasting on this topic. You want to talk about Real Madrid's shakeup where Xavi Alonso is no longer the head coach, and then you start to list all these Real players that a lot of people don't even know. Like they're
Sergio
very
Ramos,
giant, yes, from 10 years ago.
Marcelo.
Sure, yeah. What's Pepe up to? Come on. Look, I understand. I set a standard where you want to talk about other things beyond the Texans, but can we at least keep it continental?
I think his call was longer than he was on hold.
It felt like it for the rest of us. Yeah, Xavi Alonso, no longer the coach. He used to coach at Leverkusen, had a great success there. I don't know if he has a problem with Brazilian players. You listed a couple of them. I can't speak to that. But I will give you this, and then we're going to go to break. I'm not breaking down the game against Barcelona. Thierry Henry, legend of France, said this about the Real job. He's been a manager. He's a great player, played at big clubs. Some places you can be a coach where you can put in your style of play, how you want the players to react. Other places, you got to be simply a manager because you got superstars everywhere. You got to manage personalities and almost let them be them. Let their play style dictate how you set up your tactics. Xavi Alonso was at Leverkusen, a place that didn't know the type of success. They're a fine club, but didn't know the type of success he brought to them. Then he goes to Real, and they're the champions of Europe many times over with superstars. Perhaps the way you want to coach a team and put your stamp on it can't be done at Real because all those stars are the stars of stars. And I'm done. That's all you get out of me because I'm not breaking down your game against Barcelona over the weekend. What was the Spanish Cup or something? I don't even know. Thank you for the call. And actually, I'm taking my thank you back. We'll get to Sean and Eric when we come back. If you want to talk Texans or seeding like Eric does, you're more than welcome. If you want to talk about Manchester United, maybe save it for tomorrow. Willie P. We'll be back.
We'll get to Eric and Sean here, but speaking to the night that the Texans' offensive line had in comparison to what their quarterback did, Woody Marks gained positive yards on all 19 of his rush attempts on Monday night, last night. That's the most carries without a negative 0-yard or 0-yard rush in a playoff game since at least 2000.
Wow.
That's how good the running backs and the offensive line was last night.
I was thinking that I remember back in like August when they signed, or it might have been July, when they signed Nick Chubb and we're getting pumped full of like O-line, like they just want to be a physical O-line group. And we're like, you know what? I can like squint and see the like all this team does is play awesome defense and run the ball with Nick Chubb, at that point, maybe Joe Mixon and Woody Marks. And it's like, hey, there's been teams that have won a lot that have just run the ball and played awesome defense. Last night was like the first time I was like, oh, I see that's the formula. It's just run the ball, like have a, Jamal Lewis in 2000 and then have your quarterback hopefully catch snaps in the future and not turn the ball over. But it's like, that's really all this team needs is to not put the ball in the deck. And if they can run the ball, maybe not as well or just avoiding the negative plays as much as they did last night to historic levels. But if they can just run the ball and play awesome defense, that is a formula to win, especially in these playoffs where it's either going to be you have this Patriots team that, no one's too scared of, but they are a solid team. And then on the other side, you have the Denver Broncos with Bo Nix, and we already saw that game against the Texans defense, or a Bills team that can't stop the run, and hopefully you're not Liam Cohen and just forget about that and start throwing the ball a bunch after the first drive. There's a real chance that it's like, they don't have to be that good to make the Super Bowl, or they don't have to exceed, some expectations of each of their parts to like actually make a serious run at this.
So the Texans were bottom third of the league running the football in the season.
That's the problem.
So last night was a surprise, certainly an outlier from what we've seen from them. So
it might be more about the Steelers.
Yeah. Yes. The Steelers are not a good defense. They will be going up against a much better defense in the Patriots. As far as defending the run, the Patriots were sixth in the league. So it'll be a different ball game in multiple ways. The Steelers, they weren't terrible against the run, top half of the league, but last night weren't good. The Texans, credit to them and their offensive line for that performance, protecting their quarterback, dealing with the blitz.
From protecting the quarterback from himself.
Well, I mean, Jake Andrews did have a snap where no one was ready for it except for Jake Andrews, but for the most part.
How does that happen? Because they pointed out that it was Ed Ingram.
He's supposed to be the one that signals Jake Andrews to snap the football.
So if Jake Andrews didn't get tapped,
why
is he snapping the football?
A brain fart, who knows?
Okay.
He was like, "Oh, I've been snapping when you're ready, not catching it. Let's see if you're when you're not ready, can you catch it?"
It's the learn how to swim by getting thrown in the pool method of snapping.
Yeah,
okay.
And see how it goes, and it didn't go well. We'll get to Eric here, and then we'll get to Sean. What's up, Eric?
Hey, I forgot to ask. If the Bills beat the Broncos and the Texans beat the Patriots, will the AFC Championship game be held in Houston? I'll hang up and listen.
Yes.
You could just Google. Seeding is pretty easy to figure out once you know the matchups. So thank you for that. I'm sure you had to call back for that, or, as I said, just look at the bracket. And Sean, very succinct in the answer and correct. The Texans are a higher seed than the Bills. If both teams go on the road and win games, the Texans host the AFC title game against a team and in a place where they dominate. Think of the energy. We got a national title game where a team is a home team. Think of the expectations if the Bills come to town. You dominate Josh Allen in that building. What a Sunday that would be. But we got games to get through for
one
that
game at a time. Well, actually one game and then another game at a time.
Yeah,
'Cause
we
that
need
is a-
both
that is a two-leg
scenarios.
parlay.
Yes, we need the Bills to go into Denver and beat the 1 seed, which is very possible.
Yeah, neither of them are like outside the realm.
Yeah,
of
the
possible.
Texans aren't the favorite currently.
3-point. The SVP had it on the post game that they're 3-point underdogs.
Actually, on ESPN right now, it's plus. Let me see. Oh no, that's when they talk about who's broadcasting game. They go ESPN and then another station +1 at the top for whatever reason they do that on all their stuff. New England's -3 as it stands right now. We'll see if the money comes in on the Texans. Let's get to Sean. Is this a petty football topic he wants to talk about? What's up, Sean?
Well, the pettiness shrugs of the assistant coaches made me think of, did you watch the end of the Seahawks 49ers game a couple of weeks ago, when it was the last game of the season when they clinched the division? Were you watching that game?
I didn't see that. What happened? Or the end of it. I saw the game, but not the.
Well, it was just the pettiness. I couldn't believe you didn't bring it up, so you must not have been watching it. But they had John Snyder, like he was all excited, and he raised his hands with his light blue shirt on. He had this giant pit stain, and he was going around hugging everybody. And I was just thinking about Dell when he went on the flight and wore shorts, and the guy next to him wore shorts.
Oh, that was bad.
Get your thoughts on that.
Well, you prefer not to hug a sweaty man. Definitely, I would be one of the people. Hey, John, let's dap it up. In fact, now I'm a dap it up guy, period. Something great happens, I don't really want to hug you just because it's great. Like, good things happen, I don't want to hug you just because good things happen. We could dap it up, fine.
Yeah, I guess it depends who you are in that moment.
But if you're sweaty?
Yeah, if I'm Leonard Williams, I'm also sweaty.
So he may not care.
It's zero-sum
In fact, he's sweatier.
Yeah, likely, yes.
So if I'm Leonard Williams in that situation, former, USC Trojan?
Yes.
Former Jet. Or Giant. Maybe both. I don't remember. He might have played for both. Either way, if I'm Leonard Williams and John Snyder, the guy who brought me to Seattle, hugs me, you know what? He's going to be worse off than I am.
Yeah.
But if I'm owner of the team,
no,
and sweaty ass John Snyder's coming near me, no, don't hug me.
This is a Gucci suit.
As the owner of the team in that situation, I'm sure the owner of the team would welcome the hug. But me, hey John, I pay you enough not to hug me.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't think I saw Cal McNair get hugged.
I did not. I saw him. He and Hannah.
Yeah, they do the thing where it was also at that point, 30-6. So they're just pointing the cameras at anybody, being like, "What a job they've done."
Yeah, I'm sure. I had the game on mute. I was done listening to commentary at the time, but I'm sure Buck and Aikman talked about the turnaround.
They his father, Bob McNair, was the founder of. I like how they say the founder of the Houston Texans. Like he did anything other than
he's Sam
bid.
Houston.
He just bid to own an expansion
there
team.
There was a team
and
available, and he paid for it, and he happened to reside in a spot where the NFL wanted to be. Yes.
Like he founded a country or something. No, he just bid with whatever Paul Tagliabue or whoever.
He paid a hefty price to have an NFL team.
Yeah. Okay.
No. Founder.
And now this is just his son, the son of a guy who just paid money.
Yeah, I appreciate trying to put some gravitas on it, but look, Bob McNair, whatever you think of him, I'm sure people think hero for bringing football back. But the logistics of it is he was rich. The NFL was looking for a spot to put a team. Houston was agreeable, and he paid the price for it.
Yeah.
Founder, though.
I mean,
I guess.
Sure.
He's a governor, right? No, that's the NBA.
That's the NBA.
You can still be an owner in the NFL.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Still allowed.
Can't let him run the prison. Can't let the inmates run the prison.
Yeah, that's one of the Bob McNair things. It's true. I won't even say it's a complicated legacy, but there were some moments you're like, oof.
Yeah, there's just a couple times.
Old guy moments. We'll just leave in that category.
Yeah. And then Cal McNair, took a little time to develop as an owner.
I mean,
come into his own as
he probably wasn't ready to take over the reins at the time, but now that he's gained some experience and maybe handed over some of the responsibility to a certain someone who was standing next to him, that's what the rumors are. Things are going swimmingly. Cal can just be the owner of throw up the H, put on a giant chain,
Yep. Flip some burgers,
barbecue some stuff, do bits. All
oh
good.
yeah, do the high five bit. That was fun.
Yeah, all good.
That was a fun bit.
Yeah, I don't know how much say he has in what happens. It's probably better off that people think he doesn't have much control, even if he did.
It's better for PR.
I think he adopting the go with the flow. Hey, I'm just Cal hanging out is probably good.
Yeah, definitely.
Either way, it's working.
Yeah, no, I mean, 3 straight double-digit win seasons, right? Did they go 10-7? Yeah,
Most tied for most wins in franchise history.
Yeah,
and in fact,
3 straight years with a playoff win.
Correct, and got a real shot to go make an AFC title.
And all 3 playoff wins are decisive. Like
they blew out the Browns, they blew out the Chargers, and they blew out the Steelers. They are a force in the wild card round.
That was my biggest takeaway when they kept hammering home. That's the team's first road playoff win in franchise history. I was thinking, like, this really felt no different than every other wild card game, or not every other, but the more recent wild card games where it's like kind of close. You know, the Texans are actually the better team, and then they just kind of pull away, like the Browns game, like the Chargers game, now the Steelers game. They're the same game, really. Like defensive scores, turning the ball over, Justin Herbert throwing 4 interceptions, Joe Flacco throwing 2 pick sixes. Like it was the same game.
How often have the Texans scored a defensive touchdown in the wild card round? We know
J.J.
their
Watt.
very first one they did. I think Jonathan Joseph might have had one in the same game. Or was that the next year?
I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it was for a touchdown, but there's one in the Connor Cook Raiders game.
They've had a good run of scoring defensive touchdowns.
Clowney? Was that Clowney strip sack?
I don't remember, but it's what they do.
It's really what.
In the games they don't do it, I mean,
they lose.
They lose.
I don't know. They lose 30-0 to the Chiefs.
They lose to the Colts.
21-7 to the Colts.
I don't know if they got one against the Bills, but that was Josh Allen in his infancy, so that was enough to get it done.
On tilt. On
yeah. Throwing like
if they play the
laterals to like fullbacks or tight ends or whatever he did.
If they played the Bills in the AFC Championship game, I might rewatch that game just for like how far we've come with Josh Allen.
He's not going to be able to avoid the questions. Like if he is walking into NRG for an AFC title game, the entire week he's going to hear about.
Hey, remember that time you threw it to a guy wearing number 42?
Not even that. It'll just be his entire history of playing in that building and stinking it up. Like, not even just playing poorly. Having some of the worst games of his career, even when he became Josh Allen.
Yeah.
That is what NRG and the Texans defense is.
Last, 2 years?
It's been under DeMeco Ryans. But so he's going to – Josh Allen has Patrick Mahomes out of the paint. Doesn't have to deal with Lamar Jackson. Got his first ever road playoff win.
Yeah.
And yet – if things go the way we'd like, he's going to have to deal with that albatross. Not just, hey, are you going to make a Super Bowl this year? Isn't this your year?
Yeah.
Isn't this your year?
Isn't it so easy to make a Super Bowl this year
Yeah.
as your wide receivers are falling dead?
Yeah, Gabe Davis tore his ACL.
Yeah.
You got to deal with the place you have never had any success with or in, and then deal with the defense that's torturing quarterbacks on a consistent basis. Good luck, Josh.
Yep.
But first, deal with the team who sacked the quarterback 68 times.
First played the number one team in the AFC, also at altitude, also with arguably the best defense in the league. And then you might play the other team that has an argument for the best defense in the league.
Then if you make a Super Bowl.
And then you might play the other team.
The other team with an argument. A lot in the path of a potential Josh Allen Super Bowl. Hopefully he doesn't see one because the Texans stand in his way.
BTA.
I don't know if it'll be Beltaz.
Okay.
A win will do.
I don't want to take that from Michael Irvin either. He didn't invent BTA, but he's taken it to new levels.
It was a real challenge to see who would be the king of BTA because Kawan Lacey and Ole Miss loves to do it too.
It was a BTA off.
Yeah, and it turns out once you run for a 75-yard touchdown, your hamstring won't allow you to BTA.
Yeah. Probably not the worst play in the game for Ole Miss, but like I would say a bottom 10 game or bottom 10 play in that game.
And you scored a touchdown on the play.
Yes.
Your best player.
It was the only time to score a touchdown until the third quarter?
To the fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter, yeah. I had the same thought with Nico Collins, the Nico Collins concussion.
Yeah.
I was like, that might be the worst play of the Texans offense this game, and the quarterbacks turn the ball over 3 times.
Yeah,
Like that might actually be the worst play because, again, honestly, once it was the third quarter, I was kind of like, the Texans are going to win this game.
Yeah.
And then, Nico Collins can't, like, walk off the field. That's bad.
If you missed it, Nico Collins suffered a concussion. Don't know how you missed it if you watched the game, but his history is he had a concussion earlier this year. As Sean mentioned, he couldn't even walk back to the locker room. Shorter week. They got a game on Sunday. It's unlikely he will play. Like the first day he could actually play is like logistically he would clear concussion protocol like maybe on Saturday, and Sunday would be the first day he would be eligible to do real football stuff. So it feels like we're not going to see him. And if you throw in his concussion history, is he going to play in a potential AFC title game? Texans have to get there, but I wouldn't count on Nico Collins if they do make it.
Yeah, and to me, I mean, we'll have
plenty of time.
3 more days to talk about the Patriots matchup, but I'm already this team's inspired me. I'm actually really enjoying this, and last night I was already thinking about the Patriots. We're already spinning my wheel about like Drake May's good on the deep ball though, so that's like the one weakness, but got to protect him to get there. And no Nico Collins. Can we get one more
Christian Kirk?
Christian Kirk game?
I can guarantee you won't get one more of the guy you just said. Of anything, actually. We'll go to break.
That was completely on accident.
Well, I know. Sometimes it just slips. We'll go to break with that.
Please.
We're going to break to save Sean. We'll be back.
It's the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
Sean is in great company. One of the legends of the game did exactly what Sean did as we were closing out the segment, so he doesn't have to feel too bad. But let's play this from J.J. Watt. Mostly because we have to question the validity of one of the things he said. I talked to a couple guys who have brothers. Sean, you have a brother?
Yes.
So I have a brother, but let's just say it's complicated. So I certainly wouldn't be able to agree with J.J. Watt here. So we're questioning this. This is J.J. Watt with the Mannings during the game. Of course, he has T.J. on the Steelers, so he was asked a question about who he wanted to win. Here's J.J. Watt last night.
It's a question my parents got asked when Eli and I would play. They wouldn't admit it. The answer was always Eli. What are your rooting interests in this game with your old team versus your brother's team?
All right. I'll shoot you fully straight on it. First things first, it's obviously a win-win for me. I got somebody to root for in the next round I'm very excited about. I've known TJ since 1994. Talked to him every single day of his entire life. I am rooting for my blood because I have known him forever. If the Texans win, I'll be very excited for them and very happy to cheer for them moving forward. But, I mean, I've seen the guy in diapers. I've seen him at highs and lows. I stood next to him at his wedding. We talk every single day. As you guys know, blood is thicker than anything else.
Good answer.
We're not questioning whether he was rooting for his brother, although it does put it into context that video he made hyping up the Texans. And meanwhile, his disloyal ass is rooting for his brother. Okay, fine. Hype the Texans up for a playoff run, but still root for your brother. Whatever. Pick a side, JJ. But the question for us is it possible that he's talked to his brother every day of his life? Do we believe that?
That's what I'm saying.
I asked John, who grew up with his brother. He said, no, I haven't talked to my brother every day. Lance, same. Sean, have you talked to your brother every day?
No, I didn't talk to him yesterday.
Bang.
So, boom.
There it is. What's the age gap?
10 years.
Okay. So
10 years younger.
He's 10 years younger.
Yeah.
So you're in your upper 20s. He's 18 or so.
Yeah.
That makes sense. You're not going to be talking to your 18-year-old brother every day. Do we believe that in the middle of his honeymoon, J.J. Watt made sure to call his brother to talk to him? I don't.
Yeah. And there's a 5-year difference, it looks like, for...
I think the Watts are very close. I would assume they're very close. I'm sure the Watts...
Peyton and Eli
Peyton and Eli work together, and I don't think they talk to each other every day. What are we talking about?
Every day?
Make sure he got a call in?
Every day before you left to college, both J.J. Watt and I left for college.
Mm-hmm.
Different times. Mm-hmm. Different colleges.
Of course.
But it's like I don't think I did it then either, because there'd just be times where you just don't talk to.
Why? For what reason? What do you have to say?
Or like one of you's whatever at a sleepover. Well, didn't talk to him today. Sorry. Although 10 years is different than 5.
Yeah,
like,
but still,
10 years like
both of
I
you,
didn't talk to a 2-year-old.
grown men. I don't believe it, but either way. JJ, disloyal to the Texans, was rooting for the Steelers.
But now rooting for the bandwagon fan.
Now he
JJ
will jump
Watt.
back on the Texans because he doesn't have, because his brothers, who he talks
Just 'cause
to
they
every
won.
day. Does he talk to Derek Watt every day, or is it just TJ? Is Derek the one who he has a complicated relationship with?
Is he still on? No, he had to have.
I think he's out of the league. They should have asked. That would have been my follow-up. What about Derek? Or is it only the brother who plays and is a sack leader?
And then they can go, what about Cooper?
Oh, there are weeks where they don't talk to Cuppa. Weeks.
Yeah, Derek Watt's a former professional
As soon
football
as they
player.
saw Cooper Manning in that hat, they're like,
And it's funny, Derek, his middle name's John. He could be DJ Watt. TJ, JJ, TJ.
I'm gonna big up Derek for not leaning in. I'm Derek. If these two want to go by initials, not me. My name's Derek. Save the family some nonsense.
Yeah.
I hadn't really thought of it that they both are initial guys. I'm glad Derek's like not me.
And they're neither of them are juniors, I don't think.
It's just that they both went with what was it? Tyler? What's his first name?
TJ?
Yeah.
Trent Jordan Watt.
Trent Jordan Watt. And is it Justin James Watt?
Justin James.
And Derek was like,
Derek John.
I don't know who you're talking to. You're not calling me DJ Watt.
Yeah, and they're.
Is he the younger brother? Is he the youngest brother?
No, Derek's the middle.
Okay, so the middle brother. The middle one's always the one who's gonna go to the beat of his own drum.
Yeah.
So there it is. TJ rooting for the Steelers and his brother.
Yeah, the only one not to win Defensive Player of the Year. Just going to his beat of his own drum.
Yeah. Well,
just didn't win DPOI.
You think if he was DJ Watt, he'd be a great pass rusher instead of a fullback?
Or I can see him as like an off-ball linebacker, Luke Kuechly type.
Well, to my point, he went to go play offense instead of defense.
Yeah.
Unlike his two very talented superstar brothers.
Shout out to the Watts.
Family of football royalty. But
I mean,
it's still the Mannings as the top of the heap.
Okay,
but
good.
I wasn't going to give the Watts that. But, quarterback.
Get a second generation going, all right? Win some rings.
The Mannings are the second generation because Archie's the first generation.
I mean, get a third generation going. God, they're nowhere close.
Yeah. I'm sure was their father like a high school coach or something?
I was about to bust out rings. There's 4 on the Manning cast.
None for the Watts.
Yeah. There's 4 on the Manning cast when it's just those two. There's 4 on the Manning cast when they have J.J. Watt.
It'd be 4 if they had added TJ. They added all the Watts. It'd still be 4.
Yeah.
So
was Derek Watt on like
he played for the Chargers and the Steelers.
Okay,
no,
good.
Never won a Super Bowl. He played from 16 to 22. All right, so there it is. A disagreement on talking to your brother.
Yeah,
every
just
day.
a little fact check on J.J. Watt. Although I guess we don't know for sure.
We don't know for sure. We just don't buy it. Just
every day.
A little codependent, if you ask me.
Yeah.
No one is, but that's my opinion. We'll go to break with that. Also, next time he does a hype video, make sure his brother isn't the first opponent.
Yeah, couldn't we? I mean,
it could have been anybody.
Get Brian Cushing. He doesn't have a brother on the other team.
You could have found a prominent Texan. It wouldn't have been Andre because he's not looking to do that. You wouldn't get much emotion out of him. But you could have found one that doesn't have a rooting interest in the first game of the playoffs. The only guaranteed matchup you have. Of course he's not rooting for you. Hype video falls flat. Pick it up. I know he's your guy in the media. He's backed you all year long, except in the most important game of the season.
He is the most forward-facing and probably the most famous Houston Texan.
I would agree. No one's topped him because of what he's decided to do after his career.
Ed Reed, I guess.
Ed Reed's probably the most famous one, but no one thinks of him as a Texan.
When he gets introduced places, they don't go Texans.
Former Texan safety Ed Reed. How many people in the football world even remember he played for the Texans outside of this city?
I'd go 10%.
I think more people know him as a guy who played for the Jets than played for the Texans.
He was good on the Jets after he got cut by the Texans. I remember because I was like, oh, of course he's good now.
Oh, he never seemed to be bought in.
No, and I don't think he really loved the scheme.
No.
And Ed Reed, he'll let you know.
Coach Reed won't hold back.
Yeah, and honestly, I might defer to Ed Reed on this.
What year was he on the team?
I think it was 2013, right?
Because, deferring to Ed Reed in that era of Texans football.
Or maybe it was 14.
He was with the Texans in 13. Then he joined the Jets in the same year.
And how many interceptions did he have?
So he was brought in, remember, because 2012, they had a good team but fell short. And they thought, hey, we need Ed Reed to put us over the top.
Yep. Like the Daniil Hunter of the defensive backfield.
That's what they thought.
Yes. Didn't quite get that.
Instead, I was going to try to think of a bad Texans rush in to make the comp. Like, anyone remember, was it Sam Cunningham? No, that's famous.
Sam Montgomery.
Sam Montgomery. Sam Cunningham's a very more famous person than Sam Montgomery.
LSU type.
He was the Sam Montgomery of Texans defensive ends as opposed to the Daniil Hunter at the time. Hey, you take your shot. Didn't work. I think they gave up, was it Quinn? Glover Quinn?
Yeah.
And because they thought they could get Ed Reed, and they did. And
Glover Quinn was good, too.
He was a good player for the Texans and moved on to the Lions. The story that I have on Glover Quinn is someone who used to work here when it was 1560 knew Glover Quinn. They did some promotional stuff together. And Glover Quinn told him, I'm not going to be back. He's told him in the middle of the 2012 season. He goes, it's not going to work out here. And he was in the middle of having a good year on a good defense. And I'm done here. And it was correct, prophetic from Glover Quinn. Did not know Ed Reed was on the other side of that. They should have stuck with Glover Quinn.
Yeah. Yeah, the rare instance where it's like
not that rare. If you're saying one of the instances where Ed Reed's not the I thought you were gonna go one of the rare times the Texans made a mistake.
No, I was gonna say one of the rare times where I choose Glover Quinn over Ed Reed.
Yeah, he made a Pro Bowl in his second year at the Lions.
Yeah,
and was the interception leader the same year.
Yeah, and Ed Reed played like 6 games for the Texans.
And didn't he like get robbed when he was here as well, or was that someplace else? Like, there's a story of him having like a bag of money in his car. And it got robbed. No wonder he wanted help.
You know what? Let's just talk about the early 2010s.
Now we're going to break. I was just filling time before we went to break. Yeah, Ed Reed had $50,000 stolen from him.
It's a tough break.
But that was in with the Texans, so it wasn't. Actually,
who cares?
He was
no.
The story is
tough break.
Yeah, he was.
Wait, tough break or who cares?
He withdrew $50,000 from a bank in Houston, and
as one does,
of course. And while he went someplace else, while he was inside, crooks smashed his car and smashed the window, took the money.
Gosh, do you know how rich you have to be to take out $50,000?
I do not.
And then just leave it in your car.
I know you got to be pretty rich. I don't know how rich you have to be, but it's got to be pretty rich.
As rich as Ed Reed.
Yes,
apparently.
at least as rich as Ed Reed. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got a couple more segments to go. If you want to join us, if you want to relive the 2013 Texans season, don't. It wasn't great. In fact, it was terrible.
No, maybe do 12.
Yeah, 12 was better. 13 was awful. We'll get to some other things when we come back.
You're back inside the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
A lot of Texans talk, as you might imagine, the day after a big playoff win. And the surprise contributor, frankly, because he had done very little as a Texan, was Christian Kirk. Sean, what did Christian Kirk do yesterday?
He had he set a new Texans record for receiving yards in a playoff game.
And as you rightfully pointed out,
feels like half of Texans playoff games.
Someone sets a record. There have been a lot of them.
Setting some sort of record.
And in some cases, not a lot of success. But credit to Christian Kirk for showing up.
144 yards.
That's a big number.
That's legit.
So credit to Christian Kirk for that.
But it's also like they won their first road playoff game in franchise history.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of like in franchise history, no one's ever done this in the playoffs. Like, it's not like they're the Steelers exactly. Like
thankfully, last night they weren't.
Yeah.
But yeah,
they're a modern franchise.
I get your
that
point.
Can win
yes.
In the post-Obama era.
That is one of the reasons why Tomlin needed to be defended because of his recent run of playoff failures. I think Rodgers defended him and Cam Hayward, the older players, defended him. I don't know.
To remember when
I don't know that
games.
Porter Jr. came out and said anything.
Yeah, my dad won some playoff games with him.
Yeah. I don't know that that's the case as far as the young players. But yeah, the older players had his back. But we'll see there. Guys who were established head coaches who have recently lost their jobs. Kevin Stefanski, still in the mix for jobs. He's interviewing. Mike McDaniel's interviewing for jobs. So it's not a death blow.
Yeah.
Even getting fired in the recent past.
Harbaugh's like the most coveted.
Yeah. So if Tomlin were to get fired, the Steelers shockingly decided enough is enough. Plenty of teams.
Yeah.
Which would certainly hurt the coordinators as far as you got Stefanski. No matter what you think of McDaniel, he's a sought after guy. Harbaugh, that's three established coaches who, at different degrees, have won at a reasonable level in the NFL. Like as far as a big problem this
Playoff
year was
coaches.
with McDaniel. He is in the regular season above 500, made the playoffs a couple times. Of course, Stefanski has won a playoff game, been coach of the year twice, and we know Harbaugh. So if you're a coordinator this year, it's tough that those three guys are out there.
Because you're taking a bad job. Or at least you're taking a job that those other guys probably passed on.
Didn't want. Yeah.
Yeah. So someone, I think it was Robert May, has brought up a good point with Mike McDaniel, where he's like, "Hey, bad news to like the, 15 teams that want to fire their offensive coordinator and hire Mike McDaniel. If half the league wants to fire their offensive coordinator and hire Mike McDaniel, he might just be a head coach. He might just take a head coaching job.
Yeah,
he might be so sought after that it's like." He actually won't be an OC.
And if he doesn't take a head coaching job, he will have us pick of the best situation possible. That's why I think the Lions are interested in him.
Yeah, I think they talked to him or requested.
Yeah, so getting him, I don't know if they have to request anymore.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So getting him, if it doesn't work out on the head coaching front, getting the coach that line with Gibbs, Amon-Ra, and Jameson Williams. Nice way to rebuild the reputation.
It's like either because I heard he talked to the Falcons too. It's like picturing him with either Gibbs or Robinson. You're just like, oh
in
my
his
God.
run stuff. Yeah. So if you are, let's just say, looking for an OC and you're I don't know. I don't even know. Now the Raiders looking for a head coach, but just go around. Like he can coach the Lions if he wants. If he doesn't get, it's going to be tough.
Eagles and looking for an OC.
I mean, they got good players too.
Yeah.
Now whether he wants to coach under Sirianni, that's a different story. And it would be funny for them to hire Mike McDaniel after his former DC is now the DC in Philly with Vic Fangio. That'd be interesting.
The Dolphins takeover is almost complete.
Yeah.
They just need Dave Wanstead installed as head coach.
Is he alive still?
I think he is.
Okay, good.
I think.
You could have won with Joe Philbin, too.
Joe Philbin.
Yes. Dave Wanstead had a winning season.
The takeover is complete. Joe Philbin has been installed.
As the offensive line coach or something.
Yeah, like it's a regime change. He's been installed as leader.
It's a bad regime to change to. Like if
it normally is.
Like if Goodell decided he was going to treat Philadelphia like we're treating a certain country and install his own people, the Philadelphia fans would not be thrilled if it was all Dolphins ex-coaches. Fangio, you can stay. The rest of you guys, maybe not. Maybe not so much.
Can we get Brian Flores?
Get Chris Forrester, the cocaine.
He's still in the
OC.
league, right?
Yeah, I think
He's still coach. I remember because I a year or two back I saw like they're talking about Chris
He's the
Forrester.
49ers.
I was like,
He's the O-line coach for the 49ers.
Still has a career.
They're in the playoffs still.
Yeah,
He overcame publicly being exposed as a coke snorter in the facility while he was interacting with a stripper. Luckily, he's only an O-line coach. You can survive it as an O-line coach, I think. Other spots where you're more front-facing, I don't know how easy it would have been to keep going.
I think any dream Chris Forrester had of
elevating,
becoming a head coach,
done for.
Nope, not happening.
You can't have.
Although give it enough time, people just forget.
But that video doesn't go away. Like, I get what you're saying. Forgiveness, people have it, particularly if you're great at your job. But if you hire Chris Forrester for anything beyond O-line coach, if that was his aspiration, all anyone's got to do is pull up the video and go, "Hey, this is your guy." It's tough.
It is tough. It's a tough video.
No one cares about putting the video out really if it's an O-line coach. Initially, when he gets hired, it comes out, but at some point, it's all forgotten.
Yeah, and then when they have a 3-game losing streak, that gets
but
retweeted
if
into
the O-line
oblivion.
is playing poorly. But if you're the OC and you call, like if you were what Kevin Patullo did for the Eagles in the playoff game, and even if they weren't going to fire him, that video comes out. Oh, he must have been on that when he was making those
Forrester
decisions.
preparing for the 49ers.
Yeah, it would never. You could never shoot it down. That's why he has to continue to be an O-line coach.
O-line coach. Ain't an O-line coach where I feel like most of your job is just like, hey, Trent Williams, how you feeling today?
Yeah, when Trent,
You doing okay?
When Trent feels pretty good, you got a really good shot. And that's
Yeah.
what happened on Sunday against the Eagles. Yeah, I was going to get to the pushback on Ime Udoka because we've gone from, man, what a great job he's done bringing a culture to the Rockets and taking them from one of the franchises who was getting disrespected by most of the media as a joke under Stephen Silas to being a team people are seriously considering. You add Kevin Durant and you fall below expectations early in that tenure. The other side comes out where, are we sure he's the right guy for the job? You drop 4 out of 5 to bad basketball teams, and now everyone's like, maybe all that culture and playing hard stuff isn't what is needed. We're going to hear from one of the national voices on Ime Udoka when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
Rockets got the Bulls tonight. We'll see if Şengün plays. He's expected to play. See if he looks better. It looked like they brought him back a little bit earlier, certainly than projections. Since he was injured, didn't help. They lost to Sacramento, had a bad fourth quarter. Now they got the Bulls in town, under 500, another under 500 team. That has simply not mattered as far as winning is concerned. They've lost to the Blazers twice, the Mavericks, and the Kings over their last 5 games. They are not great against the worst teams in basketball. They lost to the Pelicans, blowing a lead against the Pelicans. The Clippers they've lost to. The Kings they've lost to twice. They lost to the Blazers, who are fine. They're better than the Kings. They lost to the Kings and the Blazers twice, and the Mavericks twice, and the Pelicans. So they're bad against the worst teams in basketball. The Bulls are right in the spot they normally are in, play-in mode for the East. So the Rockets are unfortunately a play-in team record-wise as it stands right now. So that needs to flip, and people are taking notice. Kevin O'Connor, formerly of The Ringer, now of Yahoo Sports, is questioning Ime Udoka, particularly after his comments about this team being too dependent on Kevin Durant. Here is Kevin O'Connor on his podcast.
So I'm not quite sure the direction to go if I'm the Rockets here, but I'm also not quite sure Ime is the right coach. I'm not sensing a lot of accountability with his press conferences. It's a lot of pointing at the players with the loss they suffered on, I think, Friday or Saturday. He's like, well, we can't go more than 2 minutes without a 37-year-old. So, well, why is that?
Yeah.
I mean, is that because of your lineup choices? Is that because of your offensive system? Is that because of your coaching? Or is it just because KD's off the floor? I don't think it's just because KD's off the floor. I watched that stretch of the game and that blowing that 13-point lead without KD out there. I don't think it was just mentally weak, as he said. It looked like a team that lacked any organization out on the floor at all, and that is in part on the head coach.
I can't tell you who the other guy is who's just grunting, but Kevin O'Connor had a guess. You heard him a couple times. This is where we are already. After Rockets can be a contender, look, everyone was on OKC, understood. But the Rockets were in that next tier along with Denver as a team that if OKC wasn't going to come out of the West, then the Rockets were certainly a part of that conversation. Now we're talking about, is the coach the one who instilled what people gave a lot of credit to as far as the culture? He's now someone that, what would you say? If we go by recent college football memory, he'd be the Ron Zook, where he's there who gets the talent there and he sets up someone else to win. Is he being positioned as the guy before the guy already? They've got a podcast to do and opinions to have for said podcast, and he had one. He said it. Now we're talking about it. So all worked out for him. He even got a mention. This stinks of reactionary and things that media does. Look, there are legitimate questions from Rocket fans about Ime Udoka's offensive philosophy. Is he the right guy to instill an offense that highlights all the type of weapons you have? You know what you can do? You can hire an offensive coordinator. It doesn't have to be Ime Udoka goes because the offense isn't rolling the way you want. And this offense at times, and we know mostly because of offensive rebounding, is one of the best offenses in basketball. Not aesthetically, maybe for most people. It's not this free-flowing thing, but effectiveness. Like if you want to say they're like a hammer, they bludgeon people offensively. Yeah, because they offensive rebound, and they have one of the elite shot makers in the game. But when you lose 4 out of 5 to bad teams, some of this stuff starts to pop up.
Yes, I will say this does feel like just like catching the right time in a bad run.
I would agree.
Because do you know where the Rockets rank in point differential per game in the NBA?
Let them know.
They are second in the NBA in point differential per game. Now, the Thunder are plus 13, Rockets plus 7.1, and then it's the Pistons at 6.6, Boston at 6.5. So the next West team is the Spurs at 5.5. Like this team has the point differential of still a really good basketball team.
As you said, it's a perfect time to get the takeoff.
Yeah.
And it'll mean nothing if they rip off 6 out of 7. At least the comments will calm down, even if you still will have questions about what they will do offensively against better teams. If they start winning games, particularly just start beating bad teams. If you could, the Rockets would just take care of business and be lamb killers.
Yeah.
Some of this stuff will go away. Look, every fan, depending on and it's partly because people have their favorites. And if your favorite isn't playing and another guy is, you start to question. Like, for example, Jabari Smith, we've gone through it. We went through it yesterday. His numbers when they lose are awful. Tour dates. And it led to people going, how come this guy isn't playing more? How come Tari Eason isn't getting minutes? Why did they pay Jabari Smith? How come they didn't give up Jabari Smith instead of Dylan Brooks? Who could have ever assumed that would be a conversation? But now it is, because Dylan Brooks and the Suns are ahead of the Rockets in the standings, and Jabari Smith has struggled quite a bit in Rockets losses. I think we're just in the middle of a season that isn't going as swimmingly as people thought. People were projecting 55, 60 wins, and they're playing, at least right now, as a team who's not going to get there. You know what? Just beat the Blazers a couple times, and maybe we're all a little bit more calm. Maybe Kevin O'Connor's not taken to his podcast to talk about Ime Udoka being the wrong coach for the job.
You beat the Blazers twice, and you're 4th in the West.
Yeah, pretty
like,
simple.
There's a lot of it that's just, when you put up the standings, it's just like, ooh.
Yeah, you see 7th, and you're like, okay, now we need to have a conversation about the Rockets.
Yeah, but
and a week from now, if they're 4th or 3rd, whatever it might be, everyone's going to relax and go, even if the problems still remain.
Yeah.
But if you simply beat the Blazers,
make
like you
open jump shots.
Yeah. Stop being historically awful. Like, as we went to the reliable source that is Brick Center.
Yeah, especially with this.
They told us that over a 5-game stretch, the Rockets are the worst 3-point shooting team in the history of the NBA.
I did see Bredo also run. I don't know if he was just whatever.
Taking for Brick Center.
Brick Center, but at least like someone who's not a parody account.
Who's serious about this?
Yeah, also posted.
It's very simple, at least in some ways, make shots, but Ime Udoka is also pushing on the fact that his team isn't playing hard enough. Is that a real thing, or does it look bad? John, I don't like giving him credit for anything, but he points out, if you hit in baseball, it looks like you're playing better and playing harder. If you're not hitting, it looks like you guys aren't trying hard enough, or there's not the effort that we'd like. Make shots. Make open shots.
That is such a good point by John.
I don't like giving it to him, but he's right on that.
But like, think about how many times during baseball season, like someone calls, or even like, someone says on air or tweets it, that like this Astros team looks lifeless out there. And it's just because they're not scoring runs.
Where's the energy?
Yeah,
because they're not hitting.
It's like
they're having a bad night, a bad week. Then the energy's gone.
Yeah.
If they start to hit the ball, obviously they're energized. So if the Rockets are hitting shots, Ime Udoka wouldn't be catching strays or direct shots from Kevin O'Connor.
Yeah,
make some shots.
I think it's fair to be like, this is what he's weak at as a NBA coach.
There are some things he's not strong at. But you know what? We all knew the Rockets weren't going to be this offensive juggernaut in the way that's pleasing the people aesthetically. They're going to do the thing. Defense, offensive rebound. And if it comes down to it, exploit matchups with Kevin Durant and Alpi and Amen Thompson. And then hope your auxiliary pieces knock down shots. And those guys have not done that. And now you got to try to get right against the Bulls, who won't have Josh Giddey.
That just makes them worse. That's bad.
That's true.
Get some.
God,
when do we play the Thunder?
As the teams get worse, the Rockets' performances get worse as well. That needs to change. Hopefully, it changes tonight against the Bulls. We're done for the day. That's what that music means. But since we're done for the day, I'm just waiting for your sounder. What sounder are you going to go with since we're done for the day? You didn't do shred 'em. Is that a bark for the defense?
Yeah, that's a bark for the defense.
Okay.
Because there's some dogs.
They were. Or
there's not really a defense.
Or sharks with machine guns, I saw someone call them, because that got out of line last night.
It got very out of line.
Guys, relax. We get it. They're great at what they do. Stop trying to top each other. We're done. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Rich Eisen up next, followed by Jeremy and Joe.
this is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
In today's trend watching, the price of oil has been creeping up of late, crossing $60 a barrel this morning as global tensions are pushing the price higher, particularly given the unrest that's taking place in Iran and uncertainty over whether or not it could disrupt supplies coming out of Iran. Certainly there are sanctions by the U.S. on Iranian oil, but they're still pumping over 3 million barrels a day, which ends up in China or Russia or other places that are willing to take the oil and disguise it through a variety of means in order to get their hands on Iranian crude. Now the question is, what goes on the ground in Iran will ultimately determine whether or not they maintain their oil output. Is this a full-scale revolution? Will the United States get involved militarily? And will there be a regime change in Iran, while we're also keeping an eye on Venezuela, which has presumably the largest oil reserves on earth, and the U.S. still working there to get a friendly deal with respect to Venezuelan oil outputs, but under sanction, and given the dilapidated state of their oil fields, have not been producing.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com.
Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank. And let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Stop throwing money away. Everyday valuable electrical equipment gets scrapped during renovations and demolitions. Equipment that's worth more than scrap value. Contractors, project managers, construction pros, M&J Electrical Supply will remove your electrical equipment and pay you more than the scrapyard. Zero hassle, better money, everybody wins. M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
That Texans defense is no joke.
Ball is out. Rankins picks it up.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Hot seat. Mike T has had more success than anybody in the league.
Today's guests, ESPN NFL analyst Alex Smith, Fox Sports NFL analyst Mark Schlereth, comedian Kevin Nealon. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome this edition of the Rich Eisen Show. We're live in Los Angeles, California. We got a lot of fun guests, and we've got time for you. 844-204-RICH. Number to dial. It's an Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday because this just in, it is Tuesday. And we're thrilled to have you here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, ESPN Radio, Sirius XM, Channel 80. However you're taking this show in, we thank you. Same thing with our podcast listeners, all 3 hours available through the podcast network, thrown out there by ESPN for you to take in this program. We love it. Again, 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Good to see you, Chris Brockman.
Hey, Rich, how are you?
DJ Mikey D.
Good morning, Rich.
He's
How
nuts
you
in
doing?
his position. The candle appears to be lit over there. Good to see you, TJ Jefferson.
Truly is. Hello, world.
And we now have the field of 8 set, the final 8, the Elite 8 of the National Football League. The Final 4 in each conference is set after the Monday Night Football game went down in Pittsburgh, PA, and it just was a total and complete beatdown of the Pittsburgh Steelers in the fourth quarter. The dam broke, the levee broke, however you want to put it, on however the Steelers were holding off the marauding Texans defense for 3 quarters. Couldn't put a touchdown on the board whatsoever. And at the end of the day, it was a 30-6 final score washout in a game that the Steelers had for the taking if they could only put enough together on offense to somehow, some way, pop one in the end zone. And sure enough, the final touchdown of the season for the Pittsburgh Steelers was the one that helped them beat the Baltimore Ravens on the final night. And all that it served to do was, yes, give them a division title, which is obviously something you want to have. And yes, a home playoff game, which is obviously something that you want to have. But all it did at the end of the day was just delay what everybody thought would have happened in Pittsburgh, PA, had Tyler Loop of the Baltimore Ravens split the uprights rather than miss one to the right. And that is what is happening in Pittsburgh now that Mike Tomlin has lost a 7th consecutive playoff game, now that Aaron Rodgers completed the first season in Pittsburgh for him, age 42. Now what happens to them? And I understand, again, that the Houston Texans won this game, and I'm going to give them their flowers momentarily. But at this point in time, we were wondering how this Pittsburgh season would play out, from the way that it ended last year to the fact that Aaron Rodgers was targeted by Pittsburgh the minute he flew across the country, just to be told by another Aaron, your services are no longer required. He took his time. There was a lot of conversation about whether that time would be up in time for the draft. It wasn't. Everyone was wondering when Rodgers would make a decision. He finally did. He goes to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and the question is, would he be able to somehow, some way, under the circumstances in Pittsburgh, get the Steelers to the playoffs? Check that box. Would he be able to get them into the playoffs in advance for the first time in forever? And that box was unable to be checked. And now comes the questions about what should be done in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And I already know what's going to happen. I feel. I know. But in this day and age, one never knows. Did not think John Harbaugh would be made available. Didn't know that then Mike McDaniel would be made available after being told essentially, go about your business and giving exit interviews to the media and your players, only to be fired 3 days later than what normally happens. But I'll hold that in abeyance for the moment, when this is how it all went down after the game with Aaron Rodgers and the media about his future.
Aaron, does that game affect your decision for what to do next year in any way?
No, I mean, I'm not going to make any emotional decisions. Disappointed, obviously, such a fun year. A lot of adversity, but a lot of fun. Been a great year, overall in my life in the last year, and this is, a really good part of that, coming here and being a part of this team. So it's disappointing to be sitting here with the season over.
Play again, do you want it to be here?
I'm not going to talk about that.
Shutting it all down. Basically not even saying, if I'm playing, I'm going to be here. Why would he cut anything off at the pass right now? Why would he say, I'm only playing here, when that might not be the case? Especially since I don't think he'd be playing there if Mike Tomlin's not there. I could say that with about 99.9% Michael Jordan's not walking through that door certainty.
I agree.
Unless it's somebody from his past who he absolutely loves and would love to get started on a 22nd year with him. Because he's got to sit here and say to himself, if I have the temerity to actually get inside his skull and
be careful,
think about what he's going to say or what he is thinking, he's got to sit here and think, I still have it in my arm, and I still have it neck up, to the ability where I was able to avoid this rush for 3 quarters until the roof caved in, leading to, by the way, the first ever return for a touchdown in the history of the National Football League with a ball on the ground by a defensive tackle. Sheldon Rankins is the first defensive tackle to return a fumble for a touchdown. And then, of course, this is another reason why a lot of people think Rodgers will not be able to walk away, because his last throw, his last snap in the National Football League was a pick six. And Tom Brady's last snap as a New England Patriot was a pick six in a playoff loss orchestrated by, wait for it, Mike Vrabel. And he didn't walk away. He went somewhere else and had a final couple of seasons till he was 45. So he walked away north of age 40 from New England and finished up his career and got another trophy. And maybe that's something when Rodgers stares out at the Malibu sunset he'll be thinking about. So I don't blame him for saying, I'm not answering it right now, because everything's highly emotional. You saw him on the sideline swearing like a sailor, upset about certain things. He has to be sitting here thinking, is this the way it's going to end? I'm sure it was not easy for Mike Tomlin and him to put their heads together and make a decision about him not coming out for that last mop-up duty that was Mason Rudolph's gig. Because somebody who's a first ballot Hall of Famer doesn't hold a mop in his hand. The whole thing kind of sucks for it to end that way. And we'll see what happens. I have no idea about a sense of timing or anything like that. I'm sure everyone's going to want to know. And the first step is what's going to happen with Mike Tomlin. And this is what he had to say about his future afterwards.
I'm not even in that mindset as I sit here tonight. I'm more in the mindset of what transpired in this stadium and, certainly what we did and didn't do. Not a big picture mentality as I sit here tonight.
So here's the way I think that one's going to go. It's going to go in a way that I don't think some Steelers fans who have had enough of Mike Tomlin, for whatever their reasons, is going to go. It's going to go with the Rooney saying, what do you want to do, Mike?
More than likely.
I think so. That's what everybody says. That's the way it normally goes in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. There's a reason why, again, I'm age 56, and they've had only 3 head coaches. And it's going to go, what do you want to do? Does he want to do it anymore? I don't know. He might look around and go, Cam Hayward's got gray in his beard, so do I. T.J. Watt still has the 100% motor giddy-up of anybody who's going to be a first-ballot Hall of Famer like that. I do like some of the other young players around here, but offensively, what are we going to do here? Because I just saw the future, and the future is the Houston Texans defense that's not going anywhere, and the Denver Broncos defense, and this is the sort of issue we've got on the offensive side of the ball. How are we going to score points? Again, last night, the Steelers defense was decleating people, and they were all over C.J. Stroud. But offensively, this was the question we were going to have, even with DK Metcalf coming back, is where are the chunk plays going to come from? Where are the points going to come from? Would they be able to affect things on the ground? I mean, the first run by Jaylen Warren last night, 10 yards, that augured well, that bode well, until it didn't. What's he want to do? There's rumors that he has a TV gig in his back pocket. We had him on this show 1 week ago tomorrow. And he was as honest as they come, which is I don't have an outside noise guy. I don't pay attention to that sort of stuff. But he must have somebody that does receive offers for him. Does he want to go to TV? This guy strikes me as he's as ball coach as they come. He wants to be in a building. He wants that challenge. I don't think he wants to sit on a television set, to be honest with you. He doesn't strike me as a guy that's just like, you know what, I'm going to win every week just sitting on a TV set. I don't need to be in a stadium. I'm happy to tell you what I think about somebody else's job. I'll be part of the outside noise. That doesn't strike me as him. Again, I only know him for covering him for 19 seasons. I only know him from the times when I've chit-chatted with him. I have a massive soft spot for Mike Tomlin, as Pittsburgh Steelers fans and media in the western part of the state love to point out. But even he will say, essentially, the results are not there. He's no rube off the turnip truck here, to use a phrase. He gets it. He understands it. And so do the Rooneys, and they're going to sit down and talk. And it's going to take at least the rest of this week. We all want answers now, as Aaron Rodgers pointed out when this was all brought up to him in his post-game press conference about futures other than his involved. And, of course, that's Mike Tomlin's.
I mean, this league has changed a lot in my 21 years. When you hear a conversation about the Mike Tomlins of the world, Matt LaFleur's of the world, those are just two that kind of I've played for. And when I first got in the league, there wouldn't be conversation about whether those guys were on the hot seat. But the way that the league is covered now, and the way that there's snap decisions and the validity given to the Twitter experts and all the experts on TV now who make it seem like they know what the hell they're talking about. To me, that's an absolute joke. And for either of those two guys to be on the hot seat is really apropos of where we're at as a society and a league, because obviously Matt's done a lot of great things in Green Bay, and we had a lot of success. Mike T has had more success than damn near anybody in the league, for the last 19, 20 years. And more than that, though, when you have the right guy and the culture is right, you don't think about making a change. But there's a lot of pressure that comes from the outside, and obviously that sways decisions from time to time. But it's not how I would do things, and not how the league used to be.
What have you learned from being with Mike for a season about him?
I've answered that a number of times. I've talked extensively about how I feel about Mike, and I just did in that answer. So, thanks.
And that's the way Rodgers' final press conference as a professional quarterback, if he retires, ends with an F-bomb. Although, again, I hear that answer, and I think to myself, do we in the media really influence owners' decision-making based on the outside noise? And is it fair to say it's the media that is turning owners against certain coaches who have won a lot? And then I hear the last question is like, what have you learned from Mike Tomlin? And he gives the kind of look, basically, did you not just hear what I said about my answer about Mike Tomlin? And I've also said that over the final few weeks, which kind of lends credence to him having an issue with the outside noise. It's all just one big, microcosm of the way Rodgers talks with the media and also gives them a very thoughtful answer. I don't know if you saw Mike Silver of The Athletic, our longtime friend, was there, and he wrote about Rodgers' last night because, he goes back with Rodgers. They're two Cal Bear guys. Remember after the Fail Mary that Silver was right next to Rodgers doing a WTF? Remember that viral moment?
Yeah.
So anyway, it's only fitting that he's there for Rodgers' last night. And he got a text. He reached out to Matt LaFleur saying, did you hear what Rodgers said about you? And LaFleur texted him back saying he was totally blown away by it. It's one of the greatest compliments he's ever gotten. So, and everybody's like wondering, did Rodgers and LaFleur get along and all that sort of business? And there's your answer. Listen, I totally understand why the outside noise in Pittsburgh is the way it is. Tomlin's now 1-11, trailing at halftime in his postseason career. And he's now gone 9 straight seasons without winning a playoff game. And I can't believe this is on his resume. The Steelers are the first team in NFL history to lose 5 straight playoff games by double digits. So these are the ways in Pittsburgh, PA, where they're used to hanging banners. They want banners. But Rodgers' point is this as well. And the same thing with LaFleur. If you have the culture right in the building, let's get the players right. It's not like the players are 100% right and Tomlin is just incompetent and fumbling the bag. At the end of the day, it is just a team effort. And there are times when I'm sure Tomlin's decision-making and Steeler fans could call me up right now and give me 5 different instances of where he blew it. But you get the culture right and you get the players right, you wind up with the 2026 New England Patriots playoff team. You know? You wind up with the 2025 New England Patriots. You wind up with the 2025 Denver Broncos. You wind up with the 2025 Seattle Seahawks. You get the culture right, you get the players right, you get the quarterback right. My God, you get the quarterback right, and off you go. And
the problem is he's really whiffed on picking that quarterback since Ben left.
Well, it's not just his choices either. I mean, I think they need to draft one and get that one right. Duh. I mean, you could say that about every team that's now out of the playoffs or is in it. Look at the top 6 teams in the draft. You know, you're wondering who's got the quarterback right or not, who's going to have to draft somebody. And 5 of the 6 teams have fired their coaches and started from scratch. So the way it's going to go is this, Steelers fans. They're going to take their time. They're going to ask Mike Tomlin what he wants to do, and we have no idea what he wants to do. And in terms of Rodgers, Tomlin comes back. Is the door open? Again, there were some throws there was one that DK Metcalf. Right. Well, not just the one that looked like the A.J. Brown one, not to go all Ole Miss teammates on you here. But there was one that Rodgers moved to his left and threw a dart through about 3 sea of Texans' hands. It hit DK Metcalf right in his hands, and it was a bullet. I mean, it's not like he's lollipopping this stuff in, and it's not like he can't take care of himself back there. He just survived all of this stuff for the season. But, or do you say to Tomlin, we're done. We're getting a new coach in here, and it would be the envy of anybody in the coaching community to take a job with somebody that holds on to their coaches for 2 decades. And I don't know. You draft somebody, you go tell Malik Willis, come here. Remember, that was what I said after the Week 16 Packers loss to Chicago, that he almost pulled out of his hat, or that Week 17 loss that they had against the Ravens. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do, but I think they're going to keep Tomlin, and I don't know about Rodgers. I have no idea. I just don't know if he wants to end on a pick 6. Well, that doesn't even matter to him. I have no earthly idea. I've already opined enough on what I think he's thinking. Now let's talk about the Texans. Then Alex Smith is going to join us. Headline for the Houston Texans: they can win it all. This defense, I've been fortunate enough to be around the NFL since 2003. This is my 23rd postseason with NFL Network. The first Super Bowl I ever attended was the one that the Ravens won with their defense and Trent Dilfer and Brian Billick and beating up the Giants. And this defense of the Houston Texans is up there with that one. I know I'm talking about one of the all-time greats. But again, I saw what they did last night. I saw it with my own 2 eyes calling the game between the Texans and the Chargers on NFL Network on that Week 17 Saturday after Christmas. This is no joke, folks. They just come at you, and they keep coming at you, and they keep coming at you. Young and veteran, all of them, all 3 levels. My God, all 3 levels. They've got guys on the back end that's baiting you to pick you off, or somebody like Jalen Petrie up there with his guardian cap just throwing his body around like he doesn't have one on his head. And then Azeez Al-Shire right there in the middle, the Pro Bowler. He's one of the fastest sideline to sideline backers I've ever seen. Toe. Obviously, you got the 2 guys on the ends as well. The guys in the middle. Sheldon Rankins, again, first defensive tackle in the history of the NFL to return a fumble for a touchdown in the playoffs. They were all over the place, man. All over the place. And when their quarterback couldn't hang on to snaps, everyone's wondering what was going on with C.J. Stroud last night. Now, the Steelers' defense is no joke as well. Okay? Like, that'll make you look at the rush instead of down the field, make you think about, do I have the snap or not? I don't know what was going on with C.J. Stroud. And that'll be the conversation between now and kickoff, Chris, of that game in Foxborough on Sunday. Is Stroud going to be good enough to overcome what inevitably will be some sort of remarkable athletic achievement scoring play by Drake May, Travion Henderson, name the playmakers there. I think the wideouts are going to have a tough time getting open on this defense. Just my first blush reaction of how that first game of Divisional Sunday is going to go.
Agree.
But if Stroud going to be putting up enough points on the board, Nico Collins got carted off.
Yep.
Again, not to go too deep on a preview here the day after the wild card Monday ended. But defensively, holy crap. I mean, that's the headline. They were good all season long, and they were exactly what the doctor ordered last night when Stroud came up with, by the way, a fumbleitis that he had all last night is exactly what they needed. And after the game, D'Amico Ryans, I think we have him talking about his defense. This is what he had to say about that side of the ball.
It was an outstanding defensive performance, one of the best that I've seen, especially versus a really talented offense, a talented quarterback who's, played at a high level for a long time. So I'm proud of our defensive performance. I think this is the best performance we've had in our team history. So I'm proud of our guys for that, to limit the points, to take the football away, not only just take it away, but to go score. You get 2 defensive touchdowns, that's a big deal. It doesn't happen much, and those guys did what they have been doing all year, playing disruptive, playing violent up front, and it helped us to win the game today.
And again, C.J. Stroud last night found enough offense, just enough offense. And Christian Kirk, what an addition, the former Jaguar and Arizona Cardinal, exactly what they needed, certainly with Nico Collins knocked out with a concussion. 8 catches, 144 receiving yards, and that receiving touchdown that put them up. And that 1-point lead that they had on Pittsburgh felt like a 10-point lead because of this defense. And Stroud had this to say afterwards.
We had some problems with the snaps. Me catching them, got to find a way just to catch them and then take care of the ball. I think these games, the playoffs games, from my experience, they're going to make plays, we're going to make plays. It's all about, moving forward and, trying your best to, flush it and keep going. So, I thought, every time we had to bounce back, we made more plays. So, I'm proud of our guys for having a little bit of resilience in those moments. And, to finish the game like that was really dope.
Well, how you learn resilience. You start 0-3 and make the playoffs anyway, and you win a playoff game. The only other team to do that was the 1992 Los Angeles, or at the time, San Diego Chargers. That's resilience. You go 0-3 and make the playoffs. You win a playoff game, you go to the divisional round anyway, for the 3rd straight year, I might add. And interestingly enough, C.J. Stroud, if you remember last year in the game against the Chargers, they were losing that game, and the momentum was all about the lightning bolts until he fumbled a snap, picked it up, made a remarkable offensive play. The whole momentum changed. I was waiting to see if any of those fumbles would lead to that. It didn't, because the defense needed to come up big. And it did. It's a championship defense that can take the Texans the whole freaking way, 100%. I don't think I'm stuttering when I say that.
Those cats were nasty last night. They're out there playing with bad intentions.
Were they ever?
Backs are out there blowing you up.
Were they ever?
You look at Danielle Hunter and you look at Wilkerson. They look like they should be, Chris, they look like they should be the WWE Tag Team Champions.
Right?
They're literally built like someone you just draw. They don't seem real. This team's a problem, man.
100%.
Yeah, and they never played Drake May.
We're going to find out. We're going to find out. And Drake Bay's never played them. That's for damn sure. And but the defense that showed up and was all over Herbert needs to show up. And because if they're all over Stroud like that, May's going to make more plays than Rodgers, because he's got more weapons and he's got the ability to use his legs in a way that Rodgers used to.
Yeah.
Don't forget, as we all wonder about Rodgers not coming back for season 22, what he was like in seasons 1 through about 18 or 20 of his career.
Sensational.
Oh, my God. First ballot stuff. Let's take a break. Alex Smith is going to join us next. What does he think about Rodgers maybe retiring? He was first overall in that draft, by the way.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
Hey, Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 20% off qualifying projects or 60 months financing/equal payments. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends January 31st, 2026.
Jeremy Branham here. If you're looking for a cozy winter escape, Two Creeks Crossing Resort has you covered. From November through February, you'll get 40% off all cabin rentals and 20% off nightly RV stays. That's the 40-20 discount. Perfect for relaxing by the fire or exploring the beautiful outdoors. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com and make your winter getaway one to remember. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Since 1976, D&M Leasing has had one mission: make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. People come to D&M to escape negative equity and get payments that actually make sense. You're working with true experts who know how to save you money and protect you from depreciation. If your payment's too high, you're buried in negative equity, call D&M. No payments for 60 days. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Be fearless with your future at San Jacinto College. Register today at sanjac.edu.
It's the largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale in the world at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real diamond for $799 at My Jewelry Outlet? Engagement rings, studs, tennis bracelets, hoops, custom pieces, thousands of lab-grown diamonds, all at wholesale prices. Without sophisticated equipment, no jeweler can tell the difference between a natural or lab-grown diamond, but your wallet will. My Jewelry Outlet, 3841 Bel Air Boulevard. Real diamond, real deal.
You wouldn't send a team onto the field without a strong bench. As an IT master service provider, EAG delivers IT outsourcing solutions for Houston-based organizations needing consistent software and infrastructure performance. We manage day-to-day help desk support, cybersecurity, cloud, and on-prem infrastructure so your business stays focused on execution and growth. When issues arise, our engineers focus on fast first-call resolution. EAG is built for pressure, not excuses. Learn more at eaginc.com.
John Granato here. I have fought the government before. I had property taxes that were way too high, and I fought them. And guess what? I beat them, but I've also lost to them. But I'm never going to fight them again. Not with an Ownwell out there. Ownwell is here for the people doing the work. It takes 3 minutes to sign up, and then you don't have to do anything else. And you don't pay Ownwell anything unless they win. And they win all the time. 86% of the time the government is wrong, and Ownwell is saving you money. On average, over $1,100 per win. It's incredible. Why do that work that you might not win? By the way, they have all the technology to get the job done that you don't have. They have all the knowledge. They do this every single day. Stop overpaying on your property taxes. Get your free savings estimate now at Ownwell.com. That's Ownwell.com to see how much you can save. Ownwell.com.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good
good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Follow ESPN Houston on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Wherever you are, we're there too. Not in like a creepy way. You know what? Just follow us on social media.
Eisen Show again, courtesy of Vertex Pharmaceuticals on this Tuesday. Back on the Rich Eisen Show radio, along with our television audience. Alex Smith is here, 14 seasons in the National Football League, also part of the Disney world of which this show is part, back here on the Rich Eisen Show. It is great to see you, Alex. And, you know, it's kind of fitting in a way, you know, your name attached to Aaron Rodgers through the draft, that you're joining me here on a day where it appears that Aaron Rodgers could have thrown his last pass on Monday Night Football. What's going through your mind when I bring up his name in last night's game in tandem, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, first off, insanely cool. He's still playing, right? You know, especially everything he's been through the last couple of years. He had a pretty significant lower leg injury himself that he was able to come back from. And I know last night's game obviously ended, pretty lopsided, but I mean, there was a point there into the fourth quarter. It was still 10-6. You're still wondering if the, Steelers can make a play here or there, that all of a sudden it's a football game, and they got a chance. And so, but I think again, the season, when he signed with the Steelers at the beginning of the year, and you think about the expectations and what was the season going to be like for them to win that division, to host a home playoff game. Again, I just thought was a pretty cool run, especially here these last few weeks as, they beat the Ravens to get in. Who knows what the future holds? Obviously, at this point, he's been playing freaking forever. But obviously it was a treat. I mean, it's one of the greatest careers of all time. He's one of the most talented quarterbacks to ever play the game. Obviously, and again, how much I think we all appreciate his, even watching him play, right? The body language, him cussing himself for his teammates. It's just, again, he's so unique in everything that he does. And so it's obviously, I think just to take note, to be grateful for it as a fan, right? Certainly a guy that I'll be forever tied to. I enjoy watching him play. He's just, again, he's one of a kind.
Yeah, and, the question is how far, I guess, can the Texans go? What's your assessment of one of the most wide-open playoff fields that we've seen in recent memory, Alex?
Oh, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more how wide open it is, and the Texans absolutely could win the whole thing. The Texans could be hoisting the real Lombardi.
That's right.
Their defense is that good. Their defense is that historic. Again, I think it's important sometimes to think about these things in context. Is it the best defense in football? Yes. This defense, when you start comparing it to other defenses in the last 25 years, it's up there. They're that good. And it's good enough. You saw it, 2 defensive scores last night. I don't think it's, crazy to say that they will be in every game, that they have a chance to do that in a lot of games. Their offense, again, even CJ, I know there's a bunch of plays he wants to have back with the turnovers. If they don't do that, the game's probably not very close at all. And there's no reason to say that couldn't happen every week. That recipe, it will travel. It will go on the road. They look incredibly well coached and motivated right now. I mean, it's also scary. I know this defense almost is aware of how good they are, and I think that makes matters worse, right? That they could just take over a football game.
Why is that? What do you mean by that? I find that's an interesting
like it's
comment.
almost like Rich. They know their power, right? Like they know how. Like again, it's almost like suffocating as a quarterback to play this kind of defense, right? Like every level, they're extremely talented, but it starts up front. I mean, the defensive line is just so dominant, right? And the secondary knows it, right? Like they know the ball has to come out quick. And so all of a sudden they start, they get more confident, right? They get jumpy. They take risks, and it just compounds over 4 quarters, right? Like, especially once they start making a play, it's like gas on a fire. And it's kind of what you saw last night, right? Like into the fourth quarter, they obviously just took over that football game. And so, that momentum. They're just going to take that right into next week.
Yeah, against New England, and I'm thinking maybe Alex Smith here on the Rich Eisen Show. We should soak in divisional playoff round for whoever scores.
Best weekend in football.
Well, it's not just that, because it's also whoever scores the last touchdown of divisional playoff weekend. If Houston plays Denver in the AFC Championship game, and then that winner plays Seattle, we might see the last touchdown in the NFL scored on divisional playoff weekend. You know what I mean? It might come down. It might come down to field goals in the AFC Championship game and the Super Bowl. Because what you just said about the Houston defense can be said about others, and then obviously the Rams offense is potent. You take a look at what the Niners have done as the collective, the Bills with Josh Allen. Truly, you could make a statement this team can win it all, as I mentioned before.
Oh, agreed. Totally agree. And you're exactly right. Like, I mean, we talked about the Texans defense, but Seattle with home field. I mean, again, I was lucky enough to play in that division for a lot of years. And I'm real thankful I don't ever have to go to Seattle and play quarterback again. It's a miserable experience. The 12th man thing is for real, and then you combine it with the way that defense is playing and that defensive front and how violent they are. For anybody to go up there and get a win, I mean, you're just going to have to be. It's going to take some magic, Rich. Right? You're just going to have to be perfect. You're going to have to get some things go your way, make a play here or there, whether it be kicking game or kind of a gadget play. I think to go in there and get the win. And Broncos is kind of the same boat, right? They got a huge home field advantage. That defense, these are going to be huge feats to kind of go in there and knock off a 1 seed with a defense that's playing at that high level.
Brother, I've been around you so long, Alex Smith, that I remember a Thursday night football game on NFL Network, San Francisco at Seattle. Oh, I do. It poured so badly that we had to evacuate our television studio position on the field because water was cascading, and then the game got delayed. You just made this move because the field bubbled up.
Yeah, bubble started bubbling.
You played that game for the San Francisco 49ers. I was there. I remember, man. That was nuts.
Those are miserable football games as a quarterback, Rich. Those are miserable
and
football
a TV
games.
host, too, Alex.
Miserable. Like every... it's funny, like when that happens, again, it's just like down, it's like a monsoon. Like there's nothing you can't prepare for that as a quarterback, right? And like every other player is reduced to like a 7-year-old, right? It's just kind of this fun, magical moment. And as a quarterback who has to ball handle every single play, like taking the snap is just like the most anxiety, handing the ball off. It's just terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
See, I remember that. You said I don't
Somehow we won. We won. I do remember that.
You do. I know. And I'll never forget because the storm came back and we were taking off for our Saturday game. I don't know where the hell it was. It's somewhere on the East Coast. And we were getting out just before the whole
they shut
airport shut down. Yeah.
Yep.
You remember?
I remember that.
See,
and I think they were like out of power for a few days. You'd have been stuck there.
Man, it was insane. All right, tell me about the Pain Game Plan campaign, Alex. I know this is near and dear to you. Go for it.
Yeah, this is like it is something that's very close to home. Like I think my orthopedic journey back from my leg injury is obviously well documented, but there's a side of it that I think is really forgotten about. And even when I was going through it, right, like this idea of pain management, right? Like I lived with this thing bolted into my leg for a year. And when I left the hospital, I mean, grocery bags full of, prescription drugs. And I go home with a rescue med, Rich, because there's a chance I can OD from some of these drugs that they prescribed me, right? And these are conversations you have with your doctor that they just don't happen, right? There's a stigma around pain management in this country, and for good reason. And so excited to partner with Vertex really about anybody. I mean, listen, pain is universal. Injuries are universal. They're a part of life, whether they be surgeries or what have you. And really trying to empower people to have these conversations, right? Get with your doctor. There are more options out there than you think, especially non-opiate options. And really just trying to advocate for this idea of pain management. Again, so many times it's an afterthought. You're scared to ask questions as a patient, right? Like what's appropriate, what's not. For anybody out there that's going through it, they want some information, go to paingameplan.com. There's a ton of information on there for anybody, whether it be you or a loved one. Again, just trying to advocate for people to have these conversations, see what the options are that are out there.
Paingameplan.com. All right, so take your shot. The Final Four in both conferences. Who makes the Super Bowl and wins it? And former place of business for you, Alex.
We have to do this you know this. I'm sure you did at the beginning of the year. You got to pick.
Oh, I've whiffed every time.
Right.
Don't worry
same
about
with
it.
me.
Yeah,
Same with
every
me.
time. Yeah.
I did pick. You know, you end up like falling into these like mainstream picks, right? Like, it's Ravens, Eagles, right? Like based off last year.
I did Chiefs, Lions. How'd that work out for me, Alex?
Exactly.
How'd
That's
that work
same as mine.
Mm-hmm.
But I did pick a dark horse pick.
Okay.
Because it was like one that I'm like was too scared to actually like toe the line on. And my dark horse pick, Rich, was Rams Texans.
Okay.
And so,
okay. Let's stick with it.
Don't know if that is still going to come, but I'm part of me is like, it's got a chance.
Okay. You're saying it's got a chance. It sounds like you need a pain game plan to make your picks too. You need a pick game plan.
But obviously, having been a homer, I live here in the Bay Area. I played for the Niners for nearly a decade. What a run. If they could do this, I mean, it would be amazing. Magical.
For sure. That would be for them to play. I mean, that's how the Rams won it all, too, is to win it in their own stadium. The Bucs did it. So that would be remarkably the third time this decade that it would happen after it hardly ever happening. Alex, I appreciate it. Appreciate the time. PainGamePlan.com for more. And this is only mimicking what's happening in the college football world as a Michigan man in need reaches out to Utah for help.
I was just going to say, I was going to leave you with next time we'll have to talk about Witt.
Not next time. I need it now. He looks to me like this appears to be a godsend for me, Alex, to be honest with you.
I love him. I've known Kyle since I was 18 years old, Rich. He is a stud of studs. You guys got a real one. Listen, I love him. I love him. I think he's one of the best coaches in college football. And then I know a bunch of the staff, they're going to Michigan. Obviously, Jay Hill, I've known forever as well. And so excited for him. Excited. What is the maize and the blue?
The maize and blue. It's okay.
I got to learn these things. I got to learn them.
I had him on the show last week. I walked him through the victors. I told him how he cannot be friends with Urban anymore. It's too bad that relationship's got to end. But then he went on his podcast. But it's all good. Listen, but in all seriousness, how do you think he's going to help Bryce Underwood? Like you would know how he would coach up a young quarterback. What do you think on that front, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think the great thing. I mean, Kyle is a defensive guy, right? Like that defense is going to be so stout and tough, and to play a brand of football. I love the offensive coordinator that he brought with him, Beck from Utah. That offense, I think, pairs perfectly with it. But listen, again, like Kyle's been coaching. 20 years, right? He's had a lot of quarterbacks. He's been around a bunch of guys. And so I think that to just kind of have that foundation there. And then I think to have the stability, to be honest, Rich. Like Kyle's just so stable week in and week out, not having the highs and lows. You're not riding the roller coaster, right? Like being a guy that's able to see the big picture. I think that we'll be able to get, whether it comes from him or not, we'll be able to get, Bryce any and all information, things that he needs to reach his potential.
Alex, appreciate the time, man. It's so great to see you. I hope to see you at the Super Bowl. I imagine you'll be up there.
Yeah, same. Right? Yeah, I will be here.
I'll look for you because, again, we go way back. I interviewed you when you were a prospect on the NFL Total Access set that no longer exists. That's how long we go back. So anytime that you want to go on a tour or appear on this show, you've got a spot with me, as you know.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much.
Best your wife and family. That's Alex Smith, Vertex Pharmaceuticals, PainGamePlan.com. Yeah, the show doesn't exist anymore, and the studio doesn't exist anymore, but the network still does.
Hey.
And speaking of, we're back on ESPN in a moment.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big-time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. only on ESPN.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H.
This is Chance McClain from YourHeritageFilm.com. We make adult films. Wait, no, I mean we film adults, but not like adult films. Who actually went to those nasty adult film movie theaters? That is so gross. I guess Pee Wee Herman did. That didn't turn out so good. Speaking of Pee Wee, there's an absolutely excellent doc on his life. But that's not as good as the one we would make for your family. Man, I am all over the place. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Monument Chevrolet. For new and used cars, fleet sales and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off 225 and Beltway 8 at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Collectors Firearms and Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Together. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show on radio, as well as Disney Plus and ESPN, the app, and ESPN Radio. LinkedIn Jobs is stepping things up with their new AI assistant, people, so you can feel confident you're finding the top talent and hiring right the first time. Get this, employees hired through LinkedIn are 30% more likely to stick around for at least a year compared to those hired through the leading competitor. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/EISEN to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. Glenn in Atlantic City, New Jersey, ACNJ. What's up, Glenn? How are you, sir?
He's up.
Oh, that was a big intro. I loved it. You know, Atlantic City. My dad once took me on a bus with my fake ID to go down there and gamble with him.
Marvin Garden.
I figured the statute of limitations is done with that one.
He's on hold again, Rich.
All right.
Loved AC.
Too bad. Let's go to Gabriel in Washington. What's up, Gabriel?
Morning, gentlemen. How are we doing?
What's going on, sir?
Hey, I just wanted to touch on what Ben Johnson had to say about the Packers and his comments towards them. I think that's absolutely great for the NFL and football across the board. You got to have rivalries. Rivalries make games so much better, so much more anxious and intense. Having a true rival, I think that's something that college football has lacked the last couple of years, especially with Ryan Day finally getting the Michigan monkey off his back.
Yeah, that rivalry was beginning to wane because it was so lopsided, Gabriel. You know, it was so lopsided. So, yeah, it was.
It was.
Yeah, I know. It's good for them.
He tried to act like it wasn't a big deal. But so back to, and, you know, I'm a Washington Huskies fan, and with Pac-12 falling apart, the Huskies and Cougars, they play in the middle of the season now, and the Apple Cup doesn't have any weight to it no more. It just kind of sucks. But so in the NFL, you guys have been hearing me call the last few weeks. Figured if I keep calling, you know, kind of like the annoying commercial, a little jingle in your a jingle in your ear, like, you know, Seattle. You guys might talk about this a little bit more.
Oh, sure. But Gabriel in Washington wanted us to take the Costanza by Menon approach.
The egg that the Sea Chickens are going to lay Saturday night and for the rest of the season is Tiffany blue, full of sterling silver in the shape of Lombardi.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gabriel in Washington had that one in his back pocket, put that one on the table. Listen, the whole Ben Johnson thing, you know, we're on, obviously, ESPN Radio in Chicago. Love being on in that awesome city and love the passion of the Bears fans. And, you know, if you call in here, 844-2046, you'll speak to Adam Chudwin, our call screener. He is as diehard a Bears fan as we know. Did you see Ashton went on the Tonight Show wearing the same hat that he wore here?
No, I didn't.
He went on Fallon, and I'm glad he didn't do here what he did to Fallon, which is showing off his Tai Chi moves or something like that. He got down on the ground and he actually flipped Jimmy Fallon over.
Probably
jiu-jitsu. Pardon me. Yeah, jiu-jitsu. Yeah, I'm glad that he didn't pull that stuff on me. Listen, it just strikes. It sounds weird for one guy who's fresh to something to suddenly call out another man who's in the same profession as him, you know, by name like Matt LaFleur prior, and then F this, F that. But he's just giving voice to what the fans have been dying for such a long time, and clearly he's just plugging right into what the fans want to hear somebody on their behalf say about the Packers and then actually do it to them. So, you know, that's what that rivalry clearly is all about. Yeah. Mark Schlereth coming up in hour 2.
This college football moment is brought to you by ServPro.
College football teams have moments they recover from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24th, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
ServPro, like it never even happened.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup. Visit 975loans.com.
NMLS number 248247, equal housing lender.
The mark of any winning team is based on the work that's put into the goal. And just like the sports teams of Houston, Marshall Stevenson Elevator has a pro mindset of a goal to customer satisfaction for nearly 50 years. And by teaming up with American-made Inclinator Elevator, Marshall Stevenson Elevator's customers are the winners. Whether it's an in-home elevator for ease and convenience or one to regain access to upper floor levels, the goal and focus is the same. Marshall Stevenson Elevator. For more, visit marshallstevenson.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
Whether in sports or in business, fundamentals still matter. Most IT and cybersecurity issues don't come from advanced attacks. They come from missed basics. At EAG, our IT outsourcing approach focuses on strong foundations, secure access, monitored systems, reliable backups, and consistent support. As an IT managed service provider, we help organizations reduce risk through discipline and visibility, not guesswork. Because fundamentals don't just win games, they prevent losses. EAG, built on fundamentals. Learn more at eaginc.com.
Hey, Houston, football playoffs are here, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action because you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. Yeah, that's right. And playing on Underdog is easy, so easy. Just pick if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receiving yards, receptions, and more. Get them right, and you could win up to 5,000 times your cash. Let me repeat that. You could win up to 5,000 times your cash. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today and use promo code Lance to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code Lance to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Small business owners, does your bank get your life? Does it let you switch from your personal to your business account with a tap? Or let you give your CPA direct access? We do. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube. And make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
That Texans defense is no joke.
Ball is out. Rankins picks it up.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Hot seat. Mike T has had more success than anybody in the league.
Earlier on the show, ESPN NFL analyst Alex Smith. Coming up, Fox Sports NFL analyst Mark Schlereth. Comedian Kevin Nealon. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Great chat with Alex Smith in hour number 1. Kevin Nealon of obviously SNL fame and Also, all the Sandler movies that you can handle. He's going to be coming back on the show in hour number 3. He hasn't been here in about 3+ years. So it'll be great to reconnect with Kevin Nealon in hour 3. There's always you at 844-204-RICH, number to dial. It's an Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. We'll get to that shortly in a moment. But guess what? We've got Mark Schlereth back here on the program from Fox Sports. Good to see you, Mark Schlereth. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great, Rich. How are you, my friend?
I am doing well. You think Aaron Rodgers should do what? How about that for openers? Mark?
What do I think he should do? I don't know. Go on a darkness retreat and eat ghee butter till he throws up.
Okay, that's one thing.
He could do that. Listen, he should do whatever he wants to do. If somebody's willing to pay him to play quarterback, and that's what he wants to do, then I think he should do it. The guy can still play. There's no question. Has he slowed down a bit? Yes, certainly. But can he still throw the football? Absolutely. But listen, man, whatever he wants to do, I always look at fans in general that are like, that guy should retire and he's tarnishing his legacy. Man, the easy thing to do is retire and put your name, into the running when you're going to become the first ballot Hall of Famer. The tough thing to do is, if you still have a passion for it, to continue to play, because it takes a lot of dedication, a lot of time, and a lot of work to be able to do that. And so whatever he wants to do, I'm fine with. I'm not sitting here saying, I think he should do this or that. To me, I love watching him play. Obviously, last night was a tough night, no question about it, but the Houston Texans defense will do that to everybody. I mean, I always put myself, Rich, in a position of like, what if I was playing still? What if I was playing against those guys, right? And I started thinking about that as I was watching it last night. I instantly got diarrhea. I was like, these guys are so freaking awesome, and they are so violent the way they play football, and they are so unbelievably tough. It just just the whole thing about how are you going to deal with those guys, man, that would be like those 2000 Ravens when you had to play those guys. That's what it reminded me of.
Dude, that's how I started the show, saying that I've been fortunate to do what I do for a living since 2003 with NFL Network. But the first Super Bowl I ever attended was Super Bowl 30 when the Ravens dismantled the Giants. And I equated this defense for the Texans with that one. And I know that sounds like heresy, but it's the real thing, man. I don't know how many Hall of Famers are going to wind up on this team, or how many on this team will wind up being Hall of Famers, more appropriate way of saying it. But I didn't stutter, nor did you.
Rich, I remember going into a game in 2000. We're going to play the Ravens, that a playoff game, and at the time I was injured, but I was helping kind of with the game plan and helping Alex Gibbs, our offensive line coach, and so we go in there and we put in 4. Like, you always break it down by 4 games, their last 4 games, and I think in the last 4 games when we broke them down, I think an offensive lineman got up to block Ray Lewis, I think twice or 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was unreal. That dude was just flying around having tackling practice. And Saragusa and Sam Adams were just eating people up in the middle, and it was unbelievable. But, we were the Denver Broncos, and we ran the ball against everybody. And we're going to run it against the Baltimore Ravens, and we're going to do this, that, and the other. And we get into, halfway through the third quarter, we are getting our asses whipped. I mean, we are just getting whipped. And Alex Gibbs looked at me as our offense was coming off, to the sideline. He just kind of put his hands up and like, well, what are you going to do? Ain't nothing you could do. They were that good. And that's kind of how I feel about the Houston Texans, man. They are that good.
They are. And I started the show by saying they can win it all based on what we saw. And Stroud fumbled it 5 times, and they still won.
Yeah.
Obviously, it helped that he didn't lose all 5, but that happened last night. And who else impressed you from the wild card weekend, Mark Schlereth?
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, you look at what Chicago has been able to do, and one thing I always say about coaches, and there was a lot of pearl clutchers out there said, Ben Johnson said, F the Packers, and we're all worried about that. One thing I always say about head coaches in general is you have to authentically be you. And as players, man, come on, we were all a bunch of PE majors. I mean, I got a general studies degree from the University of Idaho, right? I'm not that smartest guy, but you do have a great sense of which guys have horse sense and which guys are real.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got to be authentically you. And it's one of the things I loved about Ben Johnson, man. He's like, the first time I talked to him months ago, he goes, wait till you see this offensive line I put together. Man, we're going to change the way this organization operates. Wait till you see us run the ball. And that's the thing. This guy has been lauded as one of these. I see. There's my general studies degree. However you use that word, Rich, you can do that for me.
He's lauded. He's lauded.
He's lauded as this great play caller and this great play designer and this all this, that, and the other. The bottom line is, man, that dude runs the football. And then you see him in 3rd down and 6 situations. He'll run the football knowing, hey, man, I'm going for it in 4th down in this situation. And your ability to overcome that whipping you got in the first half and to walk out there and still have the mental capacity and the belief and the toughness to go out there and do what you do. I just thought that was incredibly impressive by the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, and Denver got 2 first-team All-Pro offensive linemen. Chicago got 1 in left guard, Joe Tooney, and then 1 second-team All-Pro. And the right tackle and Darnell Wright. And so clearly Ben Johnson had a vision and has been able to affect it. The Caleb Williams 4th and 8 throw, for me, that's the play of the year at this point in time. Just in terms of the stakes, in terms of the manner in which he threw that football, how he found his receiver in Rome Odunze, I have no idea. It saved the entire year for Chicago. And started yet another comeback, and which has been their hallmark. And now here come the Rams. What is your opinion of that? Fully knowing, by the way, it could be one of the coldest games on record in the history of the NFL playoffs, by the way.
Yeah. I've said this for a while that I thought the Rams, for a lot of the season, were the best team in the NFL. And then, you watch a game where they're up 14-0, and you're thinking, at least I was thinking, this could be a blowout. And I've done enough Carolina games to know that the Carolina Panthers still have a ways to go before they're at that level of the Rams. And then, the Rams have to come down and put a drive together with Matthew Stafford throwing it to Parkinson which was just an unbelievable throw, right, and catch. But yeah, I still think the Rams are really, really good, and I think that they are, defensively they can rush the passer. They're very balanced on the defensive side of the ball, but they gave up a lot of big passing plays to the Carolina Panthers. They felt like there was something off there. I still think Matthew Stafford. I still think that offense can produce, and I still think they're a better team than the Bears. But I've been discounting the Bears every step of the way. Like every step of the way, I'm like, man, this is the week. And, like their quarterback, Caleb Williams, doesn't complete a high enough percentage. And yet he still just seems to be able to make a play when a play is needed. There's a skill set in being able to play your best when your best is needed. When it's crunch time, that dude just has an ability about him. When it's the old saying, when it's nut cutting time, that guy cuts nuts. Like that, he just figure out a way to get it done, and it's incredible.
Mark Schlereth here on the Rich Eisen show right here. The 1 seed you're concerned about the most: Denver taking on the Bills and Josh Allen, or Seattle taking on a San Francisco 49ers team that just lost another major player in George Kittle, but keeps on chugging, and clearly they know each other. Which one is the matchup that concerns you for the 1 seeds the most, Mark?
Probably the Broncos. Josh Allen is just that special. I look at San Francisco, and what they've been able to do to this point is just incredible. From Robert Saleh being able to grab a guy like Kendricks off the street, and all of a sudden that guy is your play caller on the defensive side of the ball and the guy that's orchestrating on defense, and all the young players they're playing with there in San Francisco, and all the injuries they've had offensively, and Kyle Shanahan continuing to do the things that he does. I think that it's an incredible story. I think this Seattle team is so good on the defensive side of the ball. And one of the things I've always said about great pass rushers, you go back to your playing days, is, hey, man, if they've got one really good pass rusher, we can kind of eliminate that guy, or one guy we used to call them war daddies. You got one war daddy, we can eliminate that one war daddy. We can figure out a way to game plan around it. But they got 4 or 5 guys on their defense. They're just problems. I mean, they're just problems. Mm-hmm. And they rotate those guys. I think Mike McDonald's done a phenomenal job. That defense is incredible. And like you go back to week 18, that game, I think it was a Saturday night, where it was a 13-3 game, and it might as well have been a 30-3 game. I mean, it was a butt whipping by Seattle that they put on San Francisco. I just don't know that you're going to be able to come back from that one. But the Broncos, Josh Allen, I think this is the worst team that Josh Allen has got to the playoffs with here in recent years, but he is such an X factor. And his ability, to run the football I think they had 12 rushing plays, 2 of them kneel down. So 10 rushing plays, 7 of them, I went back through the film against Jacksonville, 7 of them were designed runs, either tush push, I think 4 of them, and then 3 designed runs, QB draws, and a quarterback power. The guy is phenomenal. And it's not just his scrambling ability. The designed runs when they get into the high red zone or into the red zone. And then his ability to stand in the face of trouble and just deliver the football. He is just the biggest X factor. He is the compound W. He will cover multiple warts, and I think he's done that throughout the season for the Buffalo Bills.
Well, I mean, and the national conversation is that even though, as you pointed out, his team may not be one of the better teams or the best team that he's had this decade, but he's got the best layout of the playoffs he's had, even though he's on the road for the first time this decade. And the reason why everybody's saying that is who's not in the playoffs, and that's Patrick Mahomes. And I give you the floor on that one, since I know you're a Chiefs lover who misses talking about that team and that quarterback, Mark.
Yeah, as much as I hate the Chiefs, I have nothing but respect for the Chiefs. And I'm conflicted about it because I actually want to hate Patrick Mahomes so much. and I actually find myself like gravitating to him and liking him, which really, that's like eating a turd sandwich with sprinkles on it. Just like the sprinkles don't really help it go down. But I will tell you, like, I am fascinated by watching Patrick Mahomes do what he does late in games. His ability, again, very much like what we talked about with Caleb Williams, his ability to be at his best when his best is required. And the belief that team has had in their ability to go out there and put a drive together late in a game to win a football game. It is like essentially nothing I've seen in years and years. It reminds me of, playing with John Elway and being in the huddle in a game where you're down by 2 touchdowns and Elway walks in the huddle and is like, all right, let's go win this thing, and you just feel like, all right, here we go. And that's the thing that fascinates me about Mahomes, and the fact that he's not in the playoffs and the Bengals aren't in the playoffs, and some of the great quarterbacks, Lamar's not in the playoffs. You're right. It's probably the easiest path, even though you're on the road, when you consider those guys are not in your playoff kind of path.
Yeah, I mean, Nix, May, and Stroud are the 3 quarterbacks left in this AFC playoffs, with Allen standing out, obviously, as the most decorated one. But May maybe being the, I don't know. Obviously, you said Josh Allen is the MVP formerly of last year, and May could be this year. That looms out there. Mark Schlereth here on the Rich Eisen Show. In the few minutes I have left, I want to talk about the coaching with you and everybody that's been fired or could get hired or could get fired. Were you surprised John Harbaugh was let go in Baltimore, Mark?
I was, because I think John Harbaugh is one of the great coaches in this league. And, I don't know what all behind the scenes has gone down in Baltimore. I do know that there does come a time when your run is probably over, and when everybody needs a fresh start. And it's much like the players. You get to the point where you've been with an organization for a while, and when you get that fresh start, it's not only probably good for the organization for you to walk out the door, but it's also good for you to re-energize and to reconnect, if you will. So I was surprised, because John Harbaugh, like I said, is class, and he's a great coach and has been a great coach in this league for a long time. But I think that whether it's the quarterback and John that don't see eye to eye, offensively, whatever the case may be, I think it'll be good for both the organization and good for John to get that, get a fresh start and go lead another team to the playoffs.
Where do you think his best landing is? The Falcons say that they're going to have an in-person meeting with him. Obviously, the Giants have an opening. Give me the spot where you think he fits best, Mark.
Yeah, I think that the Atlanta Falcons are a really talented football team, and then they play in a division that's very winnable. So I think that would be a great fit for John Harbaugh. I think the Giants also would be a great fit for John Harbaugh, young quarterback who I think is a talented kid. Defensive, front seven. I think they can play. And they seem to have fixed some of their offensive line woes and some of the issues they've had there. So I think either of those teams would be a great fit, for John. And so that would be my anticipation. I think the Giants probably would be my number one place where he might go. But I think that would probably be my destination number one for him.
Okay. And now congratulations in the few minutes I have left on making you an NFL owner. You now have multiple more zeros going on. So congrats again, as I said. But you don't know which team yet. I'm going to sort of spin you around the dial here about what you should do as the owner of the Philadelphia Eagles. You're Jeff Lurie. What do you do? What do you do there in Philadelphia?
Well, I think one thing you have to do is you've got to give Nick Sirianni the opportunity to reestablish himself and reestablish the culture within that organization. And sometimes the best way to move forward is to let go of really good players that become a problem. And I think one of the things that happens in a locker room when a guy is unhappy, and we're talking about A.J. Brown, and what happens, how that filters through your locker room. If you consistently have to acquiesce to a certain guy because, he is that talented, ultimately what happens to guys like me is you watch that go on and it becomes uncomfortable in your own locker room. Right? Be like, we've got to acquiesce to that guy on a consistent basis. And then all of a sudden that dude's in the training room. You're like, I don't want to go in the training room. I'm going to skip my treatment, or I'm going to do it later, or whatever the case may be. And I think one of the things that ends up happening to you is you develop a locker room full of independent contractors. I'm just going to do my job, but I don't want to be involved or be connected because you guys consistently, you acquiesce to a guy who's being an ass, as opposed to handling your business.
Well, so it's not the OC, QB, it's or HC, it's number 11. That's where you say.
I think number 11's a problem. And then if anybody else is in that same realm, if it's your QB, like it's hard. They have changed offensive coordinators almost every year, right?
Other than Steichen, yes, right.
Right. It's hard, right, to implement something, especially if you've got guys that aren't on the same page and you got guys that don't like the game plan because I'm not getting enough touches in this game plan, or I'm not getting this, that, the other, or the quarterback is saying I need to be more than what you're allowing me to be. And I think one of the biggest things just in life in general, Rich, is to know what you are, but probably more importantly, know what you're not. Like, I know what I'm not good at. And so I'm just going to stay away from those things. When I played here in Denver, I was exceptional at the zone running scheme. So A, B, and C, man, I was exceptional at those things. Anything that had to do with pulling or some other things, I was not any good at that anymore. My legs were so beat up. My knees were so beat up. You know what we did? When we implemented power into the game, the gap run scheme, we only ran 17 power. We ran the right guard pull. We took 16 power. We took counter out of the game plan for me. But Mike Shanahan was like, hey, listen, man, the dude is as good as there is at A, B, and C, at the zone, the wide zone, the tight zone, the taking guys off the ball. He's as good as there is in this game. So he can't pull anymore because his knees are so shot. We just won't pull him. Problem solved, right? And we won back-to-back Super Bowls doing that. And the bottom line is you got to know as a player what you can and what you can't do. The first thing I did when I broke the huddle was to say to myself, where is my help and where can I not get beat? Where can I absolutely not get beat because I don't have any body presence? I don't have any help. I don't have a running back escaping through the B gap. Where am I in trouble? And let me stay out of that position. Let me funnel a guy where I have help and where I know I can win, as opposed to being, a moron and jumping in the middle of a guy and giving him a two-way go. Like, those are the things you need to know as a player and you need to know as an organization.
Okay. So in the few minutes I have left with you, congratulations. Your name is now Mark Rooney. What do you do if you're in charge of the Steelers, Mark Rooney?
Yeah. I think very much like the Harbaugh situation, sometimes change is a good thing. And I know we've only had 3 coaches in the last 200 years and, blah, 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 blah. But sometimes, it's run its course. You haven't won a playoff game. I know you've gotten there, but it's not getting there. The goal is always what? To win your division, to try to get a first-round bye, right? To be the number 1 seed and to win a championship. That's the goal. And it feels like the goal in Pittsburgh is, hey, we win more than we lose, right? We're 9-8 and we make it to the playoffs. That if that's the goal in Pittsburgh, then that's incorrect. That's not the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Pittsburgh Steelers' goal is to win championships. And if you're not doing that and if you're not winning playoff games, then sometimes it's run its course like it had in Baltimore, and sometimes you just got to move on.
Now, lastly, you're in charge of the Packers. What do you do? Your Mark policy. What do you do?
Yeah, I would continue. I would continue with Matt LaFleur. I think he's done a phenomenal job, and you've gone through the Aaron Rodgers. You had to make the tough decision there. Now it's Jordan Love, and you've had some injuries down the road, but I still think that that's a damn good football team. And I think Matt LaFleur is a damn good football coach.
Okay. We'll just give you a crack at breaking news. My coordinating producer, Mike Hoskins, just got in my ear and say Jim Harbaugh just fired Greg Roman as the offensive coordinator of the Chargers. Your first blush reaction there is what, Mark?
I think Greg Roman has been great, and he's done a great job implementing kind of that quarterback run game with the drop back game and all those things. And then, that gives itself a potential reunion with John Harbaugh when he goes to the Giants. How about that?
Huh. And so who do you think the Chargers could use? What sort of look to implement Jim Harbaugh's vision? What do you think?
Yeah, well, Jim Harbaugh is a guy that wants to, he wants to run with fullbacks. He wants to run the football. He wants to do all those things. And I'm a big fan of that stuff. But you've got to be able to find a way, and I know you had all kinds of offensive line issues in regards to the injuries and stuff. So I don't know that this is necessarily a fair situation, but you've got to be able to figure out how you're going to keep your quarterback upright. And I don't know about you, but I'm watching that New England game late in that game, and I started feeling bad for Justin Herbert. I thought a couple times he was going to die. It just was like he was getting crushed. Mm-hmm. And when you don't have the ability to run drop back and you don't have the ability to protect your quarterback, you got to find a way, a system to make sure you keep some pressure off of that guy. So I did feel bad about that. I know you've got personnel issues because of the injuries, but yeah, you got to find a way to be successful in those situations.
Stinkin' Truth Podcast with Mark Schlereth, Fox Sports Mark Schlereth. You the man. We'll chat again next week if you don't mind, sir. Appreciate your 2 cents.
Sounds good, Rich.
Ladies and gentlemen,
take care, buddy.
Mark Schlereth here on the Rich Eisen Show. We're up against it. Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll talk about the Chargers making that move. 844-204-RICH. We'll talk with you as well.
Rich Eisen here. LinkedIn Jobs is stepping things up with their new AI assistant so you can feel confident you're finding top talent. Get this. Employees hired through LinkedIn are 30% more likely to stick around for at least a year compared to those hired through the leading competitor. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. Progressive knows there's so many great things about being a sports fan. Like scoring the company box seats. How great is that? Trick plays that actually work. Prevent defense when your team is winning by a lot. And even more preventative prevent defense as they're hanging on by a thread. And of course, saving money when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive. That's pretty great. Just like trick plays that actually work.
Yeah, but how often does that happen?
Complaining about sports. Not so great. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Hector with LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling. My team and I take pride in giving homeowners real peace of mind. Whether it's an honest assessment, a repair done right, a full replacement, or guiding you through the insurance claims process. No pressure, no gimmicks, just genuine care of the people in our community. This work means something to me. We're not storm chasers. We're your neighbors, right here, year-round. LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling, the name you can trust. Call 281-699-9123 or visit us at laporteroofing.com. Again, that's 281-699-9123.
Hey, Red Nation, you can watch the hometown team anywhere, but there's only one place where the rally starts. Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation Rallies at Green Street, your new Friday and Saturday home game destination. Tom's comes alive with DJs, giveaways, and more. Headed to the game? Part-free at Green Street with Tom's Validation, and then celebrate after the game at Tom's with post-game drinks and highlights on 65-plus screens. Red Nation Rallies at Tom's Watch Bar, presented by Green Street. Visit Tom'sWatchBar.com/Red Nation Rallies. Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H. Federal American Grill, my favorite spot for a bite, and it should be yours too. Whether you're enjoying social hour every day from 3 till 7, $10 apps and drink specials, their world-class whiskey and bourbon selection, or how about Valentine's Day where you can get a 3-course dinner for just $75. Reservations are open now. Join the reward system, Club Fed, where you can get early access to all things Federal American Grill. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for the River Oaks location opening in Q1 of the new year. That's at Federal American Grill.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
We're here with Santos Cabrera, sales manager at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Santos, what makes your dealership different?
Nosotros somos un dealer de familia. Los dueños están en el dealer. Llegan todos. Tú puedes encontrarte al dueño en las oficinas. Puedes hablar con ellos. Y cuando llegas donde nosotros estamos cerquita de Houston, somos un dealer diferente. Te vamos a tratar como familia y vamos a darte los mejores precios en toda la área de Houston.
Gulf Coast Chevy in Angleton. Chevy.
Manejemos juntos.
Whether you're buying a home or you're refinancing, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage is the guy for you. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's been in it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He does it all the time. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Shop your loan. Kent Jones loves that. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Ken Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
Attention, fellow conservative investors. What does the name Reagan mean to you? It stands for being the ultimate conservative. It also stands for the Reagan Gold Group. Do you see storm clouds approaching, the stock market hates uncertainty, and there are plenty of reasons to be concerned. High inflation, unstable debt, and economic uncertainty are just a few. You have car insurance, homeowners insurance, and life insurance. But do you have insurance for your retirement savings and your 401k? We urge all fellow conservative investors to learn about the one asset that could help ensure your nest egg doesn't crack under economic pressure. G-O-L-D, gold. Call the one name any conservative investor needs to know about. Reagan Gold Group.
800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. 800-414-1657. That's 800-414-1657.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-rich is the number to dial right here on the program. Man, the Los Angeles Chargers just bounced Greg Roman. And this can't be easy for Jim Harbaugh. Listen, when Jim took the job at Stanford, do you know who he called and asked to be on his staff? Guy's name is Greg Roman. He took him from Holy Spirit. He was the offensive coordinator at Holy Spirit, and then joined Stanford as an associate head coach. And when Jim got the gig in San Francisco, he became the offensive coordinator. We had Alex Smith on in hour number one. We all know what happened when Jim and Roman were all there. He turned to Colin Kaepernick, and Kaepernick turned into a dynamo at quarterback. He's the one who started the Super Bowl against John Harbaugh. And the whole conversation we keep hearing about John being the coach on the market that everybody wants to have, and rightfully so. We talk about the Super Bowl that he won. And the Niners almost won that one. Jim goes to Michigan. They go their separate ways. Roman winds up on John's staff. He gets bounced from there in 2022. He's off in 2023 when Jim comes back to the pros. First guy he calls, says offensive coordinator is Greg Roman. They go way back. And at the end of the day, Harbaugh across the street, this happened in the last 24 hours. He calls him into his office. He goes, we're going in a different direction, or whatever he says. And Greg Roman is now out. And there's now another offensive coordinator position open in the NFL. I'm wondering if are there as many OC jobs open as HC jobs right now?
Ooh, good question.
I don't know. Because every HC job that's open might require, like, if you hire a defensive coordinator as your new head coach, that'll require an offensive coordinator gig to be open. So an HC job may be filled, but an OC job may be open. And all these other former OCs like Cliff Kingsbury or Mike McDaniel as a former HC, he might be the best OC candidate out there if he's not hired as HC. And there's a lot of rumors that Cleveland's going to hire him as their HC right now. And if you're an OC on the market, like, where's the best OC gig open? The Chargers are a pretty damn good OC gig.
Yeah, that's not a bad one.
All right, because you kind of know what's required of you. What's required of you.
Get Justin Herbert to the Hall of Fame.
Well, I mean, that's no big deal. But you also know you got a guy who wants to run the football, and you're going to get an all-pro on a left tackle and a Pro Bowler, an all-pro in Blossom in Joe Alt. Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt are coming back. And you got a young kid in Omarion Hampton, who we assume is going to be able to stay healthy in year two, and Justin Herbert to protect. And Jim is going nowhere. So it's not like you got a head coach on the hot seat. He's going nowhere. I just don't know what, I'll just give voice to one of the only Charger fans we know. It's not the man who was in the delivery room for all of our children, Chris.
No, I
always love it.
Though he's a big Charger.
Bobby Cat's driving around OBGYN of the Stars. One of the few Charger fans we know, diehard.
For sure.
Okay. But Sean Mitchell, our digital coordinating producer.
Smitch is doing backflips right now.
Smitch was the one during the game who is really pissed. And the thing that I think pissed him off the most, and I don't blame him, was when the game's on the line and you got to go fast and you need 2 possessions. You know you need 2 possessions. And the Chargers wind up substituting on offense, which allows the Patriots to substitute on defense. And Collinsworth's going nuts in the booth saying, I know, the receivers need a blow here. They need a break here. But if you're taking one off the field or putting another one on, you're allowing the Patriots to sub out here. And, Vrabel, he knows the rule book better than most. He famously out-rule booked Belichick in a game.
Sure did.
Wasn't that the walk-off playoff?
In the playoff game.
Right,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And so, he's going to be like, yeah, let's take our sweet-ass time. If you're giving us an opportunity to delay your ability to go fast, we're going to take it. And if you're able to run an offense multiple plays to be run out of the same alignment, if you run a similar alignment but have the playbook so wide open that you can run any play from the same alignment, that helps you in a moment where you're needing to go fast. You also, yes, can run multiple plays out of a similar look. Everyone loves to have multiple looks on offense. But if you can have it where you have a similar look but can go anywhere and leave the defense guessing from a similar look, like, say, their roommates in SoFi, that's what you're needing. Yep. And in many ways, that's why the Rams coaching staff constantly gets rated. Year in and year out. Everybody wants the fruit of the McVay vine. And I don't know. Is that what would be helpful for the Chargers? Just based on what we saw, okay? Because I understand even Schlereth's first blush response is like, what do you want this guy to do? You lost the left tackle. You lost the right tackle. Even the replacement left tackle couldn't stay healthy. The replacement right tackle couldn't stay healthy. What, Mike Devlin just got the gate as well? Their offensive line coach? Is that what you said in my ear? Yeah. So Jim is starting from scratch, but we know that is going to be where it starts. That's it. Right there.
Well, he might also have a new DC.
Yeah, I think that's 100% good. I think Jesse Minter is. Yeah, listen, I'm biased when it comes to him. I think the Ravens are going to poach him, but we have yet to hear his name mentioned with them. I don't think, although the emails we get from NFL Network, at least I do on my phone, it's just one after another after another. It's tough to keep track of who's interviewing where and who's been asked, whose permission's been asked for, et cetera, and so forth. But Harbaugh is said, he's going to find some answers, and he is making some hard choices in 24 hours. I know Chargers fans might say it's an easy choice. Ravens fans might echo that sentiment about Greg, but Greg's as smart as they come, and maybe he was reading some writing on the wall too. I don't know. You certainly didn't hear that from him when I was interviewing him with the rest of the broadcast prior to the Chargers-Texans game. Wasn't getting any sense that there was any daylight between him and his head coach. But at the end of the day, there's I think more OC gigs open than HC gigs right now. And whoever doesn't get an HC gig,
oh yeah,
that's an OC, is going to be in high demand.
Mm-hmm.
High demand. And here's one of these spots. You want to go help protect Justin Herbert and take a run first offense to new heights with Jim Harbaugh, who's going nowhere? You want to do that? You want to help Jim take Justin Herbert to the Hall of Fame? Is that what you want to do? Come out and live in Southern California?
Come out to the coast.
Yeah. It's going to be a compelling argument. A compelling argument. But that's what's happening now with the Los Angeles Chargers. Man, I never would have seen that one coming. After I'm on a plane back from Brazil, and the sense that I got was the Chargers are a playoff team, and the Chiefs are going to have to really put something together to get back to the Super Bowl. I mean, it's the first blush, 1 week. They were left arguing with each other. They made mental mistakes. They lost Xavier Worthy. And then the Chargers start 3-0 in division. The Chiefs go 0-2, yada, yada, yada. Here we are. The Chargers are an 11-win team. Chiefs are out. And now we've got turnover on the offensive coaching staff, to say the least, and maybe the defense too. The Chargers are off and running in their off season. 844-204-RICH, number to dial your phone calls. We pushed Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday to hour 3 based on this news. Kevin Nealon joining us in studio in hour number 3. Lots always happening in this NFL-driven crazy world on the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
Avatar Fire and Ash has arrived.
I am the fire!
Get your 3D tickets now for the greatest chapter of the biggest saga in history.
Whatever happens, protect his family.
Critics rave it's by far the best Avatar movie.
If your father and I do not return, you go as far and as fast as you can.
Movies don't get any bigger than this. Avatar Fire and Ash, rated PG-13, now playing.
The football playoffs are here. Brad, I'm here to tell you that Underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action all playoff season long. Because you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. It's so easy playing on Underdog. All you have to do is pick whether your favorite players in the playoffs, of course, will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, and more. Get these picks right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. And they're also taking care of you with $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 and you use promo code KILLERB. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today and use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
Hey, it's John Granato. If you're giving your home a little love, start with the details that make it shine. Bluebonnet Glass designs and installs frameless showers, mirrors, glass doors, and windows that make your home feel open, bright, and brand new. They're a local team now, started in Sealy in 1951, and they're here in the Houston area. Honest work, fair prices, great results every time. Visit BluebonnetGlass.com to see their work and get a free quote. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands or order anytime at DessertGallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
When it comes to great spirits, Texans know that details matter. Rio Vodka is crafted for exceptional smoothness, delivering pure, clean character in every pour. Rio Agave Tequila is made additive-free from 100% Blue Weber agave, bringing honest flavor you can enjoy neat or in your favorite cocktail. Whether you're gathering with friends or raising a glass to something worth celebrating, these standout spirits are made to be savored. Find Rio Vodka and Rio Agave Tequila at Total Wine and other fine liquor stores. Elevate your next pour, Texas style.
John Granado here. You know what's the scariest thing about winter coming? That you might run out of beer. That's scary. Actually, the scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater in for free. That's crazy, Billy. Call him today, 281-488-6238, or visit him at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell him you heard it here.
Oh, my word. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, Hyundai Hope on Wheels, everybody, is something I love to talk about because, you know, my run is all about supporting pediatric cancer research. And the same thing with every Hyundai sold. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. 850 dealers nationwide for Hyundai together have raised more than $277 million to support over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. HyundaiUSA.com is a spot where you should search up Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more, please, because at Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Just talking about the weather for Sunday night's game between the Rams and the Bears. Could be the coldest game on record. Remember the one in Kansas City between the Dolphins and the Chiefs?
And then Green Bay back in that. Was that an NFC?
Well, that was the one where I thought my Tom Coughlin's face was going to fall off. You know, I actually looked that game up last night because I was wondering
7-8.
You know, about Favre's last pass as a Packer was an interception in overtime. And, you know, Rodgers' last pass maybe is a player, is a pick six. You know, and
Favre's last pass is a Viking.
Was not a pick six. I looked that up. I think he threw an interception in the game. He went 5 of 7 against the Bears in a loss. And remember, what was it? What was that fella's name? Webb, the quarterback.
Davis Webb.
Joe Webb. I think came in.
Joe Webb. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, meet Joe Webb came in. Oh, my God.
Joe Webb.
Jesse in Manhattan, Illinois. Let's take Manhattan, Illinois. What's up, Jesse?
What's up, Rich? You hear me pretty good?
Is it going to be cold, frigid Sunday night? What do you got for me in Illinois?
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy over there now. Chicago, we got California, LA Rams coming in. First and foremost, I want to say thanks for everything you do for the NFL, Rich. Honestly,
thank you.
You do so much. You're here in and out every day, putting in the hard work, the grunt work.
My pleasure.
Everything.
Trust me.
In my book, you're a Hall of Famer. But Sunday to the game, Chicago versus LA. The Bears need to step up on that D, like how they did the second half versus Green Bay. Cardiac, ice cold Caleb Williams with those painted nails and all. We're going to whoop them. We're going to take it. We need to play hard, you know.
All right.
They're not easy, though. L.A., Sean McVay, he's a great coach.
I can confirm that, sir. I can confirm that. They are not easy. And again, they got a Notre Dame kid. They got a Notre Dame kid and a Michigan kid running.
Be in our favor.
Right. Like I said, it's going to be great, and it's going to be cold. And, you know, the Bears, as you know, lost their left tackle and lost their, you know, heart and soul in the middle of the defense in losing those two guys. And
Benedict has PT time at left tackle, though, so hopefully that holds up for us,
see.
you know.
We will see.
Line's been playing terrific.
Well, Jesse, again, you're when I mentioned the weather, and you're like, yeah, it's going to be cold, and there's a team from Los Angeles coming in.
This is an everyday thing. I know it's going to be cold, but it's going to be cold. You can finally say it's going to be cold.
Well, I'm going to say that, Jesse, you stating such an obvious thing, Mike Del Tufo, I think he's taken your job as well.
Yeah.
And also Michael Irvin's talking the famous tweet in 2014, man, when we played in that cold weather, we was cold.
We was cold.
So thank you, and Jesse can confirm that, sitting there in Illinois. Thank you for the call. I'm very pleased to be here, and thank you for the compliment.
Okay, so Bills-Dolphins a couple years ago on the wild card, it was -4, felt like -27. Very irresponsible to even play that. 07 NFC Championship game, it was -1 with a wind chill of -23.
Dustin in Kansas City, let's take your call. What's up, Dustin?
Hey, Rich and the fellas, how's it going?
I'm fine.
That's what I mean.
Well, this has nothing to do about the Bears game, but I do remember that Kansas City Dolphins game. That was pretty frigid temperatures.
Man, in that cold weather, everyone was cold. Yeah.
Mike McDaniel looked pretty roughed up there.
Yep.
But as a Broncos fan living in Kansas City, it's been torture the past 10 years. So this year has been very therapeutic.
Now, are you telling it to people around there, or are you just keeping it quiet? How are you?
Yes, my whole family is Chiefs fans.
Oh boy, Dustin.
So
okay,
it's been a great year. Yeah, I've been letting out a lot of demons.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
that's for sure.
Well, you got to finish it off. You can't just do this as to be the 1 seed and get one and done by Josh Allen, because obviously all your Chiefs friends will say, "Leave it up to us to eliminate Josh Allen if you can't." You know what I mean? Like, you don't want that, Dustin. You know what I mean?
Yeah, last year in that wild card round, that Bo Nix touchdown got me all juiced up, and then he broke my heart. But this year, I feel like it's going to be different. I feel like now the run defense that the Bills have is pretty trash, and I know we don't have J.K. Dobbins, but R.J. Harvey's been looking pretty good the past few weeks, and I think he's going to surprise some people out there.
Dustin, did you go higher register twice?
Yeah. I don't think he did. That was 2 times.
Mike heard it. Mike, he's the audio expert. I heard it. Like, well, I mean,
said it with his chest.
R.J. Harvey's not running. You're like, he didn't go up there a couple times.
2.
Yeah, well, that's the hope, right? Josh Allen.
That's it.
The best quarterback in the playoffs right now.
You give a little high register tip of the cap to Josh Allen. That's Dustin in Kansas City, speaking with his chest to his family. Right there. I got to tell you, that Patriots whipping of the Los Angeles Chargers, and then last night's game, it was 7-6 entering the fourth quarter, and then it was just a total blowout.
It was a rough watch.
Kind of makes you think. Maybe you missed the Kansas City Chiefs in these playoffs after all.
No.
Stop it.
No.
It's a higher register Tuesday.
No, we don't.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe the Chiefs being out there with Mahomes if he was healthy, and maybe it makes it more interesting. Maybe it's coming back around again.
They would have been lucky to score 6 against the Texans last night.
I get it.
That's probably true.
I see you. I see you. I see what you're saying. Hold on a minute.
You just don't want that take to age so poorly.
Oh, it's not great.
Yeah.
No.
It's fine. Say it happens.
It's definitely not great.
It happens.
Yeah, Mahomes and the Chiefs lost to the Texans. Is that where Mahomes blew out his knee against the Chargers, right? In the final throws of that game. It all melds together. I miss them so much.
Rich.
Such a weird thing to say.
It's not weird. It's not weird.
You were climbing that mountain.
I'm just saying, maybe he comes back around. Maybe my take won't be so bad.
He's staying there.
At the end of the day. You understand how I can't quit my take sometimes, and maybe it's
I do. Yeah. It's maybe your only fault.
Did you go higher register there? Did I notice it's maybe your only fault?
I don't know.
Oh my God. How do I handle that sort of thing? Kevin Newland's about to join us, everybody, in hour number 3. It's an Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. That's in hour number 3. Your phone calls, all the phone lines are lit. I dig it. And I didn't go higher register there. I really do dig it. No doubt about it.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth more.
You bet I'm worth more.
We completely agree. At GiveMeTheVIN.com, you are worth more, and your car's worth more. And we want to pay more for good cars that Give Me the VIN, because they are worth more, and so are you. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 321-321. That's METER to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, Houston, Jeremy Branham here. If you love a good getaway, listen up. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is running their Discover Our Resort giveaway on social media, and you could score discounted, even free stays. Just follow at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Facebook or Instagram and watch for their breadcrumb posts. Each clue could lead you closer to your next riverside escape. Don't miss it. Follow Two Creeks Crossing Resort and visit twocreekscrossingresort.com to learn more.
It's your guy Sean with Greenlight Offer, Houston's #1 house buyers. Let me tell you about David from Baytown. He lost his job, fell behind on his mortgage, and his house needed repairs that he couldn't afford to make. He tried listing it, tried getting caught up, but the bills kept piling up, and the stress was crushing him. That's when he called Greenlight Offer. We stepped in, gave him a fair cash offer within 24 hours, and guess what? He didn't even have to lift a finger. No clean-out repairs, no realtor fees, and no closing costs. Within a few weeks, David had cash in his pockets. Every single week, every single month, we help homeowners like David who need to sell fast, skip the repairs, and start fresh. If your mortgage is behind, your house needs work, vacant, inherited, probate, divorce, tenant just won't pay me the rent houses, or do you just need a way out? Greenlight Offer is your solution. 832-779-5000. That's 832-779-5000. GreenlightOffer.com. Let's get your Greenlight number today. That's 832-779-5000. Woo!
This is ESPN 97.5, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
That Texans defense is no joke.
Ball is out. Rankins picks it up.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Hot seat. Mike T has had more success than anybody in the league.
Earlier on the show, ESPN NFL analyst Alex Smith, Fox Sports NFL analyst Mark Schlereth. Coming up, comedian Kevin Nealon. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. The wild card weekend is in the books. The divisional playoff weekend is set. The coaching carousel is spinning. All eyes on Pittsburgh, PA, to see what's happening there with the coach and the quarterback. If anything, we're here for you over the next hour of this program. Kevin Nealon just walked into our green room. He's going to join us in short order. There's your phone calls as well at 844-204-RICH being the number to dial. Overreaction Monday, the podcast. Chris Brockman and I recorded it before we even uttered a word on this program on Monday. We appreciate those who have already watched it on our YouTube channel. It's closing in over 200,000 views on that spot, which we greatly appreciate. And those who listen to it, we also love you just as much. And that's wherever you get your podcasts. It's a Tuesday, so it's time for Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. Hit it.
That was terrible. That was crap. That was garbage. This place sucks.
Overreaction
Mondays.
Monday. On a Tuesday.
I didn't step on it, did I?
Attaboy.
No.
Happy Tuesday. Good to see you guys. Let's get right to it, Rich. Got to talk about what's going on in Pittsburgh. And I think Mike Tomlin, he should want to coach somewhere else next season. He should want the change of scenery.
I don't think this is an overreaction. I don't think there's any improper reaction right now to the point where it's run its course, or to the point of you got the culture guy right and the culture guy is there, and all you got to do is get him a quarterback and a little bit better roster, and who better to continue the culture of the Pittsburgh Steelers than a guy that's been there for 19 years, or he should look at this roster and go, I need a new quarterback. Everybody else who I love to coach is getting longer in the tooth. Cap this, cap that. Even though they do have a lot of cap room coming up, things can change quickly. You know, I mean, there's so many different ways to look at it. I don't think there's a single way to look at this that's an overreaction, improper. You know, there's a great case for that. It's run its course for the team and for the fans and for the coach. And there's a great case to be made that who better to continue a tradition than this guy? And you get him the right quarterback and a younger roster that's on the up and up, and off you go. So anything you could have said right now, I would have said as a proper reaction. I don't think there's anything to overreact to.
Well, then how about this idea? Because a shout out to a person on Twitter sent me this, Jay Flan. Great idea. We're talking about what Green Bay should do, what Pittsburgh should do. You know what, TJ? The Steelers and Packers should just straight up trade coaches, 1 for 1. Wow. Matt LaFleur goes to Pittsburgh. He gets a change of scenery. He brings Malik Willis with him. He's got a now franchise quarterback in Pittsburgh with Willis and a veteran defense and DK Metcalf. Mike Tomlin gets a fresh start, Rich, with what you just said, a young, up-and-coming quarterback caliber, MVP caliber quarterback, and Micah Parsons on defense there. 1 for 1 trade. Green Bay and Pittsburgh.
Here's who are we giving a
Jay
shout out
Flan
to? Jay
tweeted
Flan.
me this.
Is he named after the dessert?
I hope so.
Or that would be Jay Flan.
It's Flan.
Pardon me. Jay Flan, you're missing the opportunity here.
It's a creative idea.
It's not that creative.
Really?
You want creative? I'm creative because Matt LaFleur's got the gig. He's got one more year left on his contract, and he also deserves.
So does Mike Tomlin.
He deserves to stay. Okay, let's be honest
Shouldn't
here.
he also want a fresh start?
Not to go all Aaron Rodgers on you, but I just gave you my you-know-what answer. Okay, how about this one? How about there's an opening in Baltimore, right? There's an opening in Cleveland, right? How about we just rotate? Sort of like a volleyball team.
Just the AFC North just kind of switches.
Stefanski goes to Baltimore, Harbaugh goes to Pittsburgh, and Tomlin goes to Cleveland. Or Tomlin goes to Baltimore. Harbaugh goes to Pittsburgh. Let's just have them switch.
I literally said that to Chris in commercial.
And then
Tomlin the Ravens.
Right, or they could switch right now in division. What is this business of switching conferences?
Division? You want to coach a rival?
Yeah, why not?
They're not a rival anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And then Cleveland, it's just like one coach goes one way, one coach goes the other way, and Cleveland goes, what do you want from me?
What do you want from me? Like,
you know what I mean? Like a full like the Goodfellas moment. Could be memed right here. Harbaugh goes to Pittsburgh, Tomlin goes to Baltimore, and Cleveland's like, what do you want from me? Or Cincinnati's like, what coaching change? What coaching change?
We're standing pat.
Well, yeah.
We're standing pat.
We're the guy like in the,
wait a minute.
Like with the org.
Wait a minute. We can actually send a coach on and have to pay him for not coaching us?
Meanwhile,
that happens in the NFL?
Joe Burrow's in Los Angeles.
If I'm Mike
he is out here in the...
If this is true, if I'm Mike T, I'm looking south.
Okay.
All right.
Miami.
All right. How about this one, guys? This year has been dominated by the second-year quarterback. All these guys have been so great. Got 3 of them playing this coming weekend. Both Drake May and Caleb Williams will enter 2026 as top 5 quarterbacks.
Okay. How's that? Okay. Sure. It's not an overreaction at all.
Really? I thought you might push back on the Caleb Williams.
Why would I? Are you kidding me?
I saw this man roll left and throw right and strike a Michael Jordan pose. Right?
Exactly.
It's like a 52% completion percentage.
So basically,
it can get better.
So putting his hands in his pocket. Who's he imitating there? Putting his hands in his pocket. Sort of like I've got my shot and I'm walking away. It's sort of like if basketball shorts had pockets, that would be Curry, right? Right? Like I've got my shot, my hands are in my pockets. That ball's going in. The anti-swaggy P, right? And now he's done the Jordan jump man, right?
One of the greatest passes ever.
Okay, so Caleb, I'm wondering, you said Caleb Williams not going to be a top 5 quarterback next year. Drake May's not a top 5 quarterback next year. He could be a top 2 quarterback right now.
I like where your head's at, but who are we taking off?
Problem is, there's only 5.
Right.
Yeah. So you got Allen, Burrow, Lamar, Mahomes after about week 4.
Look, I think Burrow and Lamar take a step back. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
All right, last one. Matt Ryan being introduced today, talking to the media in Atlanta. What is he, president of football? What a great title. How do I get that?
Yes, sir.
I want that.
Matt Ryan is now the Falcons' John Elway. He's going to have Atlanta in the Super Bowl this decade. Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh, they're going to be the new coach in Atlanta.
You're given a 5-year runway, huh?
5-year runway.
Okay.
I like it.
So you're saying this decade or for a decade?
This decade.
Oh, so before 30.
The 2020s.
Gotcha. I thought you were giving them 10 years.
Sure.
They're close.
Sure. Look at you.
Eliminated in December, still had the best record in the division.
Great job giving me something to react to right now that we won't be able to say if I'm right or wrong for another 5 years. I appreciate that as well.
We'll still be on the air. We can check our work.
Yeah, we got 48 here, right? So
I'm going to say sure to this, because if I say no to this could age poorly quickly.
Yeah.
For me to say yes to this, I got 5 years.
That's what I'm saying.
And guess what? Most people are going to forget in 5 years.
Yeah, I just made it all about myself. That's weird.
I have some other spicy ones, but we have major breaking news.
Okay, very good. And and scene. That's Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday.
And my eyes see.
Breaking news.
Is this true? For real? This is happening? 100%? It has happened? End of story? It's over?
Yeah, Adam Schefter is reporting Mike Tomlin, after 19 seasons with the Steelers, stepping down, informed his team that he is leaving as head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Okay. So, 2 things here. You know how I feel about Mike Tomlin.
Most of us feel about that.
The number of times that I've caped for this man and hearing from Pittsburgh, PA, that he should be gone. It's time. Time has run its course. It's over. And you've now gotten what you want.
Yeah.
You've now gotten what you want. And the same thing with Ravens fans. Unbelievably, that game between the Ravens and the Steelers, both coaches that we were wondering if they would be back, now neither of them are. Harbaugh and Tomlin connected together. But this man, Mike Tomlin, what he has meant to the Pittsburgh Steelers, the organization, the community, the mantra of what it is to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. Listen, I understand it did not finish well over the years in terms of winning a playoff game, and fans were absolutely sick and tired of saying, hey, at least we had a winning record. I understand the results didn't end well, and I understand that you feel it had run its course. The fact that he feels the same way right now, I think is sad. I do. And I'm saddened to hear this news because I did love his longevity. It did speak well for the team and the sport and for him. I understand why it is ending. And I do understand why he might have looked around and say, it's done here. It's time for me to get a fresh start as well. I would find it hard to believe that he's leaving right now for a TV job. I think the fact that he didn't have to think too long about it means obviously he has thought about it and he slept on it. And we're, I guess, going to find out that he told his team within the last 10 minutes. We were hearing that there was a players-only meeting happening in Western PA, and sure enough, he just did, in fact, tell his team that he's stepping down as the Steelers head coach. I am sure there are a ton of players in that room who are broken up by the news. He is a leader of men of the first variety. He is the type of guy that I would want to hire in 2 seconds flat, and I've always said he will be without a job for only 5 minutes if he ever leaves the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll see if I'm right or I'm wrong. But all I know is one of the reasons why I imagine he would do this so fast is every single job that is open right now is something that, or some job that is open right now is of interest to him. And we will see if the fact that he is now available causes somebody else who does have a job right now to lose his. And if you are somebody like the Giants, who when you let go of Brian Daboll, or you were somebody like the Falcons who let go of Raheem Morris, and you didn't know who was in the coaching carousel, and it's now both John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin, the two longest tenured head coaches in the National Football League, who are now on the same job market. It is what I would term for you a bonanza. You're looking for a culture guy. You're looking for a guy who's been there and done that. You're looking for a guy who's a molder of men. You're looking for a guy who wants a fresh start. You're looking for a guy who understands continuity. You're looking for that guy. Well, one of those guys is on the open market right now. And if I'm Mike Tomlin, that had in my mind to be part and parcel of why he made this decision. You know, tea leaves about what it would take to continue on here. Tea leaves of the way he feels maybe in the community, the way he feels about the organization, the way he feels about his own abilities to affect change, all of it. Last Wednesday we had him on. He says he loves the challenge. I don't think this is a guy who's now going to leave for TV, like that he's going to suddenly show up and be part of the outside noise. That just doesn't strike me as that guy. He strikes me as a guy who is exactly perfect for any organization that wants a culture change and doesn't know how to get it right themselves in the building, because they're hiring consultants to tell them who to look for. They're hiring this person to tell them what to do. And he's somebody who's like, I got it. And in that regard, who wants to be the next Pittsburgh Steelers head coach? Oh, my God, is this a jewel of a gig? Because you know,
I'd be there for 20 years.
You know,
job security.
You've got an ownership group that has one way of doing it, and it is a hands-off, you do your job, and you do it well enough, go get yourself a 30-year fixed mortgage. Honestly.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
Move your family. I think they're going to go with somebody young, on the young side, just like they've done before.
They can't go with anyone in their 50s.
Well, I mean, they could. You never know.
Tomlin was the youngest head coach when he was hired.
Yeah. I'm just going to say this. Who knows what they're thinking of? Who knows who's in the top right-hand drawer? I don't know if they're going to keep the general manager either. Who knows what the Roonies are going to do? I imagine they will. But who knows? They want to hire somebody to come in. They might want their own GM. They might want their own person. But I'll tell you what, guys.
Tell you what, man.
I two things I'm going to say here. You know all the candidates in the pros. I said before
I know where
that you should go and get this guy.
I know where you're going.
I said it before, and he is getting ready to win a national championship, curb stomping the universe. And he's from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
That part.
Do you think Curt Cignetti ever dreamed in a million years he could be the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Not in his wildest dreams. He was with Pitt in 1983 when he started.
Just saying. Now he's in his early 60s. So just throwing that name out there. I don't know if you're going to go college. I don't know what they're thinking. They haven't done a job search in a gajillion years.
Real estate's cheaper in Pittsburgh.
He's as old as John Harbaugh, 64.
I understand it. Does he want to do that? Again, he sounds it. He looks it. He is that. You want to do that? The fans would, I think, go a little bit nuts.
Go crazy.
Or you want to go young? Again, you know all the pro candidates. And I know he's already said, I'm sticking around, not going anywhere. Let's run it back. You call Notre Dame's head coach.
Mm-hmm.
And you tell Marcus Freeman, this is an opportunity that doesn't come. With all due respect to the other franchises in the NFL that have knocked on his door, there's been a revolving door. I don't know if the Ravens have done it either, because there's been no revolving door there either.
This is a job that's going to come around once every 2
That's
decades.
it. This is like a comet flying through the sky.
Steelers Comet.
That's what this is. The Steelers Comet is here. Okay? Do you want the Steelers Comet? Do you see it in your... Because when the Steelers come knocking and say, we're holding a job search for a head coach, honestly.
Which has happened twice.
Twice in my lifetime.
Which is insane.
And I'm 56.
Like, come on. This is
right.
Wild.
Correct. I'm just throwing two college names out there. Obviously, the pro names we all know. Yeah. And anyone's going to be interested. And the craziest thing could happen. Ravens hire Tomlin, and the Steelers hire Harbaugh. Let's go.
That'd be
and the Cleveland Browns go, what do you want from me? It's like the Goodfellas painting.
But, Rich, the Curt Cignetti thing, as a Pittsburgh kid, let's just say Indiana wins that natty, mission complete.
Yeah, I don't know if that's his idea of a complete mission. His complete mission is to just keep wagoning people for years and years and years.
I get that, but when you grow up in Pittsburgh and you have a chance to be the Steelers head coach, that carries that's glory right there, man. I'm not saying he's going to do it, but he's definitely got to think about it.
That's a phone call. I don't think he, in a million years, in his entire life, he thought would ever happen. And if I'm the Roonies, give me a break. Again, the way it goes is, we're sorry to bother you, Coach. That's what you got to lead with.
Excuse me. Hi, Mr. Cignetti.
Coach, we understand you're prepping to try and curb stomp Miami in Miami.
I don't think the Roonies approach it. I don't think they have to lead with the sorry to bother you. Like,
with Cignetti, you have to still, even though I don't want to piss him off, even if you're the Roonies. But it's honestly, it's like, you know us, we know you. You know the town. What is it, Ton? You know the Ton.
Yeah. Ton.
All right, I don't want to pull a full McAfee.
Going downtown.
But you know what I mean? That's it. I mean, those are the two that just leapt off the top of my head outside of the realm of all the names that you're going to hear. But the Steelers are, in fact, looking for a new head coach. Mike Tomlin has just entered, I would think, the coaching market. I think we're probably 5 minutes away from somebody in our business tweeting out, posting out, he still wants to coach. I don't think he's going to show up on divisional playoff weekend and start giving you takes. That doesn't sound like that guy to me. It just doesn't. Mr. I don't hear the outside noise now becomes the outside noise. That would be on par of Sterling Sharp saying nothing to nobody when he's a player and then suddenly showing up and being part of the paparazzi, as terrific as he was at that. You know, again, I have no particular personal insight on it. It just doesn't strike me as being that type of move.
I can't give you all the ingredients to the hot dog you might not like.
That guy sounds like he's going to still coach to me.
Ian's phrasing was that he plans to step away from coaching.
Is that right?
That was how Ian phrased his tweet that everyone,
Maybe so.
That everyone's
okay.
But I don't know.
Art Rooney has a statement. Okay, we're breaking news here. During our meeting today, Coach Tomlin informed me that he's decided to step down. Obviously, I'm extremely grateful to Mike for all the hard work, dedication, and success we've shared over 19 years. It is hard for me to put into words the level of respect and appreciation I have for Coach Tomlin. He guided the franchise to a 6th Super Bowl championship and made the playoffs 13 times during his tenure, including winning the AFC North 8 times in his career. His track record of never having a losing season in 19 years will likely never be duplicated. That's probably true, by the way. My family and I, everyone connected to Steelers management, are forever grateful for the passion and dedication Mike Tomlin is devoted to Steelers football, as classy as they come, and that is not a surprise, obviously. You're talking about the Rooneys and the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're now off to a coaching search. And what is Ian's post, his tweet? Read it for me, please.
Ian's phrasing said, Steelers coach Mike Tomlin has informed the team that he plans to step away from coaching, meaning one of the greatest to do it will take a break. Pittsburgh has a coveted opening.
Maybe so. Maybe so. To me, this sounds like, you say it now. So you're on the market. Unless he looks around and he goes, none of these jobs interest me. He does need a break. 19 years of this is one thing. I get it.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I understand.
Take a vacation.
Okay. Obviously, I'd love to see him on TV, but the timing just seems to me like he wants to jump into it.
But guys, it also seems like there are some decent openings too.
Dude, Giants fans are like, please don't take a break. Falcons fans, please don't take a break.
Some good job openings.
Just for 2 off the top of my head.
Exactly.
But to Steeler fans, man, this is what you wanted, and be careful what you wish for, man, because you got it.
No, this is an organization that I think will turn out all right, and they're going to wind up with a coach that will. I think continue. I don't think the Steelers are suddenly going to be picking top 5 year in and year out because they screwed this up.
They don't have a quarterback right now, probably.
Well, you can start from scratch. And they're going to have to start from Mike Tomlin is no longer the Pittsburgh Steeler head coach. That just happened. I'll be all right, Steelers fans. Don't worry. I know what you're thinking.
Stay
I
by
get
your
it.
phone, man. I may need you.
Okay. I'll be there for you, Coach. All right, we'll take a break. Kevin Nealon's going to join us. We'll chat with him and then hit this and our phone lines before we get out of Dodge here on this wild, crazy coaching carousel Tuesday. Man.
As America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive has your back.
Oh, like roadside assistance.
Oh, yeah, Progressive offers that.
Great. Do you have plans Saturday? My cousin canceled, and I'd love to have someone to ride with.
Actually, we just do insurance, not riding buddies.
Cool, let's meet at noon. Actually, scratch that. 10 a.m., you and me, breakfast at a diner.
To be clear, Progressive has your back for insurance only. So get a quote and see if you can save.
Okay, so if you beat me there, get me the Lumberjack Special. We can share.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Roadside assistance may require comprehensive coverage.
Rich Eisen here. Hiring for your small business can feel like a full-time job, but LinkedIn Jobs AI Assistant takes the heavy lifting out of it. It filters applicants based on the criteria you set and suggests 25 great fit candidates daily so you can invite them to apply and keep things moving. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI Assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
Home ownership can be a headache. Property taxes keep going up. You know you're paying too much, but protesting that tax seems daunting and not worth the fight. That's why you need Ownwell. Ownwell's going to fight that fight for you. Ownwell saved me money last year. I'm excited to see how much they'll save me again this year. Plus the benefits of compound savings year after year. Sign me up. Finding your property tax has never been easier. Head to ownwell.com and sign up in just 3 minutes. That's it. That's all you have to do. 3 minutes. No collecting data, no hearings, no expensive lawyers. Ownwell.com. 3 minutes to sign up and done. 140,000 Houston properties use Ownwell. 500,000 Texans have had their property tax lowered thanks to Ownwell, and Ownwell saves their customers over $1,100 on average. So what are you waiting for? Stop overpaying on property taxes. Get your free savings estimate right now at Ownwell.com. That's Ownwell.com to see how much you can save. Ownwell.com.
John Granato with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys are doing data centers now. There's all kinds of businesses that could use powder coating.
Yes, we are doing industrial, which means oil and gas. We are doing plenty of residential, and now we're doing tech. We're going in with Meta. We're going in with Tesla. We're working on their data centers. We've even done Samsung in Austin. So the sky is the limit when it comes to our coatings.
I mean, if I'm a city and my water tower is looking terrible, I'm going to call you.
Call us because we want to make sure you take pride where you live.
And all these businesses, they have fencing, and if you are a business, you will go to them.
Yes, there's not many bricks and mortar anymore, but the ones that are still here, they want to look great, and we are here to help you with your railings, with your fencing, with your door frames. We can do it for you.
And residential, free pickup and delivery. You guys are so nice.
Yes, we try to be.
For all your powder coating needs, there's only one place to go. Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com or 281-676-3888 and ask for Robin.
That is me.
Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands or order anytime at DessertGallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
Hey, Red Nation, you can watch the hometown team anywhere, but there's only one place where the rally starts. Tom's Watch Bar Red Nation Rallies at Green Street, your new Friday and Saturday home game destination. Tom's comes alive with DJs, giveaways, and more. Headed to the game? Part free at Green Street with Tom's validation, and then celebrate after the game at Tom's with post-game drinks and highlights on 65-plus screens. Red Nation Rallies at Tom's Watch Bar, presented by Green Street. Visit Tom'sWatchBar.com/Red Nation Rallies.
It's the largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale in the world at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real diamond for $799 at My Jewelry Outlet? Engagement rings, studs, tennis bracelets, hoops, custom pieces, thousands of lab-grown diamonds, all at wholesale prices. Without sophisticated equipment, no jeweler can tell the difference between a natural or lab-grown diamond, but your wallet will. My Jewelry Outlet, 3841 Bel Air Boulevard. Real diamond, real deal.
Looking for electrical parts and you need them now? Well, for over 30 years, M&J has sold, delivered new and reconditioned electrical equipment in Houston and nationwide. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. If it's hard to find, well, M&J has it. They have all brands, and they can cut down on your lead time. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. I think commercials suck for the most part, so I want to make sure that this commercial is awesome. We make documentary films like you see on Netflix, but for sort of regular folks like your dad or maybe you for your kids. Now, I know that bats and ancient Rome and like penguins are all cool documentary subjects, but one on your mom would be way better. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, the ultimate mortgage hookup. Visit 975loans.com.
NMLS number 2482473, equal housing lender.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
Radio audience has returned. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We're going to get to your phone calls before we get out of Dodge. Big breaking news again that Mike Tomlin has stepped down as head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Kevin Nealon is here on the Rich Eisen Show. His loose in the crotch special, it's what it's called, is available on January 27th via the 800-Pound Gorilla on YouTube. And then, of course, there's the tour dates, kevinnealon.com. And your long-running digital series, Hiking with Kevin, is something that you can also check out on YouTube. I do love watching you hike.
You do, yeah.
And you get some good stuff out of people. And is it because people think that you're trapped in the forest together?
Yeah, they rely on me to get them out of there. No, I think it's the the location you're in. You're not in a studio like this, right? You're outside, and I think they let their guard down a little bit, and they're much more open about things, and it's fun to watch people traipse through the canyon too.
Yeah, who have you had on this pod? You've had some very interesting guests that you're.
I've had a lot. I've had a lot over the years. Tom Hanks, Conan O'Brien, Sheryl Crow. I mean, I've done 170 over the last 5 years.
170.
I'm exhausted.
It's just, you're getting in your steps.
Yeah. But I love doing it. And I'm not like a big hiker. It's like not challenging.
Right.
And I get some people that go, well, like David Spade, for example. He goes, I'll do it, but I don't want to. It's got to be flat.
I was about to say, he doesn't strike me as a hiker.
No. And we'll even be walking. We'll go up like a 1% grade. He'll go, are we going uphill?
And did you meet Hanks on SNL?
Yeah, I met him a long time ago.
As one of his million times of hosting the special? Or the SNL?
Yeah, so I've asked a lot of people that I was friends with the celebrities.
Yes.
And then once I ran out of them, then I had to start going to publicists and asking them. So that happened like after 3.
Then you actually have to go through official channels?
Yeah.
As opposed to just dialing for your guests?
Exactly.
Tell me, man, I know about it. And I appreciate you answering the call for you appearing here, Kevin.
Yeah, and you should come on my hike sometime.
Is it all uphill? Or...
we'll give you a downhill one.
Is that right?
We'll have a car waiting at the bottom.
Are you just saying that because I brought it up, or you've run out of guests? Okay.
Well, both, actually.
I'm happy to do that. Yeah. I do need my steps, certainly this time of year.
Oh, no, you'd be great for it.
That's all I do is sit on my ass and talk.
I won't be able to go, but you can go, and you'll have a good time.
So why are you calling your new stand-up special Loose in the Crotch, Kevin? Why?
I'm calling that Loose in the Crotch because it's based on a little thing I talk about with my my cat. I had a cat, Pierre, his name was, and I love this cat. And on that day, it was the anniversary of his passing. So, I mean, he was and I'm not a cat person. You know what I mean? I don't like cats at all. I don't. I wish them well. I wish them success,
I think that's the way cats view humans as well.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
I just don't want to hang out with them. That's all.
Sure.
So, but he was a special cat. I had a pair of jeans at the time that were really great fitting jeans. You only find these jeans like once in your life, and they were snug in the hips, tight in the butt, and loose in the crotch most of the time. And he loved those jeans as much as I did. So whenever I sat down, he would jump up on my lap. He'd come out of nowhere. He'd be on my lap. He wouldn't get off. So when he passed away, I thought, might be nice to bury him with those jeans. So I wrapped him up, like a burrito, and I buried him.
In the jeans?
In the jeans. But that cat was, that was a special cat. I still miss him to this day, but not as much as those jeans. The jeans were really, I regret putting the jeans in there. Cats are a dime a dozen, but, the jeans, you know what I'm saying, Rich?
I do know that.
Yeah.
I do know that. So that is not the story I was going to expect from asking you about
No, because you have a filthy mind. Most of the time.
You're right. It is about me.
Yeah.
And the way I'm coming to this equation right now.
Yeah.
Pardon me. I do follow you, by the way, on Threads. I'm a Threads guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm off the X machine.
I've been hearing a lot about Threads.
Yeah. So that you don't even know that you're.
I
on
thought it's a
Threads?
clothing store.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
I have some of your posts here that I'd love to see if you don't mind expounding on where this comes from, Kevin Nealon. Put the first one up, Mike Hoskins. Here's one. When you're invited to somebody's place for dinner, bring nothing, and when they open the door, say, "I didn't bring anything. This was your idea."
Yeah.
Have you done this before?
Well, no. You know how people have birthdays and they say no gifts required?
Yes, sir.
And so you go there and everybody else got a gift except for you.
Yes, right.
And you told me. You told me not to bring a gift.
Yeah, right.
So what's up with that?
That's happened to you, I imagine.
Oh, all the time. Even when they want gifts, I don't bring one.
I think it's wrong to bring a gift when somebody says don't bring a gift.
Yeah.
Because if you follow the directions as a good guest, then you are the problem.
Yeah.
I think I'm picking that up from you right now.
It's like when they say no smoking in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
You're a smoker, you smoke. You know what I mean?
I did see that at the Golden Globes. People just lighting up heaters inside because they're.
Oh, a lot of those actors smoke.
Yeah, right.
Like the serious ones.
Right.
Dramatic actors.
Sean Penn was. He was like. He was just like a chimney, right? In that thing, pretty much.
But he's a good smoker.
Yeah, he was like Jim Leland in the dugout.
He's a good smoker. He knows how to do it right. You know, he's like a guy from the 40s.
Just sneaks in there.
Yeah.
Here's another one. I need 2 pieces of gum at a time. They should just make. Oh, pardon me. They should make just 1 piece the size of 2 pieces. Also, remove the air from the top of the chip bag and fill it all the way up. I didn't think those were all 2 things that you could do at the same time.
Well, I think what I'm saying is we're not getting enough food in the package.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like, it is true. They put like maybe 3 chips in a potato chip bag. Why not fill it up? Especially when you're flying, because the bag is already like blown up.
That's right.
When you shake it, it's like there's a little marble in there. That's all it's, you know what I mean? And the bubble gum, you know, I don't eat that much bubble gum, but yeah, we don't need the comics in there. Get rid of the comics, put more bubble gum in there.
Okay. So it's certainly on a flight too, right? The bags do.
They do.
You know, the pressurized cabin will just show you how you're getting cheated on the chip front.
Yeah, and also I think when you're up in the mountains, you know, I think that's when people have a lot of gas when they're up there because the organs. It's true, Rich. It's true.
Have you learned this on your hiking series? Have you learned this?
No, we don't go up that high. It's mostly flat. But yeah, those are some fun posts I put up there every once in a while.
Here's another one.
Welcome to Threads.
I love this. When you're an hour late to a meeting, walk in with a cake, place it on the table, and leave. That's an interesting choice. That you could...
It doesn't work, by the way. Yeah. So I would just buy the cake and then eat it yourself.
Mm-hmm. I got one last one for you that I need to see if you've actually done this before. Okay. When you go to the movies, pack spaghetti in your back pocket. Don't overthink it.
No, you ever go to the movie theater and you're sitting there thinking, God, I don't want the chocolate covers raisins and I don't want popcorn. That spaghetti from last night was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
And you put it in there and you take it with you, you know? And then bring marinara and a jar, you know, on the side.
Do you dip? Is that what you do?
You got to dip.
You got to dip.
You got to dip, man. And then if you do get popcorn, pour the rest in the popcorn.
Look at that.
Look at that. That's a great expression. Will you look at that?
Will you look at that?
Yeah.
Well, I would be interesting to look at that during a movie or something like that.
Yeah. I do actually sneak stuff into the movie theater.
Oh, like what?
Oh, like Raisinets, because I like to put them in my popcorn.
By the way, an absolute brilliant Hall of Fame maneuver is that. That is no question about it.
Popcorn?
Yeah, the chocolate in the popcorn of any sort. But Raisinets is a next level move.
Yeah, you don't want Milk Duds. You don't want M&Ms.
Because the Milk Duds you're picking at your teeth.
Yeah. The raisins, I call it a theater salad, Rich. I put it in there, and it's got to be, the popcorn's got to be warm.
Yeah.
So that when you put the Raisinets in, it kind of melts around a little bit. You know, like balls, popcorn balls with a Raisinette in the middle.
Very good, yeah.
And you just... And I don't care if I'm hungry or not. I'm reaching now for those Raisinets that slip down to the bottom. And by the end of the movie, I'm like, all the way home.
Well, that's a next level move, but you're also dangerous in in a movie theater. You're licking your fingers. You never know what's going on.
Doesn't matter, man. And then you're driving home and it gets all over the steering wheel. The next morning, you're like licking the steering wheel. You know what I'm saying, Rich? Look at me.
I did lose eyesight with you because I'm like, okay, this man's licking a steering wheel. I love it. Loosen the Crotch, the tour, January 16th and 17th, Tempe, Arizona. Then the 23rd and 24th, Tacoma, Washington, Chicago, Illinois, 30th and 31st. And if the Bears are still in the mix.
Oh, my God.
That would be a great time to be in Chicago, Illinois, I'd imagine. Right now.
You know what's in the mix instead?
What's in the mix?
Raisinets.
That's it.
Take a break. We'll be right back.
I like it. Tell me about your art store that you got going.
Oh, yeah. I paint. I think last time I was here, we were showing my book, and I paint caricatures of celebrities.
Yes.
And people are always asking me, where can I get one of these? I said, well, I just, I have a book out that's called I Exaggerate My Brushes with Fame.
Right.
But I don't really sell the paintings. So then I thought it might be good to put up a store online.
Okay.
So, yeah. So now there's I have maybe 10 paintings that are available now.
Right.
Prints for people to purchase if they want.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
How long does it take you to do one of those things?
It depends on the person. Like for you?
Yes, sir.
Forever. It would take forever.
Well, I have many features.
Yeah. You actually don't have that many features.
Is that right?
No, you are very boring looking.
I'm a featureless guy.
Yeah. I mean, if you were like, a bank robber or something, and the cops want a description of you from a witness, they go, I don't know. Nothing really stood out.
Maybe I should have done that instead.
Yeah, I mean, he had a little beard, and he shaved his head, but other than that, I mean, no features at all that I could. You might as well just, have a mannequin.
Oh, man. Come see me in the good light. You're the executive producer. Everybody could check this out on Apple TV. What's this?
I'm one of the executive producers. There's a group of us, and they're all really talented people. Mm-hmm. This is a documentary. It's kind of a love story. It's about this couple in Colorado, a poet laureate, Andrew Gibson, and their partner, Megan Fowley. And it kind of takes you through their life a little bit. She's diagnosed with inoperable cancer, but it's not one of those documentaries that you're crying your eyes out, and but it's actually really funny. It's really funny, and it really gets to the heart of this couple. And at the end, it's really exciting because she gets to perform her stand-up spoken word again in front of this huge theater.
No kidding.
She's like the big deal in that whole poetry world.
That's on Apple TV.
It's on Apple TV right now.
Check that out right now.
And it won the Sundance Film Festival, and I think it's going places.
Well, there you go. I mean, if it wins the Sundance Film Festival, again, I'm not no expert. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
I mean, that's not a bad thing for sure.
Yeah.
And again, everybody check out the new stand-up special, Loose in the Crotch.
Yeah.
On the 27th via 800-Pound Gorilla on YouTube. I assume you were at the SNL 50th?
I was, yeah.
You got a good story from that night? Were you at a reunion with or anything that you
let's
can
see,
tell?
Good story. You know what? It was so fascinating to be there because everywhere you looked, it was like, there's Eddie Murphy.
Right.
And there's so-and-so and so.
You didn't overlap with Eddie, right? He was gone by the time you got there?
Yeah, he was earlier.
Okay.
But, Keith Richards was there, and I went with my son, and he loves all these guys like John Cena and, the Aquaman guy. I forget his name.
Jason Momoa.
James Momoa.
Right. That's right. Yeah.
So that was fun. But I shook Keith Richards' hand, I can't think of anything that was really monumental. I met Meryl Streep because she's dating Marty Short.
They are. That's right.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Now, you and Martin Short, did you?
I never worked with him either.
Worked with him
no, I worked with him on Weeds for a little bit.
Oh, that's right.
He was recurring on that show for a little bit.
Okay.
But I did actually just open for Marty and Steve Martin on the road. They do a twosome thing.
Yeah.
And I did about 10 minutes up front, and then I did a moderating thing on stage with them. And that was one of the highlights of my career besides this.
And I appreciate that. Look again, Loose in the Crotch is available January 27th via 800-Pound Gorilla Media on YouTube. Get your tickets, kevinnealon.com for Loose in the Crotch, the tour. Check me out when I hike with Kevin at some point on his YouTube page, Kevin Nealon Art, for those who are interested in his artwork. And come see me in the good light. You are one of the executive producers of this documentary. You can check out on Apple TV. I think I hit the whole schmear right now.
Yeah, you did. It's my wife and I, Susan Yeagley, and then a whole bunch of other people.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks for coming on, Kevin Nealon. I greatly appreciate it. Please come back. It's been 3+ years. Let's do this again, man.
Yeah, let's do it.
Kevin Nealon, everybody, right here on The Rich Eisen Show. Your phone calls and so much more when we come back on the breaking news involving Mike Tomlin.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your 6 figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all, and they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at HRBlock.com.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock.
Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
I asked the D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone looking to save on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. D&M has over 50,000 active clients who know that leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Right now, no payments for 60 days. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
The mark of any winning team is based on the work that's put into the goal. And just like the sports teams of Houston, Marshall Stevenson Elevator has a pro mindset of a goal to customer satisfaction for nearly 50 years. And by teaming up with American-made Inclinator Elevator, Marshall Stevenson Elevator's customers are the winners. Whether it's an in-home elevator for ease and convenience or one to regain access to upper floor levels, the goal and focus is the same. Marshall Stevenson Elevator. For more, visit marshallstevenson.com.
Jeremy Branham here. If you're looking for a cozy winter escape, Two Creeks Crossing Resort has you covered. From November through February, you'll get 40% off all cabin rentals and 20% off nightly RV stays. That's the 40-20 discount. Perfect for relaxing by the fire or exploring the beautiful outdoors. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com and make your winter getaway one to remember. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. Federal American Grill, my favorite spot for a bite, and it should be yours too. Whether you're enjoying social hour every day from 3 till 7, $10 apps and drink specials, their world-class whiskey and bourbon selection, or how about Valentine's Day where you can get a 3-course dinner for just $75. Reservations are open now. Join the reward system, Club Fed, where you can get early access to all things Federal American Grill. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for the River Oaks location opening in Q1 of the new year. That's at Federal American Grill.
In pressure situations, execution matters. When something breaks, you don't want delays, scripts, or handoffs. You want answers. At EAG, our IT outsourcing model puts experienced engineers on the front line, focused on fast first-call resolution when time matters most. Less escalation, less downtime, less frustration for your team and leadership. As an IT managed service provider, we measure success by problems solved, not tickets closed. EAG, built to execute. Visit us at eaginc.com.
Dial. Here on the Rich Eisen Show, sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs, and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen, E-I-S-E-N, as we all know. So one interesting thing that, again, we didn't mention in our first blush reaction to Mike Tomlin announcing or telling the Steelers that he's stepping down as head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because he has done that, as opposed to being fired, let go, because he says, I'm stepping down, the Steelers retain his rights to his coaching contract, meaning if you want to hire Mike Tomlin, the Steelers will require some compensation for that. In the same way, the New Orleans Saints required compensation from the Denver Broncos to hire Sean Payton, and that's after Sean Payton spent time in the paparazzi at Fox. So Tomlin still has ties to the Steelers organization by contract. And this is something of interest, that if Tomlin does enter the coaching carousel now, it will require you to go to the Steelers and say, what do you want for Coach Tomlin, which obviously separates him from the rest of the coaching carousel field in the fact that you don't owe a darn thing of compensation to anybody but the actual head coach you're hiring financially. It doesn't cost you draft choices. So that does give you an indication that Tomlin may want to take a year off and show up on TV. And that doesn't mean that he's now one step further away from having to be a coach that requires compensation in order to hire. So there's that. Keep that in your mind's eye, that it does mean that Tomlin, if you want to hire him and if he wants to work for you, you have to go to the Steelers and say, what do you want? Keep that in your mind's eye. But in the meantime, it's still just jarring to talk about it, that after 19 years, Mike Tomlin's no longer the head coach in Pittsburgh. In the same way, it was jarring to hear that John Harbaugh is no longer the coach in Baltimore, which is something we found out a week ago today. So that game goes down on Sunday night, 2 Sundays ago, and Harbaugh gets fired the following Tuesday. And then the following Monday night, the Steelers lose 30-6, getting wiped out. Tomlin, the next morning, says, I don't think I want to do this anymore here. And 1 week later, we're stunned again. And in terms of the way it feels to hear the news that Tomlin's out, the guy who is the one who made the decision about John Harbaugh wound up being in the shoes of the rest of everybody else when he heard during his press conference, which Steve Bisciotti rarely does. I think it was his first time meeting with the media in about 4 years in Baltimore. He was informed during the press conference that Mike Tomlin has stepped down as the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Mike Tomlin stepped down at Pittsburgh.
He did? Is it official?
That's what I keep hearing. So, is he a candidate here?
Holy shit, Mike, wouldn't that be awesome?
I love this guy.
Only if John takes the Pittsburgh job. Wow, wouldn't that be interesting? I don't know. That thing last week maybe disqualified him for my opening after our kicker missed a kick to let them advance. Good for Mike.
I love Steve Bisciotti.
So funny.
That's funny.
He's one of my favorite owners in any sport. God, I mean, that's a human reaction.
Yep.
Wouldn't that be something?
Oh, wow. Man.
Wow. Crazy. By the way, I threw that out there in Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday, long before we found out that Mike Tomlin was gone. And by that, I mean only 5 minutes.
Yeah, minutes. Yeah.
Things are just changing. It's nuts.
Jeez.
So, again, it will require you to give something to the Steelers, and it would be interesting to find out what the Steelers value their willingness to just let Tomlin walk.
Guess depends who's asking.
You damn right sure that it does.
Oh, Ravens, first-round pick.
Have you Cleveland?
First-round pick.
Yeah. Atlanta?
Yeah.
Maybe different because it's a different conference?
Yeah, maybe.
Who would be willing to... First of all, you got to kick a tire on Tomlin, then you got to kick a tire on the Steelers before you make any rash move with your own head coach because you want Tomlin in there so badly. Obviously, that's something we're going to be talking about all throughout Wednesday's edition of the Rich Eisen Show. Kurt Warner's on that program. Oh, my goodness. Who knows what's going to happen next? This league, man. This league. We'll chat again on Wednesday. Who knows what's going to happen between now and then, too.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Del Olale here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel to see your family, you be dead wrong. The scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw a traditional water heater in for free. Call him today at 281-488-6238 or visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Is your money just lying around? Switch to Huntington Bank, and your money's always doing something. Like auto-saving for special events, tracking your teen spending, and helping protect your parents from fraud. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
If you're watching football this weekend, you know how it goes. Somebody's always hungry by the first quarter. So call Pizza Hut and get the big New Yorker for just $10. Our biggest pizza for the biggest games. These slices are huge, like use two hands and fold it huge. Feed your crew and order ahead at pizzahut.com or in the app.
Pizza Hut!
Ask for limited time offer. Prices, participation, and availability may vary. Additional charge for extra toppings, max 3 and extra cheese. Taxes, tip, and delivery fee not included.
Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Brian's around as well. He was really missed yesterday by many. Lots to get to today, all pertaining really to the Houston Texans. Texans, Joe, for the first time in franchise history, have won a road playoff game.
Yay, Texans!
I feel like that's not really capturing the mood that well.
the Yay Texans? No.
Yeah.
It's always fun to win.
That's better.
That's better.
That's much better.
But I do love the Yay Texans.
It's good. To me, I hear the Yay Texans more as like sarcasm. You know? Like, hey, they signed a backup nose tackle.
Yay,
Texans! You know, they win 10-7 against the Oakland Raiders, Las Vegas Raiders.
Yay, Texans!
Yeah, you win the first ever playoff game on the road in franchise history. You have to, get a different tone, I think.
I agree.
Never
much better.
Quit.
Much better.
Never quit.
Much better. I'm fired up. I got fired up I was fired up yesterday. But whenever I really got fired up about this game, Joe?
What's that?
Whenever I saw like this stadium picture of Pittsburgh, and you see the terrible towels, and you see the Steelers, who are a storied franchise, and it's like, okay, like it just got real for me. Kind of watching the ESPN build up to the game, the Monday night countdown. I got fired up for it.
Yeah, it was. I probably watched more pregame last night than I've watched in a while. And it was like 15 minutes, honestly, so it wasn't a ton.
I watched it on the way home.
Oh,
well, I mean, I put it on my phone and listened to it on the way home.
I didn't think about doing that. That's a good idea. You're a smart one, Jeremy Brown.
Yeah, thank you.
But like it was exciting getting up to the game. Like it felt like a game they're going to win, and it's just how are they going to do it? How are they going to accomplish this and take down the Pittsburgh Steelers? And to be honest with you, it's like half what I expected, half not what I expected from last night's game. But they bullied the crap out of those guys.
Yeah. I would put it the same way. Like, I expected it to be this style of a game. Now, their success offensively, when they weren't getting in their own way, I didn't expect them to have that much success. And then the Steelers, I thought, would put up a little bit better of a fight. Although, I mean, it was a one-possession game going into the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
And for a decent amount of the fourth quarter. So it kind of played out the way that I thought that it did. And look, I understand that I can have the reputation of being cynical and sarcastic. I know what you people say about me. I get it. I understand. I lean into it a little bit as well. But I'm in, man. I'm in on this playoff run. I'm 10 toes down on the excitement about the Houston Texans. And I was last week too, but it really, really hit me on the Monday night countdown. So I was fired up going into the game, watched that game with more, I guess, angst and earnest than I would regular season games. But the first road playoff win. And then the Texans, I mean, there's so many superlatives. I don't even know where to start. Like, I tweeted out yesterday that the Texans' defense was the best offense on the field.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's an argument. I don't think there's an argument to be made that the Texans' defense was the best scoring machine of any unit that took the field at Heinz Field yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, scoring-wise, there's no argument because they score more touchdowns than both offenses combined. Like that doesn't make any sense that they did that. What this defense did, for like after the first possession, where the Steelers have some success, there's basically nothing the rest of the game. I mean, like the Steelers really felt like no shot to score.
No,
pretty much the entire game after that first drive. It was a dominant performance.
But were you comfortable that they were going to win the game?
The Texans?
Yeah.
No.
Same.
I didn't feel good until the fourth quarter because of everything. And, like, I don't want to be negative 3.5 minutes into the show because I know we'll have plenty of time to get to it the rest of the week and today. But, like, when your quarterback keeps dropping the ball, how can you feel confident?
Yeah.
Like, it's just it felt like you needed the fourth quarter to play out in the way that it did to win the football game last night. Even though my favorite stat from last night is this one. The 33rd team tweeted this out. Woody Marks gained positive yards on all 19 of his rush attempts on Monday night. That's the most carries without a negative or 0-yard rush in a playoff game since at least 2000.
Wow.
Every single time he touched the ball, he went for positive yards. Like, they ran the ball better last night than they have this entire season, but they still needed the defense to really put them on their back and get them the victory.
Yeah, the first time that I was really confident whenever they took the 2-possession lead. Because, I mean, they were a DK Metcalf deep shot and a Boswell field goal away from taking the lead. Like, I just didn't have the faith offensively for that game to really be out of reach until that fourth quarter. So it was stressful, but you get the 23 points in the fourth quarter, you get the big man touchdown, you get the Kalen Bullock pick six, which thank you, Joe Buck, for getting that right. And then, you kind of cruise to victory. You're feeling much better about the team. You're feeling better about some of the issues that happened yesterday because you're still playing football. And it's an exciting time to have your NFL team in the city still playing football because there's not many teams that have this. There's 8 teams out of the 32. And the Texans haven't experienced this a whole lot, and the Texans have never experienced it beyond this round. So hopefully they can keep it up. Hopefully they can keep it going. But do you hear D'Amico after the game? He called this the best defensive performance in Texans history.
I did hear him say that.
What do you think about that?
I think I agree.
It's hard to disagree.
I mean, they every statistic you want to throw out there with sacks, turnovers, touchdowns, everything they did in this game, it was perfection. Mm-hmm. It was just they had no shot. Even on the one play where when they show you kind of the all 22 view, I think it was Hunter who had the strip sack on Rodgers that DK Metcalf is wide open for a touchdown. They're even protecting themselves from that moment. You have superstar players.
Hunter. That was Hunter.
It was Hunter.
Yep.
You have superstar players all over the place on your defense making plays, rotational guys making plays. It would be there's not another playoff game that lives up to this, and regular season doesn't matter. He's right. This is the best playoff defensive performance in franchise history.
Yeah, I agree with him. It's the fewest points that Aaron Rodgers has ever scored in his playoff career. Okay, check mark. That's pretty good. He had a 14.3 QBR. Aaron Rodgers did, the lowest in his playoff career. Okay, that's pretty good. And I understand that Rodgers isn't a spring chicken, but this is the worst ever that he's ever had. And then look at the Texans' playoff history. This is the fewest points that they've ever allowed in a playoff game, 6. Didn't allow a touchdown. 3 of those points were gifted by C.J. Stroud. And then you look at the yards given up. They gave up 175 yards in this game. I don't think the Steelers' offense is high-powered. I don't think it's one of the best offenses in the entire league. But doing this against, even if it was the worst team in the NFL, is pretty special on the road. That was a special defensive performance yesterday. You scored the 2 touchdowns late. You give up 6 points, 0 touchdowns. Every time that the offense screwed up, the defense answered the bell. They were there for complimentary football. And yeah, you put us in a bad spot, but you know what we're going to do? We're going to stand strong and limit the damage, and then sometimes not allow any damage whatsoever. You can't do anything but tip your cap at the defense. The Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, it took them a while to get going. It took them a while to get to Rodgers in terms of sacks, but they were causing some pressures and things like that. But then once the game got once it was more than a 1-point game, once the Texans took the lead, then when it was more than a 1-possession game, that's whenever the Steelers got one-dimensional. And if you get one-dimensional on the Houston Texans, look out because they're going to pin their ears back and get after you. They did. And then this was, in my opinion, the most important play of the game, the big man touchdown, Joe.
Rodgers, time runs out. Ball is out. It's picked up by the Texans and Sheldon Rankins. And he is in for a touchdown.
Joe Buck didn't know what happened. He didn't know what hit him.
No, well, they said they thought he was down.
I don't think they knew where the ball was.
No, I don't think they knew either.
It was kind of weird because there was a lot of body traffic there.
Yeah.
And you didn't really see the ball, and then it's oh, now he's got it and he's running for the end zone.
He was moving.
He was.
Big man moving. I think it's definitely the play of the game.
See, I saw the ball come out and I was like, that could be live.
Yeah.
That could be I was thinking that it was I wasn't 100% sure because again, all the body traffic and a lot of big burly men right there. But I was like, I think that ball's live. I think that's going to count. And then you see the replay, and the ball's clearly out of Rodgers' hand. Sheldon Rankins is never down, so he can't ever be down because he's never down. And they just scoops it and scores it. Will Anderson had a dream about it, he said after the game.
I don't blame him. I would be having dreams about that, too, if I was Will Anderson.
Well, no, he said he saw it coming.
Oh, okay.
He said he dreamed about it the night before. He said he dreamed about it the night before. Said that he told Sheldon Rankins that I have a dream that you're going to recover a fumble, and then he said that the dream went blank after that. Okay. So he didn't know what was going to happen after the fumble. He just knew that Rankins was going to recover a fumble, and then after that was a mystery.
All right, Will Anderson sees the future.
Yeah.
He's the Terminator.
Is the Terminator saw the future?
Well, he's from the future.
Is that the same?
Kind of.
I mean,
I know
if
that's
you're
his
from the
nickname.
future, you would know the future.
Yeah, so I feel like, maybe Will Anderson's just from the future. He knows what's going to happen.
My question to that would be, like, why didn't Will Anderson use this ability before today?
Well, maybe he has. He's done everything he can. He's an all-pro player.
Yeah, okay. All right. Can we ask him if they're going to win the Super Bowl?
Well, he
Would
didn't
tell
see
us?
all the future.
Yeah, he said it stopped.
He said it stopped. He said he just saw Sheldon Rankins recover the fumble, and then after that it went dark. The dream.
He woke up.
I don't know. He didn't say he woke up. He said he didn't remember after that.
Woke up with a fire in his belly.
Do you remember your dreams?
Not really.
Some, but not many.
I don't think I sleep enough to remember my dreams.
Yeah, like 5% of them, maybe.
My wife remembers every single one of her dreams. Like, she'll wake up mad at me because I did something wrong in her dreams, and I don't remember any of my dreams.
I don't remember any of them.
Yeah.
Like maybe occasionally.
Like maybe when I wake up, I can remember a little bit of it, but then I'm like, okay, it was just a dream. It's worthless, and it immediately goes away.
Yeah.
Like it never happened.
Yeah, same. Like I'll remember 5% of them, but my memory of it is gone by an hour after I've woken up.
Yeah, it's wild. I love watching this defense play. I don't want to be too over the top, lovey-dovey. But my favorite players or teams, Joe, aren't usually the best teams. Sometimes they are. But it's usually a team that has either had to overcome adversity or they just play incredibly hard.
Mm-hmm.
They play incredibly hard to make where it makes it easy to root for them. Because I hate professional athletes that coast and loaf. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I always have an admiration for those who fly around and play with 100% and all this tenacity and effort. Those are my favorite type of players and my favorite types of teams. This defense just flies around and gives they're so tenacious. They play so hard. I love watching this defense play. I really do.
Yeah, they're everything that is promised by Swarm. Everything that is supposed to be that, they embody all of it. They are one of the most fun defenses we've seen in the NFL. It feels like in a long time. Honestly, the way they hit people, the way they fly to the ball, the fact that they can do it with four guys, get to the quarterback, they're not having to be super exotic to make things happen. They just bully people. And they do it at a level that has been elite from the first game of the season. There's moments here and there you can nitpick, but they have been the best defense in the NFL basically since the word go and the first whistle of the season started. They're a lot of fun to watch. Jalen Petrie is the guy I couldn't keep my eyes off last.
He's wearing the Astrodome on his head. He's hard to miss.
He is hard to miss, but the way he's playing makes it even easier.
I saw a couple of people online man, Jalen Petrie's single-handedly kind of making the Guardian cap cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
On him, it doesn't look bad.
I don't think a lot of people can pull it off. He's one. He's one that can pull it off. I'm not sure why he can pull it off, but he does.
Because you're afraid to tell him otherwise?
No, I wouldn't be afraid
not
to tell him
speaking
otherwise.
about you specifically, but I wouldn't want to mess with Jalen Petrie.
Do you think Jalen Petrie has that rep where people were scared of Jalen Petrie?
I mean,
if you watch him play football,
I think on the football field, yes. On the football field,
that's
no.
what I'm talking about. Who's that's going to line up across from him is going to say anything?
Anybody.
Eh.
I don't really look at Jalen Petrie as this intimidating force.
Oh, man, he hits.
Ask
he
Gracie
hits like
Rice.
it does.
I mean, but if you look at the Texans, Danielle Hunter, okay, that's an intimidating force. Will Anderson, okay, that's an intimidating force. Azeez Al-Shire. I'm not sure Jalen Petrie makes my top 5 of intimidating forces on the Texans.
And
I'm not trying to
I feel like
disparage.
you're discrediting how
I don't
hard
think
of a
so.
hitter he is.
No, I'm not. Will Anderson or Jalen Petrie. I think it speaks to the volume of those players, Anderson or Petrie.
I would say Anderson, Hunter, then Petrie.
Azeez?
I mean,
I think Petrie hits harder than Azeez.
Takes people's heads
kills
off.
people.
He gets fined every other week.
I understand, but I don't think I know the Trevor Lawrence play is going to shadow a lot of what we think about this, but I think on the average down to down, Petrie hits harder than Azeez.
Respectfully disagree. I got Petrie 5th, behind Anderson, behind Hunter, behind Azeez, behind Lassiter. I have Petrie 5. I got Petrie 5.
So I would flip those. I would just go Petrie then Lassiter.
Okay, that's fair. That's fine. It's more of a testament to the Texans' vicious defense than it is to disparage Petrie, because I'm not disparaging Petrie. I've made my amends with Jalen Petrie, so it's not at all. I love Petrie. Petrie's awesome. The Texans, by the way, this is the first time. They're the first time since 1940, Joe. They've joined the Chicago. I don't even know if they were the Bears in 1940. Do you know that?
I think they were.
Houston became the second team in playoff history to score multiple defensive touchdowns in a game without giving up a TD joining Chicago, which achieved the feat in 1940, the NFL championship game against Washington. So this is the first time in the Super Bowl era that a team has done this, where they score 2 touchdowns and don't give up another. It's insane.
It's absurd. I mean, they're the last 2 teams to score 2 defensive touchdowns, period, in the playoffs. They did it this year and then against the Browns 2 years ago.
Yeah, I don't care about the 2 years ago defense.
No, I know what you're saying. But like what they're like historically, like any category you want to put them in, they check that box. But to do something that hasn't been done since 1940,
yeah.
Which like how much were they even throwing the ball forward at the time?
Yeah,
like,
it was probably fumble returns.
Yeah, like it's what even is this to have this capability to change a game so dramatically? And they did it throughout the entire game. Like they had other opportunities too for touchdowns. Honestly, they probably could have taken it to the house.
That was according to DJ BNMA's article, which is according to ESPN. DJ is going to fill in for Joe on Thursday, by the way, where Hill will be in on Friday for Joe. Joe's bailing us during the middle of a playoff race.
Yeah, I know.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Plenty to get to today. You want to weigh in on this Houston Texans defense? We'll get to that here. We'll get your thoughts on this. Eventually, the next conversation point that we have will be about C.J. Stroud. Whether it's next segment, whether it's a segment after that, we'll see. It kind of depends on your reaction. But C.J. Stroud's performance yesterday. Texans survive and advance, beating the Steelers yesterday. Now they get the Patriots. The path to cure Houston football heartache is alive and well. Won at Pittsburgh yesterday. They can avenge the losses to the Patriots, and then Buffalo's still hanging around. So the path to curing heartache is still alive, by the way. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. Many ways that you can stream our ugly faces. Twitch.tv/ESPN975. Hide the women and children before you go in there, though.
Who's a fat guy in his underwear living in his mother's basement.
You understand why I said hide the women and children. YouTube at ESPN Houston, usually a fairer crowd. TikTok, ESPN975. Joe's at Joe George Radio there. I'm at Jeremy Branham there. Actually, I'm at Jeremy J. Branham there. Got to throw in that J in the middle. And then on Twitter at ESPN975. Joe at Joe George Radio. Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe often running on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
All right, right now you can get into a brand new leased vehicle in the next 24 to 72 hours. That's all it takes when you call D&M Leasing, especially if you know what kind of vehicle you want to get to. All you got to do is go to dmautoleasing.com, or you can call 713-290-1000 and speak with one of their veteran leasing agents today. They will walk you through the entire process from start to finish. So if you have any questions, you've never done this before, you're changing leasing companies, whatever it is, they will be able to help you all the way. And again, right now you can get no payments for the next 60 days at D&M Leasing. They are the home of the easy lease, so they make it all simple and easy as possible, including bringing that car right to you when it's time and taking your trade-in, so you don't have to step in foot in front of a dealership ever again. Check them out right now, dmautoleasing.com, or call 713-290-1000 and tell them ESPN 97.5 sent you by.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
He's Joe. I'm the Huntington Bank bad boy. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe. Pound for pound, little Petrie cat he's a fireball. Another junkie. Both Puka and Derrick Henry on a record saying Petrie is the hardest hit they've taken this year. That's a vote on Brian's side. CJ broke the record for the most fumbles in a playoff game. Not so fast.
Shut up, Stroud!
He tied the record. Do you know who he tied?
No, I have no idea.
Played quarterback in Houston.
Shabby?
Nope. Houston, not the Texans.
Oh, Warren?
He did. Astrodome against Joe Montana, Kansas City Chiefs.
I remember being disappointed in that game. I didn't remember it was from five.
Five fumbles. I don't know how many he lost, though. I'll have to go back and look. Did you hear the announcers after the first couple of Steelers drives say the Texans defense felt Rodgers picked up their communication and they changed the signals? I didn't catch that.
No, I didn't catch that either.
Yeah, they mentioned it. Apparently, it was coming from Aziz, is what they said. That Aziz noticed that Rodgers had their signals and decided instead of communicating it verbally, was going to do so with like hand signals.
Huh. That makes sense because I mean the Steelers did have some plays early. You know, they were picking up some yards early, and Rodgers is kind of cagey. You know what I mean?
And he's got experience against the system. I mean, he's with the Jets. Obviously, Robert Saleh. Like he's seen this defensive system before.
Good job on the Texans for realizing that early.
You have to. I mean, that's one of the things like D'Amico talked about in the pregame. It was like his linebackers identifying everything, and that's one of them. Like if Rodgers is going to have your keys, you have to adjust them right away, or he's going to eat you alive.
That happens in the NFL, man. Like sign stealing is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like we've heard it a lot this year. So you recognize it, you change your signs, and you're good to go. This is Houston's chance to win it all. We know they like to take advantage when the GOAT is out, i.e. Jordan. Oh, that's interesting. Take advantage of not having the best player in the league in the playoffs. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about it from that point of view.
If it works, it works.
I read Eli was the other person with 5 fumbles. Nope. There's only been 2 in a single game in playoff history. There's only been 2. It's Warren Moon and C.J. Stroud. 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to Stroud here in a little bit. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Gary, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Gary?
Hey, guys, I know y'all getting Stroud in a bit. I think he played, before I get to D'Amico, I think the Texans played the worst of the QBs in this playoff run, meaning that Rodgers, he's old, not mobile or whatever. So they got away with those 5 or 6 mishandlings. He will not be able to do that against Buffalo or any of the other ones. But I think he played the weaker of all the quarterbacks, believe it or not. But now I digress. As far as D'Amico, I heard on John and Land's show 3 or 4 weeks ago, which was, maybe 5 weeks ago, which the show did great, and they were talking about D'Amico and saying that, hey, he's a DEI hire. I wonder how they let a guy come on there and say that. This was on John and Land's show. When they struggled a little bit, they said, man, D'Amico Ryans is a DEI
Who said that? Who said that? A caller?
Yeah, a caller.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, but
dude,
no,
Gary,
John
the way
Lance
you said it, you made it sound like John and Lance said that. You can't do that, Gary.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, I was just clarifying. Finish your point.
Okay, yeah. My point was, to come on that blasphemy. When I think D'Amico Ryans has done a bang-up job, man. Yeah, you're gonna go. Every team that's in the playoffs now, and whoever wins the Super Bowl, we're gonna look back and see that they rode the waves, the ups and downs. Whoever wins it, you're gonna go back and point out a time to where it clicked. And I think the healthiest team right now is one of them. It's the Texans. But again, all they have to do, even if Stroud don't complete passes and they punt, just don't turn it over. Yep. Or if you turn it over once, give me 250 yards and a 100-yard running back with that defense, and they win the Super Bowl easily.
Yeah, rack them. I agree with everything you said, Gary.
I will say there was a large point of last night's game where I was like, if they just punted on first down, they might be better off.
I wanted Davis Mills at one point. Was I acting hastily? Probably.
I felt the same way.
There was a moment in that game where I was like, C.J. Stroud's literally going to turn it over every time. Like I wanted at a moment in that game yesterday, I wanted them to bench C.J. Stroud, and I also wanted them to run the ball every single time. I
think didn't everyone feel that way?
I think so.
Like if you thought C.J. like last night at some point didn't need to come out, Hell, you could have done the Arch Manning Quinn Ewers thing and take him out for like a series just to give him to have a deep breath on the sideline. But I felt the same way. Just run him.
Someone said, to be fair, would it shock anyone if Granado did say that? Not about D'Amico.
Yeah, not about
it wouldn't
D'Amico.
shock me that if he would say it. But I don't see John saying that about D'Amico. I think John has a good respect. I don't know. I really don't know. But I assume that John has a good respect for D'Amico, I would think.
Yes.
There's no way that happened, or at least not as it was described.
I believe a caller said it.
I could believe a caller said it, or I could believe there was a joke made that someone didn't realize was a joke. But to flat out say it, there's no way.
Yeah,
well, I mean, Gary did. I mean, Gary kind of said it. It was kind of gray with the way Gary said it.
Yeah, once he said it was a caller, it's like, okay, that makes sense.
I was like, they didn't say that.
There's no way we would have caught wind of that.
Yeah, figured we would. But no, I agree with everything that Gary said. I think that Stroud played as bad as worse than any quarterback in this round. Needs to take care of the ball. Obviously, you can get away by being a game manager with that defense. Yeah. I agree. I think it's a good call, Gary. I agree with every word that you said. Let's have the C.J. Stroud conversation on the other side because we're already getting some text on C.J. Stroud. What did you make of the third-year quarterback's performance yesterday in Pittsburgh? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. It's a good thing we use HRP here at Gal Media for things that we might say or things the callers might say. But HRP, Human Resources and Payroll, it's a good team to have on your side. Great ally to have in your corner. It's Cougar owned by Mike Hawley. Starts there. Go Cougs. You know he's good people. Chris Fisher's over there. Little Granado's over there too. Business owners, let HRP help you. This is where it really comes into play, the brass tacks. It's HR compliance. They got you covered. Benefits administration. They can help you there. Payroll. You don't want to deal with all those numbers. Don't blame you. Let HRP do it for you. Onboarding. I see Joe have to onboard the interns every semester. That looks stressful. HRP can do all of those things for you. It's easy. There's no boxes with HRP either. You're not reading off a menu. Doesn't matter how big the job, how small the job. HRP is going to completely customize a plan for what you and your business needs. They're going to tailor a plan for you. You want to take a lot off your plate in 2026? HRP's there for you. You just want to take one or two items off of your plate? HRP's got you. They're going to find a way to help you and really get your business thriving in the new year. They also do it in a way that's unique. They have the best technology in the business, but it's that service that really sets them apart. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You always talk to someone who knows you and your business needs. We've been using HRP here at Gal forever, as long as I've been here, and always very helpful. Anytime I need HRP, they're always there, very quick. So if you want to take care of your employers looking at you, they will also appreciate HRP in their lives. So give them a call at 281-880-6525, 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, or just go check them out on the World Wide Web at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
C.J. Stroud yesterday. Numbers for C.J. Stroud, if you're into that sort of thing. 21 of 32, 250 yards, a touchdown, an interception, sacked 3 times, tied the NFL single-game playoff record for fumbles with 5, and he lost 2 of them. So 3 turnovers.
Shut up, Stroud!
For C.J. Stroud. One of the fumbles really wasn't his fault. He wasn't looking at the snap. The guard had not tapped Andrews yet, and Andrews went rogue and snapped the ball. Hit Stroud right in the midsection, in the midriff. That one wasn't really his fault, but he gets credit for the fumble. Brian, one of the junkies, is saying, why aren't you wearing your CJ shirt today?
Well, one I wore like Thursday, but also he sucks, so I'm just going to have to take a little time off.
Okay. There's some text about CJ Stroud, 713-780-3776. CJ sucks. Bad word, CJ. 409 Josh, if Stroud has an average game next week, there's a realistic chance the AFC Championship game is in Houston. Yes, that's true. Don't trust CJ. The defense is elite, though. Cash it or trash it if CJ scores more than his S2 score. The Texans beat the Patriots. We're not going to do the S2 thing. 713-780-3776. His S2 score, by the way, is 18. So if he scores more than his S2, that'd be greater than 18. Would the Texans beat the Patriots? We don't know. We're not doing the S2 thing. Steelers D had a lot to do with CJ's issues. Texans definitely need to revamp O-line. We'll address that one in a minute. What did you make of the performance of one CJ Stroud yesterday?
Okay, so I'm gonna be be positive for a second here.
Oh,
he made some really big throws to Christian Kirk.
Yeah,
in this game, like there were throws that you're like, okay, that's the CJ Stroud that we used to see that would find the guys open. Outside of those throws, he was terrible. I mean, it was, I think, the worst performance we've seen from C.J. Stroud ever. And not being able to hold on to the football, panicking, it looked like, at all times. The Nico concussion's not his fault. Every other near concussion was. He was throwing hospital balls left and right. I mean, he was just flat out bad in this game. And it looked like he was panicking, I would say, or just terrified back there. I don't know what it was, but he was atrocious last night.
Was it Aikman that said he looked skittish?
Yeah.
I thought that was the perfect way to describe it. I thought he played skittish as well. I thought it was almost like he gave too much respect to that pass rush. You know, it's like he thought that Watt and Highsmith were going to live in the backfield. And I get it. Like, the Texans' offensive line doesn't have talent. We understand that. We were talking about the pass block win rate yesterday isn't good. It was like he took umbrage to his offensive line being able to protect the pass rush of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Like, he acted like they were the steel curtain. Because he was abandoning pockets, Joe, and I looked at this closely during the replay because it's hard to see this live. I feel like those coaches, I got to look at the tape. He was abandoning the pocket before there was pressure. It's like, where are you going?
Yeah,
Why are you leaving a clean pocket, man?
He was seeing ghosts.
I think he was. I really do. I think skittish is a good way to say it. I think scared. I hate using the word scared.
Panicked?
I don't know if it was panic. I think that he respected that defensive line so much that he gave them too much respect. Like, it's almost like, remember the old adage whenever you would step into not you specifically, but heavyweight fighters that fought Mike Tyson, they said that Mike Tyson would win the fight the moment that you looked at him in the corner before the bell ever rang. They used to have that about Tyson, that he would win the fights before the first round ever got underway. It was almost like C.J. Stroud felt that his offensive line was going to lose the fight to the Pittsburgh Steelers before the game ever kicked off. Because he was leaving clean pockets. He was trying to escape A and B gaps without the A and B gaps being open because he's leaving a clean pocket. I thought skittish was the best way to say it. Which led him to being, like, super accurate. Like, yeah, he did have some really good passes. He had, the 2 passes to Christian Kirk were ones that I wrote down. The deep corner to Kirk on the first drive of the game. He had that another deep pass to Christian Kirk on 3rd and 15, which was actually the last play of the third quarter, which was a huge conversion. I mean, it was 7-6 at that point. You're facing a 3rd and 15, I think, inside your 20, like, big conversion. Like, you get points there, and then you saw what happened in the fourth quarter. Like, that was a massive conversion. He had a few good post throws to Hutchinson and Nico before Nico left the game. So, like, I get he had his moments, But you can't ignore the bad. Like, there's so many people defending him today being like, well, if you get rid of the turnovers, everything else was good. You can't get rid of the turnovers. Mrs. Lincoln loved the play. If you get rid of the last 10 minutes, you can't. You can't do that. The Titanic was rolling right through the ocean until it hit that iceberg. You can't get rid of the iceberg.
No.
You can't get rid of the turnovers. And also there was more than just the turnovers. Like I mentioned it coming back from break, I really only give him credit for 4 of the fumbles. The one that Andrews snapped before he was even touched by Ed Ingram, that's on Andrews. Like we get that. But he had a near interception on the first pass to Nico. Remember, he tried to force it into Nico on that slant that kind of popped into the air. I think it hit Dalton Schultz. Like, that ball's floating for anybody to grab. That could have easily been another interception. How about missing Nico Collins in the 2-minute drive at the end of the first half? Like, that took points off the board. The context of the interception that he threw. One, like, run the ball. Maybe you can get a first down. People think he's scared to run because he was concussed during the start of the season, which, like, I approve of that. Although once you get to the postseason, probably the time to start running a little bit more. But even if you don't want to run, fall down. Fall down. Take the sack. Take 3. You got an all-time defense. But he panics. He's like, I got to make something happen here. He throws a pass to who? Like, it looked like he was throwing it to Pittsburgh's defense there. Even the touchdown pass he threw was not an accurate ball. That ball should have been outside shoulder. It was inside shoulder. Christian Kirk had to do a spin-a-rooney like he was Booker T to make a good catch on it, and then he made a good run after catch to get into the end zone, and he was so wide open that it didn't really matter. But, no, I agree with you. Like, I don't think CJ played good at all. The operational stuff, I put that more on the quarterback than I do OC. Like, hey, you're in charge of that offense when you're on the field, man. Like, illegal shifts, that's on you.
And that's
Delay
been
of
happening
games,
all season.
That's on you. Having to call a timeout because there's 1 second on the play clock, that's on the quarterback. That's part of managing a game. That's part of managing an offense. Aaron Rodgers is washed. He's no longer any good. He runs circles around C.J. Stroud as a game manager. Maybe that's not fair because Rodgers is an all-time great. Stroud is not, obviously, yet there. But Stroud really struggles managing a game from the operational point of view. And he was skittish yesterday. I thought Aikman put it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, the interception, I'm watching it again right now. It is
bad.
It's unbelievably bad because clean pocket. He pumps it, and it looks like T.J. Watt jumps up into the air. He moves forward, just starts dancing around, and he turns his whole body like towards the sideline and then throws it intentionally across his body like a second baseman. It looks like to Christian Kirk. What is that? Like,
just go down.
Yes,
take the points.
And like it's the Hutchinson, and the same thing with like the Nico one where he's rolling out and he just airmailed it over to him, like airmailed over his head. It was brutal, and I want to say I'm totally with you on the Jake Andrews thing, and it probably is, but it's happened too many times this season to where I'm just questioning how it can keep happening and only be Jake Andrews.
Well, on the road, I mean, clearly, I don't know about. I'm not going to say all the plays, but yesterday, I mean, you're on the road. Ed Ingram's looking at Ed Ingram was looking at C.J. Stroud saying, give me the go-ahead on when I can tap Jake Andrews on the right side of his rhinoceros behind. Like, let me know when to tap him. Ed Ingram's looking at him as looking at Stroud as the ball is being snapped.
Yeah, and this is
why did Andrews snap that ball?
And that's the same thing that happened, I think, when we went over the play that went under his legs that they scored a touchdown when Woody Marks recovered it. I think that's when you demonstrated that
was a home game.
Studio.
Like, you're going to be on a different snap count thingy.
So it's like so it has happened before, but yeah, I don't know. I think you're right. Like, he just gave too much credit to Pittsburgh, but it just seemed like he had a real lack of faith in himself, in his offensive line, because I thought Kaylee did a good job yesterday.
We'll get to Kaylee in a minute. I think Kaylee was great except for one play, and we'll talk about it a little bit later. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Mailman, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. Happy New Year, Mailman. What's up?
Happy New Year to you guys. I just want to make a quick little statement here.
Okay.
Your Texans aren't good enough for you guys to whine and cry like babies about how you won a game. So just enjoy your win.
They're not good enough. What do you mean they're not good enough?
Enough for you guys to be whining and complaining about the way they won a game. They won a game. Be happy.
We said everything was good except for C.J. Stroud. Do you think C.J. Stroud was good yesterday?
No, everybody have bad games. But
so do you expect us to not talk about the quarterback of one of the final 8 teams remaining and his performance in a playoff game?
You're the last 8 teams remaining. Be happy.
Okay. Appreciate the call, mailman. Appreciate the advice.
Just remember that when he costs you a chance to go to the Super Bowl this year, because he plays like this.
Look, it might not. Maybe
You're one of the final 8 teams. Be happy.
Even if he's not. Like, let's just say C.J. Stroud plays great the rest of the way and they win a Super Bowl. Were you not supposed to have an honest conversation about the performance of your quarterback in the wild card round when it was historically bad? And I don't mean that hyperbolic. He tied the record for the most fumbles in a single playoff game in the history of the sport. He was historically bad yesterday. You're supposed to gloss right over that? I respectfully disagree, but I respect your opinion, mailman. And I appreciate the work that you do, because those mailmen, they do not have easy jobs.
That's true.
A very difficult job.
That's true. But like the defense carried him yesterday.
No doubt.
It's awesome the Texans won. It's fantastic that they're one of the final 8 teams.
Yeah, we went 30 minutes without bringing it.
But C.J. Stroud is not any reason why they won the game they did yesterday.
Made some big critical plays. I'll give you that. He made some big critical plays at the right time. Like, where would they have been if they don't make that 3rd and 15 conversion to Christian Kirk that gets you into the Steeler side of the field, and then eventually get points there, and then you have the damn breaks and you score tons of points in the fourth quarter. Maybe the game's a lot different if you don't convert that. Like, tip the cap. Like, C.J. Stroud made some difficult plays when you needed them, even though he was abysmal yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Stroud, performance in totality yesterday was bad. Historically bad.
Yeah, and it's one of those where I don't expect it to happen again, because it was so bad. But you can't ignore it.
Yeah, do you think it was an anomaly?
Yes.
I do think the fumbles were an anomaly because he does not have a history of doing that.
I mean, maybe once in a while, but nothing. We've never seen anything like that in his career for me to think that now every single time C.J. Stroud's in shotgun, we have to be nervous.
Right.
Like I do not feel that way. And now, if one happens next week, then the rest of the game, like we're gonna be on.
Mm-hmm.
Does he have the yips watch? Yeah. But like I wouldn't say I'm panicked about that right now. It feels like an anomaly with the fumbles, at least.
The fumbles especially. Like him getting a little happy feet at time, like that's something that he can do a lot of times when he gets, skittish. The inaccuracy at times when he's pressured, that has a way of showing up. But him just losing the ball like that, I've never seen him do that. Not on a consistent level. So I am hoping that part is an anomaly. I'm hoping that multiple turnovers in a single game is an anomaly. But no, he didn't play a good football game yesterday. He'd be the first person to tell you that. He did tell you that afterwards. All right, 713-780-3776. We got some people that want to discuss this on hold. We'll get to them on the other side. You're welcome to as well. 713-780-3776. Texans alive and well. One of the final 8. They're not good enough, though, to be criticized, I guess. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
I want to tell you guys again about my friends over at D&M Leasing. They have been in business since 1976. Look, gas was 50 cents back then. It'd be nice if it was almost under $2 right now. But 50 cents when they started to get into business. And they make it easy for you with their mission. Make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. You don't have to go to the dealership anymore. You can do everything online and over the phone when you speak with one of their veteran leasing agents who, on average, has been there for 10 years. And if you've never leased a vehicle before, they will walk you through the entire process from start to finish. Because right now, the average vehicle costs about $48,000. So they're sticking you with these 7-year car loans that you can't get out of. You've got negative equity, and the average American wants to change their car every 3 years. You can do that with D&M Leasing. Check them out right now at dmautoleasing.com or call 713-290-1000 for no payments for the next 60 days. When it comes time, they'll bring that car right to you and take your trade-in on as they leave you. Right now, again, check them out, dmautoleasing.com or call 713-290-1000 and tell them ESPN 97.5 sent you by.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Steelers D had a lot of issues, or had a lot to do with CJ's issues. I kind of disagree. I really don't. I mean, I respect the Steelers' defensive line and Watt, and certainly Highsmith, and they're good. But I think CJ's issues were a lot of CJ's issues. Go back, watch the game, see how often he was abandoning empty pockets. See how often he had guys open and wasn't throwing to them. Like he did not play well.
Yeah, and even if the defense is causing issues, it's still the mistakes that were being made were uncharacteristic.
Yeah,
because like you're dropping the ball as you touch it for the first time.
Speaking of that, I think CJ needed some stickum on his hands. His hands were dry as a football, made it slick. He bobbled a lot of snaps that weren't even fumbles. Like he had about 3 that I spotted where the ball was bobbling in his hand that never hit the turf. Like he was having troubles gripping the ball yesterday. I don't know why.
Did you think he was hurt at one point?
No.
I was like, is his hand broken?
Oh, okay. I could see. Like I didn't think that, but I could see why one would have that thought.
Yeah,
because he was struggling to grip the ball.
I just didn't get what was happening because we've never seen him have these struggles.
I mean, he was running right into dudes and getting hit. Like he was running into them. Junkie, I was so ticked off with CJ. Underage had a bad game. I don't know if it's in his head, but he needs to get his bad word together and not miss up this defense. Is a generational defense. He cannot blow another opportunity. If they lose against the Pats, will the finger be pointed at Stroud? Context matters. Like if Stroud plays great in a 48-41 loss, it's going to be hard to blame him. But, of course, that would be kind of a reach. Has he even turned 24? His pocket presence will develop. Says a lot when his worst game ever still had amazing throws. I mean, I guess, but this is year 3, and I feel like his pocket presence has regressed.
Yeah, I think it's going backwards, and it's going backwards fast.
This entire station is constantly pessimistic, and it's hard for the real local fans to find good ball talk. Sorry to disappoint. I think we do a good job. Spears is the one that said he was skittish during halftime, not Aikman, but big facts. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was Aikman. Joe led me astray. Hey, Branham, you think the Texans can steal a title with such poor quarterback play? I actually do. I think their defense is so dang good, and I don't think that Stroud's going to play this poorly again. I think there is a shot for them to win it, yes.
Yeah, I agree. Like, this defense feels generational.
Truly.
And they can, like you look at who's left. You've got, Drake May, who's never played a defense like this, who's going to be making his second career playoff start, who struggled against the Chargers last week at times in the game when he wasn't running the ball. You have Bo Nix, who has been hit and miss at best. You have Josh Allen, who you've already dominated at home every single time he comes to NRG. So, there's a real clear path no matter who comes up in the Patriots and then whoever will come up in the AFC title game. I think they can win a championship this year, at least get there with this defense. It's so damn good.
Yeah, every game they'll play from here on out is winnable. And it's losable as well, but I think they can win every single one of them. Branham, you whine about turnovers, and yet they won. Rings a little hollow. I'm sorry, man. I look at it from maybe a coach's point of view. I will never be okay with a quarterback turning the football over. Sometimes there's context there, hey, it got tipped into the air. I threw an arm punt on 3rd and 15. They got picked off inside the 10. Not every turnover is created equally, but it's going to be very hard for me to ever be okay and content with a 3-turnover game, especially in the playoffs. Man, I'm sorry. That's going to be me.
I don't get why people are trying to push back against being.
Fans are going to fan. You can't tell people how to react.
Yeah, but the thing is it's just not okay. But then be honest with yourself. You already said it. You think CJ's happy? You think D'Amico's happy? You think Nick Caley's happy? You think Jake Andrews is happy?
No.
They're all upset with themselves.
They're happy they won, but they know that there's work that needs to be done.
Because they have higher standards than the way in which their quarterback played yesterday.
And I have high standards for them.
It's not pessimistic. It's acknowledging facts.
I am the bar. Terrible interception. CJ only had one job. Don't turn it over. All y'all do is cry. I agree with the caller. Sick of being one of the final blah, blah, blah. We won in spite of Stroud. Mailman must be a Ravens fan. That mailman does not represent the opinion of all us mailmen. Whether you were the mailman that called or a mailman that's listening, we respect all mailmen. I do want this to be the show of the mailmen. I mean that sincerely. That mailman must have gotten chased by a dog. He's grumpy. Sounds like mailman's team was already eliminated. LOL. Tell that mailman don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. Rocky, we're going to Boston, where it's potentially snowing, and our defense played lights. That can't be expected in Boston with it being freezing cold. Do you trust your number one offensive weapon, Amy Fairbairn, to make field goals to carry us to victory? Probably not. Did you see that Fairbairn extra point?
Yes,
we all giggle about it because it was a blowout game, but what in the world was that?
I don't know. Talk about things we've never seen before.
Goodness.
Check that box. Never seen a line drive go below the crossbar on an extra point.
Upper 90.
He looked baffled.
Borrow a Glenn Davis term. I went back and watched it. It was kind of a high snap for Brinkman, which has been an issue with him all year. I think I've been the only one that has noticed that. But it looked like, Townsend did a pretty good job of getting it down. I think it was more of a bad strike than anything else.
Yeah, I've never seen that one.
Yeah, I didn't like that.
Especially because you would think if it was that low, it would probably get blocked.
Yeah, maybe they were just quitting, though, at that point.
Yeah.
Or they didn't really care because the game was over. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Philip, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Philip?
Hey, guys, I get the criticism of Stroud, and he certainly deserves it. Some of those turnovers, you look at it and go, well, you just turned it over twice. You'd think you'd learn to protect the ball better after that's happened twice. And then the context of where it happens to totally get it. But at the same time, his third down conversion rate was exceptional. Part of that's running game, part of that's passing. And the sustained drives, this team can win, I think, if the offense can do those sustained drives, whether they finish or not. They're going to finish enough of them. The key for me is if they can run the clock enough where the defense can get rest, it's where we go 3 and out constantly. That's where I think it cripples us, because I feel like that's the difference between holding the Patriots to less than 10 points or giving up 18 to 20. That, to me, is a 5 to 10 point swing if you can get our defense enough rest that they're out there running fresh the whole time, having fun, slapping each other around, and making it a joyful game. You get in the grind where the offense is off the field constantly. By the end of the game, the defense is just – I feel like you've kind of worn them too rough. You've ridden that horse to the point where he just won't ride anymore, And so I at least want to give him credit for putting some drives together, giving the defense the rest that they needed to be able to create some turnovers themselves and to get those 3 and outs against them. If they can squeeze 1 or 2 touchdowns, 1 or 2 field goals, that might be just enough, as long as they can eat up enough clock and keep the other team off the field. And so I'll at least give him credit for that. I don't think he was awful. I think he was below average because of that. If he didn't have all those sustained drives, he'd be historically bad. But yeah, I understand the context too of the turnovers and the fumbles. But I want to give him the credit with the criticism. That's all. I'll hang up. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Philip. Yeah, I think even it's one of the fumbles they don't lose, but the first play of the second quarter, it's 2nd and 2, and Stroud drops the snap. He throws an incompletion to Xavier Hutchinson, and then they convert that on 3rd down, and it ends up being a 14-play, 92-yard drive for a touchdown. So, they did overcome their own obstacles, their own challenges throughout this entire game. It's just, I think to Philip's point, that's not sustainable. That's not a sustainable model of winning in the playoffs.
I thought everybody played good yesterday on the Texans except for C.J. Stroud. And Stroud still had his moments.
Mm-hmm.
To Philip, I agree with Philip. He still had his moments. I've referenced the 3rd and 15 to Christian Kirk last play of the third quarter multiple times. I think the game could look drastically different if he doesn't complete that pass. So, yeah. The offense did have long, sustained drives. Now, was that more running game? Was it more C.J. Stroud? Yeah, I'll give you a combination of both. But, the offense had moments. They had over 400 yards of offense. That's a pretty good day at the ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
But when you turn it over 3 times, it's always going to have that stain. It's always going to have that asterisk. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Pete, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Pete?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Last night's game, I think a few observations is obvious. Defense is pretty much going to be the catalyst for how far the Texans go, and I believe that they are good enough to take them all the way. Kind of like what I referenced in the past, 2000 Baltimore Ravens. Go look it up. Also a good thing to see last night, the running game. Both Chubb and Marks looked good last night, extending plays, shortening the field for 3rd down conversions. And without getting too repetitive, because a lot of junkies have already weighed in, I'm just going to say one thing. CJ, you need to clean it up, pal. because at some point they're going to need you to come through when it really matters. He cannot have any more fumbles like he did last night. It seemed like he got so jittery the minute he felt any kind of pressure against the Steelers. It was just kind of ridiculous to see what took place there. And by the way, guys, leave the Letterman jackets at home. Y'all have a good day.
I kind of want to bring them back.
I tweeted them out yesterday. I got a lot of heat, but I put /S. People don't understand what /S means.
I don't think J.J. Watt understood when Dave Portnoy was asking him.
Yeah,
about
Portnoy stole my bit too.
And J.J. gave him like a very serious response about them.
He's sensitive about it still.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Junkie, have you cornballs ever been pro player on anything? Have you? I love when people say that.
I know, it's great.
Have you ever done pro anything? Well, have you? Because if you haven't, you can't use that line. And if you have, let me point you to all the idiotic thing pro players have said.
Yes.
Because there is a lot of idiotic things that pro players have said.
I always start with your quarterback saying it's top 3 quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah. I mean, opinion and a lot of – I give a lot of weight to former players, but there's some I give no weight to. Mm-hmm. So I'm not a big and I have been I was a semi-pro poker player during college, so a little bit. 713-780-3776. Steve, Melissa on hold. The text line on fire. Well, also, Brian has some, I guess he didn't like some things that CJ said after the game about the dropping the snaps. We'll get to that in a little bit, too. And we'll talk about it. Look, a lot of good stuff. A lot of good stuff on the offense. Pete mentioned some of it. We'll mention some of it eventually as well. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. 713-780-3776. We got playoffs in the city of Houston. Got a playoff win yesterday. First road win.
Never quit.
That's the attitude the Texans took into Pittsburgh yesterday, trying to win their first ever road playoff game. They got it done. Of course, there are some talking points to be had, and right now we're stuck on the C.J. Stroud part because this is the most polarizing. We waited 30 minutes. We talked about the good, talked about the excellent defense, the sensational defense. We got here, and then all of you are taking it and running with it. If we didn't get any reaction to this, we would talk about it for 5 minutes, Joe.
Yep.
5 minutes. But quarterback conversation is always important, polarizing, a conversation piece in this city. Also, Jeremy and Joe, we believe in chivalry. We are gentlemen. Gentleman Jeremy, gentleman Joe. We just are. So anytime a lady calls, we give lady precedence. We give them the forum before anybody else. And let's go out to the HRP listener line. Melissa, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. Happy New Year.
Hey, thanks so much. I have a question. There's been a lot of talk about C.J. Stroud's performance, and my question is, historically speaking, has there ever been a quarterback that has been able to perform as well or better than C.J. Stroud with an equitable O-line, with an O-line that is statistically as not great as the Texans' O-line is? And I don't mean just one game. I mean over an entire season.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, I think the first one you point to is the Joe Burrow Super Bowl run, right?
I don't know how good that line was.
I just know it was bad. I don't know if it was
want to give
as
Melissa
bad
credit, too. Like, I've never heard the term equitable when talking about offensive line play.
Yes.
That is next level, Melissa. Well done.
Because I was thinking Burrow and then the Mahomes team that lost the Super Bowl where they replaced like 4 of the 5 guys.
I mean, that happened twice, Bucks and Eagles.
Yeah. So I was thinking, I think there's a couple where, we've seen, now, both the examples we were giving are teams that lost the Super Bowl.
Yeah, the Bengals one's a great call, recent memory.
Yeah.
I wonder how, too, you're defining bad O-line play. I wonder what's the metric here. Is it eye test? Is it pass rush win rate? Because I'll say this, hey, look, I agree with you, Melissa. The Texans' offensive line has not been good, whether it's eye test, although I think it has been better. Now, a lot of it's scheme. I think the offensive line has improved this year versus last year. But you look at some of the metrics, ain't great. Pass block win rate, 30th in the league. Run block win rate, 32nd in the league. And don't want to take one game as the entire sample. But I sure did like what the offensive line did in the ground game. Yeah. Really like that. Like that a whole lot. 164 yards.
I mean, they were bodying Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, though, Melissa. There are restrictions for C.J. Stroud given this offensive line. There are restrictions for Nick Caley calling plays given this offensive line. So I do think it's a fair point. Now, there's a lot of things that C.J. Stroud do that quite frankly annoy me. I don't think he is a great conductor of the offense, which I want my quarterback to be a great conductor of the offense. And there are multiple things that I point to whenever I talk about his lack of being a great conductor. Getting them ready to go, getting them up to the line, getting plays off in time, getting them organized, getting them set. How many operational penalties do you see from this offense?
Too many.
A few every week.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they had at least 2 or 3 plays last night where they either had to call a timeout, or I think in one case took a delay a game.
I don't remember the delay. I remember the timeout that they took with 1 second on the play clock, where I didn't know if they got the timeout in time, but they did. They had the illegal shift on Dalton Schultz. Sorry, man, that's a quarterback thing. Get your offense organized. You're the quarterback. You're the leader of the offense. A couple of the false starts I don't put on the quarterback. But then even the snap stuff, that's organizational. That's operational. Now, the one where Andrews just snapped it roguely, I don't really put that one on Stroud. But, I think whenever you look at an offense that's highly organized and just operates well, not even hey, they lead the NFL in yards and points per game, but they're just organized. They don't commit many penalties. Whenever they run plays, they execute them. They're not slow developing. All of this stuff. They don't have operational penalties. I put that on the quarterback. I put that on the QB. That's once you're in the game, that's on the quarterback to get them organized, and I don't think Stroud's good in that area.
Yeah, I mean, there's always exceptions to the rule, right? Back in the 49ers game over the weekend when they had to call a timeout because Kendrick Bourne was just lined up incorrectly and everyone was pointing at him, but he didn't know where he was supposed to be. There's occasionally it's on the other guys, but for the most part, it's a quarterback thing. It's up to the quarterback to have everything set, and it's been a problem for the Texans all year long. and it hasn't gotten fixed. And it's just the reality of it. Like, they have operational issues, and it goes back to even the preseason we saw it. So it's just it's I don't know, the fumbles, they're just bad. Like, they don't make sense. And some of them, I'm watching one of them right now. It's the one before the Steelers kicked the field goal to make it 7-6. When CJ drops it, he has a clean pocket.
He does. He panics and runs into the defender.
Yeah, he just runs forward right into Highsmith, it looks like.
Yes.
Like he had no reason to leave the pocket in that moment. He was fine.
He could have done multiple things on that play, Joe. The last thing that he should have done is what he did.
Run forward.
Like I get that, like, the ball hits the turf, and like when it hits the turf, you're like panic, like, uh-oh, what am I gonna do? But like, okay, just fall on the ball. Like, you fall on the ball, you punt, your defense is good. Like, that's acceptable. You mentioned that the pocket was still clean. Like, he ran right into a defender, roll out, throw it away.
Mm-hmm.
Like, his decision making's not great, man. It's not great. We haven't even talked about the 2-minute offense, and I'm glad that Troy Aikman pointed it out yesterday, like the timeouts they're taking for like 6-yard gains, because that has been it all year. All year they have terrible 2-minute offense.
Yeah.
And it was no different yesterday.
No,
and that's on the quarterback.
Yeah, and that's why I don't think the pushback is like we see a Super Bowl team in front of us.
Right.
But we see something that feels like so obvious that if they don't win, we know the reason why before it even happens. Whether that's next week, the following week, or in the Super Bowl. I feel like we know the reason why the Texans fall short if they do.
This is the same stuff we've been saying all year.
Yeah.
The operational. Too many penalties on offense. Not great command of the offense. It's nothing new. Hopefully, I mean, is it going to change in a week? Probably not. But can they clean it up a little bit to where you can win a game? I think so. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Steve, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Steve?
Yeah, I was wanting to state about CJ's performance. He potentially left 14 to 21 points out on the field, and it's related to his field presence, taking command of the team on the field as a leader. He played better his rookie year when he had a mentor like Case Keenum, and now he doesn't have a mentor. He needs a quarterback mentor to get him back to where he needs to be. That's all I got to say, guys.
Case Keenum.
I don't disagree.
I know you don't
That's
disagree.
the call of the year. Call of the year.
Bring him back.
Yeah, he could come back. I mean, look at the year that Caleb Williams is having once Case Keenum got there. He has taken off. Josh Allen became the player that he would become because of Case Keenum. Case Keenum goes – you spend 5 minutes with Case Keenum, your life's better for it. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Charles, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. Happy New Year, Charles.
Hey, what's going on? Thanks for having me. I think the Texans need to do what Philadelphia did a couple years ago when they won the Super Bowl, when they had Nick Folks and Carson Wentz go back and back. They need to do that with C.J. and Davis. Whenever C.J. gets rattled, Mills needs to come in and step up. That's all I got to say.
Okay.
I mean,
spicy.
I mean, wasn't Wentz hurt that year?
Wentz did get hurt.
Yeah, Wentz got hurt.
They weren't going back and forth the year they won.
It wasn't a benching.
Yeah.
It was an injury.
Yeah, he broke his ankle or something.
No, I think Wentz was healthy by the time the Super Bowl got there.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I thought he tore his ACL.
Oh no, maybe you're right. But yeah, it's
yeah,
it's
it was a
different.
torn ACL. Yeah.
And as bad as CJ was, and in the moment, like you, I felt like maybe there was a time for Davis Mills last night. I'm not going to suggest it for the next game. Like CJ's still the guy.
Look, if you same. I'm not suggesting that Davis Mills should play over C.J. Stroud. If C.J. Stroud has another case of the fumbles and is turning it over every possession, and it's a 10-7 game, okay, you have to do what's in the best interest of your team.
Mm-hmm.
You owe it to the 52 players in the room opposite of C.J. Stroud. Like, if you're D'Amico and you think that Mills gives you a better chance to win because Stroud again is skittish, he again is turnover prone, I don't think that you should be hesitant to do it. You don't owe him anything. You owe your team the opportunity to win and what gives you the best chance to win. Mm-hmm. And if D'Amico feels like at any point it's Davis Mills, okay. I'm not saying that Mills is a better talent. I'm not saying Mills is a better quarterback. But if Stroud's going to get skittish and the moment's too big for him, all right, well, we got to go get the other guy that gives us a better chance of winning this single game. Not a bunch of games, this single game. Back out to the HRP listener line. Lamont, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. Happy New Year.
Hey, man, let me just say this, man. Nice win, Texas, man. But I got to say this to Texas fans. I think that this may be the most ignorant fan base ever. If you feel like we cannot question the quarterback after we've seen that it almost felt like he was gambling on the game last night. That looked unnatural. And we all happy about it just because, hey, I'm happy about having a win, but C.J. Stroud is not above being criticized. He deserves to be criticized for that crap that he put out there last night, man. It makes me go all the way back to, strangely, 1979 when the Texans lost against Pittsburgh, and this dumbass city went out there and threw a pep rally for a loss. It's just crazy to me, man, that people will be getting upset because you criticizing what our eyes seen last night. Happy for the win. Hey, man, I like it. I feel something right now, man. But these fans, man, just really, really annoy me. And that's all I have, fellas.
Thanks, Lamont. Yeah, look, I listened to a podcast yesterday, Jeremy, on my way to work, and it was questioning if Tanner McKee should be the starting quarterback in Philadelphia next year over Jalen Hurts. So, criticism comes with being the quarterback. Like, it's the most important position in all of sports. And the Texans won last night in spite of their quarterback.
Yeah, my thing, you can't tell fans how to fan. Like, there's going to be the fans that the players can't do any wrong. There's going to be the fans that, you're going to have to, you want to defend at all times. Like, they're the greatest ever. Like, the delusion, you could call them delusional. Or maybe they just, they have that outlook. You're going to have the fans that I think we're kind of similar to, is that we're going to have open and honest conversations about them. We're going to call it like we see it. And then you have, the ones that they can never do any right, like worst organization ever, and this organization's never going to win until Cal sells. And look, people are different. Not going to tell people how to be. Not going to tell fans how to fan. I'm going to call it like it is, and I'm always going to do that. 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRP listener line. Jermaine, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Jermaine?
Yeah, just wanted to really voice and tell everyone out there to take a step back, take a deep breath, because remember, when the Texans were 0-3, we had a whole lot of naysayers. We should get rid of the coach. We should get rid of the quarterback. We should scrap the O coordinator, the D coordinator. Hey, listen, it's a lot of football left, man. Sometimes we as fans, we get a little bit beside ourselves. So I just think that everyone should take a step back. And I heard you too. At week 4, you had a lot of ideas about how you should change coaches, change quarterbacks. Hey, they're doing an okay job. We ran off 9 in a row. Defense wins championships. So let's just take a deep breath and step back, man, and just watch some football and enjoy the ride.
All right, talk to you all later. Our job here is done.
Yeah. Definitely gonna enjoy the ride. I mean, I'm picking the Texans versus the Patriots. I'm already locked in.
I think Jermaine brings up a lot of good points. I think that he might have been a little bit I think he might have sold it too much on what we were saying after an 0-3 start. I didn't think they'd make the playoffs. I'll concede that. But I was defending D'Amico. I never wanted to get rid of D'Amico, ever. In fact, I thought that was ridiculous. Now, OC, I was like, well, let's see where it's at. But I wasn't happy with what I saw from Caley. I didn't want to replace Burke. I didn't want to replace Stroud. Maybe we had the how much do you want to pay Stroud conversation. So I think Jermaine might have taken some liberties with the conversations that were being had after an 0-3 start. But I will openly admit I didn't think the playoffs were in sight for the Texans after an 0-3 start. I was not calling for anybody's heads other than maybe Nick Caley.
Yeah, I mean, my only argument ever against D'Amico was that if he hired Nick Caley, I had questions, and at this point, it's fine. And I feel like that's revisionist history, a little bit. Like they're the 7th team in NFL history, something like that, to make the playoffs after starting 0-3.
Yeah, very few.
Like it's
first one in 7 years.
Yeah, and they were the last ones to do it
Yeah,
too.
exactly.
Like what they accomplished this year, they deserve credit for. But
sure.
Being like, oh, they were 0-3, so they were done. Yeah, well, statistically, every team that starts 0-3 is done, besides the Texans, it seems like.
Yeah. No, but I think Jermaine brings up a good, bigger picture point that, hey, prisoner of the moment can a lot of times lead to pretty, haste decision-making. I agree with that aspect of it. All right, 713-780-3776. A lot of good to talk about on that offense. We'll get there eventually, but we'll see. 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Isn't it awesome that we're still talking football playoffs. Only 8 cities in this country are still talking football playoffs with their team being in it. Where a lot of places are talking about who they're hiring as coaches, coordinators, what the offseason's going to look like, fifth-year options. We're still talking about a team in the playoffs. Football playoffs are awesome. Lucky to have a team still in it. And if you're going to be paying attention to the football playoffs, watching the football playoffs, well, Underdog is the best place to get in on all the gridiron action. You can make picks and win some money right now in Texas. Playing on Underdog is so easy. All you have to do is pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, more. Get them right. Get up to 5,000 times your cash. I'm really interested to see what these picks are on C.J. Stroud against the Patriots. See what they do with Woody Marks. How about Drake May against this Houston Texans defense? Excited to see what those numbers look like a little bit later in the week. You should be too. And also you should be just go ahead and put $5 into the Underdog app, by the way. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, and you're going to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. So don't pick up that 40 on the way home. Don't pick up the value meal on the way home. It ain't good for you. And also it's not going to get you $75 in bonus entries. So what are you waiting for? Download the Underdog app today. Use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 with promo code KILLERB. Underdog. Make picks, win money.
This is Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Key from L.A., when was the last time you had a 40 Branham laughing face emoji? In one can, it's been a minute.
Been a while.
I've had 40 ounces in a sitting,
yeah.
But in one can, probably my college days. You ever play Edward 40 hands?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's probably been that long, college
Brian's
days.
shaking his head in disappointment.
Why?
It's just, I don't know. Some of those college drinking games I've never understood.
They're
That's
the
one
best.
of them.
That's
well,
great.
I mean, you're not. I mean, I wouldn't consider you part of the cool crowd.
That's fair. That's completely fair.
Yeah.
What was your number one go-to game in college?
I wasn't probably that one. Probably that one.
Over like beer pong?
Yeah, I mean, I would do beer pong. Beer pong always was kind of disgusting to me. I would do it, but it's kind of disgusting.
Ping pong balls getting in the
the
beer.
ping pong balls everywhere. You got the cold beer in the red Solo cup, and you're drinking that cold beer.
Yeah,
it always kind of disgusted me.
Yeah, we didn't play that. We would just have our own beer with water in the cup.
Yeah, we were just improving our immune system. We would play it the dirty way. Yeah, down in Huntsville. I spent a semester at Hunts Vegas. People don't really know that about me.
I did not know that about you.
I spent a season there, a semester in Hunts
Vegas.
Vegas.
They like to party.
Yeah, Hunts Vegas, baby. Only 8 cities are talking about their team still playing football. One of them ain't Dallas. It's a great point. One of them ain't Dallas. We used to play soccer while also playing Edward 40 Hands. Games were intense. That sounds tough.
What fun.
That sounds tough. I don't know if I would like that one a whole lot.
Maybe we should do that for the listener party next year?
Man,
in the parking lot?
I don't think we can legally do it.
Get some waivers.
It's like chess. You can avoid a couple of inaccuracies, even a mistake with that defense. You just can't blunder. No more blunders, CJ. LOL, Jeremy, you call it like it is based on the engagement output you want. Let's not get too preachy. That's not a fair statement. If I give my opinion is an engagement farming. Now, I'll ask him open-ended questions that I'm 100% farming engagement. But if I state my opinion, it's not to farm engagement. That is
just
my
throw
opinion.
this crap out there to get clicks.
But if I am asking an open-ended question, yeah, that's probably engagement farming. But opinion is not. If I'm giving you my opinion, it's my opinion. I'm not doing that for engagement.
I agree. It was a funny text.
Now I'll ask a lot of open-ended questions for engagement, absolutely. But if I state my opinion is my opinion. I don't waver off of that. Does a consistent poor performance in the playoffs affect what Stroud will get as far as money? I'm not ready to have the Stroud money extension conversation yet. Are you?
My stance hasn't changed, so no.
Yeah, I really don't want to have that today. If you held a gun to my head and said, would you pay him $55 million today, yes or no, I would say no.
I would say no as well.
Steelers were a bottom 6 defense. Pats are top 10. CJ's performance will make or break next week. Good chance it will. I'm seriously questioning if CJ's a franchise quarterback. Y'all need to give Sheldon Rankin flowers. He is the first DT to score a touchdown in the NFL playoffs. We did. We said it was the most important play in the game. You must have not been tuning in yet, which is fine. We understand people have different hours. But we said the biggest play of the game was that Sheldon Rankin's big man touchdown. So we did give him the flowers. What ticked me off was the no hurry in the 2 minutes. It's been all year, brother. All year the Texans have been awful in 2 minute drills. All season.
Yeah, and that's one of those where at least with we kind of know that going in, right? Like it doesn't make it better, but we know they're not good at it.
No, but it also is like, well, you guys complain too much. Well, we had this conversation in week 9, and then you see it in the playoffs. Like, well, it's too many complaints. Well, we told you in week 9.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting thought. What do you think CJ's reaction to watching his tape will be? I'm sure he'll be disappointed.
I hope very upset.
Yeah, is Stroud 2000 Trent Dilfer? Dilfer took care of the ball, man.
Yeah.
Dilfer took care of the ball. He didn't take care of the ball. The Junkyard speaks the truth. If y'all want a station to blow sunshine and rainbows up your butt, change it to a different station. That was a texter, not us. Pocket presence regression can happen when you almost take 60 sacks at 23 years old. Facts. I think that absolutely negatively conditions you. I think it's a great point.
Yes, but I know the numbers bear out the offensive line isn't as good this year as we maybe thought it was. But I still feel like there has been improvement this year to where I'm surprised the regression has increased as much as it has.
Yeah. Edwards 40 hands, white people stuff, laughing face emoji.
Fact.
Yeah, you're right.
That's all right.
That's valid. I have no pushback to you. That is a valid statement, Junkie. All right, 713-780-3776. Out to the HRP listener line. Bubba, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Bubba?
Hey, how's it going, man? Thanks for taking my call. I'm not making any excuses for C.J. Stroud, but to his defense, that first fumble, where we handed it off to Willie Marks and then he tosses it back to C.J. Stroud, man, it looked like I was looking at Drew Aller in Penn State out there. All we have to do is establish a run game, not turn the ball over, and play good defense. We don't have to do a whole lot. It's boring football, but it wins. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
No, but I think it's a good point. Like it's the play itself is stupid. I mean, we talked about it yesterday, Jeremy. We literally said on the show, don't do trick plays. You haven't run them all season, and then they do that one. But I think with that fumble and then the other one, that was a fumble when he dropped the snap, where it's just you need your quarterback in that moment, just eat it.
Yeah,
just eat it. So it was a poor play before CJ fumbled, but also CJ did the wrong thing in that moment.
Yeah, you have to avoid catastrophe, right? Like, I think that's part of playing the quarterback position. Is like, not every play is going to be a win. Like, you have to own that. And here's the thing that, like, it doesn't bother me, but it's the one thing that, like, I'll defend CJ, is I feel like CJ's been a lot better there. I think he's gotten a lot better from the start of the season, end of regular season, at knowing when to take his L's and minimizing the L's.
Mm-hmm.
And then yesterday, it just completely disappeared. Like, it was all gone. Like, all that positive progression that he's made in that department, making the smart plays, checking it down, like just chunking the ball at his running back's feet, rolling out of the pocket, throwing it away. Like, all of those little areas, he was terrible at the start of the year. I thought end of year he'd made humongous strides. And then yesterday, like, all went back to zero. It was so weird. And look, maybe it was an anomaly. Like this junkie, he says that, I might be wrong, but didn't CJ have the fewest turnovers throughout the season as far as quarterbacks go? He didn't fumble it much, didn't throw tons of interceptions. The Texans as a team had the second fewest turnovers in the entire NFL. So maybe that's an example that it was an anomaly, and that it's not going to show up again the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah.
But we can't ignore that it did happen.
Well, and you have to be worried that's going to happen again.
Sure.
Like, I don't think it's going to. I think it was an anomaly. It doesn't mean he's not going to have maybe the interception. I won't include in this conversation because we've seen CJ have some really bad interceptions this season, but the fumbling part of it, I wouldn't be stressed about going into the next game. I don't think we should be. Now, if he does it once, I'm going to panic.
I mean, I'm a little bit nervous about it. I'm a little nervous about it. I don't know how you watched that game yesterday and you're not at least a little nervous about it.
Is Yips fair? Is that what it looked like to you?
I like the word skittish.
Okay.
I really liked, because I thought that he was skittish. Like, he had clean pockets, abandoning clean pockets, running into them. Instead of just jumping and diving on the ground to avoid hits and potential fumbles, he's running right into Steelers. He's making throws into traffic that he has not been making since the early part of the year. It was skittish. Skittish was the great word. Such a good word by Marcus Spears on that one. You got it right. All right, 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRP listener line. Vera, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
Hey, guys. Appreciate, as always, so letting me call in. I had a thought and I had a question. So I think, yes, CJ did have his fumbleitis problem yesterday, but I do believe there was some issues with how Jake Andrews was snapping it too, because there's a number of times it wasn't coming straight at CJ, but it was coming well left of him. So, this delays the timing to make the throws. The other thing I also think is, since the Denver game when he got concussed, he has been very reluctant to run. And I'm not saying he needs to make big runs, right? But when plays break down and stuff like that, it's okay to maybe run a couple of yards, just take whatever the defense gives you and do that. But it seems like since he's come back after the concussion thing, when he was out for like 3 weeks, he's been very reluctant to run. And that definitely seems to show, because even when the 3rd and 4, when he threw the pick, he could have easily run, maybe gotten a couple of yards out of it, and it could have been a 4th and short, which then gives you a different problem, or at least take a field goal and go with it. The other question I had is, with Nico Collins having the concussion, and looks like Christian Gonzalez had a concussion on Sunday with the Patriots against when they played the Chargers. So, assuming both these guys are out, would you just call that even? I'll hang up and listen. Thank you, guys.
Last one there. Yeah, I don't know how you feel, Jam, but I would say that evens out a little bit. It's still not good for the Texans or good for the Patriots.
I think it's more likely Gonzalez plays, though.
Yeah.
He's got an extra day.
Yeah, he does. And, the Nico one was scary. Like, having to get carted off like that. I mean, maybe it was just precautionary. As far as the running, like
Aikman said, he's like going in the wrong direction.
Yeah,
so he was like walking to the wrong sideline.
As far as the running,
trying to walk back into the game.
Yeah, that's
gamer. Rub some dirt on.
Wanted to play. As far as CJ Stroud running more, like he is more hesitant. I mean, he's run more in the playoffs than he does in the regular season. But I just go back to where I feel like there's a misconception about CJ Stroud, and it goes back to the Georgia game at Ohio State. Like, he ran all over that game, and I know it was really like the one where I think a lot of people, like, obviously were really locked in, and he was using his legs, but, like, he's not a willing runner. He never was in college. He really never has been in the NFL. I would like him to do it more, but I don't think, like, the concussion is the reason why, and the Denver game is the reason why he's not running now. I just don't think he wants to do it. ever.
I think he's been more reluctant to run since the concussion. I agree with that notion. Like some of his more like high volume running games happened earlier this year. Like first 4 games, 5 carries, 4 carries, 4 carries. He had a 7 carry game against San Francisco. You go look at his last 3 games this year, 4.42. And then the yards are way down. Like his biggest yards performances, 30, like right out of, like let's just go game by game. 32, 27, 22, 11, 30, 25, 30, 12, 0, 5, 10, 0, 0, 5. I think it's very fair to say that he was more willing to run the football first half of the year or pre-concussion than post-concussion. Yeah. I think the numbers bear it out. I'm actually one of the people who would say that he shouldn't run. Now, I will say that with the caveat that once you get into elimination football and single elimination tournament, that you throw caution to the wind. Mm-hmm. And if it's there, it's there. And I didn't think there was a ton of spots where it was there yesterday, quite frankly. Like he had that third down to Schultz where he could have ran for the first down, threw it to him. He made a terrible throw, threw it at Schultz's feet, but Schultz like made a lunging play.
It's a great play.
The interception he could have ran. I don't think he gets the first down there. So like maybe just taking the sack or just falling down is the play there, so you avoid the hit. But that was a play, obviously, where he could have ran, and it would have been a better result than throwing the interception. No, but I think there is something to it. Like, I'm not designing runs, but if it's there, it's there. And I would be more open to the idea of him doing it in the postseason than in the regular season. Regular season, like, you get into the playoffs healthy. Now that you're in a single elimination tournament, training wheels off, baby.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Landry tweet this out last week. In each of his playoff games last year, he had 42 rushing yards in each game. So, like, he did run more in the playoffs last year, which he didn't do, obviously, last night. So, like, if it's there, it's fine. But would you even trust him? Like, watching last night's game of if CJ, in that context of last night's game, knows when's best to run and not to run?
No, I don't. I thought he got happy feet yesterday. I
yeah.
really do.
Like, frankly, like, the way he was playing, it wouldn't have shocked me if he would have ran a ton last night because of how happy his feet were.
Maybe. 5 fumbles is an anomaly. Bad decision-making and poor play is not, though. I think that is fair. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's talk about some of the good on the offense. Before we do that, though, Brian, he didn't like some of CJ's comments afterwards on dropping those snaps. So we'll see where Brian's coming from there. Bronchitis Mac. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2. You know what the vehicle of the week over at Monument Chevrolet is this week? It's the Chevy Trailblazer. Sporty good looks, excellent fuel efficiency, spacious interior. The Trailblazer provides style and savings. And this month, you can get special financing with 5.49% APR for 60 months. So what are you waiting for? Get over there to Monument Chevrolet. They want to see you. And whenever you go to Monument Chevrolet, 225 and Beltway 8, by the way, stop by and see Jeff, the GM over there. How many GMs are like, hey, come see me. Come talk to me about whatever, whether you want to tell us about how you're looking for the new vehicle, you're in the market for a new vehicle, or you want to talk about how you just bought a vehicle and, you know, something's wrong with it. GM Jeff is the best. Go see GM Jeff at 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. But at Monument Chevrolet, you know you're getting a fair deal, a transparent deal, a no-hassle deal. You're not getting all those throw-ins on the back of the contract, at the back of the deal, these added warranties, all this, the markups. That doesn't happen at Monument Chevrolet. They're not going to hassle you over pricing. That's why Monument Chevrolet's been in the business for 50 years. It's why they have a great culture. They have the best salespeople, too. You don't have to worry about, you know, crooked sales guys at Monument Chevrolet, which might be an antiquated moniker anyways, but not at Monument Chevrolet. They don't have the sales turnover that a lot of these dealerships do because they take care of their salespeople, and salespeople want to work at Monument Chevrolet because of that. So you know that you're dealing with the very best. One of your resolutions might be upgrading a new ride. Well, look no further than Monument Chevrolet. Tell them your budget, and they're going to work hard to meet you, whether it's the Silverado, whether it's the Trax, whatever the case may be. Monument Chevrolet has the vehicle you want at the price you want it at. So visit Monument Chevrolet at Beltway 8 and 225. Ask for Jeff, GM Jeff, to get a fantastic deal. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
What is this song?
What is this?
Run the Jewels.
It is?
Do y'all like this song? 713-780-3776.
No.
Don't worry, I won't play that. I was honestly just grabbing stuff from other people's pages just to play something different. But
whose page is this on?
John Belmer's. But I don't have to use it again.
Yeah, tell him he can't choose music on the bullpen anymore. This is what he's playing.
All right, so Brian took exception to something C.J. Stroud said in the press conference about the mishandling of snaps. Brian, what's going on here?
Yeah, let's listen to the clip first, and then I'll explain my gripe with it.
Okay.
You know, we had some problems with the snaps. Me catching them, got to find a way just to catch them and then take care of the ball. We knew on tape that they did a good job of, punching at the ball or trying to, get you to, while you're throwing, get your throwing arm. So, I try to work on that throughout the week. But they make plays, and I think these games, the playoffs games, from my experience, they're going to make plays, we're going to make plays. It's all about, moving forward and, trying your best to, flush it and keep going. So, I thought, every time we had to bounce back, we made more plays. So, I'm proud of our guys for having a little bit of resilience in those moments. And, to finish the game like that was really dope.
So, I love that he ends it with finish the game like that was really dope. But no, the gripe is that CJ, one, he talks about the problems being a we thing, which beyond, okay, Jake Andrews, sure. Jake Andrews, I guess multiple people, it does become a we thing at that point. But I think as the quarterback, you probably just put it on you and move on. That's kind of the smaller part of the gripe, but it is something I noticed. The bigger part is,
he took accountability right at the beginning.
He did, but he did call it a we problem, which is not. I mean, that's kind of spreading the accountability out. I think most quarterbacks in that situation should just put it on them and move on. Again, though, smaller part of the gripe. I saw Joe's head tilt on the second part, so I think he's with me on this, but. He spent a lot of time talking about how, we saw on tape that they punched the ball out and they just made some plays. Like, CJ, you dropping the ball is not them making a play. You dropped the ball 5 times and made a terrible read on your interception. Like, the mistakes that we've been talking about now for an hour 42, for the most part, other than the Jake Andrews play, and even that wasn't the Steelers doing anything. That wasn't the Steelers making plays, punching the ball out. That's all self-inflicted mistakes by, in one case, Jake Andrews, and the other 10 cases, C.J. Stroud.
I think it's a little nitpicky.
I think my favorite part was when he said, I just got to find a way to catch the ball. Just got to find a way, Jeremy. Just catch the ball.
I think it's a little nitpicky there, Brian. Like, I think he's talking about – I think he was kind of rambling with the answer. Like, is it pertain to him fumbling the ball that they punch at the ball? No. But I think he was talking about, like, these are the things that they're good at, and he started rambling a little bit with the answer. I think it's a little nitpicky.
Yeah, I think when I first heard him start talking about punching the ball, it was before he started rambling.
I think he was rambling.
Yeah, I think he just started rambling to himself.
I also don't care what he says in the press conference. You know what I care about? I care how he responds.
Catching the ball.
I care about what it looks like against New England. That's what I don't care what he said yet. I don't care if he said BMAC sucks and Jeremy and Joe are the worst radio show in Houston. I wouldn't care. What I care about is what it looks like Sunday at Foxborough and what might be a snowy day at the park.
Oh, man. Snow would be fun. I don't know if it's good.
Maybe you'll add some friction between his hand and the ball.
Slippery snow, friction?
I don't know, man. With the glove. I don't think if snow is slippery though.
I will say I did think that last night.
I don't think if snow is slippery. Ice for sure, but snow not really.
It makes the ball wet.
Makes the ball wet. Yeah, but does he wear a glove maybe that helps because the ball's wet?
It's not going to make it more tacky.
But I mean, if you wear a glove, would you have better grip of a wet ball than a dry ball with dry hands? I don't know.
But he was wearing a glove last night. It didn't matter.
He didn't wear a glove last night, did he?
I thought he was. I thought he always wears a glove on the non-throwing hand.
I don't think he wears a glove.
I don't think so.
I could be wrong.
I don't think he wears a glove.
No, I think most receivers, like we saw in like that last Buccaneers game versus the Panthers, they all went no gloves because like how hard it was raining there. So I don't know if it would have helped last night for CJ to have gloves on because he didn't. But I thought about it at one point. I was like, hey, maybe get him a wide receiver glove for like one hand, for the left hand.
Yeah, I thought about it too. Yeah. Stroud was as skittish as a deer that hears a tree branch break on the side of a road. Yeah, I think he gave too much respect to the Steelers. Junkie says, I'm going to lie. That song is fire. Did he mean say I'm not going to lie? Because he says, I'm going to lie. That song is fire.
That's what I meant.
B-Mac, you literally wore a CJ T-shirt every day in 23. What changed? Like I texted yesterday, CJ Dilfer can win a Super Bowl. Podcast Stroud, like last night, will be our demise. That's an interesting separation of the two.
Yeah, they needed podcast Stroud last night.
Yeah. They didn't.
They needed confident Stroud.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Like because he just did not look confident.
No.
Anywhere in the game.
No, they didn't.
I would take I'm a top 3 quarterback in the NFL Stroud over what last night was every day of the week.
Yeah, last year, I don't know. Like last week, yesterday, Stroud was like neutered, butterfingered, skittish quarterback. Let's talk about the good. That's enough about Stroud. Let's talk about the good that came from yesterday's game. What was your good that came from yesterday's game? Obviously, the defense. We spent the first 30 minutes of the show talking about the defense. What else was good from yesterday's win? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. You know what else is good? Ownwell.com. You need Ownwell.com in your life. If you're a property owner, why do you need Ownwell in your life? Because if you're a property owner, you're probably paying too much on property taxes. These property taxes keep going up. And you need to start saving on those property taxes, and Ownwell.com is what you need in order to do that. You can go hire your own high-priced lawyer. You can go sit in front of town hall and like try to argue this yourself. Do you want to do that, though? No, of course not. You can just use Ownwell and protest your taxes without hassle. It just takes 3 minutes to sign up at Ownwell.com, and they can save you tons of money. I used Ownwell last year. I'll be using Ownwell again this year. And what's great about Ownwell is you get the compound savings. You save a little bit last year. You save a little bit this year. And then all of a sudden you look up in 5 years, and that cost is much lower than what could have been if you weren't protesting year after year. You need to be protesting year after year. It's going to save you a lot of money in the long run. Look, Ownwell's experts are going to handle everything, saving you time and money. You don't have to do anything. You just head to Ownwell.com, register. You're done in 3 minutes, and you forget about it. They'll email you whenever it's all done and tell you how much they saved, and if they save you money, you owe them a little bit of that. If they don't save you money, you don't owe them anything. So what are you waiting for? There's nothing to lose. You save money, you pay a little bit of that savings. They don't save you money, you don't pay a darn thing. So you're being irresponsible if you don't do this, quite frankly. 140,000 Houston properties use Ownwell. How about in the state of Texas? More than 500,000 Texans have saved money on Ownwell. And then Ownwell customers, on top of that, have saved on average over $1,100. Why aren't you doing it? Stop overpaying on property taxes. Get your free savings estimate right now at Ownwell.com. That's Ownwell.com to see how much money you can save. Ownwell.com.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Good from yesterday, Pete. The four-man front, vicious. Christian Kirk finally had a great game with timely catches to the A&M grad. I say whoop. Christian Kirk was good. Running game getting positive yardage consistently. Also the second offensive touchdown, long drive, ate up the clock. Greatest part of yesterday's game was ending multiple Hall of Fame careers. We'll get to that in a little bit. Did you see the video of Stroud clowning fans he left the stadium? I didn't see that. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did, yeah. He was saying, like, you mad, bro, basically.
Really?
Yeah.
That's weird. Why was he doing that?
I don't know, but he was.
Is it taking it too seriously to say you're not the player that should be doing that?
No.
I mean, if they were yelling at him, which they probably
I guess.
were.
But,
which, I mean, that's kind of like a good response. Like, you suck, Stroud. You mad, bro? You mad? Like, it's not bad. I don't know.
Maybe let Sheldon Rankins handle that one.
Yeah, but he's probably already up the tunnel. Like,
yeah.
I mean, they're yelling directly at him. Like, that's the response. That's kind of funny. Because, you know, they want to engage you in, like, in an argument. And whenever you, like, giggle at them, be like, you mad, bro?
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of annoying them.
It shuts it down pretty quick.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. I think that's the way to go. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Chivalry Not Dead with Jeremy and Joe. Laura, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. How are you, Laura?
I'm well. And I know you changed the subject to something positive, but I'm still kind of on the Stroud issue. And I just wondered if I'm the only one that's genuinely concerned about the mental health of Stroud. The kid was just not there. It was terrible to watch. It was, like you said, skittish, fuzzy, foggy. I don't know how that even happened, but that's all I got.
Yeah, I mean, he was not himself last night, right, Jeremy? Like, I don't think there was any question about that.
No,
he just did not play to. Again, I'm not concerned long term. I don't think in the moment.
I have my reservations, though.
Yeah, because I mean, if it happens again, it's a totally different conversation. I struggle to fathom that this is going to happen again next week.
He has struggled against pressure. Now, not to this extent, but he struggled with pressure all year.
Yeah, but this isn't even pressure. This is catching the ball.
Yesterday, he created his own pressure. But yeah. I think he had trouble catching the ball because he was scared of the pressure.
Yeah.
Like, if you go watch those slow-mo replays of, like, the bobbled snaps, like, he's looking up before the ball's even in his hands.
Yeah.
So, again, I think it was him putting, like, too much respect on the Steelers' defense. Like, they're gonna be in the backfield the moment I touch the ball, and I need to be ready to go. Now, the hope here is that it was a one-off. You're going to learn from this, and you're not going to play this badly again the rest of the postseason.
Mm-hmm.
That's the hope. Now, whenever that game gets kicked off on Sunday, how much confidence do I have in that? I want to see a couple series where they're moving the ball pretty good before I'm like, okay, yeah, it was a one-off. No big deal.
Yeah, for sure. And because the Patriots can bring pressure too. Like, it's not like you're facing a team next week that doesn't bring the heat.
Yeah, I disagree. I think that's exactly who CJ is, and no one wants to face the reality. I mean, it's career-high turnovers, or career-high in fumbles. I think it was extreme yesterday, but we'll see. Let's go back out to the HR&P listener line. Mark, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Mark?
Hey, full disclosure, I'm a Pats fan. I'm from Boston, but I've been down here for 17 years. So me and my buddy are going to be watching a game up at Steamboat Springs this week. I wouldn't be upset if the Texans won, but I am pulling the Pats. Don't want to get up too much on Stroud. He's pretty easy to do right now. He had a tough game. But the comparisons to the 2000 Baltimore Ravens, I'm hearing that all day long. And do we think we're jumping the gun there a bit? Because I don't see Woody Marks and Chubb as a Priest Holmes and Jamal Lewis.
Yeah.
They were a lot better running backs.
Yeah, I think it's just a comp to the defense.
Yeah,
really
I don't think it's
defense,
an offensive
really good defense. The offense is just like kind of do enough. But no, I would agree. That running game was far better. Although the Texans did pretty good running the football yesterday. But no, I think that's fair, Travis. I have nothing wrong with what you just said. And it sounds like a fun place to watch a game.
Yeah, I think it's more of a it's a defensive focus, right? Like I think you don't have Shannon Sharp either, who was on that team.
Yeah, you do have Dalton Schultz though.
You do, but I was looking at their games last night because I wanted to see a comp, and there was one game where they won by like a touchdown, but the first touchdown was a 96-yard touchdown pass to Shannon Sharp. Where I'm like,
oh wow,
I bet you Shannon did all the work on that play.
Wow. I do think the Texans ran the ball. That was one of my goods, too. I mean, they averaged over 5 yards per carry. Like, they were running it right down their throats.
Yes.
I wanted them to keep pounding the rock.
Woody Marks was a madman last night. And Nick Chubb, too. I mean, they ran the ball efficiently the entire game.
I was worried, though, when Woody Marks banged the back of his head. I thought he was done.
Yes.
I thought he was done. So I was like, okay, 25 carries for Nick Chubb. Here we go. Which I think Chubb at this point of his career is better in the doses. But I also felt like that was a Nick Chubb type of game yesterday, like AFC North, cold weather, tough yardage, which I think is going to be similar Sunday. Cold weather, tough defense, physical game. Like that's kind of the game where you want a Nick Chubb, but at the same time, like 10 carries is probably the most you want to use him, and that's how many carries he had yesterday.
Yeah.
But I was pleased with the running game. Look, everybody played well yesterday except for C.J. Stroud, in my opinion.
I agree.
Kirk set records. This was the Christian Kirk I thought they were getting all year. I thought they were going to get this Kirk all year. I was wrong. They didn't get this Kirk all year, but he showed up in the most important game. That 144 yards was a Texans playoff record for the most receiving yards in a playoff game in franchise history.
That's crazy.
Crazy. Awesome. I thought Caley was great except for that flea flicker. I thought he was fantastic.
Oh.
He was scheming stuff up wide open.
The red zone touchdown play to Christian Kirk was beautiful.
It survived a bad throw, and Kirk was still able to get into the end zone.
Yeah.
Caley was drawing it up. The flea flicker I hated. We talked about it yesterday, like you mentioned. Like, I think you could just line up and beat the Steelers. I think that was proven, right?
Yeah.
Like, you outgained them in yesterday's game, 405 yards to 175. Like, you outgained them by more than 200 yards. You can just line up and beat them. Like, you line up and beat them. So I didn't think yesterday was the type of game for trick plays. So and also that drive, you were moving the ball.
Yeah.
Like, the timing was bad. The opponent to do it with was bad. The execution of it was the longest developing flea flicker in the history of the game. Blake Fisher didn't block on the play. Woody Marks delivered a terrible feed. I don't think that C.J. Stroud needed to jump, but he did jump. And look, margin for error is very, very quick. You leave your feet, all of a sudden, boom, they're there. So I thought it was bad. All of it was bad on that flea flicker. But other than that, Caley was good. Offense was good. They ran the ball. They had receivers step up. Unfortunately, Nico got hurt. Stroud, despite his terrible moments, had some moments that were critical. I thought everybody played well, with the exception of C.J. Stroud. One punt by Tommy Townsend and one extra point from Fairbairn.
Yeah, and it was the extra point the worst play of the day?
No, the Stroud. I mean, Stroud's interception probably.
I've just never seen a field goal.
Stroud's interception, like flea flicker, were easily more bad.
More bad
than the.
They were all
point.
pretty bad.
And then the extra point also happened when it was 30-6. So it's like, haha, that's cute,
There's some gambling talk going on.
Yeah, what was it didn't affect the total though.
The live total was 36.5.
Okay.
Huh. So it would have put it at 37.
Yeah,
I think it's just a coincidence.
Maybe Fairbairn didn't want to make that. Maybe he had a prop bet. We need to check his underdog account.
Yeah,
maybe he had a prop bet on himself
on extra points in the game.
Extra points in the game or fantasy points, because you can pick fantasy points on underdog. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. What are you waiting for? Make picks, win money.
How'd you do last night?
I had a lot of fun. Promo code KILLERB. Okay. That's the beauty of underdog, is even whenever you're not getting your picks right, it is a joy.
Okay.
It is a fantastic time. Promo code KILLERB. And they also give you a bunch of free entries and bonus funds and free plays and insurances that a lot of times you're playing on the house's money. Promo code KILLERB. KILLERB. We had a text earlier so that the Texans retired some legends yesterday. Aaron Rodgers to be determined. Mike Tomlin stepping down today. Let's talk about that aspect of it and what could be next for those guys. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You looking to escape the rat race for the weekend? Maybe the hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, whatever's causing you stress. A quarterback who puts it on the ground 5 times, turns it over 3 times. Well, I have the best idea for you. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book that stay. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com right now. Open green spaces, wildlife, beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas. They got the 2 creeks that run alongside their property, the catch and release pond, which is great for the kiddos. You can't beat it. It's only 90 minutes from Houston, so you leave at 3. Turn us on. You're there halfway through our show. Escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You're there in an hour and a half. You're not wasting your time driving across the state for 6, 7, 8 hours. You're not in the airports dealing with TSA, waiting on your flights, delays, all of that. No, you just hop in the truck. You're there in an hour and a half. You're going to be hiking their 92 acres of property before you can say it. Kayaking, pickleball for you. Just hang out by the pool with a drink whenever it gets warm. Or at Swampers. Swampers is right there. Good place to have a cold beer. And they got it all. They have glamping for you. They have the beautiful cabins. We stayed at the Treehouse when we went. We loved it. Or just pull up the RV. They have the RV hookup spots for you. You're going to love it. So book your stay now. TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. That's TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com. Very happy. The weirdest part is Stroud did move the ball, but then randomly just bad words things up. Another junkie watched the Manning cast last night, and the brothers had their own thoughts why Stroud was fumbling. They mentioned that CJ was peeking at the Steelers' defense and wasn't 100% focused on the snap. I noticed that too. Like when they went to the slow-mo replay, you could see his eyes on the linebackers.
Yep.
Or like where the rush he thought was coming from.
I
think he was scared of the rush, man. Like you said, he saw a ghost earlier. I think that's what made him skittish. He respected their rush ability too much.
Yeah, he would like communicate to Ed Ingram, like, okay, it's time to snap it.
Yep.
And then as the snap was then going to happen, his eyes would go up downfield, and he wasn't ready for the ball.
And if it wasn't a perfect snap, he wasn't catching it. And look, Andrews had some snap issues. Like the one that hit the ground was low. There was one that was like away from his body that was left. But those are catchable. Like those are catchable. But you're not going to catch them if you're already looking upfield. So then you figure it out. Is it time for Stephen A. to retire? He said Charlie Kirk instead of Christian Kirk. That's an easy mistake. Come on. That's an easy mistake to make.
Yes, but
it's super easy.
It's funny.
Funny?
Because of how he handled it after.
Yeah, he was like, oh, my bad. Oh,
he goes, oh, my God, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I mean, easy mistake to make. I mean, it's the same first letter, same last name. Easy mistake to make. 713-780-ESPN. All right, so Tomlin has stepped down. Now, he didn't get fired. This is important because the Steelers retain his rights. What do you think is next for Mike Tomlin?
TV at this point. Andrew Marchand, who covers like the sports industry, media industry, put this out there earlier, but Fox has yet to replace Jimmy Johnson. ESPN is getting their first Super Bowl next year, and CBS just lost Matt Ryan. Mike Tomlin's got a huge job market now, honestly.
Yeah. Do you think he's going to coach ever again?
I don't know, because I mean, how many years did we talk about Bill Cowher when he walked away? Of like, is Bill Cowher going to come back? And every year, every hot job that was open, him and Gruden, it's all we talked about, all teams wanted. And Gruden eventually came back, but Bill Cowher never did. And he had plenty of opportunities. My guess is he does. And then we see a lesser trade than like what the Saints made with the Broncos.
No, I don't think they retain his rights beyond next year, right?
Oh, maybe that's right.
I think next year is the final year that his rights are retained.
Okay.
I think he's a free agent after that. I could be wrong on that. I'm only like 70% confident, so check my work, junkies. But I think this is the final year that they retain his rights. It'd be interesting to see what happens. I think I'm with you. If I had to make a bet, I think he does TV work next year. I would bet that he coaches again, but I think the Bill Cowher example is a great example. Where it's like, okay, I'm making $15 million a year. They're not booing me out of the city. I don't have to stress every week about my opponent. I'm just going to do this forever. I think he'd be really good at it.
It would be hard, like if a job opened up with a good quarterback. I feel like it'd be hard to not try again.
Rossini was reporting that he wants to go to a warm weather city if he ever coaches again.
Okay.
Which, I mean, how much stock do you put in Rossini?
Not a lot.
I don't know. She did get that tequila story right about Kittle, though.
That's true.
But she was there.
I think she
saw
literally
it with her
watched
eyes.
it.
Yeah. So, I mean, we'll see. How about Rodgers? Which, by the way, the final pass in Aaron Rodgers' career could be a pick six for Kalen Bullock. Is Kalen Bullock the legend killer?
What a shame.
What a shame. He missed a tackle, too.
What a shame for Aaron Rodgers to go out like that.
It's fine.
Yeah, I'm being sarcastic.
Oh.
This is like my glorious weekend with Aaron Rodgers
Oh,
going
yeah,
down
you hate
like
Rodgers.
that. I hate Aaron Rodgers. It was awesome last night.
I kind of like Rodgers.
Nah. Yeah, I think this is it for Rodgers. I mean, they said someone that said that during the pregame meeting
it was
with
week 15.
ESPN.
It was during week 15, though.
Oh, okay.
It was a previous
retirement.
week. Yeah. It was Lisa Salters.
I wonder, I mean, now, I guess he's a free agent, so, like, he could go to the open market. Like, it would depend on who they hired as the head coach if he would want to stay in Pittsburgh.
See, I think that Tomlin stepping down decreases the chances of Rodgers coming back.
Yeah.
To Pittsburgh.
And then, like, where would he go?
So.
Like, Minnesota?
What if he waits like Phillip Rivers and he waits for an injury?
I could see that.
That's what I think is – like, I think that's what his – I don't think he's going to, like, retire. I think he'll announce his retirement this offseason. And if he doesn't get a call, he'll just stay retired. But I think if he gets a call in season and it's a spot that really intrigues him, I think he'll come back.
You think is there anything that could be out there right away, though?
I don't think so.
The one I was curious about was Harbaugh and Atlanta. Like if there was an interest, like
you got to go with Penix, though. I think.
I know, but like you have like if it was an option for Aaron Rodgers,
do they like each other?
I don't know.
I don't even know if they have a relationship.
I know, but like I think he'd want to play for a certain caliber of coach. I guess is the point.
I think a certain caliber coach and a certain caliber team. Yeah, I agree with that.
And I mean, there's not a lot of great quarterback options. Like you don't want to go to Arizona, you don't want to go to Miami. I mean, like I guess Minnesota could work. Like if they were going to bring in competition for McCarthy, but he's
not going to go in to be competition.
Exactly. Like he's just going to want the job.
Yeah.
And he should just get the job, frankly. Like if you're signing Aaron Rodgers.
I thought you meant specifically Minnesota.
No, like if you want to bring in Aaron Rodgers, you're bringing him in just to give him the job.
I think he's going to wait. I think he's going to wait to see if there's an injury on a good team.
I mean, that'd be fine with me. Like if I was him, like I wouldn't rush to sign with the team right now. What are you going to get out of it?
Plus, isn't that kind of like Rodgers' MO? Where like, hey, I'm retiring, and then like, hey, week 4, J.J. McCarthy's out for the year. Here I come to save the day.
Yeah, like I bet you, like
that's what he does.
I think it's way more likely that Rodgers has like a list of teams where he's like, if X quarterback gets hurt, I would go sign there.
Yeah. How do you say he wants a certain caliber of teams, but he went to the Jets? He thought the Jets were going to be good.
Yeah.
He also buried the Jets yesterday. I watched his press conference. In his press conference, he was like, talking about your years here. And he's like, I've been very fortunate to play with some good organizations. He's like, this is a great organization. They're first class. There's just a few NFL organizations that are this way, and I'm very fortunate to have played for two of them. It was the biggest shot to the Jets. I started cracking up.
Yeah.
Rodgers just following in Favre's footsteps. Marino's last game was a 62-7 playoff loss to Jacksonville, so Rodgers will be okay. And no one thinks he's in bad shape here.
No, he's fine. He's Aaron Rodgers. He doesn't care. I mean, I think there's also a chance we just don't hear from him again until he's getting inducted to the Hall of Fame.
I don't know. Rodgers likes to say he's that way, but he doesn't act that way. Rodgers likes to say, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna fade into Bolivian," but then all of a sudden he's on your TV screen every week.
Yeah, but he wasn't on McAfee this year. He kind of
think that, but he was playing football. Yeah. He wasn't on McAfee because he's like, I'm gonna make a commitment to my team and not to be like a distraction.
Yeah, in which the Jets thought it was a distraction.
Yeah, I think he'll be. I think he's gonna be a prominent figure in our lives.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he'll do like TV because he's kind of dull. His delivery's kind of boring.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like a TV guy.
But I think he'll do the McAfee hits again while he's retired.
That wouldn't shock me.
In my opinion, when the camera went to Coach Tomlin on the sideline, he looked tired. I think he's drained trying to put together a winning football team. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I mean, look what he's had since Ben Roethlisberger retired. What are his quarterbacks? Rodgers, Fields, Mason Rudolph, Kenny Pickett. It has to be exhausting.
Yeah. Colts love to bring in ancient quarterbacks. Daniel Jones might not be ready week one.
That's a good call.
That's not a terrible call. I don't know if he fits that offense, but that's not a terrible call. I mean, Rivers was just there, so
yeah.
Would be the worst. Tomlin would be on television. Someone else, CBS has their coach on the desk, Tomlin. He can replace Jimmy Johnson. They haven't filled Jimmy Johnson's seat.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Someone said it's fade into oblivion, not Bolivian. Well, you're not familiar with Mike Tyson quotes. Google, YouTube, Mike Tyson, Bolivian. I did that intentionally.
Spinal.
Yeah. See if you can find that real quick, Brian. That way we can do the work. We can be service workers for the people. YouTube, Mike Tyson, Bolivian. Sometimes Joe is just wacky.
Why?
It seems random. I don't know why.
Oh, well,
context.
Was it the texter that said that he's too young to not coach again?
I'm not sure. I don't know the context that the texter is using that. All he says is that you can be
because Bill Cowher was 49 when
I remember. I think Cowher's a great example.
Yeah.
Every single year, Cowher is going to come back. Cowher's going to come back. He's the top candidate here. I remember Carolina was the big thing because he was from Carolina, and he just never did. And he's still working TV. Rodgers is a total attention hound. He can't help himself but to make it about himself. See, I like Rodgers, and I don't disagree with that statement. Rodgers is the type of guy that says, I'm going to disappear, but he does the opposite. Here's the Mike Tyson Bolivia. There you go. There you go. That's what I was referencing. How are you guys not up with Mike Tyson quotes?
I might just fade to Bolivia.
All you guys thought I got it.
Spinal.
No, I am the biggest Mike Tyson fanboy. Mike Tyson. I shouldn't say fan because I don't know if I'm a fan of Mike Tyson, but Mike Tyson was the most entertaining athlete in my entire life. So I know everything about Mike Tyson. I know every quote that Mike Tyson's had. In fact, in my debate class, Joe, I gave the Mike Tyson post-fight interview when he was getting ready for Lennox Lewis.
Really?
Yeah, I did.
Did you get a good grade?
Yeah, I did. I got an A. That was my best class ever. I was great in that class. My professor, it was a public speaking class is what it was. In your final speech, you could pick between 3 different types of speech. One of them was debate, and he said that if you beat him in a debate, that you get an automatic A and don't have to come the rest of the semester. So I did debate, and I beat him.
Nice.
I beat him in the debate.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's where it all began for you.
Yeah, I like to think so. Actually, probably began when I was conditioned. I was like Tiger Woods with sports radio. My family forced me to listen to sports radio for 20 hours a day as a 3-year-old.
I mean, it makes sense.
They stuck me in the middle of a sports page whenever I was a baby. That they say that's how I learned how to read. I'm probably going to get ink poisoning.
Just reading stats.
People were roasting me on the text line for saying it's not Bolivian, it's Oblivion. It's intentional, you bozos. Are Rodgers and LeBron the 2 most hated athletes today?
Oh,
Probably. They're up there, if not.
I mean, because the LeBron hate ever since the decision's been deserved at this point, and Rodgers is just kind of exhausting.
Yeah, I think that they are. Like, from a national scope, I think that's right.
I mean, there's no one in baseball that would qualify. Well,
no, I don't think people care enough about baseball. But baseball's not national enough.
Yeah.
To really have, like, one player that is universally hated.
Yes. I do think you could say these 17 Astros.
It's kind of disappeared by now, though.
There's still boos everywhere. Like they haven't faded like the LeBron and Rodgers hate.
Yeah.
And one of those like just, I mean, like the truth is one of those is sports hate. One of those is sports/political hate.
Sure.
So like it is a little different from Rodgers and LeBron.
Junkie said he'll be on Joe Rogan for sure. He's already been on Rogan. He's been on Rogan once.
You listen to Rogan?
Every now and then there will be an interesting guest, and I'll download it and I'll listen to it on a flight. That's when I listen to Rogan.
I get intimidated by how long the episodes
are.
No,
I don't think I've ever listened to Rogan from start to finish.
Okay.
Like I'll download like some guests that I like to listen to, and then I'll listen to it on a plane, and then I'll get like halfway through, and then I'll never like listen to it again.
That makes sense.
How long
I have about
are
I have it like 3. It depends on the guest, but some of them are like 3 hours, 4 hours.
Oh, yeah.
3.5.
I've
like
got
a
one
football
podcast
game.
that I listen to a decent amount. That's usually about 3 hours, but I can't do it in one sitting. I have to break that up over.
Which podcast is it?
It's called Small Town Murder.
Oh, okay. That's interesting there.
Yeah, it's some comedians that do a true crime podcast. It's pretty good.
I think I've heard it. Who are the comedians? I think I've heard one.
James Patriots and Jimmy Westman.
Was there one about how they went to like some small town and were landing a plane full of drugs and the plane crashed?
I mean, there's like 400 episodes now. I don't remember exactly.
Okay, well,
I don't remember that one.
You could have just told me no instead of making me feel dumb.
They did do one in your neck of the woods of Humble, though. So if you want to search that one out.
Murder capital of the world. I thought the Texans were good on third downs.
They were very good on
10
third
for
downs.
15. They held the Steelers to 2-14. Do you know that Monday night wild card winners are 0-4 in the divisional round?
Did not know that.
So the Texans will look to buck history. And then I thought the referees were really good last night. I thought they had a great game, the referees.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, if we're just going to sit here and criticize refs every time they have bad calls, I think it's only fair to say, hey, those referees, they had a good game.
I guess I don't have any. I'm looking through my notes. I don't see any referee notes in here.
They were good. They were good. Mike Florio thought that Kamari lasted or interfered on that one play where there was kind of like a little hesitation. Yeah. He's like, he grabbed his shoulder. No, he didn't.
They did probably. Did they scare you yesterday like they scared Daniel Hunter?
Yeah.
When they threw the flag and it was intentional grounding.
Yes. So right whenever he threw that, I was like, that's grounding. That's grounding. So I had a pretty good feel that it was grounding, but the quickness that they threw the flag had me a little worried because usually they don't throw grounding flags that quickly.
Yeah, they normally huddle up. But yeah, I thought they called a late hit or hands to the helmet.
Yeah. NFL needs to eliminate Monday Night Wildcard games. The problem is that it's just too lucrative. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's not going to go away because of the expansion of the playoff.
Aren't you on radio for 3 hours listening to y'all bums? Yeah, but it's different with podcast. Podcast a little different than like you driving around the town, All right, 713-780-3776. Junkie of the day, who's yours? 713-780-ESPN, Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. We're out of here a little early today, fighting Texas Aggies. Take on Tennessee a little bit later. So, Junkies of the Day, 713-780-3776. Joe?
My junkie of the day is everyone that wants Marcus Freeman. You can't have him, Jeremy.
I don't want him.
Everyone wants him. The Steelers want him. No.
I don't want him.
I don't.
No. Can't have him.
I don't want him.
You can keep him.
Thank you, Brian.
You can keep him.
I can keep him.
He can verbally abuse all the wrestling coaches in the world if he wants to. I'm not going to stand in his way.
It's true. He can. But everyone wants him. And C.J. Stroud's hands. Junkie of the day.
Yeah, that's a pretty good call. I'm going to nominate the man found in the sewer. He was like pleading for help at like 3:30 in the morning. Somebody heard him. They got the fire department out there, rescued the man in the sewer. They say he could have been there for days, Constable says. I remember when this was a thing, whenever like little kids would get like stuck in the wells. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
That doesn't really happen anymore.
What was the name of that girl that got stuck in? Oh, Baby Jessica.
Yeah, those were the good old days. Like, that doesn't happen anymore.
Good old days when babies were in wells.
Like, we were all riveted to the news. Baby
It
Jessica,
was.
can they find her?
Like,
Can
the
they get her
world's-
out?
The world stopped for like 2 days.
We need a good little, like, baby lost in the well again to bring our country together.
Have you guys watched the Balloon Boy documentary?
No, that sounds terrible.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch that either.
I'm out on that, Joe.
Honestly, it's comical.
I think I did see that. It was on Seinfeld, right?
Right.
It's very funny.
Bubble Boy was so funny.
Balloon Boy. Oh,
I know.
yeah.
Bubble Boy.
I don't watch
Seinfeld.
Seinfeld.
Joe. Stop correcting us.
I
We're making
just- I
Seinfeld
didn't-
Joe, that
references.
did take place after you were born, so you don't have an excuse.
Well, it's not good.
Bubble Boy was such a good one. What was the game they played with the Bubble Boy? Was it
was it a Monopoly?
I can't remember. I think it was Monopoly.
Yeah, it was definitely a board game. And he
'Cause he
got
was
really
playing
mad
for the
about
thing.
George breaking the rules.
Yeah. A Bubble Boy classic episode. All right, Brian, what you got?
Joe took mine of CJ's hands, so I'll nominate calling flea flickers in the playoffs.
Good call.
Oh, yeah. The text line was like, I support the flea flicker. Why?
Why?
You outgained him by 300 yards. That was not the game for the flea flicker. It wasn't the drive for the flea flicker. It wasn't the personnel for the flea flicker. Some alliteration there. Alex wants to nominate Steeler fans for chanting, "We want Houston. We want Houston."
Yeah, there was a Steelers Houston. You have a problem cookie that went viral.
Someone said, "You ain't right, Branham. You ain't wrong." Junkie C.J. Stroud for trash talking Steelers fans when the defense won the game for him. See, I defend him a little bit. Because look, they were talking to him. He's like, "You guys mad?" He was kind of trolling them back. I don't mind that. Fletch junkies are the ones that didn't know about the Tyson Bolivian quote. Great idea.
Good call.
Here's what CJ Stroud should have said to those Steelers fans.
That's right.
That's what he should have said.
It was Trivial Pursuit, not Monopoly. Trivial Pursuit was the game that they played with the Bubble Boy.
You guys don't even know your own show you like.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the board game. I mean, that's very nuanced, Joe. All right, what's winning here?
The Texans who didn't know the Bolivia.
Yeah,
Great
definitely.
Great call. Texans who didn't know the Bolivian reference. You are our junkies, because there was more than one of the day. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Aggie basketball coming up right now. Good night, Houston.